The Island of Fantasy. Chapter 1. A Mind Diseased. Your Eastern drugs, your spices, your perfumes, are all in vain. They cannot snatch my soul from out its glooms, nor soothe the brain. My mind is dark as cyclosealed tombs, and must remain in darkness till the light of God illumes its black inane. It was 8 o'clock on a still summer evening, and the ladies having retired, two men were lingering in a pleasant, indolent fashion over their wine in the dining-room of Royland's Grange. To be exact, only the elder gentleman was paying any attention to his port, for the young man who sat at the head of the table stared vaguely on his empty glass, and at his equally empty plate, as if his thoughts were miles away, which was precisely the case. Youth was moody, age was cheerful, for, while the former indulged in a brown study, the latter cracked nuts and sipped wine, with a just appreciation of the excellence of both. Judging from this outward aspect of things, there was something wrong with Morris Roylance, for if reverend age in the presentable person of Rector Carriston could be merry, there appeared to be no very feasible reason why unthinking youth should be so ineffably dreary. Yet woe was writ largely on the comely face of the moody young man, and he joined but listlessly in the jocund conversation of his companion, which was punctuated in a very marked manner by the cracking of filberts. Outside, a magical twilight brooded over the landscape, and the chill odors of eve floated from 1,000 sleeping 10 flowers into the mellow atmosphere of the room, which was irradiated by the soft gleam of many wax candles, rising white and slender from amid the roses adorning the dinner table. All was pleasant, peaceful, and infinitely charming, yet Morris Roylance, aged 30, healthy, wealthy, and not at all bad-looking, sat moodily frowning at his untasted dessert, as though he bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. In truth, Mr. Roylance, with the usual self-worship of latter-day youth, thought he was being very hardly treated by destiny, as that all-powerful goddess had given him everything calculated to make a mortal happy, save the capability of being happy. This was undeniably hard, and might be called the very irony of fate, for one might as well offer a sumptuous banquet to a dyspeptic, as give a man all the means of enjoyment, without the faculty of taking advantage of such good fortune. Roylance had considerable artistic power, an income of nearly 6,000 a year, a fine house, friends innumerable off the summer season sort. Yet he neither cared about nor valued these blessings, for the simple reason that he was heartily sick of them, one and all. He would have been happier digging a patch of ground for his daily bread, than thus idling through life on an independent income, for ennui, twin sister of care, had taken possession of his soul, and in the midst of all his comforts he was thoroughly unhappy. The proverb that the rich are more miserable than the poor is but a trite one on which to preach a sermon, for did not Solomon say all that there was to be said in the matter? It was an easier task to write a new play on the theme of Hamlet than to compose a novel discourse on the all is vanity text, for on some subjects the final word has been said, and he who preaches thereon says nothing new, but only repeats the ideas of former orators, who in their turn doubtless reiterated the sayings of still earlier preachers, and so on back to Father Adam, to whom the wily serpent possibly delivered a sermon on the cynically wise saying illustrated so exhaustively by Solomon ben David. Therefore, to remark that Morris was miserable amid all his splendors is a plagiarism, and they who desire to study the original version for themselves must read Ecclesiastes, which gives a minute analysis of the whole question, with cruelly true comments thereon. When Roylance 10 years before had gone to London, 11 against the desire of his father, to take up the profession if it can be called sooth a sculptor, he was full of energy and ambition. He had fully determined to set the Thames on fire by the creation of statues worthy of Canova, to make a great name in the artistic world, to become a member of the Academy, to inaugurate a new era in the history of English sculpture. So, with all this glory before him, he turned his back on the flesh-pots of Egypt and went to dwell in the land of Bohemia. In order to bring the lad to his senses, Roylance Sr. refused to aid him with a shilling until he gave up the pitiful trading this country squire's opinion off chipping figures out of marble. Supplies being thus stopped, Morris suffered greatly in those artistic days for lack of an assured income. Yet in spite of all his deprivations, he was very happy in Bohemia until he lived down his enthusiasms. When matters came to that pass, the wine of life lost its zest for this young man, and he became a victim to melancholia, that terrible disease for which there is rarely if any cure. He lived because he did not agree with Addison's Cato regarding the virtues of self-destruction, but as far as actual dying went it mattered to him neither one way nor the other. If he had done but little good during his life, at least he had done but little harm. So, thinking he could scarcely be punished severely for such a negative existence, he was quite willing to leave this world he found so dreary, provided the entrance into the next one was not of too painful a nature. It is a bad thing for a young man to thus take to the pessimistic school of philosophy as exemplified by Schopenhauer, as having nothing to look back at, nothing to look forward to, and nothing to hold on by, the scheme of his life falls into a ruinous condition. So, being without the safety anchor of hope, he drifts aimlessly through existence, a nuisance to himself and to everyone around him. Morris, listless and despairing, did no more work than was absolutely necessary to earn a bare subsistence, and lived his life in a semi-dreamy, semi-lethargic condition, with no very distinct idea as to what was to be the ultimate end of all this dreariness. When night fell, he was then more at rest, for in sleep he found a certain amount of compensation for the woes of his waking hours. As to his modeling, he took a positive dislike to it, and for this reason improved but little in his work during the last years of his bohemian existence. Profoundly disgusted, without any positive reason with himself, his art, the world and his fellowmen, heaven only knows what would have become of him, had not an event happened which, by placing him in a new position, seemed to promise his redemption from the gloomy prison of melancholia. The event in question was none other than the death of his father, and Morris, as in duty bound, came down to the funeral. When the will of the late squire was read, it was discovered that, with the exception of one or two trifling bequests, all the real and personal property was left to his only son. Thus this fortunate young man at the age of 30 found himself independent of the world for the rest of his days, provided always he did not squander his paternal acres, a thing he had not the slightest intention of doing. Morris had no leanings towards what is vulgarly termed a fast life, for he detested horse racing, cared but little for wine, and neither cards nor women possessed any fascination for him. Not that he was a model young man by any means, but his tastes were too refined, his nature too intellectual, to admit of his finding pleasure in drinking, gaming, and their concomitants. As to love, he did not know the meaning of the word, at least not the real meaning, which was rather a mistake, as it would certainly have given him an interest in life, and perhaps have prevented him yielding so readily to the influence of black care, which even the genial Venusian knew something about, seeing he made her an equestrian. Of course, he was sorry for the death of his father, but there had been so little real sympathy between them that he could not absolutely look upon the event as an irreparable calamity. Morris had always loved his mother more than his father, and when she died, as he was leaving home for college, he was indeed inconsolable. But he saw the remains of the late Mr. Roylands duly committed to the family vault without any violent display of grief, after which he returned to live the life of a country gentleman at the Grange, and wonder what would be the upshot of this new phase of his existence. Solitude was abhorrent to him, as his thoughts were so miserable. Therefore, for the sake of having someone to drive away the evil spirit, he invited his aunt, the Hun, Mrs. Dengelton, to stay at the Grange for a week or so. She came without hesitation, and brought her daughter Eunice also, upon which Morris, finding 2 women more than an unhappy bachelor could put up with, asked the new poet 13 Crispin, for whom he had a great liking, to come down to Roylands, which that young man did very willingly, as he was in love with Eunice, a state of things half-guessed and wholly hated by Mrs. Dengelton, who much desired her daughter to marry the new squire. On this special evening, the Rev. Stephen Carriston, rector of Roylands, had come to dinner, and Crispin having retired to the drawing-room with the ladies, he found himself alone with his former pupil, much to his satisfaction, as he wished greatly to have a quiet talk with Morris. Mr. Carriston was the oldest friend the young man had, having been his tutor in the long ago, and prepared him for college. Whatever success Morris gained at Oxford, and such success was not inconsiderable, was due to the admirable way in which he had been coached by the Rubicon divine. Certainly the rector loved the good things of this life, and looked as if he did, which is surely pardonable enough, especially in a bachelor. For at 65 years of age the rector was still single, and much beloved by his parishioners, to whom he preached short, pithy sermons on the actions of their daily lives, which was assuredly much better than muddling their dull brains with theological hair-splitting. Being very fond of Morris, he was greatly concerned to see the marked change which 6 years of London life had made in the young fellow. The merry, ambitious lad, who had departed so full of resolution to succeed, had now returned a weary-looking, worn-out man, and as the rector, during the intervals of his nut-cracking, glanced at his former pupil, he was struck by the extreme melancholy which pervaded the whole face. Comely it was certainly, of the fresh-colored Saxon type, but the color had long since left those haggard cheeks. There were deep lines in the high forehead. The mouth was drawn downward in a dismal fashion under the trim mustache, and from the eyes looked forth an unhappy soul. Yes, the rector was considerably puzzled to account for this change, and resolved to find out what ailed the lad, but he hardly knew how to set about this delicate task. The more so, as he feared the consolations of religion would do but little good in this case. For Morris, without being absolutely a skeptic, yet held opinions of a heterodox type, quite at variance with the declarations of the 39 Articles in which the good rector so firmly believed. At length Mr. Carriston grew weary of cracking nuts and 14 sipping port wine without the digestive aid of pleasant conversation, and therefore began to talk to his quondam pupil, with the firm determination to keep on talking until he discovered the secret of the young man's melancholy. "Are you not going to fill your glass, Morris?" "No, thank you, sir. I am rather tired of port." "Inexplicable creature," said the rector, holding up his glass to the light. "Ah well, de gustibus, my dear lad, I have no doubt you can finish the quotation. Why not try claret?" "I am tired of claret." "It seems to me, sir," observed Mr. Carriston leisurely, "that you are tired of all things." "I am, including myself." "Strange, a young man of 30 years of age, sound of mind and body, who is fortunate enough to inherit 6,000 a year, ought to be happy." "Money does not bring happiness." "Ah, that proverb is quite worn out," replied the rector cheerily. "Try another, my boy, try another." Morris, leaning forward with a sigh, took a handful of nuts, which he proceeded to crack in a listless fashion. The rector said nothing, but waited for Morris to speak, which he was obliged to do out of courtesy, although much disinclined to resume the argument. "I've tried everything, and I am tired of everything. Even of that marble chipping you call art." "I am more tired of that than of anything else," said Morris emphatically. "A bad case," murmured the rector, shaking his grey head, "a very bad case which needs curing. Nothing's new, nothing's true, and no matter, says my Oxford fine gentleman. Morris, I must assert my privilege as an old friend, and reason with you in this matter. I am sadly afraid, my dear lad, that you need whipping." The ghost of a smile played over the tired face of the young man, and he assented heartily to the observation of his old tutorne, even added an amendment thereto. "I do, sir, I do," he said somberly. "We all need whipping, more or less, men, women, and children." "I am afraid the last named get the most of it," replied Carriston with dry humor. "With the birch, yes, but 'tis not so pleasant to be whipped by fate." 15, my dear lad, you cannot say she has whipped you. To continue your illustration, rector, there are several modes of whipping: the birch which pains the skin, poverty which pains the body, and despair which pains the soul. The latter is my case. I have health, wealth, and youth, but I feel the stings of the rod all the same." "Yes," queried Carriston interrogatively, "in what way?" "I have not the capability of enjoying the blessings I possess." "How so? Explain this riddle." "I cannot explain it. I simply take no pleasure in life. Rich or poor, old or young, well or ill, I would still be as miserable as I am now." Let us look at the question from 3 points of view: comprehensive points. The legal, the medicinal, the religious. One of these, if properly applied, will surely solve the enigma. I doubt it. Ah, that is because you have made up your mind to doubt. None so blind as those who want see. Who is quoting Proverbs now, Mr. Carriston? I am, sir, even I who dislike such arid chips of wisdom, but 'tis an excellent proverb, which has borne the wear and tear of centuries. Come now, Morris, are you in any trouble connected with money? Are you involved in any lawsuit, Orwell? Said the rector, delicately eyeing his glass. I hardly know how to put it. Are you involved in any love affair? No, my worldly position is all right, and I am not mixed up in any feminine trouble. Good, that settles the legal point. Now for the medical, your liver must be out of order. I assure you, sir, I never felt better in my life. Mr. Carriston's face now assumed a grave expression as he put the last question to his host. And the religious point? I am not troubled on that score, sir. The Rev. Stephen looked doubtful. Whatever my religious views may be, resumed Morris, seeing the rector was but half convinced, and I am afraid they can hardly be called orthodox, I at least can safely say that my past life is not open to misconstruction. Good, good, I always had confidence in you, Morris. 16 yours is not the nature to find pleasure in gutty raking. Well, it seems that none of those 3 points meet the case. Can you not give me some understandable reason for this melancholy which renders your life so bitter? No, I went to London full of joy, energy, and ambition, but in some way I cannot tell you how I lost all those feelings. First joy departed, then ambition fled away, and with these two feelings absent I felt no further energy to do anything. It may be satiety, certainly. I have explored the heights and depths of London life. I have read books new and old. I have studied as far as in me lay my fellowmen. I have tried to fall in love with my fellowwomen and failed dismally. In fact, Mr. Carriston, I have exhausted the world, and find it as empty as this. He held up a nut which he had just cracked, and it contained no kernel and apt illustration of his wasted life. The rector shook his head again in some perplexity, and filled himself another glass of port, while Morris, rising from his seat, sauntered to the window and looked absently at the peaceful scene before him. The moon, rising slowly over the treetops, flooded the landscape with her pale gleam, so that the gazer could see the glimmer of the white marble statues far down in the dewy darkness of the lawn, the somber woods black against the clear sky, and away in the distance the thin streak of silver, which told of the restless ocean. A salt wind was blowing overland from thence, and dilating his nostrils, opening his mouth, he inhaled the vivifying breeze in long breaths, while dully in his ears sounded the sullen thunder of the faraway billows rolling backward in sheets of shattered foam. O Mother Nature, Demeter, Tellus, Isis, he murmured, half closing his eyes, 'tis only from the eye can hope to gain a panacea for this gnawing pain of life. I am weary of the world, tired of this aimless existence, but to thee will I fly to seek solace in thine healing balms. Morris! Yes, sir. It was the rector who spoke, and the sound of his mellow voice roused the young man from his dreaming. Therefore, resuming his normal manner, he lighted a cigarette and prepared to listen to the conversation of his old tutor. Are you still as good a German scholar as you used to be? Asked the rector deliberately. Not quite. My German, like myself, has grown somewhat rusty. 17. Can you translate the word Selbstschmerz? Self-sickness. Yes, that is about as good an English equivalent as can be found. Well, that is what you are suffering from. Oh, wise physician, retorted Roylands with irony. I know the cause of the disease myself, but what of the cure? You must fall in love. No one can fall in love to order. Well, you must make the attempt at all events, said Carriston with a genial laugh. It is the only cure for your disease. Why do you think so? Because it is your egotism makes you miserable. You care for no one but yourself, and are therefore bound to suffer from such selfishness. True happiness lies in self-abnegation, a virtue which all men preach, but few men practice. Every man, says Goethe, thinks himself the center of the universe. This is particularly true in your case. You have been so much taken up with your own woes and troubles that you have had no time to see those of your fellow creatures, and such exclusive analysis of one's inner life leads naturally to self-sickness. You are torturing yourself by yourself. You have destroyed the sense of pleasure, and can therefore see nothing good on God's earth. You would like to cut the Gordian knot by death, but have neither the courage nor resolution to make away with yourself. Oh, I know the reason of such hesitation. 'Tis better to endure the ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of. I have no doubt that is your feeling about the hereafter. Well, with all this you feel you are in prison and cannot escape, because a last remnant of manliness forbids you opening the only door by which you can go hence. Therefore you are forced to remain on earth, and condemned yourself to supply the tortures from which you suffer. Have I not described your condition accurately? You have, replied Morris, rather astonished at the rector's penetration. I do torture myself, I know, but that is because I cannot escape from my own thoughts. Pinpricks hurt more than cannon balls, and incessant worries are far more painful than great calamities. But all you have said touches on the disease only, it does not say how the cure you propose will benefit me. He had come back to his seat, and was now leaning forward with folded arms, looking at the benevolent face of his friend. The discussion, having roused his interest, made him forget himself for the moment, and with such forgetfulness the moody look passed away from his face. The rector saw this, and immediately made use of it as a point in his favor. Ah, if you could but behold yourself in the glass at this moment, he said approvingly, you would see the point I am aiming at without need of further discussion. I have interested you, and consequently you have forgotten for the moment your self-torture. That is what love will do. If you love a woman, she will fill your whole soul, your whole being, and give you an interest in life. What she admires you will admire, what she takes an interest in you will take an interest in. And thus, being busy with other things, you will forget to worry your brains about your own perfections or imperfections. And if you are happy enough to become a father, children will give you a great interest in life, and you will find that God has appointed you work to do which is ready to your hand. When you discover the work, aided by wife and children, you will do it and thus be happy. Remember those fine words of Burns. To make a happy fireside climb. For weans and wife. That's the true pathos and sublime of human life. What you say sounds fine but dull. I don't care about such wearisome domesticity. What you call wearisome domesticity, said the rector in a voice of emotion, is the happiest state in which a man can find himself. Home, wife, children, domestic love, domestic consolations, what more can the heart of man desire? Laurel crowns cure no aching head, but the gentle kiss of a loved wife in time of trouble is indeed balm in Gilead. Morris looked at the old man in amazement, for never had he seen him so moved. You speak feelingly, Rector, he said at length, with a certain hesitation. I speak as I feel, replied Carriston with a sigh. I also have my story, old and unromantic-looking as I am. Come over to the rectory tomorrow, my dear lad, and I will tell you something which will make you see how foolish it is to be miserable in God's beautiful world. I am afraid it will give you pain. No, it will not give me pain. What was my greatest sorrow is now my greatest consolation. You will come and see me tomorrow. If you wish it. I do wish it. Then I will come. There was silence for a few moments, each of them being occupied with his own thoughts. The rector was evidently thinking of that old romance which had stirred him to such an unwonted display of emotion, and Morris saw for the first time in his selfish life that other men had sorrows as well as he, and that he was not the only person in the world who suffered from Selbstmords. But come, Morris, said the rector, after a pause, I was talking about curing you by marriage. Love. Well, marriage in your case, I hope, will be love, observed Carriston, a trifle reproachfully. I would be sorry indeed to see you make any woman your wife unless it was for true love's sake. Well, whom do you want me to love? Ah, that is for you to decide. But if I may make a suggestion, I should say Eunice. Eunice! She is a charming girl, highly educated, good-looking. But so prim. Oh, that is but a suspicion of old maidism, which will wear off after a month or two of married life. Do you think she would make me a good wife? I am sure of it. So am I, said Morris with a faint sneer. She would look well at the head of my table, she would always be dressed to perfection, she would doubtless be an excellent mother, but there is one great bar to our union. And that is, we only love each other as cousins. It may grow into a warmer feeling. I am certain it won't. And Rector, continued Morris, laying his hand on the old man's arm, could you advise me to have a mother-in-law like Mrs. Dengleton? The Rector laughed heartily, and Morris joined in his mirth, much to Cariston's delight. Ah, now you are more like the boy I knew, he said, slipping his arm into that of Royland's and leading him to the door. Did I not tell you I would cure you? I will complete the cure tomorrow. But it might give you pain. No, no, don't think about that, said Cariston hastily. If I can do you a service, I don't mind a passing twinge of regret. But here we are at the drawing-room door. Let us join the ladies. And Crispin. By the way, said the Rector, placing his hand on Royland's as he was about to open the door, who is Crispin? Everyone in London has been trying to find that out for the last 2 years. What is he? The new poet, the coming Tennyson, the future Browning. No one knows who he is or where he comes from. He is called Crispin Tout Court. A most perplexing person, are you quite sure? If he is fit for respectable society, oh yes. He goes everywhere in London. Like Disraeli, he stands on his head, for his genius, and he has great genius has opened all the drawing-rooms of Belgravia to him. Oh, he is quite proper. Still, objected the Rector. Well, what objection have you yet to him, my dear sir? I'm afraid, whispered Cariston, looking apprehensively at Morris, that he loves Eunice. Impossible. Oh, I am not so old but what I can see the signs and tokens of love. And placed on my guard by a casual glance, I noticed Eunice and your poet particularly at dinner. In that case, said Morris coolly, I'm afraid Crispin will have to put up with Mrs. Dengleton as a mother-in-law. The Rector laughed again, and they entered the drawing-room. Chapter 2, De Rerum Parvula. The smallest actions in a life betray the calm or inward strife. From idle straws, as persons know, one learns the way the breezes blow. You love those Florentine mosaics, yet tiny stones the picture makes. Complying with this rule's demand, what here is meant you'll understand. So follow carefully this chatter, and you'll discover what's the matter. The 3 persons who occupied the drawing-room were all employed according to their different natures, for Crispin, being an ardent musician, was seated at the piano, playing softly. Eunice, who rarely spoke, was listening, and the Hun, Mrs. Dengleton, was talking as usual. She was always talking, but never by any chance said anything worth listening to. With her it was all quantity and no quality. For wherever she was, in drawing-room, theatre, or park, her sharp, strident voice could be heard all over the place. Certainly she was silent in church, but it must have been an effort for her to hold her tongue, and she fully made up for it when she was outside the door, by chattering all the way home. Scandal said she had talked her husband dead and her daughter silent, and certainly the Hun, Guy Dengleton, was safe in the family vault, while Eunice, as a rule, said very little. Mrs. Dengleton knew everyone and everything, and, were it the fashion to write memoirs, after the mode of the 18th century, she could have produced a book which would have made a sensation, and been suppressed after the first edition. Owing to her incessant stream of small talk, she was known in society as the Parrot, a name which exactly fitted her, as she had a hook nose, beady eyes, and always dressed in gay colors. Add to this description her esprit, as she called it, but which Scandal said was French for the vulgar American word jaw, and you have a faithful portrait of the most dreaded woman in London. Reasons, too. She knew stories about everyone, which she retailed to their friends at the pitch of her voice, and she was always hunting for a husband for Eunice. Eldest 22 sons had a horror of her, and the announcement that Mrs. Dengleton was to be at any special ball was sufficient to keep all the eligible young men away. Consequently, no one asked the Parrot to a dance unless the invitation was dragged out of them, but Mrs. Dengleton was skillful at such work, and went out a good deal during the season. Hitherto she had not been successful in her husband hunting, as no one would marry Eunice, with the chance of having Mrs. Dengleton as mother-in-law. Crispin certainly was daring enough to pay his addresses, but Crispin had neither name, title, nor family, nothing but his genius, and Mrs. Dengleton therefore frowned on his suit. When Morris came in for the Roylands estate, his aunt thought it would be splendid for Eunice to marry her first cousin, just to keep the property in the family, as Mrs. Dengleton put it, though how such a saying applied in this case it is rather difficult to see. However, the Parrot gladly accepted her nephew's invitation. When she arrived, he regretted having asked her and came down with Eunice, with the firm determination to talk Morris into matrimony. She was very angry when Crispin arrived, and forbade Eunice to encourage the young man, but she could scarcely turn him out of the house, as she would have liked to do, so put up with his presence as best she could, and never lost an opportunity of saying disagreeable things to him in a covert fashion. Eunice herself was a charmingly pretty girl, who very much resented the way in which her mother put her up to auction, but being rather weak-willed, could not combat Mrs. Dengleton's determination, and submitted quietly to be dragged about all over the place, with the hope that some day a modern St. George would deliver her from this dragon. St. George, long looked for, unexpectedly appeared one day in the person of Crispin, and though Mrs. Dengleton laughed at the idea of her daughter throwing herself away on a pauper, Eunice, nevertheless, fell in love with the poet. Crispin would have married her at once, but in spite of her anxiety to get beyond the clack of Mrs. Dengleton's tongue, she was too much afraid of that strong-willed lady to break out into open mutiny, so poor St. George had to adore her in secret, lest the dragon should pounce down on him. Crispin, who ever heard of such a name, being the more singular as it had neither head nor tail. If he had 23 been Henry Crispin or Crispin Jones, people could have put up with the oddness of the sound, but Crispin, all alone by itself, sounded heathenish, to say the least of it. No one knew who Crispin was or where he came from, for he had suddenly flashed like a meteor into literary London, 2 years previous, with a book of brilliant poems, which made a great success. For once the critics were unanimous in praising good work, and pronounced The Roses of Shiraz and other poems to be the finest series of poetical Eastern tales since Lord Byron had enchanted the world with The Giaour and The Bride of Abydos. For the critics' praise or blame Crispin seemed to care but little, nor did he satisfy the curiosity of those up-to-date people who desired to meet him. Sometimes he would appear in a Belgravian drawing-room, but only for a moment, and would then leave England for a tour in his beloved East. Just when the world would begin to forget him, he would suddenly reappear in society, and fascinate one and all by his charming manners. Handsome he was not, being small and dark, but he was as lithe as a serpent, and his dark eyes flashed with the fierce fire of genius. All sorts of stories were told about him, and none of them were correct, though Mrs. Dengleton was ready to swear to the truth of at least half a dozen. In fact, he puzzled society very much, and as society always takes to that which is not understandable, Crispin was quite the lion of the season. An article called The Lord Byron of Our Days appeared in a leading society paper, which retailed wonders about this unknown poet. But Crispin neither contradicted nor affirmed the truth of these statements, therefore became more of a puzzle than ever. He was a brilliant musician, he talked several languages and seemed to have been all over the world. But beyond this he was a mystery. To no one, not even to Morris, who was his closest friend, did he tell the story of his life, and even Mrs. Dengleton, who was an adept at finding out things people did not want known, could make nothing of him. Then Crispin met Eunice, and all his heart went out to this dainty, dark-haired girl who spoke so seldom, but whose eyes and gestures were so eloquent. The Fairy of Midnight, he called her, and often wondered how such a woman as Mrs. Dengleton ever came to have so silent and lovely a daughter. To Crispin, steeped in the lore of the East, she was like a Peri, and her love inspired him with 24 wondrous love poems, some of which appeared in the 19th century and the Fortnightly Review. Whether he told her who he was is doubtful. If he did, Eunice never betrayed his confidence, for she was a woman who could keep a secret, which was a miracle, seeing her mother was such a gossip. They loved and suffered in silence with such discretion, that even keen-eyed Mrs. Dengleton did not guess the understanding which existed between them, and was hard at work trying to arrange a marriage with Morris, quite unaware that her meek daughter had made up her mind to marry no one but this mysterious Crispin. Sitting at the piano, Crispin was playing a wild Eastern air with the soft pedal down, and looking at Eunice, whose eyes responded eloquently to his glances. Neither of them paid much attention to the chatter of the parrot, who was quite ignorant of the lovemaking going on under her nose, for both Eunice and Crispin had arrived at the stage of complete union of souls, which renders words superfluous while eyes can talk. Mrs. Dengleton was doing a parrot in beadwork for a screen, and the gaudy bird might have passed for her portrait, so like her did it seem. Luckily, the beadwork parrot could not talk, but its creator could, and did, with as few pauses as possible. As I was saying, my dear Eunice, there is something very strange about this silence of my dear nephew. I've no doubt it is smoking too much. So many young men smoke in that dreadful place, Bloomsbury, where he lived, or perhaps he feels a little out of society after living so long away from it. Oh, I know Bloomsbury. Yes, I sometimes visit the poor there. How strange I never came across poor dear Morris. He is so sadly altered, not gay like he used to be. I do not really think he knows how to laugh and— At this moment, as if to give the lie to Mrs. Dengleton's assertion, her nephew entered the room, laughing in company with the rector. But the good lady did not know that she was the cause of this hilarity, and at once began to deluge the newcomers with the fountain of her small talk. Now, my dear rector and my dear Morris, what are you laughing at? Is it some amusing joke? Oh, I am sure it is. Eunice, Mr. Crispin, we are going to be told something funny. But really, my dear lady, began the rector, with uplifted hand, 25 now you need not tell me it is not funny, because it has made Morris laugh, and he has been as grave as a judge since we came down. I was just saying to Eunice when you came in. My dear aunt, the joke is not worth telling you, said Morris, in desperation cutting her short. Ah, I knew there was a joke. Do tell it to Eunice. She is so fond of amusing stories, especially from you. Morris flushed angrily. I don't tell amusing stories, he said curtly, and walked across to the piano. Such a bad temper, sighed the parrot, shaking her head, so like his poor dear father, who foamed at the mouth when in a rage. Oh come, not so bad as that, said the rector good-naturedly. My dear rector, I assure you I have seen Austenand. Then Mrs. Dengleton began a long, rambling story, which had no beginning and certainly did not appear to have an end, for she droned on until the poor rector was quite weary, and was much put to conceal his yawns. Meanwhile, Morris, remembering what the rector had told him about the young couple, looked keenly at the poet and then at his cousin, at which inspection they naturally felt somewhat embarrassed. Yes, said Eunice at length, in an interrogative fashion. Oh, nothing, nothing, he responded hastily. I was only wondering what you were talking about. We were not talking at all, said Crispin, running his fingers over the keys. On the contrary, we were listening to Mrs. Dengleton. Morris smiled absently, and tugged moodily at his mustache. You have a charming place here, Roylands, remarked Crispin, more for the sake of saying something than for the importance of the remark. I would like to settle down in this quiet village. You, said Morris in astonishment, the bird of passage who is never off the wing. Why, you would die of ennui in a week. Ah, that depends on the company, answered Crispin, stealing a glance at Eunice, who sat silently playing with her fan. I am afraid I am not very lively company, observed 26 Morris, with a sigh, not noticing the glance. There is so little to talk about nowadays. Poetry. I am tired of poetry. Music. Too much music is dreary. I heard such a lot in London. Then you must love scandal. Ah, that is a hint that my dear aunt can amuse me. Morris, said Eunice with a frown. Now don't be angry, my dear cousin. Talking scandal is a very harmless occupation, and as the rector seems interested, I think I will go and hear the latest story of Belgravia. But Crispin, I wish you would take my cousin on to the terrace. Sky is worth looking at with moon and clouds. Crispin darted a look of gratitude at him, and Morris, delighted at thus foiling his aunt's schemes, went off to hear that lady's conversation. The two lovers at the piano were afraid to move for a time, lest they should attract Mrs. Dengelton's attention, and thus be stopped from leaving the room. But when they saw her deep in conversation with the two gentlemen, they stole quietly to the French window at the end of the room, through which they speedily gained the terrace. Do you feel cold, Eunice? Asked Crispin, noticing his companion shiver. A little. Wait a moment then. Your mother left a shawl near the window. I'll fetch it to you at once. Take care she does not see you. Not much fear of that. She has an audience and is happy. He went off laughing quietly, and Eunice, leaning on the balustrade of the terrace, stared at the wonderful beauty of the sky. Away in the west shone the silver round of the moon, and below her were gigantic black clouds, the edges of which were tipped with light. They looked like gigantic rocks piled up from earth to heaven, and above them shone the serene planet in an expanse of blue, as if she scorned their efforts to veil her face. Far below Eunice heard the musical splash of the fountains, and the chill odors of flowers floated upward, as though drawn by the spell of her beauty. She looked wonderfully lovely with her delicate face turned upward to the moon, and so thought Crispin, as 27 he came lightly along the terrace with the fleecy shawl over his arm. I shall no longer call you the Fairy of Midnight, he whispered, wrapping the shawl round her shoulders. Your name will be the Moon Elf. Ah, what a charming title for a fairy story, said Eunice, who was anything but silent when away from her mother. Why do you not write a fairy story? Because I am living one now. Flatterer. No, I am speaking the truth. I adore a lovely princess, who is guarded by an elderly dragon breathing the fire of scandal. You must not talk of my mother like that. Then I will not. She is the most charming lady I know. Oh. What, you are not pleased at that? My dearest Eunice, how cruel you are. But indeed I do not love your mother. She will not let me marry you. No, she wants me to marry Morris, said Eunice with a sigh. I am afraid that ambition will never be gratified. Morris is our friend. Do you think he knows we love one another? I am sure he does. But he knows tonight for the first time. I saw it in his eyes when he looked at us. How can he have guessed? He did not guess. No, Roylance has never been in love, and only a lover can recognize the silent eloquence of love. But I think that keened old rector. What, Mr. Carriston? Impossible. How could he tell we loved one another? Well, going by the theory I have propounded, he must have at one time of his life been in love himself, and therefore intuitively guessed our hidden romance. But he is a bachelor. Ah, then he has had a romance also, an extinct volcano perhaps. And Morris is not a volcano at least, not so far as I know. He has never been in love yet, but he will be some day. When? Pardon me, I cannot lift the veil of the future, but I admit Morris with his melancholia puzzles me. 28 Well, you puzzle everyone yourself. They call you the riddle of London. I will explain my riddle self to you when we marry. I am afraid that will never be. Indeed it will, he said gaily. But you need not be afraid of my mystery. I have no Bluebeard chamber to keep locked, I assure you. Do you hesitate to marry me on account of my so-called mystery? No, I trust you too much for that. My dearest. At this moment, the moon veiled her face discreetly behind a wandering cloud, and their lips met in a kiss of pure and enduring love. Then Crispin tenderly wrapped the shawl closer round the shoulders of Eunice, and arm in arm they strolled up and down the terrace, talking of their present despairs, their future hopes, and their possible marriage. Meanwhile, Mrs. Dengelton, quite unaware of the way in which all her matrimonial schemes were being baffled by this audacious poet, was holding forth to Morris and the rector on the subject of a family romance. For once in her life she proved interesting, for Morris only knew the skeleton of Roylands by name and was quite unaware of the reason it was locked up in the cupboard. It was wonderful what a lot of good the conversation of the rector had done him, and now, having been once roused out of his melancholia, he was quite interested by the story which his aunt was telling. The Rev. Stephen Carriston noticed the bright look on his usually sad face, and was delighted thereat. I will complete the cure tomorrow, he repeated to himself, and then prepared to listen to Mrs. Dengelton's story, which interested him very much, the more so as he knew the principal actor concerned therein. Of course I only speak from hearsay, my dear rector, she said, laying aside her beadwork so as to give her eloquence every chance. At the time these events took place, I was just a baby in long clothes. You, rector, perhaps know the story better than I do. No, I had just left college when Rudolph Roylands ran away, but I knew him at the university. Ah yes, of course. You were very friendly with both my brothers, I believe, so it is curious they never told you of their love for Rose Silverton. Well, I heard something about it, said the rector, with a hesitating glance at Morris. 29. Oh, my dear rector, I am going to say nothing against my sister-in-law. She was a very charming woman. She was all that was good and pure, remarked Morris abruptly, annoyed, he knew not why, at the tone adopted by Mrs. Dengelton in speaking of his dead mother. Yes, I know she was. Still, my dear Morris, you must pardon my plain speech, but she did flirt terribly with Rudolph. My lost uncle, ridiculous. It is not ridiculous at all, said the lady, drawing herself up. It was on your mother's account Rudolph left England. Who said so? Demanded Morris indignantly. Every one, even your father. Morris was about to make some remark, when he caught sight of a warning look on Carriston's face, therefore held his peace. What I was about to remark, pursued Mrs. Dengelton, choosing her words carefully, was that, when my brothers, Rudolph and Austin, came home, the first from his regiment, the second from college, they both fell in love with Rose Silverton, whose father was a retired captain in the army. Rudolph, as you know, rector, was the heir to Roylands, and Captain Silverton naturally wanted Rose to marry him, as the match was such a good one. She, however, preferred Austin. Love versus money, and love was triumphant, said Morris, smiling. If you put it like that, I suppose it was, replied his aunt frigidly. Well, Rose, as I have said, flirted considerably with Rudolph, though she loved my brother Austin best. Oh, you need not shake your head, Rector Rose did flirt. My dear aunt, spare the dead, observed Morris with a groan, for this old lady was really terrible with her malignant tongue. I hope I am too good a churchwoman to speak evil of anyone, dead or alive, said Mrs. Dengelton with dignity. But I will make no further remarks if they are so displeasing to you, though why they should be displeasing I cannot conceive. Well, to gratify her father, Rose appeared to favor Rudolph, but in secret she met Austin. Such duplicity! I beg your pardon, Morris, but it was duplicity. The rector sighed, and Mrs. Dengelton looked curiously at him, as if she guessed the meaning of the sigh, then resumed her story without commenting thereon, to Carriston's evident relief. Rudolph in some way came to hear of these stolen meetings, and surprised Austin walking with Rose one June evening. The brothers came, I regret to say, to blows, while Rose looked on in horror. Austin, being the younger and weaker, could not stand against the furious onslaught of Rudolph, who stunned him with a blow, then, thinking he had killed him, kissed Rose, who had fainted and disappeared forever. He returned to London, left the army, and went away to the East, with a considerable sum of money which he inherited from his mother. "And my father and mother," asked Morris breathlessly, "were found by some laborers insensible, the one from fear, the other from the blow given to him by his brother. They were taken to their respective homes, and when Austen got well again, he married Rose in due course. I believe your father and mother were very happy in their married life, Morris, but they were singularly unfortunate in the fate of their children. Your brothers and sisters, 4 of them born during the early period of the marriage, all died. And you, who came into the world nearly 20 years after the marriage, were the only child who lived." "And how long ago did all this happen, Aunt?" "Cannot you think it out for yourself?" said Mrs. Dengilton tartly. "You are now 35. You were born, let me see, about 15 years after the marriage, so altogether Rudolph disappeared 50 years ago." "And has not been heard of since?" "No, all inquiries were made, but nothing came of them," replied the lady, shaking her head. "I suppose Rudolph thought he had killed Austen and left England to avoid arrest. At all events, not a soul has heard of him since. Where he went, no one knows, but by this time I have no doubt he is dead." "Poor Uncle Rudolph, what an unhappy fate," said Morris thoughtfully. "Ah, I always did blame Rose for that quarrel," cried Mrs. Dengilton sourly. "My mother," began Morris indignantly, when the rector stopped him. "Your mother was not to blame, my dear Morris," he 31 said, rising to his feet. "I know more about this story than Mrs. Dengilton thinks." A sniff was the Hun, Mrs. Dengilton's only reply, which was vulgar but eloquent of disbelief. Carriston's face, generally ruddy, looked somewhat pale, and Morris wondered what could be the reason for such a loss of color. The old man saw his inquiring look and arose to take his leave. "I must say good night, my dear Morris," he said, giving his hand to Mrs. Dengilton. "I am not so young as I once was, and keep early hours." At this moment, as if guided by some happy fate, Eunice, in company with Crispin, entered the room at the back of Mrs. Dengilton, and returned to their seats without her having noticed their absence. "Good night, sir," said Crispin, coming forward to shake hands with the rector. "How quiet you have been," remarked Mrs. Dengilton suspiciously. "Where is my daughter?" "Here, mamma," and Eunice came forward in the demurest manner. "Were you listening to my story?" asked her mother inquiringly. "My story about your Uncle Rudolph leaving England?" "No," interposed Crispin quickly, before Eunice could speak. "We were discussing photographs on yonder sofa." "Photographs, eh?" said Mrs. Dengilton, with a frown, for she knew what looking over a photograph album meant in this case, but did not see her way to make further remark. The rector said good night to everyone, and then departed, accompanied by Morris, who walked with him as far as the park gates. Here they separated, after Morris had promised faithfully to call at the rectory the next day, and the old clergyman went home, while his pupil returned to the Grange in a thoughtful manner. "I wonder," he said to himself, pausing for a moment in the shadowy avenue, "I wonder if my uncle is still alive. If he is, I am wrongfully in possession of Roylands. Suppose he came back and claimed it, I would once more be penniless. Well," he sighed, resuming his walk, "perhaps that would be the best thing that could happen, for work means happiness, and earning one's bread forces a man to take a deep interest in life whether he will or no." Chapter 3: The Rector's Romance. In pity for our painful strife, God aids us from above, and every mortal in his life plucks once the rose of love. The flower may bloom, the flower may fade, as love brings joys or woes, still in the heart of youth and maid that sacred blossom grows. 'Tis cherished through declining years, amid death's coming glooms, and watered by regretful tears. The flower eternal blooms, nor death that rose from us can part. For when the body dies, all broken on the broken heart, that bud of heaven lies. Royland's rectory was a comfortable-looking house, distant about a mile from the grange, and near the village, which was an extremely small one. Indeed, although the parish was large, the rector's congregation was not, and his clerical occupation did not entail much work. Nevertheless, Stephen Carriston did his best to attend to the spiritual welfare of the souls under his charge, and if the hardest day's work still left him with plenty of spare time on his hands, that could hardly be called his fault. The rector abhorred idleness, which is said to be the mother of all the vices, and managed to fill up his unoccupied hours in a sufficiently pleasant manner by indulging in occupations congenial to his tastes. He was now engaged in translating the comedies of Aristophanes into English verse, and found the biting wit of the great Athenian playwright very delightful after the dull brains of his parishioners. For the rest, he pottered about his garden and attended to his roses, which were the pride of his heart, as well they might be, seeing that his small plot of ground was a perfect bower of loveliness. It is at this point that the pen fails and the brush should come in, for it would be simply impossible to give in bald prose an adequate description of the paradise of flowers contained within the red brick walls, which enclosed the garden 33 on 3 sides. The fourth side was the house, a quaint, low-roofed, old-fashioned place, with deep diamond-paned lattices and stacks of curious lit-wisted chimneys. Built in the reign of the Second Charles, it yet bore the date of its erection, 1666, the annus mirabilis of Dryden, when half London was swept away by the fire, and half its inhabitants by the plague. Rector Carriston liked this house, nay, like is too weak a word, he loved it, as its antiquity, matching with his own, pleased him, and besides, having resided within its red-tiled roof for over 30 years, it was natural that he should be deeply attached to its quaint walls and still quainter rooms. But the garden, oh, the garden was a miracle of beauty, and only Crispin, who deals in such lovelinesses, could describe its perfections, as he did indeed long afterwards, when the good rector was dead, and could not read the glowing verse which eulogized his roses. 3 moderately high brick walls, one running parallel to the high road, so that the rector could keep a vigilant eye on the incomings and outgoings of his villagers, fenced in this modern garden of Alcinous, and these 3 walls were almost hidden by the foliage of peach and apricot and nectarine, for it was now midsummer, and nature was decked out in her gayest robes. A dial in the middle of the smooth lawn, with its warning motto, which the rector did not believe, as time only sauntered with him. A noble elm wherein the thrush fluted daily, and a bower of greenery in which the nightingale piped nightly. It was truly an ideal retreat, rendered still more perfect by the roses. The roses, oh, the red, white, and yellow roses. How they bloomed in profusion under the old red wall, which drew the heat of the sun into its breast, and then showered it second-hand on the delicate, warmth-loving flowers. Great creamy buds, trembling amid their green leaves at the caress of the wind, gorgeously crimson blossoms burning incense to the hot sun, pale-tinted flowers, which flushed delicately at the dawn hour, and bright yellow orbs, which looked as though the touch of Midas had turned them into gold. All the bees for miles around knew that garden, and the finest honey in the neighborhood owed its existence to the constant visits they paid to that wilderness of sweets. Such a bright morning as it was. Above, the blue sky in which the sun burned lustily, below, the green earth, pranked with flowers, and between these 2 splendors, the 34 rector, armed with a pair of scissors, strolling contentedly about his small domain. From the adjacent fields, where the corn was yet young, sprang a brown-feathered lark, which arose higher and higher in spiral circles, singing as though his throat would burst with melody, until, the highest point attained, he ceased his liquid warblings and fell earthward like a stone. Indeed, the rector had no lack of music, for the larks awoke him in the morning, the thrushes piped to him at noon, and when night fell the divine nightingale pouring forth her impassioned strains wooed him from his study, where he was reading the Aristophanic rendering of her song, to listen to the reality, before which even the magical Greek verse seemed harsh. 'Twas an ideal place, and in it the rector lived an ideal existence, far away from the noise and restlessness of our modern civilization. In his study he had the books of genius, which he greatly loved, but in his garden he possessed the book of God, which he loved still more, and even had not he been a devout believer in the goodness of the Almighty, surely that garden would have converted him with its dewy splendors. An odd figure looked Mr. Carriston, shuffling about in a pair of comfortable old slippers, a very raven in blackness, save for the wide-brimmed straw hat shading his gray hairs, his benevolent-looking face. With a green watering pen in one hand and the scissors in the other, he pried and peered among his beloved flowers, with his two pets, a cat and a magpie at his heels, and clipped off a dead leaf here, plucked a withered blossom there, with the tenderest anxiety for the well-being of the roses. Dear, dear, sighed the rector, pausing before a drooping-looking gloire de Dijon, this does not seem at all healthy. It needs rain. In fact, I think the flowers would be none the worse of a shower or so, but there's no sign of rain, looking anxiously up to the cloudless sky. I wonder if a little manure. Down went the rector on his knees, and began grubbing about the roots of the plant, much to the discomfort of the magpie, who hopped about near him in an agitated manner. A brass thimble, said Mr. Carriston, making a discovery, a copper and 3 blue beads. The roots of the plant wounded, too, with scratching. This is your work, Simon. I wish you would hide your rubbish somewhere else. The magpie, otherwise Simon, made a vicious peck at the 35 rector's hand, to revenge himself for the discovery of his treasure. Then, anxious to save something, snatched up the thimble and made off hastily. Too bad of Simon, murmured Mr. Carriston, rubbing his nose in a vexed manner. I will have to ask Muckle to keep him in the backyard. Ah, Muckle, what is it? Muckleto the rector, Mrs. Muckle to her friends, was a hard-featured, bony woman, who looked as if she had been cut out of a deal board. Her cooking was much more agreeable than her appearance, and having been with the rector whom she adored for many years, she knew to a turn what he liked, and what he did not like, therefore suited him admirably in her double capacity of cook and housekeeper. Mr. Royland, sir, announced Muckle grimly. Oh, where is he? Study, sir, responded Muckle, who was a lady with a firm belief in the golden rule of silence. Ask him to come here. An assenting sniff was Muckle's only reply, and turning on her heel in a military fashion, the late Mr. Muckle had been a soldier, she strode back to the house like a grenadier. Meanwhile, Mr. Carriston, having risen to his feet, was dusting his knees, and while thus engaged, saw Morris coming towards him. Assuredly the master of the Grange was a fine specimen of humanity, for he was over 6 feet in height, and being arrayed in shooting coat, knickerbockers and deerstalker's hat, looked a remarkably striking figure. He would have looked better had his face borne a smile, but as it was, he came solemnly forward and took the rector's outstretched hand as if he was chief mourner at a funeral. You shouldn't be a country gentleman, Morris, said Mr. Carriston, after the usual greetings had been exchanged. The occupation of a monk would suit you better. Morris said nothing, but sighed wearily. Come now, my dear lad. If you sigh in that fashion, I shall suspect you of being a lover, in spite of your asseveration to the contrary. A man can't marry his aunt, and as Crispin wants to marry Eunice, no one is left for me but my honorable relation. Try Muckle. Too much of a grenadier. I think you are the Samine height, said the rector, looking approvingly at his tall friend. If old Father Fritz 36 had seen the pair of ye, I think he would have insisted upon the marriage so as to breed a race of giants. But dear, dear, what nonsense we talk. Come and sit down, my lad. Will you smoke? No, thank you, sir. I am tired of smoking. Morris, if you go on in this fashion, I will be angry with you. It's a beautiful day, so you ought to have a beautiful smile on your face. Listen to that lark. Does not its gush of song thrill your heart? Admire my roses. Where, even in the gorgeous East, will you see such splendor? The birds sing, the sun shines, the flowers bloom, and yet you are as discontented as if you were shut up between 4 bare walls. Morris, I am really and truly ashamed of your ingratitude to God for his many gifts. Morris made no reply, but punched holes in the gravel with his walking stick. Now you wait here, my lad, said the rector, recovering breath after his little lecture, and see if yon lark will sing you into a better frame of mind. It may be the David to your Saul and drive the evil spirit out of you. I am going away to wash my hands, which are somewhat grubby with my gardening, and will return in a few moments. Off went the rector with a light step, as springy as that of a young man, and Morris looked after him in sheer envy of such light-heartedness. Why cannot I be happy like that? He sighed, baring his head to the cool breeze. Did ever a man ask himself so ridiculous a question? Here was a healthy young man, of good personal appearance, with a superfluity of the gifts of fortune, yet he commiserated himself for nothing at all, and propounded riddles to himself which he was unable to answer. But all such misery came from incessant brooding and self-analysis, which is bound to make even the most complacent person dissatisfied with his advantages in the long run. If Morris, throwing aside his books, art, broodings, and everything else, had gone in for fishing, hunting, dancing, rowing, as he did in his earlier youth, his mind would soon have resumed its normal healthiness. Unluckily, the 10 years' life in Bohemia, where he had no money nor time to indulge in such sports, had weakened his interest in them, and he by no means seemed inclined to take up the broken thread of his life. This was a great mistake, as, had he reverted to his earlier mode of living, he would in a short time have come to look upon that weary decade as but a bad dream, and ultimately 37 have recovered this mens sana in corpore sano condition, which is so essential to the happiness of one's existence. If there is a person to be envied, 'tis a healthy man with an average stock of brains, for he does not live with shadows, he has no torturing dreams, he does not rack his soul with thinking out the problems of life, but simply takes the goods the gods provide, enjoys them to the full measure of his capacity, and throws all disturbing influences to the winds. Maurice Roylans was a man of this sort in many respects, but he had a trifle too much brain power, and therefore, in accordance with the great law of compensation, suffered from the excess, by using it to torture his otherwise healthy mind. Unfortunately, he did not reason in this way, but feeling that he was miserable, hastily decided that such misery was incurable. Not a wise way of looking at the matter, certainly, but then Morris, though no fool in many ways, was not a Solomon for wisdom, and besides, melancholia, who places all things in a dull light, had him in her grip, which prevented him from giving his diseased mind the medicine it required. However, in accordance with his old tutor's instructions, he sat there in silence, drinking in the odors of the flowers, and listening to the music of the lark. Not only that, but a thrush in the tree above him began to pour forth his mellow notes, and though it was nigh mid-June, he heard the quaint call of the cuckoo sound in the distance. Nature and nature's voices exercised their benign influence on his restless spirit, and even in that short space of time soothed him so much that, when Mr. Carriston returned, he missed the frowning face with which Morris had greeted him. "Ah," said the rector, with a nod of satisfaction, "you have benefited by the music of the birds already. I would undertake to cure you, if you would only let me be your physician. Now your soul is more at rest, but I have no doubt your nerves need soothing, so try this churchwarden and this excellent tobacco." Morris burst out laughing at this odd cure for melancholy, but did not refuse the rector's hospitality, and anyone who entered the garden a few minutes afterwards would have discovered the venerable rector and the youthful squire puffing gravely at long clays, like two cronies in a village taproom. They chatted in a desultory manner of little things, such as Mrs. Dengelton, who would have been very angry to 38 find herself placed in such a category, Eunice, love-making, Crispin, the home farm, and such like trifles, when after a short pause, Morris abruptly turned to the rector, who, lying back in luxurious ease, was watching the trembling of the leaves above his head. "And the story, rector?" This question brought Mr. Carriston from heaven to earth, and he looked at the young man with a grave smile on his face. "Ah, the story," he repeated, laying aside his pipe. "Yes, I promise to tell you the one romance of my life. I am afraid it is a very prosaic romance, still it may show you how a man can find life endurable even after his heart is broken." "Why, rector, is your heart broken?" "I thought it was once, but I am afraid 'twas mended long ago. Et ego in Arcadia fui, Morris, although you would never think so to look at me. Tush, what has an old man pottering about among his flowers in common with Cupid, god of love? Yet I, too, have sported with Amaryllis in the shade, and piped love songs to the careless ear of Neera." He sighed a trifle sadly, very probably somewhat regretful of that dead and gone romance which still looked bright through the mists of 40 years, and glanced sorrowfully at the wrinkled hands which had once played with the golden tresses of Chloe. Ah, Chloe was old now, and her famous golden locks were white with the snows of many winters. Or perchance she was dead, with the gentle winds blowing across her daisied grave, and piping songs as beautiful as those of her faithful shepherd. Is it not a painful thing to be old and gray and full of sad memories of our fine days? Yet, mingled with such melancholics, we recall many bright dreams which then haunted our youthful brains. Alas, Arcady, why are we not permitted to dwell forever in thy flowery meadows, beneath thy blue sky, instead of being driven forth by the whip of fate to crowded cities and desolate wastes, wherein sound no gleeful melodies? It was at Oxford that I first met her, said the rector in his mellow voice, which was touched with vague regret, for she, too, dwelt in that grave scholastic city. I was not in holy orders then. No, my ambition was to be a soldier and win the 5-100, but alas, such dreams came to naught. You may not believe it, Morris, but I was wild and light-hearted 39 in those days, to be sure. It was Consula Planco, and youth is ever foolish. Her name was Miriam, and she was a dressmaker. Ah, you are astonished that I, Stephen Carriston, fixed my eyes on such a lowly damsel. But then, you see, I loved her dearly, and that, I think, is a sufficient answer to your unspoken objection. Love knows nothing of rank or position, and sees beauty in the wayside daisy as well as in the costly hothouse plant. I need not tell you she was very beautiful, for that is the common saying of lovers, who see no loveliness save in the nymph of their affections. What is it the poet says about a lover seeing Helen's beauty in the brow of Egypt? Sure, my memory is weak with age, and I misquote. Still, the saying is true. Miriam was very beautiful, and I think must have had some Jewish blood in her veins, for her dark, imperial beauty was that of the East. Her hair was as dark as the wing of a raven, her eyes liquid wells of light, and her mouth was as the thread of scarlet spoken of in the Song of the Wise King. You see, Morris, old as I am, I can still rhapsodize on Chloe's perfections, though she basely deceived me. Alas, Strephon, how the years have destroyed thy goddess, nay, she destroyed herself by her own act. I did not know you were a poet, rector. Mr. Carriston, whose brow was dark with bitter memories, aroused himself with a forced laugh, and strove to speak lightly of the past. Live and learn, Morris, I know poet. Why, my dear lad, I am even now courting the 9, and turning Aristophanes into good English verse. No poet? Why, every man is a poet when in love, and if he does not write a poem, he at least lives a poem. I, alas, have been in love these many years with a shadow of Miriam before she left me. Left you? Yes, I call it my romance, but it is a painful story. A deceitful woman, a wronged man, a treacherous friend, a common enough tale, I think. Though indeed, I need not include friend, for to this day I know not for whom she left me. She was your wife? Yes, wild as I was in those days, I was too honorable to deceive a woman. In spite of the difference of our position, I married her, and we were happy together for 10 years. 10 years, replied Morris in surprise. Surely she did not leave you after all that time of married happiness. Who knows the ways of women, said the rector bitterly. Yes, she left Medoc from me all I loved in the world, herself and her child. Was there a child? Yes, he was born in the 10th year of our marriage, just when I had given up all hope of being a father. If he is still alive, Morris, he will be just 5 years younger than you, 30 years old, and for that I love you, my dear lad. You stand to me in the place of the son I have lost. Did you not suspect anyone of taking her away? Yes, one man, answered the rector gloomily. He was a tall, black-bearded fellow who had just come back from the East, but I only saw him once. I was a hard-worked London curate in those days, and had but little time to spare. My wife met him. I think his name was Captain Malcolm at the house of a mutual friend, but perhaps I am wrong, and it was not he who destroyed my happiness. She had so many friends. I can hardly wonder at that, for she was then in the full pride of her womanly beauty. There was a Frenchman, the Count de la Tour, I also suspected, but I was sure of no one. I suppose she grew tired of our poor life, for in spite of the way in which she went into society, we were poor, that is, comfortable for a quiet life, but too poor for a social one. I, never suspecting any evil, was only too glad that she should go out and enjoy herself, although at times I remonstrated with her, saying that such gaiety was not suited for the wife of a poor clergyman. She said she would give up such frivolities shortly, and I, like a fool, believed her. Then I was called down to see my father, who was very 99. At length he died, and I remained to attend to the funeral. But when I came back to London after a 3 weeks' absence, I found she had gone with the child. She left no letter behind her to palliate her guilt. All I knew was that she had gone with some gentleman who had called for her in a brougham. The servants could not describe the man, as he did not enter the house, but remained in the carriage. My false wife told the servants she was called away by me, as her father-in-law was dying, and it was only when I returned that they learned the truth. Did you ever see this Captain Malcolm again? No, nor the Count de la Tour, so that is why I suspect one of those men as being the ruin of my life. Besides, I 41 heard afterwards that she went a great deal about with them, sometimes with one, sometimes with the other. One of them I am sure it was, but I know not which. So you see, at one blow, Morris, I was bereft of wife, child, home, and happiness. Afterwards I was offered this living, and wishing to leave the scene of my former happiness, my former sorrow, my former disgrace, I accepted it and came down here, where I have lived in peace for 30 years. Did you get a divorce? Yes, for the sake of my guilty wife. I did not wish to marry again myself, but I desired to leave her free so that she might marry the partner of her guilt. I hope he behaved honorably to her and did so, but alas, I know not. And the boy? I have never heard of him since. I was left rich by the death of my father, and all that money could do was done, but I heard nothing of either wife or child. Is it not a sad story, Morris? Yes, very sad. You must have suffered terribly. I did suffer terribly, but I tell you this, dear lad, to show you how a man can force himself to be cheerful, even when he thinks life has no further joys for him. Look at me. When my wife left me, I thought that the sun of my life had set forever. I looked forward to years of misery, and probably my existence would have been miserable had I not, with the aid of God, resisted the evil one. I did resist him by accustoming myself to take an interest in all things, and by schooling myself into patience, I found life, if not blissful, at least endurable. I now love my work among my parishioners, I enjoy my Greek studies, I interest myself in my garden, and am thus able to live a comparatively happy life. Had I given way weakly to my misery, I would have been an unhappy man all my life, and have done no good in my generation. But I fought against the evil spirit, with the aid of God I conquered him, and now can look back with thankfulness to the calamity which tried and chastened my soul. And you are happy now? Yes, said the rector firmly. I am as happy as any mortal can hope to be. Man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward, says Job, but if we did not fight against these troubles they would overwhelm us. So, my dear lad, do as I have done, fight against the evil spirit, and with God's grace you will be victorious. 42. I thank you for your advice, sir, and I will try and follow it. My story is but a dull one, I am afraid, resumed the rector, after a pause dull and prosaic, with no romance to render it captivating. But I only told it to show to you what a man can do if he fights against his troubles, and does not yield weakly at the first attack of the enemy. You have no unhappy love, you have no regrets. Therefore, my dear lad, show yourself to be a man, and do not thus weakly yield to a phantom of your own creation. Try to be interested in life, fall in love and marry if you can, and I promise you all will yet be well with you. Your troubles are but dreams of a disordered brain, which can be banished by an effort of will. So rouse yourself, Morris, conquer your weak spirit, and with God's help you will be a happy man. Thank you, sir, said Morris, grasping the rector's hand. I will do what you say. I have been weak, but I will be so no longer. I will take up the duties of life and do my best to perform them well. Your sermon, your story, has done me good, Mr. Carriston, and I feel that I would be indeed a coward to flinch from the fray in which you have so bravely fought and conquered. Good lad, replied the delighted rector. I knew you would see things in their right light. But come, the lesson is over, and now is the time for play. You must look round at my roses, and the finest bud of the garden will adorn your buttonhole as a reward for your determination. Morris gladly fell in with the rector's humor, and together they strolled round the garden to examine and admire his floral treasures. Carriston was like a child in his garden, and his bursts of delight at this, or that particular rose tree would have made many a person smile. But Morris did not smile. He loved his old tutor too well to smile at his simple pleasures, and took scarcely less interest than the rector himself in the momentous question of transferring this tree over there, or in grafting a hardy shoot in this sickly-looking plant. Suddenly the rector stopped, and began to rummage in the pockets of his long black coat. Dear, he said in a vexed tone, it is not here, and yet I am sure I placed it in this pocket. Placed what, sir? A letter, no, I can't find it. Morris, I wish you to stay to luncheon, I have a friend coming. Indeed. 43 Well, not exactly a friend. But the fact is, a young man has arrived in the village with a letter of introduction to me from a mutual friend in London. He is at present staying at the Royland Arms, and sent his letter this morning, so I wrote back and asked him to come to luncheon. You must stay and meet him, Morris, for I hear he is a most delightful man. What is his name? I cannot remember. He is a Greek. The letter must be in my study, so we will go and look for it. This young Greek is a great traveler, and is now on a visit to England. He had a letter of introduction to my friend, the Archdeacon of Eastminster, who gave him one to me. But what does he come to this out-of-the-way place for? Asked Morris, with that inherent suspicion he had acquired in Bohemia. I don't know. I expect he will answer that question for himself at luncheon. Ah, here is the letter, I left it on the table. Well, what is his name? Asked Morris again. The rector adjusted his pince-nez, and smoothing open the letter, read the name aloud. Count Constantine Califrones. Chapter 4, A Masterpiece of Nature. The pride of the human. Does nature diminish? With spiteful acumen, she roughly will finish. A man or a woman. He's stout and she thinnish. Till one is not fair, nor the other a true man. But nature's conception may not be pernicious. For know her perception at times is capricious. Her work bears inspection in manner judicious. For sometimes she turns out a man near perfection. The above jingle of verses may sound somewhat abstruse, but he who has the patience to search until he discovers the kernel of this rhyming nut will certainly find it to be a 44 truism. Nature does finish the mass of humanity in a somewhat rough and ready fashion. True, she may equip them with all the necessary limbs and organs necessary to the enjoyment of life, but she does not trouble herself to put in those delicate touches which go to the making of a perfectly handsome man or a faultlessly beautiful woman. At times, however, just to show what she can do in the way of creative beauty, she gives her whole mind to the task, and lo, Achilles and Helen of Troy. But such perfect specimens of humanity are few and far between. Therefore, when Morris, who had an artistic eye, met Count Constantine Califrones for the first time, he recognized with delight that he saw before him one of nature's masterpieces. There is nothing more detestable than that society horror, a beauty man, who resembles a wax figure in his unnatural perfectibility of face and form. Flawless he may be in every part, but the ensemble is nevertheless unpleasing both to eye and mind, for in aiding nature to show herself at her best, he soon becomes a mere artificial figure, which ought to be placed in a glass case for the edification of school misses and gushing society ladies. This man, however, did not belong to that over-civilized class, as at a glance one could see he was a child of nature, a nursling of the winds and waves, whose physical perfections were kept in their pristine beauty by the constant care of the Great Mother herself. Califrones had all the grace and untamed beauty of a wild animal, looking as if he claimed kinship with the salt sea, the fresh woods, the strong sunlight, and the bracing air of snow-clad mountain tops. His physical beauty was truly wonderful, and was as much the outcome of perfect health as of perfect creation. He lacked that self-restrained air which is stamped on the face of every civilized man, and in the modest little dining-room of the rectory looked like some graceful panther caged against its will. Nature's child was only in his right place with nature herself, and in our dull, respectable England, he seemed an exile from the healthful solitudes which had given him birth. It is impossible to describe Califronas, said Morris many years afterwards, in speaking of this man. I can tell you that his figure was as perfect as the Apollo Belvedere, and say that his face was as flawless in its virile beauty as the Antinous of the Vatican, but this will give you no idea of his physical perfection. His body seemed to be instinct with the lawless fierceness of wind and wave. He moved 45 with the stately grace of a nude savage, unaccustomed to the restraint of clothing. I never understood the phrase child of nature until I saw Califronas, and it is the only way in which he can be explained. I believe his mother was a nereid and his father a hunter, for he was the offspring of earth and ocean, the consummate flower of both. Yet I do not think he had what we call brainstrew. He possessed the cunning and instinct of a wild animal, but that was all. I think myself brains and culture would have spoiled him. He was born to be a wild, free thing, happy only on the hills, a type, a visible incarnation of nature in a male form. If you ask me whom he resembled in real life, I cannot tell you, as I never saw anyone in the least like him. But in fiction, well, study the character of Margrave in A Strange Story and Donatello in Hawthorne's Marble Faun, and by blending the two you may arrive at some conception of Count Califronas. Such was the man who now sat at the table of the rector, chatting gaily with his host and Morris Roylance. Being a hot day, the rector had wisely provided a cold luncheon, and himself presided over a noble piece of beef, which looked as though it had been taken from one of Apollo's oxen. There was also a capital salad. The rector was famous for his salads, fruit, wine, cheese, and bread. A simple repast, truly, but then the rector was simple in his tastes, and detested those highlispous dishes, which but create thirst, and whose chief merit seems to be that the diner cannot tell of what they are composed. An artificial life creates artificial tastes, and the principal mission of cookery now seems to lie in the direction of tickling the palate, not of satisfying the stomach, with the result that gout and dyspepsia have it all their own way. If the whole of the French cooks now engaged in ruining the healths of Englishmen and Englishwomen were bundled back to their beloved Paris, the income of every doctor in London would decrease with the rapidity of lightning. As before mentioned, the rector liked the good things of this life, but he thought the simplest food the most enjoyable, in which he was right, though epicures may doubt the truth of such an opinion. Yet, after all, do not epicures hold the simplicity of a well-roasted leg of mutton to be a dish fit for a king? If the rector was simple in his eating, however, Count Constantine was still simpler, for he hardly touched his 46 meat, and confined his attention to bread, cheese, salad, and wineth latter being some excellent claret, on which the rector prided himself. "My dear sir," he said in agony, as he saw Califronas about to mingle water with his wine, "you will spoil the flavor of the claret." "Pardon me, sir," replied the count, who spoke English admirably, "but we Greeks are partial to such mingling. We worship the Naiad with her urn as well as Bacchus with his flask, and the union of both produces a drink fit for Father Zeus." "You don't seem to care much for meat," said the rector, relinquishing the point about the wine, though it went to his soul to see such a spoiling of the finest qualities of his claret. "No," answered Califronas carelessly, "oddly enough, I do not care much for flesh. I live so much in the open air that, like nature, I live on the simplest things. Bread, cheese, and wine I love, add honey, and I want nothing better to satisfy my appetite. Country fare for a countryman, you know." "You are a shepherd of Theocritus," said Morris with a smile. "No, save in such tastes perhaps. Otherwise I am no Sicilian of the idols." "You speak English wonderfully well, Count," remarked the rector politely. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. Yet it is the first time I have been in England." "What, do they teach English in the schools of Athens?" "Alas, no. The schools of modern Athens are not those of the old Greek days. Socrates, Plato, Pythagoras have gone to the blessed isles in company with the heroes of Salamis, and our Greek culture of today is primitive in the extreme. No, I learned English from a roving Englishman, a scholar, and a gentleman who grew weary of this respectable England of yours, and came back to the freer life of the Greek islands." He taught you admirably, said Roylans, wondering why the Greek eyed him so keenly while making this speech. Do you come from Athens? I have been there, answered Calliphrones, pushing away his plate, but I am an islander. Yes, I was born in Ithaca, therefore am I a countryman of Ulysses. 47 Achilles, perhaps, observed the rector, fascinated by the clear-cut features of the young man, the godlike Achilles. Ah no, replied the Greek, with a shade of melancholy in his tone, I am like no hero of those times. Our ancestors have transmitted to us their physical forms, but not their brains, not their heroism. Come now, remonstrated Morris. I am sure your countrymen behaved bravely in the War of Independence. Yes, I agree with you there. Canaris, Mavrocordato, Bitsaris were all brave men. I accept the rebuke, for I have no right to run down my own countrymen. Perhaps in England I may learn the meaning of the word patriotism. Or jingoism. Your pardon, queried the Count, a trifle puzzled. Jingoism, explained Morris gravely, is a spurious patriotism, composed of music-hall songs. The Union Jack and gallons of beer begins with a chorus and ends with a riot. Tom, Dick, and Harry are very fond of it, as it expands their lungs and quenches their thirst. But there I am only jesting. Do you stay long in England? Again the Greek eyed Morris keenly, and hesitated a moment before replying. I can hardly tell yet, he said with emphasis. Mr. Carriston, will you show me your garden? He added, turning to the rector. I will be delighted, said Carriston eagerly, we will stroll round it. Do you smoke? No, thank you, returned the Count, waving away with a gesture of repugnance the cigarette Morris held out to him. I never smoke. That is strange. Calliphrones shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps so, sir. For myself, I do not care about it. Curious creature, murmured Morris reflectively, as he followed the rector and his guest into the garden. I wonder why he looks at me so keenly, and what he is doing down here. Humph, I would like to find out your little game, my friend. 10 years of fighting with the world had turned Morris from a frank, open-hearted fellow into a cold, suspicious man, and he always doubted the motives of everyone. This is a disagreeable way of looking at things, but in many cases it is a very necessary one, owing to the double lives which most people seem nowadays to live. Social intercourse, whether for pleasure or business, is no longer as simple as it used to be in the old days, and our complex civilization has introduced into every action we perform that element of distrust which is at once disagreeable and necessary. Morris knew nothing about Calliphrones, and had he met him in London would doubtless have accepted him for what he appeared to be foreign nobleman on his travels. But for this man to visit a quiet village like Roylans was peculiar, and there must be some motive for his doing so. I'll ask him how he likes England, and lead up to his unexpected arrival here, thought Morris, as he walked along smoking his cigarette. He seems sharp, but I think I am able to distinguish between the real and the false. Calliphrones was loud in his expressions of admiration for the rector's roses, and his delight seemed genuine enough even to Morris, who stood listening to his raptures with a grim smile, as if he would like to cast over this bright being the shadow of his own melancholy nature. I have a perfect passion for flowers, said the Count, with a gay smile, as he placed a red bud in his coat, and roses are my favorites. Were they not the flowers of pleasure in classical times? Did they not wreath the brows of revelers at festivals, the flowers of love and of silence? I am pleased you like flowers, observed the rector, looking at the joyous figure before him, which was bathed in sunshine, tease and innocent pleasure. I love all that is of nature, cried Calliphrones, throwing himself on the smooth sward. Nature is my mother, me true mother. Yes, I am a man born of woman, but such maternity does not appeal to me. Nature is at once my mother, my nurse, my goddess. You were born in Ithaca, said Morris quietly. Was I born at all? Replied Calliphrones, throwing himself back with a joyous laugh and letting the sun blaze on his uncovered head. I do not know, I cannot tell. Perchance some nymph bore me to one of the old gods, who Heine says yet walk the earth in other forms. What do you know of Heine? Asked the rector in some surprise. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I never heard his name till the other day, when someone told me a story of the gods in exile, and said one Heine had written it. Are you fond of reading? 49. I never read. I care not for books, all my knowledge comes from the mouth of my fellowmen and from nature. Such culture is enough for me. You will get a sunstroke if you don't cover your head, said Morris, somewhat tired of this pseudo-classicism. No, I am a friend of Apollo's. He will hurl no darts at me, and your pale sun in England is but a shadow of the glorious Helios of our Greek skies. And lying on his back, he began to sing a strange, wandering melody, of which the words roughly translated were as follows. The sun is my father. He kissed my mother the sea. And of their wooing the fruit am one. Both the Englishmen were strangely fascinated by this stranger. He conducted himself in quite an unconventional fashion, and seemed to follow the last thought that suggested itself to his capricious brain. Come, he cried, springing to his feet with a bound like a deer. Come, Mr. Morris, are you a runner? I will race you round this garden. Really, Count, said the rector, somewhat startled. Am I wrong, sir? Replied Califronas apologetically. I ask your pardon. I do not know your English ways, you must teach me, I act as I feel. Is it wrong to do so? Well, we English like to see a little more self-restraint, said Morris, looking at the graceful figure of the young man. By the way, are you going to stay here long? The smile faded from the bright face of the Count, and he turned half away with an abrupt movement. Who can tell, he said lightly. I am a bird of passage. I alight here and there, but fly when I am weary of the bough. You wonder at my coming down here, do you not, Mr. Morris? Thus addressed directly, Roylance was rather taken aback, and reddened perceptibly through the tan of his skin. Well, for a gay young man like you, Count, I thought London would have pleased you better. Califronas burst out laughing, and putting his hands behind his head, leant back against the trunk of the elm. Do you hear your friend, sir? He said to the rector. He thinks that I prefer that dull, smoky town to the country. 50 Athens is too narrow for me. I love the open lands, the plains, the mountains, the seas. Up in that city of yours I was weary, and I spoke to the priest of my friend. Oh, I cried, I will die of want of air in this place. Take me to the woods where I can breathe and see the sun. So he gave me that letter to you, addressing the rector, and I came here at once. So this was the explanation of his presence in the little villagia, very natural one surely, and Morris felt somewhat ashamed of his late suspicions. But a new thought had entered his head, suggested by the statuesque pose of the Greek leaning against the tree, and he came forward eagerly. Count Califronas, he said quickly, I am a sculptor, and I have the idea for a statue of Endymion would you? Ah, you want me to be a model, sir, said the Count, laughing. Well, I do not mind in the least, you may command me. Thank you very much, if you could only introduce me to a Diana, that would indeed be perfect. I suppose you are a kind of general lover, Count, said the rector, turning round from a rose tree with a smile. I am not as bad as that, sir. No, I love. He stopped abruptly, and a shade came over his face. Yes, I love, he resumed quickly, but my love is unfortunate. What, is any woman cold-hearted enough to refuse you? Observed Morris, looking at him in amazement. For indeed a woman would be hard to please were she not satisfied with this splendid-looking youth. There are women and women, said Califronas enigmatically. This one does not love me yet, but she will. When? The Greek shot a keen glance at Morris, and then observed, in an indifferent voice, when I do what I am requested to do. Both men looked steadily at one another, and it seemed to Morris as though there were a certain amount of menace visible on the face of Califronas, but such looks speedily passed away, and he bounded lightly across the turf to where the cat was sitting. To the surprise of both the rector and Morris, she let this stranger take her up in his arms and smooth her fur. Dear, dear, said the rector in an astonished tone, 51. What power do you possess over the animal world, Count? That cat will not let anyone touch her as a rule. Oh, all animals take to me, replied Califronas lightly, letting the cat down gently on the ground. I can do anything with horses and dogs. Donatello, whispered Morris to himself. He looks innocent enough, and yet that look-I must speak to Crispin and ask his opinion of this man. Meanwhile, the Count was giving Cariston a description of his miseries at the Royland Arms. Such a small room to sleep in, he said in a disgusted tone. I know I will be smothered if I stay in it. No, I shall wrap myself up in a blanket and sleep under the moon like Endymion, which will be training for your friend's statue. That will be dangerous, objected the rector. Not at all. In Greece I mean my native islands I sleep out very often. Oh, there is nothing more beautiful than slumber in the open air. I cannot bear houses, they stifle me, they crush me. I love no roof lower than the sky. And then to wake at dawn, to see the east glow with rosy tints, to watch the dew moisten every blade of grass, the awakening of the animals, the first songs of the birds, and the rising of the sun. Oh, I worship the sun. I worship him. The rector was a trifle shocked at this peroration, as he was not quite sure whether this fantastic being was not a sun-worshipper in downright earnest. The more so as in a sudden freak, he flung himself down on his knees and held out his arms to the glorious luminary. You are joking, he said gravely. Not I, replied Califronas, springing to his feet. You are not angry, are you, sir? I forgot myself you were a priest in this country. I must explain, I am of the Greek churches. Oh, I have been baptized. The rector smiled and said no more, for it was impossible to talk seriously with a man who possessed so childish a soul. Meanwhile, Morris, who had been thinking over matters, came to the conclusion that he would ask Califronas to stay at the Grange for a few days. At first sight this seemed rather injudicious, but when he remembered the high character of the man who vouched for the respectability of the Greek, all his scruples vanished. Besides, Califronas was such a peculiar character that he desired a closer acquaintance 52 with him, and above all, he could not hope anywhere to find such a perfect model for his Endymion. Taking, then, all these facts into consideration, he speedily made up his mind to ask the Count to be his guest, and did so without delay. Count, he said politely, I am afraid you will find that inn very uncomfortable, so I would be glad to see you at the Grange for a week or so, where I think you will find yourself in more civilized quarters. The Count's eyes flashed with what looked uncommonly like triumph, but he dropped the lids over them rapidly for the moment, so as to prevent this look being seen, and shook Morris heartily by the hand. Thank you very much. Oh, very much indeed, he said effusively. I hope I will not trouble you. I will be glad to commise, that place in the village would kill me. That's all right, replied Morris, who had an Englishman's horror of a scene. I will send over for your traps, and you can come to the Grange in time for dinner. We dine at 7 o'clock. Thank you, sir. I will be at your home tonight. The rector, who had fully intended to ask Califronas to be his guest, was rather startled by Morris's precipitancy, but on the whole was not ill-pleased, for two reasons. The first being that he did not much care about burdening himself with this eccentric foreigner, and the second that he was delighted that, during the stay of the Count at the Grange, Morris would take to his modelling again. By the way, said Morris, turning suddenly to the Count, do you know anyone called Crispin? Crispin, repeated Califronas with his foreign accent. No, I do not know that name. He is a gentleman who is staying with me, replied Roylance carelessly, and as he is pretty well acquainted with your part of the world, I thought you might have met him. The Greek smilingly denied that he had the honor of Crispin's acquaintance, but it seemed to Morris as though there was a shade of apprehension on his face, which somewhat puzzled the young man. Can't make this fellow out, was his mental comment. Hope I'm not making a mistake in asking him to the Grange. Still, the Archdeacon's letter to Cariston is a sufficient guarantee that he is not a swindler, so I will chance it. 53. I must now say goodbye, said Califronas to the rector, and thank you for your kindness. Of course I will see you soon again. Oh yes, you must come here as often as you can. That will not be much if I am to sit for this artist, laughed Califrones, turning to Morris. Good be, sir, I will see you tonight at 6 o'clock. He turned away gaily and left the garden, followed by the admiring eyes of the two men, especially of Morris, who congratulated himself on his good fortune in obtaining such a perfect model. Meanwhile Califrones was walking swiftly in the direction of the Royland Arms. Good, he muttered to himself in Greek. The first step is taken, so I have no fear now. Chapter 5. Crispin is puzzled. I've seen you before, but where I forget. Yet somewhere of yore. I've seen you before. You meet me once more. A stranger and yet. I've seen you before, but where I forget. Up and down the long terrace in front of the Grange walked Crispin, and from the rapt expression of his face, it would seem as though he were composing poetry. But, as a matter of fact, he was thinking about Eunice. The course of their true love did not run smooth by any means for Mrs. Dengelton, having found her daughter in the company of the poet, had marched off the former in order to lecture her about the latter. The substance, therefore, having been taken away, Crispin was left with only the shadow. In other words, from speaking to Eunice, he was reduced to thinking of Eunice, which was not by any means so pleasant a position of affairs. This uncomfortable state of things was due to the discovery made by Mrs. Dengelton that her daughter had the 54 previous evening been engaged in moon-gazing with the poet, a fact which the astute parrot extracted with wonderful dexterity from her reluctant daughter. Mrs. Dengelton had talked a good deal about the family romance, as related to the rector and Morris, whereupon Eunice, having been asked questions concerning the same, was forced to admit that she had been absent during the recital. Her mother at once pounced down on this damaging admission like a hawk, and pressed the poor girl so mercilessly with questions that she was obliged to tell of that pleasant half-hour on the terrace in company with Crispin. On making this discovery, Mrs. Dengelton was too wise to reproach her daughter, and thereby run the risk of making her deaf to the voice of the charmer. 1. Resist her mother's desires in connection with matrimony. No, the elder lady said nothing about what she considered to be an act of madness, but privately determined to keep Crispin and Eunice apart by every means in her power. She was on the watch this morning, and having finished the daily papers, for Mrs. Dengelton prided herself on her universal knowledge of what was going on in the world, went out to look for Eunice, who had disappeared. As she expected, she found her in the company of the poet, whereupon she made some ladylike excuse. Mrs. Dengelton was an adept at telling white lies, and took Eunice away to her room, where she kept her busy with letter writing. Crispin, therefore, deprived of the company of his inamorata, was by no means in a cheerful mood, and regretted that Eunice had not sufficient strength of mind to defy her mother, and end all his trouble by marrying him without delay. He had a very impulsive nature, and would have liked to sweep away these obstacles by sheer force of insistence that the marriage should take place at once. But his impulses were in a great measure restrained by experience in the school of the world, and he saw that it would be wiser to watch and wait. Already he was seriously thinking of ending his visit, and returning to town, in order to enlist his great friend, Lady Bentwich, on his side, as such a fashionable personage might be able to talk Mrs. Dengelton into assenting to the marriage, but in spite of his strength of character, he was reluctant to leave Eunice even for the short space of a week. So, like the ass between two bundles of hay, he could not quite make up his mind which course to take, when he saw Morris coming leisurely along the terrace. 55, and the conversation which ensued between them enabled him to at once settle his future movements. When the master of Roylands reached his side, Crispin was struck with the unusual vivacity of his face. The gloomy look which it generally wore had quite disappeared, and in its place was an alert, eager expression, which showed that Morris was deeply interested in some important matter. "My dear Roylands," cried Crispin in astonishment, "why this transformation? Yesterday you were plunged in gloom, today Romeo on his way to Juliet looked not so happy. Who is the enchanter, shall I say enchantress, who has worked this miracle?" "The rector has been giving me a lecture," said Morris gaily, lighting a cigarette. A terrible lecture, which reminded me of the days when I made false quantities in Latin verse and translated good Greek into bad English. Ah, you ought to have a lecture every day if it benefits you in this way. You are much pleasanter as Sancho Panza than as Don Quixote. Explain. Well, the squire was always merry, and the knight doleful, so I like you as the former more than the latter. I am afraid we have changed characters, Crispin. You are the knight of the rueful countenance now. Eunice! Cela va sans dire, said Morris, leaning his elbows on the balustrade. Oh, do not look so astonished, Monsieur Cupid. I am not so blind, but what I can see how things stand between you and Psyche. You take credit to yourself when none is due, replied Crispin significantly. Mr. Carriston drew your attention to our position. You did not see it for yourself. That is true enough, but how did you guess that the rector told me? Because you were too much wrapped up in yourself to notice unhappy lovers. Unhappy lovers. Yes, I love Eunice, and my affection is returned, but there is an obstacle which prevents our marriage. And this obstacle is yourself. I? You, Mrs. Dengleton wants Eunice to marry you. There's always two to a bargain, said Morris grimly. I don't want to marry Eunice. 56. Oh, you don't love her. As a cousin, yes. As a possible wife, no. Then there is some chance for me. I should say there was every chance for you, remarked Roylance in a friendly manner. You are young and famous. You know everyone, you go everywhere. You are the adored of the gentle sex. So what more can Eunice or her mother desire? Eunice desires nothing except myself. But as for Mrs. Dengleton, she thinks I am poor. Oh, and are you poor? No, on the contrary, I am very well off. Then why don't you place all your perfections before my dear aunt, and persuade her into consenting to the match? I don't want to do so it, said Crispin with some hesitation. Why all this mystery? I cannot tell you just now, but you may be certain there is nothing wrong about the mystery. I will satisfy Mrs. Dengleton on all points shortly, and then, perhaps, I will have the felicity of being your cousin-in-law. I wish you good luck. You would not object to my marrying your cousin? Asked Crispin timidly. I, said Morris in amazement. Certainly not. I believe in love matches, but of course, though I have but little to say in the matter, I would like to know who you are, where you come from, and all that before you become the husband of Eunice. I will explain everything to your satisfaction shortly. The sooner the better for your own sake. I don't understand you, said Crispin with some hauteur. I mean as regards Eunice, explained Morris quickly. If you don't tell my aunt of your intentions and put yourself right as regards money and position in her eyes, she will marry Eunice to someone else. Failing me, and I have not the slightest intention of marrying my dear cousin, she will angle for another rich man, who will probably not be so blind to the charms of Eunice as I am. In that case, my poor Crispin, I am afraid it will be all up with you. What you say is very true, replied Crispin reflectively. I will speak to Mrs. Dengleton before I leave the Grange. I cannot understand what you are making all this mystery about. 57. Because I am proud, rejoined the poet with a flush on his dark cheek. I cannot explain myself now, but I will some day, and then you will see I have a good reason for my reticence. So be it, but at present you are a riddle. Well, I suppose I am, said Crispin smilingly, but one which will shortly be explained, and like all riddles, turn out to be very disappointing. By the way, you might offer me one of those excellent cigarettes. Certainly, answered Morris, holding out his open case. Unlike Califronas, you are fond of smoking. Califronas, who is he? What is it? Man, woman, or child, or something to eat? The first a Greek, Count Constantine Califronas. Bus, what a name, ejaculated Crispin, lighting his cigarette. Who is he? A Greek nobleman. Humph, I mistrust Greek noblemen. Well, they have got a bad name, said Morris quite apologetically, but I don't think this one is a chevalier d'industry. The exception which proves the rule, perhaps, replied Crispin idly, but really I have no right to call the Greeks names, as on the whole they are not bad. I have a good many friends among the countrymen of Plato. Do you know Calliphrones? Ah, that I cannot tell until I see him. Well, you will see him soon, as he is coming to stay here for a few days. Stay here, said Crispin in some surprise. My dear Roylands, is not this a very sudden friendship? It is not a friendship at all. Well, when a man asks another to his house, to stato, be introduced to his relativissit, is uncommonly like friendship. I am not so conventional as most Englishmen, said Morris impatiently, and therefore do not act by rule. I dare say I should have made inquiries about the past of this Greek before asking him to my house, but as far as that goes, you are a riddle yourself. Crispin's sallow cheek flushed at this home thrust, but he had great self-command, and replied quietly enough. That is rather a hard thing to say of me. I thought you were my friend. 58 Pardon me, old fellow, said Roylance penitently. I did not mean to be so rude. I have an abominable temper, and should be kicked for saying such a thing in my own house. I will let you off the kicking, replied Crispin, recovering his good humor. As you very truly say, I am a riddle, but I will explain myself soon. Still, this Count Calliphrones. Do you know the name? I have a faint idea, I have heard it before. In Greece? Most probably, I know the Isles of Greece very well. Ah, is that a quotation from Byron or a pointed remark? In other words, is it serious or a chance shot? The latter I only quoted from Don Juan. Why do you ask? Because this count does come from the Isles of Greece. He says he was born in Ithaca. Ah, he is not reticent about himself, said Crispin dryly. I will tell you what I think of him when I see him. At present I cannot recall the name precisely, though I fancy I have heard it before. Meanwhile, tell me all you know about him. I am afraid that is but little. He arrived this morning at Roylands, with a letter of introduction to the rector from the Archdeacon of Eastminster, and came to luncheon at the rectory. During our conversation, he complained of how badly he was put up at the Royland Arms, and as I knew Carriston would ask him to stay at the rectory, a thing I know he dislikes doing, as he hates strangers in his house, I took the bull by the horns and asked Calliphrones to come here for a time. He accepted, and is coming with his traps this evening. Was it only for the sake of taking the burden off Mr. Carriston's shoulders that you gave your invitation? Not exactly. This Calliphrones is a splendid-looking fellow, and I asked him to sit to me for my statue of Endymion. Oh, is he worthy to be a model? My dear Crispin, he has the most perfect figure for a man I ever saw in my life. Wonderfully handsome, and with a wild, untamed air about him that is quite unique. Crispin listened to this speech without moving a muscle, but a strange look came into his eyes. 59 Have you ever read A Strange Story by Lytton? He asked abruptly. Yes, several times, replied Morris, somewhat astonished at the irrelevancy of the question. Then does this man resemble Margrave, the hero of the book? In what way? In every way except the mysticism. Is he an ardent lover of nature? Does he talk a lot about classical times? Is he impulsive and utterly selfish? As to the last quality, I have not yet had an opportunity of judging, but for the rest, you have described him exactly. Calliphrones, murmured Crispin in a pondering manner. Do you know him? Crispin did not answer at once, and seemed to be making up his mind as to what he would say. At last, he turned to Morris with an enigmatic smile on his face, and shrugged his shoulders. Not as far as I can recollect. That description I have given as applied to Margrave would suit a good many Greeks. They are mostly handsome, and especially among the islands, from living so much in the open air, imbibe a great love for nature. Naturally, as they have no modern glories to talk about, they boast of ancient times and ancient heroism. They are all impulsive, so you see I simply described the Greek at large, not this one in particular. But you have described him exactly. I tell you the description suits any Greek, as I have explained. Then you don't know this man. No, I know no one of the name of Calliphrones, replied Crispin, with a slight emphasis on the last word. Morris did not notice the quibble, and with cheerful good humor dismissed the subject from his mind, as, after all, this mystery, with which he enveloped the Count, might turn out to be but an unworthy suspicion. Plenty of Greeks come to England, and one more or less did not matter. He would trouble his head no more about this man, who had dropped from the clouds into this dull little village, but make use of him as a model, and then say good-bye to him with the best grace in the world. Once he left the Grange, it was unlikely he would ever cross his path again, as Morris 60 had not the slightest intention of going to Greece, and looked forward to a humdrum life at Roylands for the next few years. How little did he know what was in store for him, and that from this appearance of Count Calliphrones dated a new era in his life. Meanwhile, Crispin, who in reality knew a good deal more than he chose to tell, was watching him keenly. "You must not relapse into your gloomy fits again," he said, laying his hand lightly on his friend's arm. "I do not intend to," replied Morris cheerfully. "No, I now see the excellence of the rector's advice. Take an interest in life, and you will be happy. I am taking an interest in life in your wooing of Eunice and in Calliphrones." "Why Calliphrones?" "Because he is my Endymion in the flesh. I am going to create a wonderful statue, Crispin, the like of which has not been seen since the days of Canova. As to this riddle of Calliphrones, we will solve him together. Perhaps the solution may be easier than you think. Crispin, you know something about this man." "Nonsense, I tell you I know no one called Calliphrones." "Names may be assumed," said Morris shrewdly, "and I am sure you have met the owner of this one before." "I meet so many people," replied Crispin carelessly, "it is probable I may have seen him, but really I can tell you nothing about him yet." "Ah, then you will some day." "My dear Roylands," said Crispin impatiently, "Calliphrones and his past life is becoming quite a mania with you. I don't know the man, but from your description I fancy I have met him, though as I said before, such description would apply to dozens of other Levantan Greeks. When I see him I will tell you if I recognize him. But what then? He may be only a casual acquaintance, and therefore I will not know his history. If you mistrusted his looks, you should not have asked him to the grain." "My dear fellow, it was on account of his looks I did ask him. He is my Endymion, remember. But you are right, I am making a mountain out of a molehill. Still, there is some excuse for me. A unique specimen of humanity like Calliphrones does not appear every day in a village like Roylands, so it is natural I should be curious about him. But 61 there, we will say no more about your brother Mystery. I am going to have an interview with my bailiff, and you may thank your stars, my friend, you are a poet, and not a landed proprietor." Morris sauntered away laughing, looking by no means the kind of man to overburden himself with work. But Crispin remained leaning over the balustrade of the terrace, gazing absently at the silver spray of the fountain glittering in the sunlight, and thinking deeply. "I wonder what he wants here," thought the poet with a frown on his expressive face. "A man like that does not come down to a quiet village for nothing. Can it be to see me? No, that is impossible, as he could not know I was here. Curious I never saw him in London, for he must have been there at the same time as myself, unless, indeed, he has just arrived in England. He has some scheme in his head, I am certain if I could only see him alone and fathom his motives. Oh, you fox you! Cunning as you are, I will foil you, it is no good. You are after my friend, I am sure of that." He walked forward a few paces, still pondering, then resumed his soliloquizing in a muttered tone. "Royland said this Calliphrones was coming over about 6 o'clock. He is staying at the Royland Arms, so I think I will walk over there and see him. But no, that will attract attention, and I wish to tell Roylands nothing yet. I will send a note. No, that will not do. Ah, I have it. I will wait at the park gates and speak to him before he comes up to the house. No one will know, and I can find out the reason of his presence here. Decidedly, this poet was a remarkably mysterious person, not only as concerned his own personality, but also as regarded this brilliant stranger who was so equally enigmatic. If Morris found his life dull now, it evidently was not going to be so for any length of time, and, although he knew it not, the elements of romance had come into it in the most unexpected way in the persons of Crispin and Constantine Califrones. Having made up his mind, the poet thought no more about the Greek, but strolled round the side of the house to see if Eunice was at her window. He knew that Mrs. Dengleton especially affected a small boudoir in the left wing of the Grange, the window of which was only slightly raised above the terrace, and at this window Crispin felt sure 62 Eunice would be. Fortunately for himself, he was right in his conjecture, for on arriving in sight of the casement, he saw Eunice sitting at it in a dejected attitude, evidently expectant of a visit from her lover. "Miss Dengleton," he said cautiously, not knowing but that the dragon might be within hearing, and therefore adopting society manners. "She has gone out of the room for a few minutes," said his lady in a frightened whisper. "Do go away." "What when the coast is clear? Not if I know it. I expect her back every minute." "Very well. Till she arrives we can talk about ourselves, and even when she does we can surely chat about the weather. I heard you laughing with Morris." "Yes, he is quite gay today. He has found a model for his statue of Endymion." "Some village bumpkin." "No, a Greek gentleman." "A Greek, and pray what is a Greek doing down here?" Crispin shrugged his shoulders. "I am sure I don't know. You will see him tonight, so don't fall in love with him." "Why should I?" "He is very handsome." "I don't care for handsome men, they are so conceited." "Humph, that is not a compliment to me." "Well, you are not conceited, are you?" "Nor handsome." "You are handsome enough for me, at all events," said Eunice coquettishly. "What a charming compliment," replied Crispin gaily, "for that I will give you a rose." "Hush, here comes my mother." But Crispin, alas, had not heard the warning, and having plucked the finest rose he could see, returned to the window, to find himself confronted by the gaudy figure of the parrot, whose beady eyes sparkled maliciously as he approached. "What, a rose for me, dear Mr. Crispin?" she said, stretching out her hand, in which Crispin was unwillingly compelled to place his flower. "How kind of you. The young men of today are gallant after all. Look, Eunice, is not this flower charming? Almost as charming as you are, 63 Mr. Crispin, the Rose of Sharon. Sure as you see I've read your book. Now I have no time to talk, my dear Mr. Crispin, so you must go away for the present at all events. We will meet at luncheon, and if you are very good you may bring me in another rose." Mrs. Dengleton, having thus vanquished the enemy, disappeared with her daughter and shut the window, upon which poor Crispin walked away in a rage. "Old cat," he said, which was certainly neither polite nor poetical. Chapter 6, Sub Rosa. Secrets absurd. Leading to woes. Only are heard. Under the rose. Maiden's refuse. Lovers propose. Just as they choose. Under the rose. How scandals spread. Nobody knows. For they are said. Under the rose. When anything marvelous occurs in real life, wiseacres shake their heads and say, "Wonderful. Extraordinary. Truth is stranger than fiction." But when a novel contains any incident out of the common, these same inconsistent people refuse to believe it on the plea that fiction is not stranger than truth. They entirely forget that fiction is but a reflection of real life, and that man can imagine nothing, but merely reproduces what he sees around him. The skeptic will object fairy tales. Well, my dear doubter, how do you know that fairy tales do not contain a germ of truth? there may have been fairies in the earlier ages of the world, and if so, the chronicles of fairyland are as authentic as those of England, perhaps more so, seeing all histories are tinctured more or less with partisanship. Who would have believed in the mammoth had not the huge beast been reconstructed by Cuvier, or in the moa had not the 64 skeleton of that gigantic bird been discovered in New Zealand? Nay, there is doubtless much truth in those extravagant travels of Marco Polo, Sir John Manville, and such like wanderers. The Middle Ages were times of improbability, not of impossibility, for but little was known of the geographical world. Well, we of this 19th century have discovered all possible continents and assume that we know everything. But such is not the case, for though we may have exhausted the geographical world, we know comparatively few of the secrets of nature. The pebble parable of Sir Isaac Newton will here occur to many minds, and it applies as truly to our times as to his own. Earth, sky, and water are full of secrets, many of which yet defy our efforts to learn and catalogue them. This century has been prolific of discoveries, but even add another 100 years of fresh revelations, and nature will still give us riddles to solve out of her exhaustless store. Therefore, when a coincidence occurs in a fiction, though it may be improbable, it is not impossible, and he who takes the trouble to keep his eyes open, his mental as well as his physical eyes, will, in nearly every case, find the counterpart of the ideal in the real. Here, then, are two mysterious individuals, who, masquerading under the names of Crispin and Califronas, meet one another in the most unexpected manner in the most unexpected place. Wiseacres will at once say impossible, but going on the theory set forth as before, such a meeting is not impossible but probable. Fate, destiny, fortune, whatever be the name of the power which guides our circumstances, delights in surprises quite as much as does the novelist. Therefore, why should we believe the first and doubt the second? This is inconsistent. Therefore, if you who read are wise in your generation, and broad in your views of probability, you will see nothing impossible in this unexpected meeting of poet and adventurer. Califronas was an adventurer pure and simple, of course, as regards his vocation as free-lance, but not as touching his moral or physical qualities. He had come to England with a distinct end in view, and already had made the first step to the accomplishment of that end. Whether his intentions were good or bad remains to be seen, and if, my dear reader, you cannot tell the quality of his designs from the character of the man as before described, you must perforce remain in ignorance, even as Crispin remained, for truth to tell, that 65 astute individual was for once in his life really and truly puzzled. He knew Califronas in Greek waters, under another name, and having had considerable experience of his character, was quite confident that he had some object in view for thus making his appearance at Roylands. With the determination of finding out that object, and thwarting it if he could, for Crispin had no very great love for the Greek, our poet walked down to the park gates between the hours of 5 and 6, with the intention of having an interview with this mysterious stranger. In his own mind, he was by no means certain of the identity of this Califronas with the person he thought he was, and such a doubt could only be solved by a personal view of the Greek himself. But the description given by Morris so tallied with the image of a certain individual, that Crispin felt sure that the conclusion he had arrived at was a correct one. In order, however, to end all doubt on the subject, he wanted to personally interview the Count before he set foot in Royland's Grange, and had with considerable dexterity carried out his plan without exciting suspicion, a thing which he was anxious to avoid if possible. Pleading a headache, that convenient excuse, he had managed to give his friend the slip, though, truth to tell, he took more trouble over securing such secrecy than was absolutely necessary. For Morris, fired by the idea of recommencing work, had retreated to his studio, and remained there all the afternoon. Mrs. Dengelton still kept a watchful eye upon her daughter, and on one plea or another, kept her away from the too fascinating poet. So, in reality, Crispin was left entirely to his own devices, therefore utilized such good fortune by seeking this important interview with the unknown Greek. So hot had been the day that Crispin felt a certain sense of relief when the coolness of night approached, and lingering under the mighty oaks which bordered the avenue, luxuriated in that delightful twilight, which is neither wholly of night nor day, but partakes equally of both. The air was still warm, and there was a pleasant shade over the sky, as night gradually drew her dusky veil across the glaring blue from east to west. Shafts of crimson light shot through the wood and through the dense foliage. Crispin could see at times the rosy flames of the setting sun. Still vocal were the birds, for they were now singing their goodnight today, and in a short time nothing would be heard 66 but occasional chirps from some belated thrush, until with the moon came the divine nightingale to flood the thickets with song. Restless gnats were dancing in front of his face as he strolled down the avenue, and at times a bat would flit noiselessly through the warm air, while mellowed by distance, the chimes of Royland's church rang musically on his ear. 6 o'clock, said the poet to himself, glancing at his watch. I suppose this Califronas will be here shortly. Royland sent the dog-cart, but if this is the man I imagine, he will send on his traps in charge of the groom and walk over to the Grange on such a perfect evening. At this moment he heard the noise of approaching wheels, and shortly afterwards the dog-cart, drawn by a fast-trotting mare, flashed past him, containing only the groom and some luggage. Finding his conjecture thus prove correct, Crispin did not trouble himself to go farther on his way to seek Califronas, as that gentleman was bound to meet him in the avenue. So, lounging against the mighty trunk of an oak, he lazily waited the approach of the individual concerning whose intentions he entertained such doubts. I will crown myself with roses. To meet thee, beloved. Why dost thou fly at the sight of my wreath? The hot sun hath withered it truly, and my heart is burnt up by thine eyes. Dead heart, dead roses, but love undying. Califronas was singing these words in Greek, and Crispin at once recognized the voice of the singer, a recognition which immediately confirmed his suspicions as to the identity of this gentleman. We will live in the woods, my beloved, and berries will be our food. On berries and kisses could I live always, till fate destroyed us, and robbed us of berries and kisses and life forever. I've heard him singing that song at Melnose, muttered Crispin quietly to himself. It is he, what can he be doing here? At this moment the singer came in sight, walking rapidly up the avenue with a springy step, swinging his stick to and fro as he sang. He was indeed a sight worth looking at. As 67, he bounded lightly over the earth, antis-like, drawing fresh vigor at every pressure of his foot on the ground. Yet his undeniable beauty but excited a feeling of repulsion in the breast of Crispin, who now knew him only too well. They were a strange contrast, these two men, the poet small, dark, and unhandsome, but the fire of intellect in his eyes, the adventurer a splendid animal, with nothing but his physical perfections to recommend him. Califronas did not notice the poet leaning against the tree, and came on, carelessly singing as he walked. What will I do for thee, beloved? Oh, I will do many deeds of daring. I will slay the Turk in his pride, and his head will be my wedding gift. Behold, eyes. Here he stopped suddenly, catching sight of Crispin, but instead of being astonished at the unexpected meeting, as the poet expected, he simply stood still, leaning on his stick and laughing at the look on the other's face. Ah, Crispin, he said in Greek with a smile, you did not expect to see me in this place. Certainly I did not, retorted Crispin in the same language, marveling at the self-possession of the man, and I've no doubt the meeting is unexpected on both sides. Not with me, oh no. That priest papa I saw this morning told me you were here, and your friend also informed me of your presence. What are you doing here? Ah, that is a long story, my good Crispin, replied Califronas coolly, and one I do not choose to tell. You have some design in your head. Assuredly, said the Count mockingly, I would not come to this cold island for pleasure. Ah, I see you are as great a scoundrel as ever. Califronas laughed, and seemed in no wise offended at the scornful tone of the other. For such an epithet an Englishman would have struck its utterer, but Califronas did not even frown. The only notice he took of Crispin's rudeness was to raise his eyebrows in mocking surprise. You have still a bad opinion of me, I see. The very worst. What a truly good young man you are, said the Count sardonically. I regret that you should be forced to keep 68 company with such a scamp as I am, but I am afraid you will have to make up your mind to that or go away. I shall certainly not do the latter, until I find out the reason of your presence in this place. Then, my dear friend, you will have to stay here forever. Are you going to stay here forever? I know, I am down here on business. With the rector with Roylands, with whom? The Count looked at him with a provoking smile, and flung himself on the grass at the foot of the oak against which Crispin was leaning. Perhaps with both, perhaps with neither. Now you listen to me, Califronas, as that is the name you choose to go by. Both Mr. Carriston and Mr. Roylands are friends of mine, and if you have come down here with any bad design in your head against either of them, I will make it my business to thwart you. Do so by all means if you can. I can do so by a very simple means, though you seem to doubt it, said Crispin quietly. You brought an excellent letter of introduction to Mr. Carriston, though how you came by it I do not know. You have made friends with Roylands, who is a simple fellow, by consenting to be his model for Endymion. And a very good model too, interrupted Califronas, looking at himself complacently. I don't deny your outward goodliness, it is a pity your mind is not in keeping. But to come back to what I was saying, you have made friends with both the gentlemen I speak of, and perhaps such friendship is necessary to your plans. If so, I will end it. How will you manage that? Said the Count coolly, but with a nasty glitter in his eyes. Simply by telling them who you are and what you are. You will not do that. I will, if your designs are bad. How do you know my designs are bad? Because to a man of your nature goodness is impossible. I would not go so far as to say it is impossible, said Califronas with a sneer, but I agree with you that it is improbable. To my mind, goodness is a weakness. One you don't possess, I am afraid. I do not, nor do I wish to possess it, replied the Count 69 insolently. But may I not draw your attention to the fact that it is long past 6, that Roylands dines at 7, and that I am terribly hungry. You can call my attention to all these facts, retorted Crispin promptly, but you don't enter that house until I know what you are going to do. Pay a visit, sit for the Endymion. I am tired of this fencing, don't go on like this with me, N. Califronas, said the other quickly. Well, one name is as good as another, but you needn't waste all this diplomacy on me, my friend. I know you too well to believe you would waste your time in coming here for nothing. Now tell me what your schemes are, or I will reveal all I know of you to Morris Roylands. The Count was thus driven into a corner, and all his suave manner vanished as he sat up on the turf with a scowl on his handsome face, and a significant movement of his right hand toward his waist. Oh, I am not afraid of that, you scamp, said Crispin quickly. You wear not the fusinella here, nor have you knife or pistol with you. You are in a civilized country, my noble Count, so must act in a civilized manner. The Greek, recovering his temper, burst out laughing, and beckoned Crispin to sit down beside him on the soft green turf. You have the whiff end of me, Crispin, he said lightly, and I am too wise a man to waste time in argument, so I will tell you the reason of my presence here. You were quite right in thinking I did not come for pleasure. On the contrary, I wish to carry out a very delicate affair, and perhaps it is as well you should know, as I may want your assistance in the matter. I will help you in none of your villainies. By St. Theodore, how pious you have become. Oh, I forgot. You are Mr. Crispin, the famous poet, the new Chrysostom of the Golden Mouth. Eh, yes, I heard all about you in London. No one would think this great poet was ever. Hold your tongue, said Crispin, roughly grasping the Greek by the wrist. Whatever I have been, whatever I am, I have done nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, would you like them to know all? Retorted the Count, jerking his hand in the direction of the house. 70 I intend to tell them all when I choose, but not before. Suppose I anticipate you. Do so, by all means. You will relate the story of my life, and I will relate the story of your life. I wonder which will prove the more interesting. Oh, I wonder, rejoined Califrones with consummate impudence. But do not let us quarrel, as I may want your assistance. Oh, you need not frown. I have no ill intentions towards your precious friends. In fact, to put you completely at your ease, I may as well tell you Justinian sent me to England. Justinian, repeated Crispin with a start. Well, what of that? He resumed carelessly. You know I am not now friends with Justinian, I have not seen him for nearly 3 years, said Califrones quickly. Of course, that is just about the time you came here. Oh, I heard all about you in London, and Justinian will have heard also by this time, for I wrote and told him all. I trust he is pleased, said Crispin grimly. As to that, I don't know. True, his goose has turned out a swan, and now, unlike a swan, sings songs the world listens to, but such glory can hardly compensate him for the ungrateful manner in which you treated him. Enough, cried Crispin hotly, his dark face flushing with anger. I can justify my conduct amply, but I do not choose to do so to you. Leave Justinian and Melnose and all the old life alone. I want to know the reason of your presence in Roylands. Well, you shall know. But do not get furious over nothing, said Califrones mockingly. I am afraid you have lost all your old Hellenic calm, and now resemble one of these bad-tempered Englishmen, devoured with the spleen and greedy of money. I am not greedy of money. Oh, I see. You sing your songs for the smiles of women, not for the gold of their husbands, fathers, and brothers. Well, I agree with you. The smiles of women are very delightful, but one cannot live on them, so I would like to know how you exist. Would you indeed? Yes, and so would Justinian. Well, you will neither of you be told. Come now, it is growing late, and I wait for your confession. 71 No one will hear us. Of course not. Besides, we speak in Greek, which is not so common in England as in Hellas. Califrones let the smile die away from his lips, and looked keenly at Crispin. You will not reveal what I have now to tell you. Not unless it is some villainy. It is no villainy, it is an act of justice. Listen. The story, which did not take long to tell, drew forth many exclamations of surprise from Crispin, who for once in his life was astonished at the revelations of Califrones, and believed he was speaking the truth. Indeed, he could hardly help believing it, as many points of the story coincided with what he himself knew in connection with the Roylands family. When Califrones finished his recital, he flung himself back on the turf, and waited for Crispin to speak, which the young man did after a long pause. What you have stated astonishes me very much, he said deliberately, but as far as I can see, there does not seem to be any harm intended to my friend. None in the least, said the Count eagerly. You do not like Justinian now, for some mysterious reason, but I think you know enough about him to trust him. I know enough about him not to trust him overmuch, replied Crispin coolly, but with regard to your scheme and his scheme. Yes, cried the Count breathlessly. I will remain neutral. Califrones drew a long breath of relief, and sprang to his feet. That is better than nothing, but I wish you would help me. No, I will remain neutral. You can see for yourself, there is no harm intended. I tell you I will remain neutral, said Crispin for the third time, also rising from his recumbent attitude. I will neither help you nor thwart you, so you can do as you please, but I don't think y'all succeed in your schemes. Don't you? Replied Califrones provokingly as they walked up to the house together. Well, that remains to be seen, if a man of my capacity. Cunning! Well, cunning if you like. If a man of my cunning cannot circumvent this dull-headed. 72 Cautious. Oh, is he cautious? Well, I will make this cautious Englishman do as I wish. But here we are nearly at the house, and I wait to know on what footing we stand. You are an acquaintance of mine. I met you at Athens. Talk of the best-known Athenians as our mutual friends. And you will say nothing about Melnos. No. Nor about Justinian. No. Nor Alcibiades. I tell you I won't say a word about anyone or anything, said Crispin impatiently. You can carry out your plan if you like. It does no harm to Roylands as far as I can see, but if I find you playing double, my friend, I'll put an end to your games. I always play fair when it is to my benefit to do so, retorted the Greek, with an unpleasant smile. What a pity it is not always to your benefit to do so, said the poet cruelly. You would then be an honest man. I am what I am, answered Calliphronus sullenly. Had I created myself, I might have made an improvement. Not in your appearance, observed Crispin, looking at the splendid beauty of the man beside him. I suppose you are as vain as ever. Possibly, but I never let my vanity interfere with my business. Ah, there is some sense in that splendid head of yours, but precious little. Quite enough to accomplish my wishes. I doubt it, however, here we are, and here is Mr. Roylands. It was indeed Morris, who, arrayed in evening dress, advanced to meet them, and greeted Calliphronus with a smile. I had quite given you up, Count, he said, shaking hands with the Greek. Your luggage arrived, but not you, and the dinner is now due. However, as neither of you gentlemen is ready, I have just put it off for half an hour, so you will just have time to dress. You know Mr. Crispin, Count. Yes, you must blame him for my unpunctuality, said Calliphronus gracefully. I walked over here, and sent on my luggage by your groom. In the avenue I met Mr. Crispin, and we talked of old times. 73, ah, you know one another, cried Morris, flashing a keen glance at Crispin, which that gentleman sustained without blenching. Oh yes, answered the poet calmly. I was afraid I did not know the name of Count Calliphronus, but my memory played me false. I know it and him very well. We met at Athens. 3 years ago, continued the Count, laughing. You have no idea, Mr. Morris, how astonished I was to meet my friend here. By the way, you must allow me to call you Mr. Morris. I make such a mess of your English names. I think you speak English wonderfully well, Count. Where did you learn, may I ask, if it is not a rude question? I had an English tutor, replied Calliphronus, stealing a glance at Crispin, and I have been accustomed to your tongue since a lad. Ah, that accounts for it. Well, come with me, Count, and I will show you your room. Crispin, Mrs. Dengleton and her daughter are already in the drawing-room, so you had better make haste. Crispin went off as quickly as possible, and Morris hospitably conducted his guest to the room prepared for him, where Royland's valet was already spreading out the Count's evening dress. This duty having been performed, Mr. Roylands hurried away to his guests in the drawing-room, and the Count was left alone with the valet, whom he speedily dismissed. Thank you, I won't require anything else, he said, when the servant had arranged all his clothes. I am accustomed to wait on myself. Dinner is in half an hour. Yes, sir, replied the valet, and retired quietly. The fact is, Calliphronus had a habit of thinking aloud, and as he had a good many matters to consider, he was afraid of committing himself if a second person were in the room. Therefore, having got rid of the servant, he began to dress slowly for dinner, thinking deeply all the time. I do not think Crispin will say anything, he said aloud in Greek, as he arranged his white tie. Very likely he will help me if I can manage him. How upright he is, know how very upright, and to think. Here the Count went into a fit of silent laughter, which lasted until he arrived at the door of the drawing-room, when he controlled his risible muscles, and went in gravely to be introduced to the ladies. Chapter 7, Suvent Femme Very. Woman's a weathercock, full of frivolity. Men may together mock at her heart's quality. But if a heart she steals, worth all the smart she feels, there then her place is, low than the nether rock. less firm of base is. Needless to say, Count Constantine Califrones was much admired by the two ladies, which was scarcely to be wondered at, seeing his charm of manner was almost as great as his physical perfection. Attracted in the first instance by his good looks, they were quite prepared to find the kernel of such a handsome nut somewhat disappointing. In other words, they fancied that nature could scarcely be so profuse in her gifts as to give this man great mental powers in addition to his comely exterior. To their surprise, they found the Greek to be a charming conversationalist, and were much astonished at the purity with which he spoke the English tongue. It would be ridiculous to say that Califrones was a man of any great intellectual powers, for, as before stated, he was gifted with more cunning than brains. Still, such cunning enabled him to conceal his educational deficiencies, and by a dexterous use of the little knowledge he possessed, he managed to pass for a very intelligent man. Shallow Califrones was, without doubt, and his education in many ways had been woefully neglected, but he had traveled a great deal. He was acute enough in picking up unconsidered trifles of general information. He had plenty of small talk, so all these advantages, in conjunction with his undeniable good looks and ready wit, enabled him to fascinate the ordinary run of people. A clever man or a brilliant woman would have discovered the smallness of his intellectual powers at once. But everyday folk are not so difficult to please, and both Mrs. Dengleton and her daughter, being ordinary folk, gifted with ordinary brains, found the flashy, frivolous chatter of the Count infinitely charming. Morris, having got over his first suspicions of the Greek, soon liked him extremely, as he was a pleasant companion, and always in a good humor. On the other hand, Crispin, who knew what Califrones really was, and how mean and vile a soul inhabited that splendid body, was much put to in order to conceal his distaste for the society of this brilliant stranger. He saw through the thin veneer of good manners and facile accomplishments into the true nature of the man, and was well aware that this apparently charming child of nature, all impulse and simplicity, was in reality a crafty, selfish, sensual scoundrel, whose only aim in life was to benefit himself at the expense of others. If we were only in the palace of truth now, thought the poet, as he sat silently watching the dexterous way in which Califrones was using his small stock of accomplishments, I wonder what they would say were that man compelled to give utterance to his real thoughts. They would fly in horror from him as a vile thing, a beautiful flower, whose appearance is exquisite, yet whose odor is death. Still, he has improved wonderfully since the old days. I wonder where he picked up these good manners, not from Justinian or Alcibiades, ill be bound, but perhaps he has been learning the art of pleasing from Helena. As this thought came into his mind, and he remembered the charming woman who bore that name, knowing what Califrones was, he could not restrain a shudder, which immediately drew the eyes of the Greek towards him. My friend Mr. Crispin," he said slowly, for Califrones, in spite of his intimate acquaintance with the English tongue, picked up, heaven only knows where, could never pronounce proper names without a strong foreign accent. My friend, you shudder. Someone is walking over your grave." "Oh, what a horrible idea!" cried Mrs. Dengleton in her liveliest manner, for the Count's good looks had made a deep impression on her elderly heart. "I declare, my dear Count, you make me shudder also. It is exactly the kind of thing my brother Rudolph would say. Ghouls, vampires, omens, dreams, and all those gruesome things he used to revel in. Yes, positively revel in. Never shall I forget being told how he brought some lady friend a book to read, called Footprints on the Borders of Another World. It nearly frightened her into convulsions, and she threw it out of the window." 76. "My Uncle Rudolph must have been an interesting kind of person," said Morris dryly. "Oh, my dear Morris, he was so terribly wild. Yes, why in the old days he would have been a buccaneer or a puritate is just the kind of thing he would have liked to be." At this last remark, Crispin looked straight at the Count, who met his gaze with an uneasy laugh and tried to turn the conversation. "This gentleman, madam, he was very adventurous, I presume." "Oh dear me, yes. Your uncle Eunice, I am speaking of your uncle Morris." "Yes, Mammy's aunt," said both the cousins together. He had a fiery eye and was over 6 feet in height. I always thought him the image of the Templar in Ivanhoe, but of course I speak from hearsay, as I was a babe when he left England. Is there not a portrait of him somewhere, Morris? It is just behind you, Aunt, over the piano. Both Califronas and Crispin arose with a simultaneous movement and strolled across the room to look at this modern Captain Kidd. For that style of man he appeared to have been, judging from Mrs. Dengleton's highly colored description. The portrait was a full-length one of a handsome young man in the old-fashioned costume à la d'Orsay of the early Victorian age, and assuredly he appeared to be a dandy of the first water. But his strong commanding face, his eagle glance, firm mouth, and prominent nose marked him at once as a born leader of men. A man who, in Elizabethan times, would have sailed the Spanish Main and thrashed the Dons, who, in later years, would have delighted in Jacobite conspiracies, who would have fought his way to a marshal's baton when Napoleon led the armies of France. In fact, one of those men who find no outlet for their energies in the leading strings of civilization, but who, in a lawless life, develop those qualities whereof heroes are made. Morris was good-looking enough in an ordinary fashion, but he had none of the power and daring in his face, such as showed so conspicuously in his uncle's countenance. The Count and Crispin remained looking at the portrait an unconscionably long time, considering the original was 77 unknown to them, and glanced meaningly at one another as they went back to their seats. "Your description is an admirable one, Mrs. Dengleton," said Crispin, as that lady evidently desired his opinion of the portrait. "The face is that of a man who would be either a hero or a scoundrel according to circumstances, but always brave." "My dear Mr. Crispin," cried the lady, somewhat scandalized at the epithet applied to a Roylans. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Dengleton, I am speaking of the type more than the man. Rudolph Roylans has the bearing of a born leader of men, and I do not wonder he left England for wider fields. He must have been stifled in this narrow island." "How do you know he left England?" asked the lady sharply. "Why, your story of last night." "But you were not here when I told it. Ah, my dear Mr. Crispin, I am indeed very angry at you for taking my daughter out onto the terrace. She might have caught her death of cold, but we will not speak of that. At all events, you could not have heard my story." Crispin looked rather uncomfortable, as if he feared he had committed himself. But, as Mrs. Dengleton's beady eyes were fastened shrewdly on his face, he had to make some answer, though, truth to tell, he did not know what to say. "Well, really, Mrs. Dengleton, I hardly know how to reply," he said, coloring. "I did not hear all your story, but if you remember, just before the rector said good night, you talked about your brother leaving England." "Dear me, yes, so I did," said Mrs. Dengleton, and would have liked to add something in it the story of the photographs, the falsehood of which she had discovered. Morris, however, guessed how the land lay, and feeling sorry for Crispin, who was really very uncomfortable, made the first remark that came into his head. Califronas, tired of the conversation, had gone to the piano, where Eunice was playing softly, and talked to her in an undertone. This attention, however, was not noticed by Crispin, who was too busy trying to extricate himself from his dilemma with Mrs. Dengleton to think about anything else. How he would have managed to evade the photograph question, which Mrs. Dengleton was bent on asking, it is difficult to say, but that Morris came to his aid with the apparently irrelevant remark. 78, my dear Crispin, you say that, judging from his face, my uncle would either be a hero or a scoundrel. Now what do you mean by that remark?" "Oh, I hope I haven't offended you by making it," said Crispin, with a grateful smile, for he saw through Royland's stratagem. "But if a man like your uncle has such qualities as he seems to possess, strongly developed, they are bound to break out in some direction. Place him in the army, and he will be a hero in time of war, but supposing he was born in Whitechapel, I am afraid his heroic qualities would be dangerous to society." "Then you think a hero and a thief are composed of the same qualities." "I will not say a thief, but use the milder term adventurer. If the great Napoleon had not been an adventurer of that quality, he would never have mounted the throne of France. Sforza, the Duke of Milan, was of the same species, so was William the Conqueror and Roger de Hauteville, King of Sicily. All these men, through force of circumstances which aided the development of their commanding qualities, obtained thrones. They were adventurers who became kings. On the other hand, look at Benvenuto Cellini. He had the same instincts for fighting, commanding, and daring, the same longing for fame, riches, adventures. Yet, to the end of his life, he was but a quarrelsome swashbuckler, simply because his circumstances did not permit his qualities developing in the right direction. Cromwell had these qualities and mounted a throne. Rienzi had them and died on the scaffold all through circumstances. Believe me, my dear Morris, whatever qualities a man may possess, the development of them in the right or the wrong direction depends on his surroundings. It is a common saying that genius can override all obstacles and mistake, which anyone who reads history can perceive. Circumstances are sometimes too strong for the greatest soul, and that genius which should have created empires dies in obscurity. Quite a historical lecture, I declare, tittered Mrs. Dengleton, who found this long speech a trifle wearisome. But how does all this apply to my brother? If your brother, Mrs. Dengleton, went to South America, he probably rose to be president of one of those petty republics. If he went as a free lance into the service of some Eastern potentate, he very likely ended his life as a pasha of 79 three tails. But if he stayed in England, I feel certain that his violent temperament, his adventurous longings, must have brought him into trouble. I don't think he stayed in England, replied Mrs. Dengleton, shaking her head, or we certainly would have heard of his death. Probably he is a president, or a pasha, or some of those dreadful things you speak of. Do you think he is dead, Aunt? Asked Morris, who had been listening quietly to this argument. I am sure I don't know. I haven't heard of him for years and years, but the Roylans are always long-living people, so perhaps he is still alive. It is now 50 years since he went away, at the age of 25, so if he is still alive he must be quite 7 to 5 years of age. 7 to 5 years of age, repeated Crispin, and relapsed into silence. Who is 7 to 5 years of age? Asked Califronas, overhearing the remark. My Uncle Rudolph, if alive, said Morris lazily. Oh, indeed, replied Califronas carelessly, but his words conveyed volumes as he tried to catch the eye of Crispin. In this, however, he was not successful, as Crispin was wrapped up in a brown study, so the Greek turned towards Eunice and asked her to sing something. I am passionately fond of music, he said, turning over some songs, and nothing so delights me as to hear a woman's voice. Eunice blushed at this compliment to her sex, and not knowing how to answer it, for she was still afflicted with the shyness of the bread-and-butter age, took up the first song that came to hand. Do you know this song? She said, placing the music before her the star serious. It is the new scientific style of song, now all the rage. A scientific song, repeated Califronas, rather puzzled. Yes, blending instruction with pleasure, said Crispin, rousing himself out of his reverie and walking over to the piano. The public are tired of love songs, seasons, sacred songs, comic songs, and sentimentalities of all kinds, so some ingenious person has invented the scientific song. In this song astronomy is brought to the aid of eroticism, and the result is peculiar, to say the least of it. I presume such ditties are written for musically inclined Girton girls. Shall I play your accompaniment, Miss Dengleton? 80 if you would be so kind, said Eunice, vacating her seat at the piano, which action brought a frown to the face of her watchful mother. I can sing better standing up. Crispin played the prelude in sufficiently good style, and Califronas, sinking into a chair near the singer, looked up into her face in a somewhat bold fashion, as she sang the latest up-to-date song of the day. The Star Sirius. 1. A glowing star of ardent ray. In midnight skies we trace. It is a central sun, they say, enshrined in distant space. Around it giant planets turn. In motion constant roll. With fiery force its splendors burn. As for thee burns my soul. O star ascendant at my birth. For tears, for sadness, or for mirth. You rule my destiny on earth. 2 O star of stars, in thee no flaw. The telescopes reveal. Thine orbs obey attraction's law. And round thy center wheel. Beloved, thou and I are one. Nor parted e'er can be. I am thy planet, thou my sun. For all eternity. O star ascendant at my birth. For tears, for sadness, or for mirth. You rule my destiny on earth. Thank you, Miss Dengleton, said Califronas when the song ended. I like your singing much better than the words. They are somewhat perplexing. They are up-to-date words, remarked Crispin calmly. The music is also up-to-date, of the most advanced school, a blending of Dvorak and Rubinstein. What awful names, cried Califronas with a shudder they grate on the ear. So does their music in some cases. There is nothing like consistency. Still, some of the advanced school of music's efforts are delightful. This dance of Dvorak's, for instance. Bringing down his hands on the keys with a crash, he played one of those weird gypsy dances of the bohemian musician, which thrill the listener with their wild capriciousness, and conjure up pictures of a mode of life quite alien to our prosaic respectability. That strange chord resounds loudly through the room, and at once we see the wild horses flying across the illimitable gray plain, the fierce voices of their gypsy riders pealing up to the somber sky of midnight. That rapid medley of sounds, and lo, the fires burn redly under the trees, while round them bound tawny women with flashing eyes, tossing their arms and clashing their tambourines to the wild rhythm of the music. Death on the cards, love in the stars, and the muttered prophecies of crouching hags, terrified at the omen of flying bat, of shrieking nightbird. Another whirl of glittering notes scatter themselves through the air, crash, 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 chord upon chord sounds fiercely, with intervals of sparkling chromatic runs like the falling of broken spray, and then one final chord, bringing the red of the dawn, the chill winds of morning, and the uprising of the cheerful sun. Wonderful, cried Mrs. Dengleton, who knew nothing about music, but admired Dvorak because he was the fashion, and not intelligible to the ordinary mind. So fantastic, added Eunice, whose accomplishments did not soar above the mild singing of a mild drawing-room ballad, such as Daddy's Dancing, or Oh, If to Thee My Heart Is Welcome. Well, for my part, said the Count, shrugging his shoulders, I think your new music is horrible. Ah, it does not appeal to your Hellenic spirit, replied Crispin carelessly. Mephistopheles felt out of place at the classical Walpurgis night, so you, my dear Califronas, feel equally at sea among this diablerie of a northern composer, so suggestive of the festival on the Brocken. I don't know what you are taking about, said the Count uneasily, having a vague idea he was being laughed at. Of course you don't, replied Crispin coolly. You have never read Faust, either the first or the second part. Califronas knew that Crispin did not like him, and thinking he wanted to ridicule him in the presence of the ladies, would have made some angry answer. But that Eunice, quite unaware of this storm in a teacup, asked him to sing a Greek song. 82 Yes, do, dear Count, said Mrs. Dengleton gushingly. I do so love foreign songs, they go to the soul. And the soul at least the English soul does not understand them, observed Morris, with a yawn, for he was growing somewhat tired of this musical discussion. If the song is in Italian, French, or German, I can certainly understand it, said the lady with dignity, but Greek I can hardly be expected to know. I do not think you would care much for the words if you did understand modern Greek, remarked Crispin with a smile. The sonorous tongue of Hellas invests the most commonplace poems with a dignity and a charm which they would lose if translated. Come, Count, and sing that love song you used to be so fond of in Athens. Athens, repeated the Count, with a significant smile, as he rose to comply with this request. Yes, Athens, repeated Crispin with emphasis. I was accustomed to play your accompaniment. How does it go? He began playing a simple melody, which, wild though it was, sounded quite poverty-stricken after the wealth of harmonies which had so distinguished the music of Dvorak. Califronas watched the player's fingers for a little time, and then began to sing in an uncommonly fine tenor voice, though of course somewhat rough for want of training. What he lacked in delicacy, however, he made up in force and fire, and the wonderful language he sang in also assisted him greatly, though, as regards the song itself, neither melody nor words were particularly striking. Daphne, this summer night is full of singing. I hear my comrades sigh at the windows of those they worship. The windows are open, but thy lattice is closed. Love calls the lover to his beloved. Love answers the beloved with smiling lip. But from your window you call not love. Wherefore the night is empty of singing to me. Lean from your lattice, capricious one, and I will sing the strain of the nightingale to the rose. Yes, you have heard me. You open your window. I can see the silver daggers gleam in your hair. And you throw me a rose, which sighs I love thee. Ah, you have spoken to the rose, and the message is told. Good night, my Daphne, sleep with the sound of my voice in thine ears. But for me there is no slumber. For all night will I demand of the rose your message. And the rose will reply, I love thee, I love thee. 83 Thank you so much, said Eunice, coming over to the piano. I do not know what it means, but it sounds wonderfully charming. It is a love song. I wish I had a translation of it. I will translate it if you wish, Miss Dengleton, said Crispin, by no means relishing the attention which Eunice was paying to the Greek. What do you know Greek? Modern Greek, yes, I have been in Greece a great deal. A great deal, echoed Calliphrones, with an evil smile. Crispin faced round abruptly, and was about to say something in an undertone, but after a moment's deliberation, turned slowly away. The Count looked after him with a smiling face, and then devoted himself to Eunice, who was by no means averse to receiving his attentions. Now, Eunice must not be misjudged. It is true that she felt flattered by the attentions of such a strikingly handsome man as Calliphrones, but she was not, as Crispin in his jealousy thought, attracted in any marked degree by this stranger. In fact, she was playing a little comedy for the blinding of her lynx-eyed mother, for, afraid lest that lady should discover that she was secretly engaged to Crispin, with the instinctive craft of womankind, Eunice pretended to be more taken up with the Greek than with the poet. By following this course, she thought her mother's mind would be set at rest concerning the rivalry of Crispin with Morris. Alas, the plan was a good one, and excellently well carried out, but such diplomacy met with but an ill reward, as in avoiding Charybdis she fell into the clutches of Scylla, for in place of an angry mother she had to put up with an angry lover. Crispin was puzzled to account for her sudden desertion of him, and this marked attention to Calliphrones, so at once with masculine stupidity, deemed that the outward graces of the Count had rendered her false to him. Had Crispin been fortunate enough to possess a female friend to whom he could have talked on such a serious matter, his suspicions would speedily have been lulled to rest, for no one but a woman can understand a woman, and, as Crispin was of the masculine gender, he therefore failed to grasp the situation. Eunice chatted gaily with Calliphrones, smiled on him, sang songs to him, and quite neglected poor Crispin, who grew 84 towards the end of the night almost as melancholy as Morris, in his despair at such unlooked-for behavior on the part of the girl he loved. As to Calliphrones, that gentleman, who possessed a considerable amount of vanity and an overweening sense of his own perfections, saw nothing in the conduct of Miss Dengleton otherwise than what should be. He was so accustomed to be petted and made much of by women that it became a matter of habit with him, and he would have been considerably astonished had Eunice acted otherwise than she 999. At the same time, he was secretly very pleased at making an impression in this quarter, as he saw at once from intercepted glances that the poet was violently enamored of this fair English maiden. Calliphrones hated Crispin with all the strong venomosity of a little soul, and if he could do him an ill turn would certainly take advantage of the opportunity. Thinking Eunice had succumbed to his fascinations, he was quite prepared to take advantage of his conquest, and deprive the poet of his ewe lamb, the more so as Crispin's ill-concealed jealousy added considerably to the charm of the flirtation. Poor Eunice, who never thought her motives would be misconstrued by her jealous lover, was quite astonished when he permitted Califronas to present her with her bedroom candle and wished her a frosty good night. She would have liked to obtain an explanation, but Mrs. Dengelton was at her heels, so she was obliged to retire to bed, considerably disconcerted over the strange behavior of this stupid libellous poet. Califronas also went to bed very shortly, as he did not smoke, and alleging that it was his custom to retire early and rise early, went off to his room, leaving Crispin alone with Morris. As soon as they were by themselves, Crispin turned at once to his friend. "Did you see Eunice tonight?" Morris leisurely filled his pipe. "Yes, I saw her. You are jealous of our friend Califronas." "Well, I certainly think Eunice gave me good cause to be. What is the reason of this sudden change?" Roylance shrugged his shoulders and lighted his pipe. "I don't know, unless Francis I was right," he said calmly. "Suvent femme veri." Chapter 8, Endymion. O goddess wise, disdainful of the sultry sun, thou waitest till his course is run, then stealing where Endymion in slumber lies, with amorous sighs, awake him in that secret nest, all drowsy with enchanted rest, to lie upon thy silver breast, while daylight dies in western skies, and shyly peering one by one, the stars gaze on that meeting blessed. For the next week or so life passed very agreeably at the Grange, and its inmates, becoming habituated to one another's society, settled down into a Lauticiating existence, which, if not a useful one, was at least infinitely charming. Califronas played his part in this country house comedy in the most admirable manner, and owing to his good looks, his good manners, and his good temper, soon established himself as a universal favorite. This splendid flower of humanity, which had bloomed to such beauty under the serene skies of the East, fascinated Morris greatly, and he took a genuine pleasure in modeling the Endymion from the Count, though at times, in spite of his artistic capabilities, he almost despaired of being able to mold the soft clay into a perfect representation of this virile perfection. At the same time, the intercourse between the sculptor and his model was very pleasant, as Califronas was a most delightful companion, and told stories of his adventures in a manner worthy of Ulysses or Munchausen. Yet, though he seemed to grow quite confidential over his past life, he nevertheless withheld many episodes which might have prejudiced his host against him. Morris, who was simple in many ways, despite his 10 years' experience of Bohemia, thought Califronas was laying bare his whole soul, whereas the wily Greek only revealed the best side of that very complex article. This setting forth of his moral excellences was of course in keeping with the impression he was anxious to produce, and he thus made himself very agreeable to Morris, who took the Count 86 for what he represented himself to be, not for what he really was. Califronas was an excellent conversationalist, and during the sittings beguiled the time with many stories of his countrymen, and not infrequently of his countrywomen, for this Apollo had achieved many conquests in the fields of Venus, and seemed very proud of his prowess during some charming campaigns. Probably most of his stories were exaggerations, and at times even simple Morris doubted their truth, but so gracefully were these lies told that they sounded as delightful as the tales of Boccaccio. The Count, with considerable imaginative power, supplied to his host a charming history of himself and his early life, which was more or less fictitious. But of course, his listener never dreamed that a man could string together such a quantity of consistent lies, and therefore believed those romances worthy of Dumas the elder. Morris was no fool, but his own nature was so simple and honorable that he thought everyone else was like himself, and at the worst only deemed that these histories were perhaps highly colored, but true in the main. Meanwhile, Eunice had demanded at the most convenient opportunity an explanation from Crispin regarding his inexplicable behavior on that first night of the Greek's visit, and had received one which considerably startled her, as it plainly showed that Crispin was disposed to be jealous. This rather pleased Eunice, as no woman cares about a meek lover, and the more jealousy a man displays, the more his beloved feels complimented at the power she exercises over his affections. However, the situation between her and Crispin being somewhat strained, Eunice, deeming honesty to be the best policy, confessed all about her little scheme of misleading Mrs. Dengleton regarding the true position of affairs. On learning the truth, Crispin felt very much ashamed of his groundless suspicions and apologized profusely for having doubted his intended, whereat, being satisfied with this humbling of the proud, she took him into favor again, so the course of true love once more ran smooth. Notwithstanding the unpleasantness of such a thing, Crispin rather approved of Eunice treating him with coldness in the presence of Mrs. Dengleton, as it would probably lull the suspicions of that lady, but he was not so sure about his intended, accepting the very pointed attentions of Califronas. Crispin knew the Greek thoroughly. Eunice was absolutely ignorant of his real character, but as, owing to 87 his being behind the scenes, he could make Califronas to a certain extent do what he desired, he hinted very plainly to this Hellenic Don Juan that his attentions were unwelcome to Miss Dengleton, and that he was to give up the role he had elected to play. At first the Count was disposed to rebel against this fiat, which put an end to a very pleasant flirtation, but as he really did not care about Eunice, and moreover Crispin was too dangerous to be provoked lightly, he made a virtue of necessity, and ceased to overwhelm the shy English girl with his florid compliments. At the same time he promised himself to be revenged on Crispin at the first opportunity, and Crispin, knowing this, could not help feeling a trifle uneasy, for it was a difficult matter to fight with an absolutely unscrupulous scoundrel like the Count, whose laws were neither those of God nor man, but of his own making. However, Crispin's knowledge of his errand to Roylands proved an effective weapon, and he was satisfied that the Greek would do nothing to jeopardize the success of his mission, even though his vanity demanded some revenge for being thus slighted. Of course, Mrs. Dengleton still contemplated a match between her daughter and nephew, but Morris evaded her hints with great dexterity, yet at the same time, to protect Crispin from a less complacent rival, made such pointed remarks about the necessity of marriage as led Mrs. Dengleton to believe that he seriously contemplated entering into the matrimonial state. Never was the good lady so puzzled in her life, for she could not make up her mind as to what Morris really meant, with his blowing hot one day and cold the next, but being a great believer in the efficacy of time, deemed it the wisest plan to wait the development of events, and in order to watch the same kept her beady eyes wide open. Owing to the neglectful manner in which Eunice had lately treated Crispin, she apprehended no danger from that quarter, and, as Morris was very attentive to his cousin, the Hun, Mrs. Dengleton felt sure that in the end she would obtain her heart's desire, and install Eunice as mistress of Roylands Grange. The rector sometimes came over to the Grange, and was friendly with everyone saving Califronas, as for some inexplicable reason he professed to heartily dislike that brilliant gentleman. It was certainly a kind of doctor-fellish aversion, of which Mr. Carriston felt rather ashamed, as he could give no plausible reason for such distrust. In reply to a question 88 of Morris's, he simply said that, much as he admired the physical beauty of the Greek, he was by no means sure that his soul corresponded to the perfection of the body. Indeed, on one occasion, while Mrs. Dengleton was eulogizing the charms of Califronas from a feminine point of view, the rector pointedly quoted that line from the Odyssey which says, "Faultlessly fair bodies are not always the temples of a godlike soul." But as this remark was made in Homeric Greek, the significance of it was lost upon the lady. It may be that some subtle instinct warned him against this man, whose evil nature was concealed under the semblance of good, but at all events the rector was always on his guard against the Count, and delicately warned Morris against trusting him too far. Evidently, Mr. Carriston had studied the character of Ulysses to no small purpose, and found in Califronas a reproduction, body, brain, and soul, of the most crafty of the Greeks. Regarding the outward appearance of Califronas, the rector was too deeply steeped in the serene literature of Hellas to be unimpressed with the physical splendor of the man. Making allowances for the subduing influence of modern clothing, which detracts from the most perfect beauty either in man or woman, Mr. Cariston at times, seeing Calliphrones in the dazzling sunlight, thought he beheld, as in a vision, the phantom of some joyous Hellenic divinity untouched by sorrow or care. This man, gifted with exceptional beauty, might have been Hylas, Hyacinth, or Theoxenos, and strayed by chance from some unknown Arcadian vale into the rush and turmoil of the modern world, with its worship of money and position, so alien to the adoration of beauty and genius which formed the cult of antique Hellas. In truth, Calliphrones was out of place in England, our grey rainy skies, smoky air, stifling cities, and domesticated nature, formed but a dark background for this strongly vitalized being, tingling from head to foot with the healthfulness of wild life. He should have dwelt in the burning south, beside the tideless ripples of serene seas, under the cloudless blue of Attic skies, with the silver-gray olives, the shining temples of the gods, and headland, mountain peak, and island melting into phantom forms of aerial grace. Far beyond the expanse of the laughing ocean, he was an anachronism in this 19th century. The physical survivor of Hellas as Keats was the mental survivorone had the body of Alcibiades, the other the brain of Theocritus, and both were equally alien to the modern world. Well was it for the rector that he could see only the splendid casket, and not the soul contained therein, for, in spite of his instinctive distrust, the fancy he had that this count was not to be trusted fell far below the actual moral degradation of the man. Calliphrones was as vain as a peacock, absolutely ignorant of the morality of right or wrong, lazy in every way save what touched his own desires, and crafty as a fox. Crispin could have pointed out to the rector all these flaws, but Crispin had promised to hold his peace so long as Calliphrones abstained from actual harm. Therefore he remained quiescent, and only reminded the Greek now and then that there was a watchful eye on his doings. Morris believed in the Greek, the rector doubted him, and Crispin knew his worthlessness thoroughly, so among the three of them the character of Calliphrones was pretty well analyzed. From Morris, the steady, respectable Englishman, with occasional lapses of artistic wildness, to Calliphrones, the brilliant cosmopolitan adventurer, was a long step. Crispin stood midway between the two, as he had a certain amount of British phlegmatism, with at times those wild impulses which come from a wandering life and an intellectual nature. Still, he could control his spontaneity, while Calliphrones, obeying his own undisciplined mind, did whatever came into his head. Yet, if anyone was scandalized by such unconventionality, he would at once obtain forgiveness by the graceful way in which he apologized. "It is impossible to be angry with you," said Morris to him one day, when the Count had been guilty of some ridiculous escapade, "and yet you deserve to be sharply spoken to. But you are a child in many ways, and we cannot be angry with a child." "There you are right, my dear Mr. Morris," replied Calliphrones, smiling. "I am a child, but that is as much as to say I am a Greek. You remember what the Egyptian priest said to Solon, you Greeks are always children. Therefore, if I am a child, and act impulsively like a child, blame my nationality, not myself." "I expect you could be a very bad child if you wanted to," said Crispin, overhearing this defense. Calliphrones darted a spiteful look at the speaker. "Very likely," he replied in a meaning tone, "but those who dread stings should not disturb the wasp's nest." There was a distinct menace in his tone, but Crispin felt too confident of having the upper hand to take much notice of this venom, and merely laughed, much to the wrath of the Greek. However, as the time was not yet ripe for action, he restrained his anger, and behaved so amiably to Crispin that it was only the knowledge the poet possessed of his true character that made him mistrust the suave smiles and kindly actions of this Greek Machiavelli. Calliphrones was an amphibious creature, and lived quite as much in the water as on the shore. Whenever he had the time to spare, he went off to Brastamere for a dip in the sea, and would plunge and wallow in the water like a dolphin. Fortunately that summer at Roylands was unusually hot, and what with the cloudless skies, the burning sun, and the delicate emerald tints of foliage, grass, and herb, Calliphrones might well have imagined that he was still in his beloved Greece, bathing off some pebbly beach of the Gene. Brastamere was a somewhat peculiar place, and was in reality an arm of the Sea Bras de Mer, which ran up like a long tongue into the land, where it met the waters of the Roy River. In olden times, Roylands, which was its Norman French name, had been the property of the crown, and had been used by the Plantagenets for their favorite pastime of hunting. Henry II bestowed it on one of his barons who was strongly suspected of being a son of the king, but who on receiving this royal gift dropped his former name of Fitzroy and took that of Roylands. It was certainly a splendid property, and through all the turbulence of succeeding reigns, the descendants of the first Roylands had succeeded in keeping their hold on these rich acres, so it was very little diminished in size from the time of its bestowal on Fitzroy. Brastamere, which was a kind of estuary, ran about half a mile up into the estate, and into it flowed the little river Roy, which was a placid stream of no great beauty. All round Brastamere lay fat meadows containing some of the finest land in the country, and clumps of beech and elm and oak, remnants of the old hunting forest of Plantagenet kings, dotted their broad expanse of daisied sward. Near the upper part of Brastamere, where it met the waters of the Roy and blended salt with fresh, stood a quincunx of noble oaks which grew close to the bank. From thence the smooth turf of the meadow sloped down to the turbulent waters, and it was here that Califronas came to bathe, not only every morning, but often 3 times a day. Being in the middle of the estate, Brastamere was far away from all human habitation, and might have been the navel of some 91 great wilderness, so lonely it was. The Greek loved this blending of fresh and salt water, as the softness of the one assuaged the harshness of the other, and under the hot sun would frequently cool himself in this unique pool, which was neither river nor stream, but a mixture of both. Very often Crispin and Morris would come with him for a morning dip just before sunrise, and then walk back to the grange with a tremendous appetite for breakfast. One morning they set out for their usual walk, just as the east was flushing redly with the dawn, and the chill morning air nipped them keenly as they strolled along in the direction of Brastamere. That is to say, the poet and the sculptor strolled, for Califronas simply danced along, as if to rid himself of his superabundant energy. Across the dewy meadows he bounded fawn-like, singing as gaily as the lark already saluting the sun in the fresh blue sky. Like some wild being of the woods, he leaped here and there from very lightheartedness, with his head bare and his arms tossing in the air. A number of horses pasturing in the field rushed away at his approach, nor, though he called them loudly, did they pause in their wild career. "What a child he is," said Morris, watching the graceful figure of the Greek bounding lightly towards the water. "Yes, a nice child truly," sneered Crispin with strong disfavor. "You don't seem to like Califronas." "Well, no, I cannot say I do. As an acquaintance he is all very well, but as a friend here," Crispin shrugged his shoulders in lieu of words. "I suppose all he says about himself is true." "I suppose so," replied the poet curtly. "Do you think he will stay long down here? I hope he will not go away before I finish modeling my Endymion." "I think you can safely depend on his staying till then," rejoined Crispin significantly, and the conversation ended a conversation which left an odd feeling of discomfort in the mind of Morris, which he could not tell seemed to revive his old distrust of this fascinating Greek. He would have questioned Crispin further, but as they were now on the edge of the bank, and Califronas was within hearing, he had no opportunity of so doing, therefore put off such examination till a more convenient season. Califronas was already in the water, swimming like a fish, and indeed he was as much at home there as on the land. 92, the 2 gentlemen undressed leisurely on the bank, Morris making fun of the Greek as he reveled in his favorite element. "You had better beware, Califronas, as the nymphs might take a fancy to you as they did to Hylas." "River nymphs, sea nymphs, I do not mind in the least," cried the Greek gaily. "Ladies are always charming, whether they have tails or limbs." At this moment he reached the opposite bank and climbed on the fallen trunk of a tree. As he stood there with his arms raised above his head, the first yellow ray of the sun flashed on his white body and enveloped him in glory, as though he were indeed a stray Olympian. Then, with a shout of glee, he shot downward like an arrow, cleaving the blue water with a dash of snowy spray, which sprang upwards glittering like diamonds in the yellow sunlight. By this time, Morris and his friend were also enjoying their bath in the cool element, and the 3 rollicked about like schoolboys. Crispin swam down the estuary in the direction of the sea with Morris, and soon the surface of the water roughened by the wind began to dash salt spray in their faces. Califronas stayed where he was, amusing himself with fancy strokes, but after a time he became tired, and when the others came back, breathless with their long swim, they found the Count standing on the bank drying himself. As they also were tired, they also sought the bank, but at this moment one of the horses, a powerful black one, came timidly near them. Califronas, with that wonderful power he had over all animals, advanced, nude as he was, up the bank and called to the horse in a coaxing tone. The animal let him get quite close to it and lay his hand on the mane, when with a sudden spring the Greek leaped on its back, and the horse, startled by the action and by his shout, galloped away at full speed. Round and round, the meadow went horse and man, forming so striking a sight that Morris and Crispin paused in their dressing to look at it. As the horse at full gallop came sweeping past, with Califronas laughing and holding on by the mane, Morris involuntarily thought of the frieze of the Parthenon, where nude youths ride fiery steeds in a long serene procession of marble figures. The Greek rode like a red Indian, with the most consummate ease, and as the horse for the third time darted past the quincunx of oaks, he dropped lightly off, by some trick known only to himself, and the steed galloped wildly away, while the Greek came back laughing to his friends. 93 What a child you are, Califronas, said Morris in a vexed tone, riding a bareback steed in that reckless manner. You might have broken your neck. Small loss if he had, muttered Crispin under his breath. Oh, I can stick on anything, answered Califronas carelessly, taking no notice of Crispin's remark, which his keen ears immediately heard. Besides, that gallop has done me good. See, I am quite dry. When they were dressed, the three of them walked quickly back to breakfast, for the morning air had developed their appetites enormously. Mrs. Dengleton and Eunice awaited them on the terrace, and they were soon seated round the well-spread table. Califronas, touching neither coffee nor tea, drank water only, and confined his eating to bread, honey, and eggs. His were the tastes of primeval man, and he strongly disliked elaborate dishes which were pleasing to the cultured palates of his more civilized neighbors. I do not know how you can eat such things, he said in some disgust, as Eunice took some curry. Does it not make you ill? Not in the least, Count, she replied, laughing. It is a very depraved taste, I suppose, but I am very fond of curry. And hot tea, retorted Califronas quickly. I have heard it said that tea is bad for the nerves. Ladies always complain of nerves, yet they drink tea. I could not do without my tea, said Mrs. Dengleton, who was given to surreptitious cups of tea at odd hours of the day, and yet I have nerves. Oh, those dreadful nerves! You don't know what it is to be so afflicted, Count. No, I do not. I never had an illness in my life, but then that is because I live a natural life, whereas all you highly civilized people live an artificial existence. If you gave up your hylospous dishes, your strong wines, your late hours, your breathing of poisonous air, you would be as healthy as I am. Well, you can hardly call the air of Roylands poisonous, said Morris indolently. No, the air here is delightful because you live near the sea. I could not dwell inland myself. I would die. I must breathe the sea air, see the wide waste of waters, hear the thunder of waves on the beach. That is the only life for a healthy man. You could not live in London, I suppose, said Mrs. Dengleton, frowning on Eunice, who was talking in a quiet tone to Crispin. 94 London, cried the Count with scorn. I would as soon live at the bottom of the sea. Indeed, I believe it would be healthier there. London, that crushed-up mass of houses inhabited by pale-faced people, I wonder they can exist. Oh, I saw and heard a good deal of London when I was there. Your people in the East End never leave those narrow streets from one year to the other. They know nothing of sunrise or sunset, for they only see those marvels through a smoky veil. They cannot tell a bird by its song. They know nothing of animals or their habits, of the wonderful life of nature which is born and lives and dies in the woods, in the seas, in the mountains. They are ignorant. They are born blind, they live blind, they die blind, and call such blindness life. But what about the people in the West End? Asked Mrs. Dengleton, with the air of making a crushing remark. They are scarcely better, retorted Califronas promptly. They sit half the night in theaters breathing hot air, They go to balls where there is such a crowd of people that no one can dance. They walk for an hour in the park and call it exercise. They poison themselves at the clubs with cigarettes, and in the boudoirs with tea, and all this feverish, unreal life is called the season. When they go abroad, it is to Monte Carlo and those sorts of places, where they lead the same life on a smaller scale. No, the West End is no better than the East End. But you forget, said Crispin, more from a desire to contradict the Count than because he disagreed with him. Plenty of people go mountaineering, game shooting, yachting, exploring. I know all that, my dear friend, but the number of people who do those things is very small. I am talking of the great mass of the English people, and as far as I can see, whether they are rich or poor, the life they lead is in both cases equally opposed to health and enjoyment. Here endeth the first reading, said Morris, rising from the table, his example being followed by all his guests. Califronas, you are quite eloquent on the subject. Yes, I am not usually so eloquent, replied the Count, going out onto the terrace, but on all sides I hear from your people complaints of being 99. Well, the remedy is in their own hands. Why don't they use it? My good sir, remarked Crispin, who had lighted a cigarette, you cannot overturn the whole complex civilization 95 of the West in that manner. Man can no more go back to the simplicity of the existence you eulogize than you could settle down to a fashionable life in London and enjoy it. Well, you at least can be cured easily, said the Count, with emphasis, for, as they were now beyond earshot of the rest of the party, he could talk freely. You all your life have lived the life of a natural man, but now you smoke that horrible tobacco, drink all kinds of wines, eat all kinds of dishes, and will soon become as artificial as those people around you. Perhaps I will come back to the primeval existence you praise. With that young lady, I suppose. Perhaps. Ah, she is very charming, she is. Thank you, I don't want to hear your opinion of Miss Dengleton, said Crispin haughtily. Your primeval simplicity at times verges on rudeness. How long are you going to stay here? I can't tell you that, but I am going to take my first step today. In order to get Roylance to Melnose. Yes, oh, I have a lure, my friend. Yes, I have described the fairyland of the islands, and that it is fairyland you must admit. He is even now seized with a desire of going there, so today I will get him to make up his mind to go to the Levant with me. How? I will show him this. Crispin looked at the portrait the Count held out, which was that of a marvelously beautiful woman in a Greek dress. Helena, cried the poet, recognizing the face, when did she get this taken? Has she been to Athens? No, I took it myself. Oh, I am not absolutely the barbarian you think me. I have gone in for photography. Yes, this is one of my best efforts. And do you think that face will lure Morris to the east? It ought to, said Califronas, gazing at the picture with a burning light in his eyes. She is as lovely as her namesake of Troy, and I love her, oh how I love her. Is it wise, do you think, to introduce a possible rival? That does not matter to me, replied the Count, slipping the picture into his pocket. I have Justinian's promise. 96, yes, but you have not got Helena's. Oh, she won't refuse to marry me. For the sake of her happiness, I hope she will. You are very complimentary, retorted the Greek ironically, turning away. Well, I must leave your delightful society, my friend. It is time for me to go to the studio. Wait a minute. I have not thwarted your plans, because, as far as I can see, they are innocent, but if you induce Morris to go to the Levant. Well, demanded Califronas insolently. I will go also. And your reason? A very simple one. I do not trust the scamp called Andros. Better known, at least in England, as Constantine Califronas, replied the Count coolly. Well, come if you like to watch over your precious friend. I do not wish him harm, but he, and you also, had better beware of Justinian. Chapter 9, The Portrait. Dreary life. Aching fears. Endless strife. Bitter tears. Lo, a lovely face I see, changing all the world to me. Love's delight. Beauty's face. Smiling's bright. Woman's grace. Thus beholding these in thee, thou hast changed the world to me. The studio which Morris had fitted up for himself at the Grange was a very workmanlike apartment, as it was quite barren of the artistic frippery with which painters love to decorate their rooms. Sculpture is a much more virile art than painting, and scorning frivolous adornments of all kinds, the artist of the chisel devotes himself to the severest and highest forms of beauty, so that he finds quite enough loveliness 97 in his coldly perfect marble figures, without furnishing his studio like a Wardour Street toy shop. Of course, he who works in colors loves to gaze on colors, and therefore a fantastic Eastern carpet, a quaint figured tapestry, a gold-broidered curtain of Indian silk, a yellow shield of antique workmanship, a porous red jar from Egypt, and such like brilliances are pleasing to the artistic eye, and the constant sight of their blended hues keeps the sense of color, so to speak, up to the mark. The sculptor, however, has but one color, white, which is not a color, and the less luxurious his studio, the more likely is he to concentrate his attention on the statue growing to perfection under his busy chisel. These sentiments, which would seem to narrow down a sculptor to the severest and least graceful form of art, were uttered by Crispin in approval of that bare barn attached to the Grange which Morris called his studio. But then Crispin knew nothing about art, and a painter or a sculptor reading the above views of their profession will probably laugh to scorn such fanciful notions. Yet it is true that the sculptor by his art is shut off from the world of color, unless, like the old Greeks, according to some critics, he tints his statues and thereby turns them into wax figures. But doubtless, those Hellenic sculptors who wrought nude gods and draped goddesses from the marbles of Paros and Pentelicus did not fail to notice how the background of the blue Attic sky enhanced the beauty of their creations, and therefore must have concluded that the world of color, to which they were strangers, could accentuate the fairness and beauty of their statues. Again, these are the artistic sentiments of Crispin the poet, delivered to Morris with much daring, seeing the speaker was ignorant of the world of art, and but promulgated his ideas in a purely poetical fashion. But Crispin's crude view of art and artists may doubtless fail to interest many people. Therefore, to come back in a circle to the starting point of the disquisition, Morris's studio was a very workmanlike apartment. The floor consisted merely of bare boards, although at one end in front of the fireplace there was an oasis of carpet, on which rested a table for pipes and tobacco, together with two comfortable armchairs. Scattered here and there were statues finished and unfinished, some completed in marble, others incomplete in clay. Morris had gratified his artistic desires for the perfection of sculpture by surrounding himself with copies in marble of some famous statues. For 98 now, as he was wealthy, he could afford to do so. Here danced the faun with his grotesque visage and lissom pose, there smiled Hebe, holding her cup for the banquet of the gods. Bacchus with his crown of vine leaves gazed serenely on the sad face of the draped Ariadne in the distance. Apollo watched the lizard crawling up the tree trunk, and Hermes, with winged feet, poised himself on his pedestal as if for flight. The whole studio was filled with the fair and gracious forms of Greek art, and no wonder at times Morris despaired of producing anything worth looking at beside these immortal productions of the Hellenic brain and hands. The great necessity now is, not to know what one can do, but what one cannot do. And if these complacent artists, poets, sculptors, novelists only abode by this rule, the world would be spared the perpetration of many an atrocity in marble, verse, or on canvas, which the conceited creators think perfection. Maurice Roylans had a pretty taste for chipping marble, but he was by no means a genius, and his statues, while perfectly wrought in accordance with the canons of art, yet lacked that soul which only the true sculptor can give to his creations. It was a fortunate thing for him that he was a rich man, for assuredly he would never have become a great sculptor. His ideas were excellent, but he could not carry them out in accordance with the figment of his brain, as he lacked the divine spark of genius, which alone can fully accomplish what it conceives. At present, clad in a blouse, he was standing in front of a mass of wet clay, manipulating the soft material with dexterous fingers into a semblance of the fanciful Endymion of his brain and the real Endymion of Calliphrona's. That gentleman was posed on the model's platform in the distance, and was beguiling the time by incessant chattering of this, that, and the other thing. The artist had based his conception of this statue of Endymion on these lines of Keats, poet laureate to Diane herself. What is there in the moon that thou shouldst move my heart so potently? He intended to represent the shepherd sitting on Latmo's top, chin on hand, gazing at the moon with dreamy eyes, his mortal heart thrilling at the thought that he would see the inviolate Artemis incarnate in the flesh. In accordance with the Greek ideas of nudity, Morris did not drape his statue. 99 But the shepherd sat on his chlamys, which was lightly thrown over a rock, while beside him lay scrip and flask and pastoral crook. Calliphronas was seated thus, with his elbow resting on his knee and his chin on his hand, gazing presumably at the moon, in reality at Morris, while the other hand lightly hung down by his side, and his right leg was drawn back so that the foot bent in a delicate curve calculated to show its full beauty. This pose showed all the perfect lines of his figure, and with his nude body, his clean-shaven face, and dreaming eyes, he looked the veritable Endymion who was waiting the descent of the goddess from high Olympus. Though it was a warm day, a fire burned in the grate, for the Greek was very susceptible to cold, and after working for some time Morris was fain to rest, so great was the heat. Whereupon Calliphronas flung himself back on the chlamys, placed his hands behind his head, and began to talk. "Will you be long at your work today, Mr. Morris?" he asked with a yawn. "No, not if you are tired," replied Roylans, throwing a cloak over the Count. "You had better wrap yourself up, or you will catch cold. If you don't care to sit any more today, we can leave off now." "Well, I have some letters to write, but I will wait another half-hour." "All right." Morris lighted his favorite pipe and established himself in a comfortable chair, upon which the Count, finding the rock of Endymion somewhat hard, forsook the platform, and wrapping the cloak closely round him, sat down opposite the sculptor. "I wonder you don't smoke, Calliphronas," said Morris, idly watching the Greek with half-closed eyes. "You will find it an excellent way of passing the time." "Of killing time, I suppose you mean, but I have no need to do that. At least, not when I am at home in Greece. Here, yes, it is rather difficult to get through the day comfortably. If it were not for these sittings, I really do not know what I would do with myself. I am afraid I will never be able to carry out my conception of Endymion," said Morris, paying no attention to this remark. Calliphronas shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, your work is very good," he said politely, "very good indeed, but of course it is not perfect." 100 I know that, but practice makes perfect. Not in the world of art. You may learn to paint in strict accordance with the rules of art. You may sculpture to the inch every portion of the human body, but that is only the outward semblance of the picture or the statue. The great thing which makes a great work is the soul. "Quite true, and you think I cannot create the soul of my statues," said Morris, rather nettled at the outspoken criticism. "I say nothing, my friend. I know but little of art, so it would be an impertinence of me to talk about that of which I am ignorant." "The longer we live the less we discover we know," said Roylans sententiously. "I suppose that is true," replied Calliphronas indolently, "but thank heaven I have not the soul of an artist, for it seems to cause its owner perpetual anxiety. No, I live healthy, joyous, and free, like the other animals of nature, and I am quite satisfied." "Is that not rather ignoble?" "Perhaps, but that is nothing to me. I am happy, which is, to my mind, the main aim of life. Why should I slave for money? I do not wish it. Why should I toil for years at art and gain at the end but ephemeral fame? Besides, when one dies, what good does fame do? A large marble tomb would not please me. Still, the fame of being spoken of by succeeding generations, who would do nothing but wrangle over their different opinions regarding one's work. Present happiness is what I wish, not future praise. But in this narrow island of yours, you cannot understand the joy of life. Come with me to the Isles of Greece, and you will be so fascinated with the free, wild life that you will never return to your prison house. If all men thought like you, the world would not progress. I don't want all men to think the same as I do, replied the Count selfishly. I suppose there must be slaves as well as freemen. I prefer to be the last. Slaves! Yes, I do not mean the genuine article, but all men are slaves more or less if they don't follow my mode of life. Slaves to gain, slaves to art, slaves to conventionality, slaves to everything. And what do they gain by such slavery? Nothing but what I do a tomb annihilation. 101 Well, you are a slave to your passions. You mean I obey my impulses? Well, I do, but it is a very pleasant kind of slavery. And you believe in that horrible theory of annihilation. Well, I don't know what I believe. I trouble myself in no wise about the hereafter. I am alive, I am strong, I am happy. The sun is bright, the winds are inspiriting, I draw delight from mountain and plains, so why should I trouble myself about what I know nothing? The present is just enough for me. Let the future take care of itself. A selfish philosophy. A very enjoyable one. Come with me to the East and you will adopt my creed. Are you happy here? No. I can see that. You are melancholy at times, you are devoured with spleen, you find the life you lead too dreary for your soul. If you let me be your physician, I will cure you. And how? By a very simple means. I will make you lead the same life as I do myself, open-air life, and in a few months you will find these nightmares of the soul completely disappear. No prisoner can be happy, and as you are a prisoner in this dungeon of conventionality, and are swathed in the mummy cloths of civilization, you cannot hope to be happy unless you go out into the wilderness. The life you describe is purely an animal one. What about the intellect? Intellect? Pshaw, I know more about nature than half your scientific idiots with their books. What an inconsistent being you are, Califronas, said Morris in an amused tone. You say you love art, admire pictures, adore statues, yet if every man followed the life you eulogize, such things would not be in existence. I tell you, I don't want all the world to follow my example. I would be very sorry to lose all these delights of the senses, so I am glad there are men sufficiently self-denying to slave at such things for my delight. But as regards myself, I desire to live as a natural monon animal, as you say. It is ignobilize, but it is pleasant. This speech somewhat opened the eyes of Morris to the kind of soul which was enshrined in the splendid body of this man, and he saw plainly that the sensual part of Califronas had completely conquered the spiritual. But with 102, what result? That this ignoble being was happy. What an ironical comment of fate on the strivings of great beings to subordinate the senses to the soul. The soul agitated by 1,000 fears, the brain striving ever after the impossible. What do these give their possessor? But a feeling of unrest, of unsatisfied hunger. Whereas the body, untortured by an inquiring spirit, brought contentment, happiness ignoble though they were to the animal man. By this time, Califronas, having made up his mind to sit no more that day, was slowly dressing himself, singing a Greek song in his usual gay manner. 3 girls crossed my path in the twilight. One did I love, but the others were nothing to me. She frowned at my greeting, but her friends smiled sweetly. Yet was she the loveliest of them all. And I loved her frown more than their smiles inviting. How happy you are, Califronas. Thoroughly, I have not a care in the world. Come with me to the island of fantasy, and you also will be happy. The island of fantasy. Yes, that is what Justinian calls it. Who is Justinian? Anything to do with the Pandects? Pandects, reiterated Califronas, puzzled by the word. Yes, is he a ruler lawgiver? Oh yes, he is the king of the island of fantasy. Which I presume exists only in your brain, said Roylans jestingly. Pardon me, no, replied the Count seriously, resuming his seat. the island of fantasy, or to call it by its real name, Melnose, does exist in the Aegean Sea. It is a but little-known island, and Justinian, who is my very good friend, rules over it as a kind of Homeric king. Ulysses was just such another, and there you will find the calm, patriarchal life of those antique times, which you of the modern world think has vanished forever. My friend, the Golden Age still exists in Melnose, and if you come with me, you will dwell in Arcady. My dear Count, said Morris, much impressed by the fluency of the man's speech, I have never yet heard a foreigner speak our tongue with such ease as you do. Where did you learn such fluency, such a good accent? Ah, I will tell you that when we arrive at Melnose. You are almost as much a riddle as is Crispin, said 103 Morris, chafing at this secrecy, which seemed to be so senseless. Doubtless, but if you are curious to know about us both, come to the Aegean with me. About you both, repeated the Englishman, why do you know anything of Crispin? Califrones knew a good deal about Crispin, but he was too wise to say that he 999. Silence regarding the past on his part was the only way to secure silence on the part of Crispin, and much as Califrones, in his enmity to the poet, would have liked to reveal what Crispin desired to be kept secret, he had too much at stake to risk such a gratification of his spite, and therefore passed off the question with a laugh. Know anything about Crispin? He reiterated, smiling. I'm afraid I know nothing more than you do. I met him at Athens, truly, but we were but acquaintances, so I never made any inquiries about him. He was as much a riddle there as here. Oh yes, I heard all the romances about him in London, and no doubt one story is as true as another. The reason I made such a remark as I did was that, as Crispin says himself, he came from the East like a wise man of today. You will probably learn his past history in those parts. And as to yourself, I have told you all my past life, with the exception of Melnose, and that I did not think worth while relating. But it is a charming place, I assure you, and if you come with me, I am sure you will find a community under the rule of Justinian, which is quite foreign to this century. I have a good mind to accept your offer, said Morris musingly. There is nothing to keep me in England, and a glimpse of new lands would do me good. Besides, Count, one does not get such an excellent guide as you every day. Oh, I know every island in the Aegean, replied Califrones, smiling his thanks for the compliment. I have sailed all over the archipelago and am quite a sailor in a small way. Lesbos, Cythera, Samos, Rhodes, I know them all intimately. So if you are fond of ruins and the remains of old Greece, I can show you plenty, tell you the legends, arrange about the inns, and in fact act as a dragoman. But of course, without his greed for money. It seems worth considering. It will be a visit to paradise, cried Califrones enthusiastically, 104 springing to his feet. Here you do not know the true meaning of the word beauty. Only under the blue sky, above the blue waves of the Aegean, is it to be seen. Aphrodite arose from those waters, and she was but an incarnation of the beauty which meets the eye on all sides. You have been my host in England. I will be your host in Greece, and will entertain you in my ruined abode, misnamed a palace, which is all that remains to me of my forefathers. Together we will sail over those laughing waters, and see the sunkest islands bloom on the wave. Paradise, it is the Elysian fields of foam where rest the spirits of wearied mariners. What says the song of the Greek sailors? I will die, but the earth will not hold me in her breast. For the blue sea will clasp me in its arms. I will die, but let my soul not find the heaven of the orthodox. Nay, let it wander among the flowery islands, where I can see my home, and the girl who mourns me. That only is the paradise I long for. You forget I do not know modern Greek, said Morris, smiling at the enthusiasm of the Count, nor indeed much ancient Greek for the matter of that. But see, Count, you have dropped a photograph. You can look at it, said the Count, who had let it fall purposely. I have no secrets. Oh. Ah, you think it a charming face. Charming is too weak a word. It is Aphrodite herself. Alas, cried Califrones, with a merry laugh, that goddess lived before the days of sun pictures, else Apollo might have photographed her. No, that is no deity, but a mortal maiden whom I saw at Melnose. It is not bad for an amateur effort, is it? Oh, very good, replied Morris hurriedly, but the face, what a heavenly face. Ah, you see my paradise has got its Eve. And its Adam, doubtless. No, there is no Adam to that Eve, said Califronas, shaking his head. At least, there was not when I was in Melnose 6 months ago. Why should there be? You will find plenty of women as beautiful as Helena. Helena, is that her name? Yes, I have no doubt you will find beautiful women in Greece tease their heritage from Phryne, Lys, and Aspasia, but none can be as beautiful as Helen of Troy. 105 possibly not, but that woman is Helena of Melnose, not of Troy. I'll swear she is as beautiful as the wife of Menelaus, whom Paris loved. You seem quite in raptures over this face, said Califronas, with but ill-concealed anger. Pray, do you propose to be Menelaus or Paris? Why are you in love with her yourself? Asked Morris, looking at the Greek in some surprise. This question touched Califronas more nearly than Morris guessed, but whatever passion he may have felt for the lady of the picture, he said nothing about it, but laughed in a somewhat artificial manner. I in love with her, my friend? No, she is beautiful, I grant you, but I look upon her as I would an exquisite picture. She is nothing to me. Did I not tell you I have a future bride in the East? Yes, in Constantinople, a daughter of the old Byzantine nobles, a Phanariot beautiful as the dawn who dwells at Phanar. Then I need fear no rivalry from you, Califronas. Certainly not, but you seem to have fallen in love with this pictured Helena. I will not go so far as to say that, but you know I have the artistic temperament, and therefore admire beauty always. Of course, artistic sense, sneered Califronas in such a disagreeable way, that Morris again looked at him in astonishment. The fact is, that Royland's admiration of the portrait seemed to ruffle Califronas very much, and quite altered his usual nonchalance of manner. Never before had Morris seen his joyous nature so changed, for he had now a frown on his usually smiling face, and appeared to be on the verge of an angry outbreak. All the wild beast in his nature, which was so carefully hidden by the civilized mask, seemed to show in the most unexpected manner, and with flashing eyes, tightly drawn lips, and scowling countenance, he looked anything but the serene Greek with whom Roylans was acquainted. Morris was astonished and rather annoyed at this exhibition of temper, so, rising from his seat, he gave the picture back to his guest with a dignified gesture. I have no wish to pry into your secrets, Count, he said quietly, walking towards the door. You showed me that portrait of your own free will, and if I admire it somewhat 106 warmly, surely the beauty of the face is my excuse. At present I will say au revoir, as I have some business to do, and will be in my study till luncheon. When Morris disappeared, the Greek stamped about the room in sheer vexation at having betrayed himself, for he could not but see that, for once this simple Englishman had caught a glimpse of his real nature, hitherto so carefully concealed. I am a fool, he said savagely in Greek. Everything was going well, and I spoil all by letting my temper get the better of me. Why did I not let him admire Helena and say nothing? When we get to Melnose, that will be a different thing, for Justinian cannot go back from his word. And if I perform my part of the bargain and bring this fool to Melnose, he must perform his and give me his daughter. I must recover my lost ground if possible. Bah, it will not be difficult. I can see he is in love with Helena, so that will smooth everything. In love with my goddess, he said ardently, gazing at the lovely face. Ah, how can he help being so? There is much excuse, but he can only worship you at a distance, my Venus, for you are mine. He thrust the picture into his pocket, and, recovering his serene joyousness of mood, pondered for a few moments as to what was the best course to pursue. At last he decided, and walked towards the door of the studio with the air of a man who had made up his mind. I will give him the picture, he said, with a great effort, and I feel sure he will make peace on those terms. Morris was sitting at his desk, wondering why the event-tempered Greek had thus given way to anger over the picture. If he is engaged to a lady of Stamboul, he cannot be in love with this Helena, he said to himself. Perhaps he was jealous of my admiring the beauty of a woman more than his own, All Greeks are vain, but as far as I can see, Calliphrones is simply mad with vanity. Come in. In answer to his invitation, the Count entered smiling and laid the picture on the desk before Morris. You must not be angry with me, my friend, he said volubly. I am like a child and grow bad-tempered over nothing. This Helena is nothing to me, and to prove this, I give you her portrait, which I do not care to keep. Come, am I forgiven? 107, of course you are, said Roylance hastily, and I will not deprive you of your picture. No, no, I do not want it back, replied Calliphrones, spreading out his hands in token of refusal. You love the face, so keep it by all means. She is very beautiful, said Morris, gazing longingly at this modern Helen. Is she worth a journey to the east? Asked Calliphrones in a soft voice, like the sibilant hiss of a serpent. Morris made no reply. He was looking at the portrait. Chapter 10, A Modern Ixion. Oh, bewares of a snare. 'Tis a phantom fair, who will tangle your heart in her golden hair. Though he vowed, would be bowed, heaven's hero proud. Ixion was duped by a treacherous cloud. But in sooth, fate hath ruse, and this dream of youth may change from a dream to immutable truth. What is truth? Asked Pilate, but to this perplexing question received no answer, not even from the divine man who was best able to give a satisfactory reply. In the same way we may ask, what is love? And receive many answers, not one of which will be correct. The reason is simply, no one knows what love is, though everyone has felt it. The commonest things are generally the most perplexing, and surely love is common enough, seeing it is the thing upon which the welfare, the pleasure, nay, the continuity of the human race depends. Yet no one can define this everyday passion, because it is undefinable. 'Tis the mutual feeling which draws man and maid together. True, but that may be affection, which is a lesser passion than love. 'Tis the admiration of a man or a woman for each other's 108 beauty. Nay, that is but sensuality. 'Tis the longing of two people of the opposite sexes to dwell together all their life. Why, that is only companionship. Affection, sensuality, companionship, all three very pleasant, very comforting, but love is greater than such a trinity. He may not give pleasure, he may not bring comfort, but on the contrary may make those to whose hearts he comes very unhappy. Love is no mischievous urchin who plays with his arrows. No, he is a great and terrible divinity who comes to every mortal but once in life. We desire him, we name him, we delight in him, but we know not what he is, where he comes from, or when he will leave us. These reflections were suggested to Morris by the extraordinary feelings with which this dream face of Helena inspired him. Never before had he felt the sensation of love, not affection, not admiration, not desire, but strong, passionate love, which pervaded his whole being, yet which he could not describe. He had not seen this woman in the flesh. He was hardly certain if she existed, for all the evidences he had to assure him that there was such a being were the portrait and the name, yet he felt, by some subtle, indescribable instinct, that this was the one woman in the world for him. Morris, who had hitherto doubted the existence of love, was now being punished for such skepticism, and was as lovesick as ever was some green lad fascinated by a pretty face. He jested at scars who never felt a wound. But Morris did not jest at scars now, for the arrow of Cupid, shot from some viewless height, had made a wound in his heart which would heal not till he died, or, even granting it would heal, would leave a scar to be seen of all men. It was the old story of Ixion over again. Here was a man embracing a cloudy phantom of his own imagination, for, granting that this beautiful face belonged to a real woman, Morris knew nothing about her, yet dowered her with all the exquisite perfections of femininity. He dreamed she would be loving, tender, and womanly, yet for aught he knew, the owner of that lovely face might be a very Penthesilea for daring and masculine emulation. But no, he could not believe that she would unsex herself by taking upon her nature the rival attributes of manly strength, for the whole face breathed nothing but feminine delicacy. That broad white brow, above which the hair was smoothed in the antique fashion, those grave, earnest eyes, so full of 109 sympathy and purity, that beautifully shaped mouth, like a scarlet flower, speaking of reticence and womanly shrinking. No, he was quite sure that she was an ideal woman, so therefore worshipped Herenseen, unheard with all the chivalrous affection of a medieval knight. Day and night that faultless face haunted his brain like some perfect poem, and waking or sleeping, he seemed to hear her voice, full and rich as an organote, calling on him to seek her in that island of fantasy whereof the Greek had spoken. Was she indeed some fairy princess, detained in an enchanted castle against her will? Was this mysterious Justinian, whose personality seemed so vague, indeed her jailer, guarding her as the dragon did the golden fruit of the Hesperides? And was Calliphrones a messenger sent to tell him of the reward awaiting him, should he take upon him vows of releasing her from such thraldom, and accomplish his quest successfully? Curious how the classic legends and the medieval romances mixed together in his brain, yet one and all, however diverse in thought, pointed ever to that beautiful woman dwelling in an enchanted island, sea-encircled by the murmurous waves of the blue Gene. True, he had fallen in love, and thus regained in one instant the interest in life which he had lost erstwhile. But the object of his adoration seemed so far away. Her personality, about which he could only obscurely conjecture, was so lost in dreamists, that the cure of his melancholia seemed worse than the disease itself. He again became sad and absent-minded, grieving not, as formerly, for a vague abstraction, for something he knew not what but for an actual being, for an unfulfilled passion which seemed in itself as elusive a thing as had tormented him formerly. The indistinct phantom which had engendered melancholia had taken Shapeth's shape of a beautiful, smiling face, which mocked him with the promise of delight probably never destined to be fulfilled. All his guests noticed this lapse into his former melancholy, but none of them guessed the reason save Calliphrones, who was beside himself with rage at the discovery. The stratagem with which he proposed to draw Morris to Melnose had succeeded beyond his highest expectations, but he was very dissatisfied with his success, and began to wonder if Crispin was not right, after all, concerning the folly of presenting a possible rival to the woman he desired for himself. The woman was to be the reward of his success. He had made 110 use of that woman's pictured loveliness to achieve that success, and by so doing had complicated the simplicity of the affair by introducing a third element, that of a rival's love, which might place an obstacle in the way of his receiving the reward. It was Mephistopheles showing Faust the phantom of Gretchen, and the same result of love for an unseen woman had ensued. But then, Mephistopheles was not enamored of the loveliness he used as a bait to catch his victim, whereas Calliphrones was. However, it was too late now to alter the matter, for the Greek could see that Morris had almost made up his mind to go in search of this new Helen of Troy, and if he succeeded in gaining her heart, circumstances might arise with which it would be difficult to grapple. After all, when Calliphrones compared the Englishman's everyday comeliness with his own glorious beauty, he felt that no woman would refuse him for such a commonplace individual as his possible rival. But again, Calliphrones was aware that Helena valued the inward more than the outward man, in which case he suspected he had but little chance in coming off best. Pose as he might to the world, Calliphrones knew the degradation of his own soul, and when this was contrasted with the honest, proud, straightforward nature of Maurice Roylands, it could be easily seen which of them the woman would choose as best calculated to ensure her happiness. Besides, the love which had been newly born in Maurice's heart was a highly spiritual passion, with no touch of grossness, whereas the desires of Calliphrones were purely animal ones for physical beauty. In point of outward semblance, he would have been a fitter husband for the exquisite beauty of this woman, but as to a marriage of souls, which after all is the only true marriage, the one was as different from the other as is day from night. Morris said nothing to Crispin about the portrait, and though the latter guessed from his abstraction that Calliphrones had played his last card with that hidden loveliness, he made no remark, for the time was not yet ripe to unfold the past. If, however, Morris went to Melnose, Crispin, as he had told Calliphrones, determined to accompany him, as much on his own account as on that of his friend. Truly this poet was a riddle, and so also was the Greek. But it is questionable if Morris, with his open and above-board English life, was not a greater riddle than either of these mysterious men, seeing that his perplexity was a thing of the soul, vague, and 111 intangible, the solving of which meant the settling of his whole spiritual life, whereas the lighting of the darkness with which Califronas and Crispin chose to enshroud themselves was simply a question of material existence. The park held the three tangled skeins in their hands. Clotho now grasped the intricate threads. Lachesis was spinning the actions which were to lead to the unraveling of these riddles of spiritual and material things, and Atropos was waiting grimly with her fatal scissors to clip the life thread of one of the three. But the question was which? Ah, that was yet to be seen, for the middle destiny was yet weaving woof and warp of words, actions, and desires, the outcome of which would determine the judgment of the destroying fate. Of all this intrigue, in which he was soon to be involved, Roylans was quite ignorant, as he already had his plan of action sketched out. He would go to Melnose with Constantine Califronas, he would see this dreamwoman in the flesh, and if she came up to his ideal, he would marry her at whatever cost. Alas for the schemes of clever Mrs. Dengleton. They were all at an end, simply because a man had seen a pretty face, which he elevated into the regions of romance, and made attractive with strange mysteries of fanciful attributes. But Mrs. Dengleton did not know this, and ignorance being bliss, still hinted to Morris of matrimony, still threw him into the company of Eunice, while, as a checkmate to her plans, and to aid Crispin, Morris still puzzled the good lady with hints of marriage one day, and neglect of Eunice the next. Eunice herself saw through it all, and was duly grateful to Morris. So the only blind person was Mrs. Dengleton, who but perceived the delightful future which might be, not the disturbing present that was. If she had, her lamentations would have surpassed those of Jeremiah in bitterness and violence. On such an important matter as going to the East in search of a mistress for Royland's Grange, Morris felt naturally anxious to consult his old tutor, and accordingly one morning walked over to the rectory, where he found Mr. Carriston, as usual pottering about among his rose trees. The hot sun of July blazed down on that garden of loveliness, and the sweet-smelling roses burned like constellations of red stars amid the cool green of their surrounding leaves. "This is decidedly a rosier," said the good rector approvingly, as he looked at the brilliance around him. "I 112 have never seen such a fine show of flowers. My nightingales should sing their sweetest here, if the tale of their love for the rose be true. Did you ever see such a glow of color, Morris? Vidi pistano candor rosaria cultu. Exorient novo rossida lucifero. But I don't think the poets saw finer roses than mine, even in southern Italy." "Rosa regina florum," remarked Morris, smiling. You match my quotation from Ausonius with a wretched little saying culled from your first Latin reading book. My dear lad, I am afraid my labor has been in vain, for your Latin is primitive." "No doubt it is," assented Morris cordially, "but I have not the gift of tongues. I would that I had, as it will be necessary in the East." "The East," repeated Carriston, sitting down under his favorite elm tree. "What is this? Are you thinking of visiting the cradle of humanity?" "Yes, the summer is nearly over, so like a swallow I wish to fly south to the blue seas of Greece. Tous les ans j'y vais at Greenwich. Ox medipes du Parthenon," quoted the rector genially. "Do you know Gautier's charming poem, 'I wish I could go with you to see the land of Aristophanes'? Why not come?" "Nay, I am too old a tree to be transplanted. The comedies alone must take me on the wings of fancy to Athens. What would my parishioners do without me? Or my roses, for the matter of that? Still, I would like to be your traveling companion, and we could visit together those places which we read of in your days of pupilage. You will see Colonos, where the Sophoclean nightingales still sing, and the Acropolis of Athena Glaucopes, the ringing plains of windy Troy, and the birthplace of the Delian Apollo. Truly the youth of today are to be envied, seeing how easy travel has been made by steam. Happy Morris! The Iron Age will enable you to view the Golden Age with but small difficulty." "Yes, I will be delighted to see all those famous places you have mentioned, sir, but I have a stronger reason." 113 indeed, and that reason is this. Morris placed the portrait of Helena in the hands of his old tutor and awaited in silence his next remark. Mr. Carriston adjusted his pince-nez and gazed long and earnestly at the perfect beauty of the woman's countenance. "Is this the face that launched 1,000 ships?" He quoted from Marlowe. "Upon my word, I would not be surprised to hear it was. A beautiful woman, Morris, she has the loveliness of the Argive Helen. And the name also, she is called Helena. Ah, then I understand she is a real woman. Flesh and blood, according to Califrones." The rector put down the picture, with a sudden movement of irritation, quite foreign to his usual courtly manner. "I do not like Count Califrones," he said abruptly. "Did he give you this portrait?" "Yes." "Humph, and may I ask whom it is intended to represent?" "A Greek girl, called Helena, who lives in the island of Fantasy." "The island of Fantasy," repeated the rector in a puzzled tone. "I mean the island of Melnos, in the southern archipelago of Greece." "How did it come by the extraordinary name of Fantasy?" "Califrones called it so," said Morris carelessly. There was silence for a few moments, and the rector rubbed his nose in a vexed manner, as he by no means approved of the frequent introduction of the Greek's name into the conversation, but hardly saw his way how to prevent it. At length, he determined to leave the matter in abeyance for the present, and reverted to the question of Helena. "Is it for the sake of this woman you are going to the Levant?" he asked, picking up the picture and tapping it with his pince-nez. "Yes." "Is this not rather a mad freak?" Morris did not answer for a moment, but moved uneasily in his seat. For although he was quite prepared to be discouraged in his project by the rector, he by no means liked the displeased tone in which he spoke. Mr. Carriston waited 114 for an answer to his question, so Morris was at length forced to give him one, and burst out into a long speech, so as to give his tutor no opportunity of making any remark until he had heard all the views in favor of such quixotism. "I dare say it is a mad freak, sir, but not so very insane if you look upon it from my point of view. You know I have never been in love true. I have always been fond of women and delighted in their society, but I have never had what you would call a passionate attachment in my life, nor did I think, until a few days ago, I was capable of such a thing. But when Califrones was sitting to me for Endymion, he happened to let fall that portrait, and told me it was one he had taken of a Greek girl at Melnos. As I admired the beauty of the face, he made me a present of the picture, and my admiration has merged itself in a deeper feeling, that of love. Oh, I know, sir, what you will say, that such a passion is chimerical, seeing I have never beheld this woman in the flesh, but I feel too strongly on the subject to think I am the victim of a heated imagination. I love this woman, I adore her. She is present with me day and night. Not only her face, no. It is very beautiful, but I can see below that beauty. She has a soul, a lovely pure soul, which I worship, and I am anxious to see the actual living, breathing woman so as to make her my wife." "Your wife? Are you mad, boy?" "No, I am not mad, unless you call love a madness. Oh, I know it is easy for one to advise calmly on the woes of others. But can you not feel for me? You have been in love, Mr. Carriston, and you know how such a passion overwhelms the strongest man. Caution, thought, restraint, prudence are all swept away by the torrent. It is no use saying that this passion I feel will pass, for I know it will not. It is part of my life. Till I die I will see that face before me, sleeping or waking. Why then should I pass the rest of my days in torture when I can alleviate such mental suffering? I am going to this unknown island, I will see this unknown woman, and if she comes up to the ideal being I have created from the picture in my mind, I will marry her. It may not be wise, it may not be suitable, but it is, and will be inevitable." The old man listened in astonishment to this lava-torrent of words, which swept everything before it. He could hardly recognize his former contempored pupil in this young man, whose flashing eyes, eloquent gestures, and rapid speech betrayed the strength of the passion which consumed him. 115 ira brevis est, quoth the rector wisely, I think love is the same. My madness of love will last all my life's forever. Forever is a long time. Rector, said Morris entreatingly, what do you advise? I advise nothing, dear lad, replied Carriston quietly. What is the use of my giving advice which is opposed to your own desires, and therefore will be rejected? True, true, muttered Morris, frowning. I must go to Melnose and convince myself of the truth of the matter. See here, sir, at present I am worshipping a creature of my own creation, with the face of that picture, but with the attributes of fancy. This chimera of the brain, as you will doubtless term her, haunts me night and day, so the only way to lay this feminine ghost is to see her incarnate in the flesh. She may be quite different from what I conceive, in which case I will be cured of my fancy. On the other hand, she may realize entirely my conception of beauty, purity, and womanliness. If she does, I will make her my wife, that is, of course, if she will have me for her husband. As you put the matter in that light, said Mr. Carriston, after a pause, I advise you to go to Melnose. You do? Decidedly, it is best to end this torture of the imagination, which I also know only too well. See this woman, if you like, but be sure she is all you desire her to be before making her your wife. There is no fear that I will let my heart govern my brain in such an important matter. There is a great fear, replied the rector gravely, glancing at the picture. A young man's heart is not always under his control, and this woman has the beauty which inspires madness. Helen of Troy, Cleopatra of Egypt, Mary of Scotland, Ninon de l'Enclos of France, they were all Lamy, and their beauty was ever fatal to their victims. Lovers, corrected Morris quickly. Victims, reiterated Carriston firmly, or if you will, lovers, for the terms are synonymous. Well, I will take your advice, sir, and go to the east in search of this lovely Helena of Melnose, but I promise you I will not be a victim. I hope not, but I fear so. You need not, said Roylance gaily, delighted to have won over the rector to his side. I will come back alone, cured, or with a wife, and more in love than ever. 116. How will you find this island? O Califrones. As beautiful and as false as Paris of Troy, interrupted the rector quickly, whereat Morris shrugged his shoulders. Possibly he is, but I do not think I have anything to fear from him. There is certainly no reason why he should be your enemy, yet I feel convinced he is so. Why? I cannot tell you unless I advance the Dr. Fell theory as an argument. But to speak openly, my dear Morris, this Greek seems to me to be like a sleek, soft-footed panther, beautiful to look on, but dangerous to meddle with. I am not going to meddle with him. He is simply returning to his home in Greek waters, and I will go with him. After we reach Melnose, very likely he will return to Ithaca. Perhaps. My dear old tutor, cried the young man, laughing, you are full of fears, first of this Helena, again of this Greek. 10 to 1 I will find both equally harmless. I trust so, but I do not like your traveling alone with this Count Constantine. I am not going to do so. Crispin is coming also. Ah, said Carriston in a satisfied tone, I am glad of that, for I like that young man very much. I am sure he is an honorable, straightforward fellow. You are inconsistent. His life is as mysterious as that of Califrones, yet you trust the one and mistrust the other. I do, it is a matter of instinct. Well, here is your Helena. I hope you will find the original as beautiful as the picture. I hope so too, answered Morris, restoring the photograph to his pocket. By the way, observed the rector abruptly, what about Eunice? Oh, she will not mourn me, for she has already consoled herself with Crispin. Humph, I thought as much, and what does your aunt say? She says nothing because she knows nothing. Do you think that is wise? No, I do not, so I am going to ask Crispin to explain who he is, what he is, and all about himself before he leaves with me for the East. If his replies are satisfactory, I will 117 try and persuade my dear aunt to consent to the match. But you may depend upon it, my dear rector, if I find anything wrong with our poet, I will do my best to prevent his marriage with my cousin. That is as it should be, but I fancy you will find Crispin an honest man. You seem quite taken with him. Yes, I am curiously drawn to that young man. Why, I do not know, but from the frequent conversations I have had with him, he seems very honest and good-hearted, whereas your handsome Greek is, I am convinced, a worthless scamp. Well, we will see how your predictions are fulfilled. But I must be off, continued Morris, glancing at his watch. It is past 1 o'clock. Will you not come over to luncheon with me? What, and leave my roses, which need water in this hot sun? Go away, sir, and don't ask impossibilities. Morris laughed and went away, while the rector returned to his roses, and thought over the interview. He was doubtful as to the result of Morris's quest for a wife, but knowing the sterling good sense and honorable nature of his pupil, judged it best to let him take his own way. Every man must dree his weird, said Carriston, watering pot in hand. However this journey turns out, it will do Morris good, for if it does not gain him a wife, it will at least banish the evil spirit which is spoiling his youth. Meanwhile, the object of this soliloquy was striding up the avenue of the Grange at a rapid pace, and whistling gaily, out of sheer light-heartedness. Never before had he felt so happy, a circumstance which suddenly made him pause in his lilting, as he thought of the saying of an old Scotch nurse. I hope I am not fey, he said to himself. Surely this joy does not prognosticate sorrow. No, I will not look on it in that gloomy light. I am going in search of Helen, Klebs in search of a wife, and if I find her as lovely as she seems to be, why then? And he began whistling again, from sheer inability to express his feelings in cold, measured words. As he neared the house, the rich tenor voice of Califrona's rang vibrating through the still air. His song was, as usual, one of those Greek fragments he was so fond of singing, and even the modern Greek tongue, debased as it was by centuries of foreign 118 influences, sounded pliable and liquid, as the voweled words soared upward like swift-darting swallows. How bare and bleak seems the translation, bereft of its Hellenic sonorousness of speech. I will sail in a beaked ship, impelled by rowers, over the waters to westward, where Helios sinks nightly in splendor. And there, in a hidden island of dreams, will I see Ray, beloved, smiling with starry eyes. Her arms will enfold me, oh, they will clasp me so closely. I will kiss her lips, which burn like scarlet of sunset, till the nest of our love will flow over, with delicate singing and sighings of lover to lover. Califrona's was standing on the steps of the terrace, with his classic face uplifted to the serene sky, and as he sang the song, with his hand resting lightly on the white marble vase near him, he looked the incarnation of blooming adolescence. Ha, he cried, as Roylands nimbly mounted the steps, I was just wondering where you were. What have you been doing, Mr. Morris? I have been talking to the rector, and for the last few moments I have been watching you, my Attic nightingale. Modern costume spoils you, Califrona's, as it would spoil anyone, so hideous is it. You should be draped in white robes, bear an ivory lyre, and minister to Apollo the far darter. Alas, sighed the Greek, with sudden sadness in his eyes, Pan is dead, and with him Apollo. I have been born too late, for my soul is Athenian and longs for the planetaries of Ilissus. But enough of this classicism, and tell me why you look so merry. Because I have made up my mind to go with you to Melnose. Califronas smiled in an enigmatic manner, and sang 2 lines from his song. And there, in a hidden island of dreams, will I see my beloved smiling with starry eyes. What do those words mean? Asked Morris abruptly. Ah, that you will discover when we reach Melnose. Chapter 11, The Creed of a Mother-in-Law. In all good faith I do believe that sons-in-law their wives deceive. So seeing marriage is a snare. My daughter needs her mother's care. And if this couple young be wise, their life they'll let me supervise. For I can show the wife the way to make the servants her obey, nor fail the husband's acts to see. and rob him of his midnight key. Improve his faults with frown and snub. Insist he should give up his club. And if he's an obedient boy, his home will be a place of joy. Thus ruling husband, home and wife, I will secure a home for life. So you have decided upon eastward ho, said Crispin, as Morris enveloped himself in clouds of smoke. They were seated in the smoking room by themselves, for the ladies had long since retired, and Califronas, unable to bear the fumes of nicotine, which, he averred, made his eyes sore and his head swim, had just gone off to bed. Thus, left to that sweetest hour of the night which is somewhere about the stroke of 12 p.1000. The poet and his host had established themselves in two comfortable armchairs, and each armed with a pipe, were incensing the muse of fancy, who is frequently invoked by such worship. But the talk of the two was anything but fanciful, as they were engaged in discussing their projected tour in Levantan waters. Morris was rather glad Califronas retired so early, as he was anxious to have a quiet conversation with Crispin, and what better time or place could he have than nearly midnight in the smoking room, with the soothing weed, and the exhilarating whiskey diluted with soda, to stimulate the drowsy brain. It is wonderful how men at this mystic hour unbosom themselves the one to the other, and tell secrets which they certainly would not reveal in the daytime. Morris knew this peculiarity of midnight confabulations, and perhaps thought that Crispin would take him into his confidence. But if he did think so, he was disappointed, for Crispin kept 120 his own counsel, and held his tongue, save indeed to talk generally about things Morris was well acquainted with. So you have decided upon eastward ho, said Crispin for the second time, finding that Morris did not reply immediately, which negligence was due to the fact that he wished to speak to the poet about Eunice, and was doubtful of the wisdom of such a step. The second time of asking this question, however, aroused him from his musings, and he answered at once. Yes, I had a conversation with the rector this morning, and I have decided to travel abroad for a year or so. Do you mean a general tour of the world, or a special part? A special part. I am going to Greece. Oh, the mainlands or the islands? The latter. In that case, I know where you are going, said Crispin, carefully shaking the ashes out of his pipe. Your destination is the island of Melnose. It is, replied Morris in some surprise. Do you know Melnose? Very well. I also know the woman you are going to see. Helena, how do you know that? I have told you nothing about it. No, but Califronas mentioned something about your spiritual passion for that picture. This was mere guesswork, as Califronas had mentioned nothing of the sort, but Crispin was so well aware of the deep game which the Greek was playing, that he had no difficulty in arriving at a fair conclusion concerning his tactics. Morris was, however, ignorant of Crispin's knowledge, and at once assumed that Califronas had been discussing his passion for this pictured Helena with the poet, perhaps laughing at it, and his pride was up in arms at once. Califronas has no right to speak to you about my private affairs, he said angrily. I intended to tell you myself, but now he has forestalled me. I did not know he was such a gossip. Nor is he. I said he told me, and so he did, indirectly. But if I did not know Califronas, Helena, and Melnose, I would still be in the dark concerning your projected journey. Where is this island of fantasy? Crispin looked up with a quick smile. Oh, he told you the name Justinian calls it. The island of fantasy in imagination, and Melnose in reality, is situated in the southern portion of the Aegean Sea, beyond Paros, beyond Amorgos, nay, even beyond Anapli. As a matter of fact, it is a little-known island, hidden, to speak exactly, in the Cretan Sea between Telos and Crete. I thought I was rather good at geography, but I never heard of the island of Melnose before. Has it anything to do with the island of Melos? No, that is more to the north. But I do not wonder at your ignorance, as Melnose is known only to the sailors and shepherds who are thoroughly acquainted with that portion of the archipelago. What kind of an island is it? A volcanic mountain, extinct of course for the present, though I would not be surprised if it blew up one day and sent Justinian flying in the air with all his subjects. Is this Justinian a king, that you talk about as subjects? Well, a kind of minor king, such as Odysseus might have been. I know him very well. And Helena is his daughter. His daughter, repeated Morris gravely. Is she as beautiful as this portrait shows her to be? I should say more so, replied Crispin, taking the photograph. Here you only get absolute stillness. The great charm of Helena lies in the changeful expression of her face and in her bright manner. Yes, she is altogether charming, and I do not wonder you have fallen in love with her face, even though this photograph fails to do justice to the original. In spite of his passion for Helena, which should have made him delight in these praises of her beauty, Morris did not pay much attention to Crispin's speech, as he was thinking deeply, and the current of his thoughts was indicated by his next remark. Crispin, you said Calliphrones was merely a chance acquaintance you met at Athens, but as far as I can judge from the hints you drop, I believe you know him very well. That is the real truth, replied Crispin without flinching. I did meet this Greek at Athens, but I knew him before 122 Thaton Melnos. Oh, I can tell you many things which would astonish you, but I cannot do so yet. Why not? Because I have strong reasons for such reticence, said the poet coldly. Either trust me in all or not at all. This journey you are undertaking means more than you think, but I will not fail you, and as long as I am by your side you will take no hurt. Are we in the Middle Ages? Is Calliphrones a freebooter, that you talk as if I were in danger? I will explain all some day, and you will be rather astonished at my story. I suppose there is nothing wrong in your story. No, when I tell all about myself and my past life, I think it will satisfy not only you but Mrs. Dengilton. It is on her account that I made that rather rude remark, for, unless you can prove your name, your position, and your income to be satisfactory, she will never consent to your marriage with Eunice. As to my name, said Crispin, coloring a little at such plain speaking, I hope to prove that spotless. My position will be beyond reproach, and my income is larger than your own. You are wealthy then. I am certainly well off, and I will give you my story at some later date, but at present I will answer no more of your questions. And Mrs. Dengilton? I am going to speak to her tomorrow morning, so as to put things right before I leave England. Oh, I am not afraid of being absent. Eunice loves me, and will be true, while as to her mother, I can win that lady on to my side, and will do so tomorrow. You are an enigma, Crispin. I am, but, as I said before, I can explain myself to your satisfaction, and intend doing so when I consider it wise. But you must trust me. I do trust you. I am afraid you ask too many questions for absolute trust, said the poet dryly, relighting his pipe. I will ask you no more save one. Well, is Calliphrones to be trusted? As long as I am with you, yes. 123. Ah, you have some power over him. Now you are asking questions again. I beg your pardon, but do tell me about Calliphrones. Crispin paused for a moment, as if to consider how he would reply to this remark. Calliphrones, he said at length slowly, is a man who is a slave to his own vices, and gratifies himself at all costs. He lets no one stand in the way of such self-gratification, but whether you are an obstacle or not remains to be seen. At all events, you have elected to trust me, mysterious as I am, and I promise you on my word of honor that you shall have no reason to regret that trust. I foresee difficulties ahead, but these you need not be afraid of as long as I am by your side. You will leave Roylands with me, and you will return with me, and I give you my word you will not be a bit the worst for your journey. Nay, I hope you will be the better. One would think we were going to Timbuktu, the way you talk, said Morris crossly. You have no idea how these enigmatic speeches pique my curiosity. Well, such curiosity I will gratify shortly. But You said you would trust me, and ask no more questions. I do trust you, and I will not. Certainly he could not complain of a lack of interest in life now. This mysterious woman Helena, these equally mysterious individuals, Crispin and Califronas, all three riddles. Surely the son of Laius was never so bothered by enigmas as was this young country squire. However, it added new zest to the wine of life, and gave him something to look forward to, so on the whole Morris was enjoying himself. By the way, said Crispin lazily, after a pause, how are you going to Melnose? Oh, I don't know exactly. Go by train to Venice, I suppose, and take an Austrian Lloyd steamer from there, or leave Marseille by the French packet which goes to Athens. Once at the Purus, and there won't be much difficulty in exploring the archipelago in search of your island of fantasy. To tell you the truth, however, as I only made up my mind this morning, I have not yet looked up routes, steamers, and all that sort of thing, but intend to go to town next week and find out all about them. 124, there will be no need, said Crispin quietly. You can come to Greece in my yacht. Your yacht? Why, I did not know you had one. I know you didn't. Because I am a poet, you necessarily think I am poor, which is a mistake. I am sufficiently well off to keep a 150-ton steam yacht, which is at present lying at Southampton, ready to start when I wish. A poet and a yacht sound incongruous, I admit, and I suppose I am the first rhymestringer who ever possessed such an article, unless you accept Shelley's boat partnership with Trelawney. But that was a small boat. My craft is a genuine steam yacht, and in it I explore unknown seas. You look astonished. I am astonished. You are a poet millionaire. Not quite as wealthy as that, and I need hardly tell you I did not pay for the yacht out of my poems. But of course, you will come with me to Greece in the Eunice. Eunice! Yes, she was called the Aphrodite, but I rechristened her the Eunice out of compliment to you-know-whom. Have you any more surprises in store? Plenty, replied Crispin, rising with a yawn, but this one is quite enough to keep you awake for a night. Oh dear, I am so sleepy. Wait a minute, does Califronas know you are a yacht owner? No, I expect he will be surprised, and confoundedly jealous. Jealous, why? Because he thinks all the good things of this life should go his way, but you have not yet given me your answer. Oh, I will come by all means. And so will our mutual friend, the Greek. What a happy family we will be. Well, good night. I wish Eunice was coming in her namesake. And Mrs. Dengleton, said Morris mischievously, lighting his candle. No, in my wildest dreams I never wished that. She would want to be captain of the ship. However, I am going to astonish my future mother-in-law tomorrow, so I must take a good night's rest, and husband my strength for the encounter. Good night once more. Good night, Crispin. They both retired to their respective rooms, and Morris 125 fell asleep wondering who Crispin was, from what source he derived wealth enough to keep a yacht, and what connection he had with Califronas. All these things mixed together in his drowsy brain until the real world faded away, and he dreamed he was at Melnose, trying, like another Paris, to carry off Helena, while Califronas, in the guise of Menelaus, prevented such elopement. Next day the brilliant sun had disappeared, and there was a gray veil of clouds drawn across the sky, which neutralized the brilliant tints of the summer's luxuriance of foliage and flowers. Califronas, ever impressionable to atmospheric changes, shivered at the dreary look which now spread over the earth, and it needed all his animal spirits to sustain his normal condition of careless joy. Even then, he lacked his ordinary exuberance of life, and it appeared as if a great portion of his vitality disappeared with the sun. St. Theodore, he said to Mrs. Dengleton, as they looked out of the window at the gray landscape, do you often have this weather here? No, not often, she replied in a tone of regret. I wish we 999. What, this dullness, this melancholy, this want of color? Why, my dear Count, it is a most beautiful day, cried the lady with great vivacity. What have you to complain of? Complain of? The Greek's face was a study as he repeated her words, and he stared at her in surprise. Why, I complain of this want of sunlight. It is not like yesterday, which was passable. Passable, echoed Mrs. Dengleton, surprised in her turn. Why, Count, since you have come to Roylands, the weather has been simply perfection. How long have you been in England? 2 months. Then you must have had this lovely weather all along. You are an exceptionally lucky man, Count Constantine, for you have seen England at her best. Why have you worse days than this? Asked Califrones with a shudder. Infinitely worse, said Eunice, who at this moment joined them with Crispin. Fog, snow, rain, hail, misto, you don't know the capabilities of the English climate. I am glad I am going away, observed Califrones, with 126 a sigh of relief. This place would kill me. Gray skies, small cultivated landscapes, ugly cities, sad-looking men and women. Oh, great saints, what do you know of life or pleasure? I assure you, my dear Count, began Mrs. Dengleton sweetly, that in the season. What is the season? The London season, which begins in May. Oh, that is what I have seen. Up all night, tired all day, crowded rooms, unhealthy dinners, plenty of talk about nothing, and no risties that what you call the season. Is that what you term life? St. Theodore, let me go back to Greece, there at least I can live. But Greece is not like London, said Crispin, with the intention of provoking the Greek. No, thank the saints, it is not, as you know well, Mr. Crispin. There at least are fresh air, laughing seas, wide plains, lofty mountains sown can breathe their own, can live and delight in living. But here, oh, pardon me, I cannot talk of it. I must go to Mr. Morris for the Endymion, and I am glad I leave your dull grayness soon. When Califrones with this parting shot had vanished, Mrs. Dengleton turned to Crispin with a pitying smile. What an impulsive creature, is he not, Mr. Crispin, to talk about such barbaric lands and call existence their life? Ah, he does not know what enjoyment is. I think he does in his own way, replied Crispin dryly, thinking of the difference between the free, open-air existence of the one and the narrow, petty life of the other. Well, of course, you know a blind man never misses color because he does not know what he loses, said the lady apologetically. That poor dear Count is in exactly the same plight. Eunice, my dear, I wish you would go and write that letter to Lady Danvers at once. I want it to catch the noonday post. We go to Lady Danvers when we leave here, she added, as Eunice left the room. For my part, I would have been glad to stay here till the autumn, but dear Morris has been ordered abroad for his health. Yes, I know he is going, said Crispin coolly. He is coming with me. Coming with you, repeated Mrs. Dengleton, indignantly, wondering at the presumption of this, as she thought, poor poet. Yes, replied Crispin equably, as he prepared to startle the lady. He is going to the east in my yacht. 127 your yacht, gasped Mrs. Dengleton, in the same tones in which she would have said, your throne. I did not know you were rich enough to possess one, said Crispin dryly, seeing the lady hesitated. Oh, I have had a yacht for many years. I hope you and Miss Dengleton will do me the favor of coming a cruise in her some day. Oh, I should be delighted, cried Mrs. Dengleton, with a shudder, for she was a very bad sailor. But does it not take a great deal of money to keep up such an expensive luxury? A great deal, assented the poet, suppressing a smile as he saw the dexterous way in which Mrs. Dengleton was trying to find out the extent of his income. But fortunately, I can afford it. How lucky you are, sighed the lady, now adopting a more polite tone towards this wealthy young man. Ah, it is a splendid thing to be rich. My late husband was of good birth, but poor, and he did not leave me very well off. However, I have a sufficiently good income to live comfortably, and of course my dear daughter for a companion. What will you do when Miss Dengleton marries? Oh, I will live with her still. You see, young wives are inexperienced, and I could take all that sort of thing on my shoulders. Crispin shuddered, for the prospect of living under the same roof with this lady was anything but an inviting one. Of course, I do not mind speaking freely to you, dear Mr. Crispin, pursued Mrs. Dengleton, determined to crush all thoughts Crispin might have regarding Eunice, because you are such a friend of dear Morris. You know I wish him to marry his cousin, it would be a perfect match. Would it? Said Crispin grimly. Yes, it would keep the property in the family, said Mrs. Dengelton, who had arrived at this remarkable conclusion by some means known only to herself. And then, of course, this would be my home, and I could live here with my dear children. You see, I speak openly to you, because I know you would like to see dear Morris happily married. I would indeed, Mrs. Dengelton, but not to your daughter. Indeed, Mr. Crispin, and why not? Because I want to marry her myself. Mr. Crispin. If a bombshell had dropped through the roof, Mrs. Dengelton could not have been more astonished. She half guessed that this audacious poet admired Eunice, but to speak thus so boldly, and after she had given her views as to the future settlement of her daughter in matrimoniate, was too horrible. Who was this man? Nobody knew. He had not even two names like respectable people, and to propose to bestow the only one he possessed on her daughter was too much for Mrs. Dengelton's powers of endurance. She was actually dumb with astonishment, and those who had once heard this lady's tongue could have seen from that alone how she was thunderstruck. For a minute she gazed at Crispin with horror-struck eyes, but as he did not turn into stone before that Medusa gaze, or even have the grace to blush, Mrs. Dengelton recovered her powers of speech with a weak laugh. Oh, of course you are jesting. I am not jesting. I wish to marry your daughter. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Oh, because Mrs. Dengelton could not really bring herself to give the real reasons, so fenced dexterously, because you see, I wish her to marry her cousin and keep the property in the family. The property will remain in the family without such a marriage, said Crispin provokingly, and as for your daughter, she does not love Morris. Not love Morris, screamed Mrs. Dengelton wrathfully. No, she loves me. Loves you, gasped the good lady faintly, feeling for her smelling salts. Oh, this is some horrible dream. By no means, replied Crispin quietly. I really do not see why you should make such an uncomplimentary remark. I love your daughter, and I wish to marry her. Is there anything extraordinary in that? Eunice could marry anyone. No doubt, but she will not. I am the only man she will marry. Indeed, you forget her mother's consent is necessary. At present, yes, because she is under age, but afterwards. Eunice Dengelton will obey me all her life, said the Lady 129 furiously, and I will never, never consent to her marriage with you, sir. Why not? Because I do not know who you are, retorted Mrs. Dengelton tartly. I will satisfy you on that point before the marriage. Then I do not know if you can support a wife. If I can support a yacht, I can certainly support a wife, said Crispin ironically, but if you want me to be exact as to figures, my income is 12,000 a year. 12,000 a year, gasped Mrs. Dengelton in amazement. Why, you are richer than Morris. Yes, twice as rich. Is there any other question you would like to ask? Well, I would like to know about your parents. I have no parents, I am an orphan. And where do you come from, Mr. Crispin? From the East. Heavens, cried Mrs. Dengelton as a dreadful thought struck her. You are not a Hindu or a Negro or a Hottentot. Well, I am certainly dark, replied the poet laughing, but I am, as it happens, a pure-blooded Englishman. But come now, Mrs. Dengelton, I have answered your questions, so in common fairness you must answer mine. Will you let me marry your daughter? Irely, I don't know what to say, said Mrs. Dengelton, unwilling to let the chance of such a wealthy match slip, and yet doubtful as to the position of the suitor. I must think it over. Tell me who you are. Not now. I will satisfy you fully concerning my family when I return from Greece. Ah, am I right in saying you are going to the East to see your relatives about this marriage? Said Mrs. Dengelton archly. Partly right. I am going as much on your nephew's account as my own. And what is he going for? That I cannot tell you, Mrs. Dengelton, replied Crispin mendaciously. You must ask him that yourself. But as to this marriage, I cannot give you an answer, no really I cannot. Will you give me an answer when I return from the East? 130. When will you return? In 3 months. Yes, I will give you an answer then, said Mrs. Dengleton glibly, having quite determined to throw Crispin over, should she meet with a more desirable match for her daughter. Crispin guessed this double dealing, and at once met the feminine plot by a masculine counterplot. Mrs. Dengleton, he said solemnly, I love your daughter, and she loves me. When I return in 3 months from the East, I will satisfy you on all points you desire to know. If those questions you ask are answered to your complete satisfaction, will you agree to our marriage? Yes, replied Mrs. Dengleton, all the volubility frightened out of her, I will. Then give me your word that during my absence you will not try to induce your daughter to marry anyone else. I hardly think it is necessary to ask that, said the lady with dignity, though in her heart of hearts she knew it was very necessary, as also did Crispin, who still pressed his request. Perhaps it is not necessary, still I would like your word for it that such a thing will not occur. Well, well, I promise, remarked Mrs. Dengleton peevishly, rising to her feet. What a pertinacious man you are, Mr. Crispin. Mind, I will not consent to this marriage unless I am thoroughly satisfied about your position, income, and family. I will satisfy you on all those points, rejoined Crispin, with a bow, as he held the door open for her to pass through. I feel quite upset, said the good lady, as she hastily departed. I am sure I don't know what Morris will say. I do, thought Crispin, as he closed the door, he will be delighted. I talk very confidently, but I am doubtful. Position-eyes, that is all right, I am a poet. Money, well, she can hardly complain of 12,000 a year, safely invested. Familia, that is the difficulty. I wonder if I can get the truth out of Justinian, he alone knows. I cannot marry with only one name, but I will have two before I return from Melnose or else. He paused, and struck his fist hard against his open hand. I will force Justinian to tell me, he muttered between his clenched teeth. I also hold cards in this game he is playing, and even with him and Califronas as adversaries 131 I will win. Maurice Roylands is Justinian's stake, Helena is the stake of Califronas, as he chooses to call himself, but Eunice is mine, and with such a prize to gain I am desperate. His eyes fell on an open volume of Thomas à Kempis, which Mrs. Dengleton, in strange contrast to her usual worldliness, was fond of reading, and he saw the following sentence. Love desires to be aloft, and will not be kept back by anything low and mean. I accept the omen, he said, closing the book slowly. I desire Eunice, and no lowness or meanness of Justinian and Andros will keep me back. I accept the omen. Chapter 12. The New Argonauts. From distant isles of tropic blooms, enthroned on seas of Hyaline, across the waters smaragdine, the weak winds waft us faint perfumes of incense, musk, and fragrant balms that shed their scents mid lasting calms, beneath the shade of bending palms. These perfumes rouse lethargic brains from idle dreams and visions pale. As modern Argonauts we sail far o'er the vast mysterious main. We wish no golden fleeces sleek, but in these islands of the Greek, a woman's lovely face we seek. All preparations having been made, it was decided to start for Greece about the end of July, and these modern Argonauts were in the highest spirits at the prospect of the coming voyage, Califronas because his object was gained, and Roylands would soon be on his way to the island of Melnose. Crispin, because he had come to a comfortable understanding with Mrs. Dengleton, and Morris for the simple reason that he was going to see in the flesh this beautiful vision of fancy which haunted his brain. The Grange was to be left to the guardianship of the housekeeper, and its master, giving up, at least for the present, a life of ease, was 132 about to embark on one of those adventurous expeditions so dear to the hearts of our restless young Englishmen. Mrs. Dengelton and Eunice had arranged to stay with Lady Danvers in London, and the good old rector still remained in his sleepy village, looking after his parishioners, his Aristophanic translation, and his beloved roses. In company with Morris, the poet had taken a journey to Southampton to see if the yacht was all in order for the projected voyage, and had stayed there 3 days to attend to all necessary matters. The Eunice was a beautiful little craft, schooner-rigged fore and aft, and was manned by an excellent crew. So with all this luxury, the three adventurers looked forward to having a very pleasant time. It was now the season when the halcyon broods on the waves, so they expected a smooth passage to Melnose, and as all three were capital sailors, even if they did have stormy weather they cared very little for such a possibility. Califrones, delighted at leaving this dull island for his own brilliant skies, was beside himself with delight, and talked incessantly of the pleasures in store for them on the island of Melnose. On the evening before they left England, Morris invited the rector to a farewell dinner, and the company assembled round the hospitable table of the Grange were very merry indeed, perhaps with the exception of Eunice, who was somewhat sad at the prospect of parting from her poet. The weather was still dull and grey, and it was only the prospect of a speedy departure that kept Califrones bright. But as that departure took place next day, he was in the gayest spirits. "We are the new Argonauts," he said merrily, with the affectation of classicism which distinguished him. "We sail for the Colchian strand." "It is to be hoped we find no Medea there," observed Crispin with a smile. "No, our Medea is no sorceress, but a daughter of Venus, the modern Helen of Troy. Mr. Morris is her Jason. You, Crispin, are Orpheus." "And you, Count?" asked Morris, amused at this fancy. "I," said Califrones lightly. "Well, I hardly know, shall I say Hercules?" "Or Hylas," suggested the rector idly. "Neither," interposed Crispin pointedly. "We will take a passenger from another famous ship, and call him Ulysses, the craftiest of the Greeks." Califrones frowned at this somewhat uncomplimentary remark, but immediately recovered his gaiety, and burst out laughing. "Oh, I do not mind in the least. Ulysses, by all means. After all, he had some very pleasant times with Circe, Calypso, and such like ladies." "You seem to know your Homer, Count," said the rector, rather surprised at the classical knowledge of this ignorant young man. "Or his Lempriere," muttered Crispin significantly. Decidedly, Crispin was not polite, but truth to tell, the prospect of a voyage in company with a man he disliked was almost too much for him, and it took all his self-restraint to prevent him breaking out into open war against the Greek. Califrones knew this, but appearing to take no notice of such a hostile attitude, resolved to bide his time, and make Crispin suffer for such insolence at the first opportunity. It seemed as though poor Morris would not have a very pleasant time of it, cooped up in a vessel with these two enemies. But doubtless, when Crispin played host in his own yacht, he would treat the Count in a more courteous fashion. This was exactly the view Crispin took of the matter, and as he knew, according to the laws of hospitality, he would have to be scrupulously polite to Califrones on board the Eunice. He was taking advantage of the present time, and giving his humor full rein in the direction of his real feelings. If he could only have prevented Califrones coming by such a display of hostility, he would have been very glad, as he mistrusted the Greek very much. But Califrones was impervious to the shafts of irony, and, as long as he gained his ends, did not care what was said to him or of him. This brilliant stranger was a man entirely without pride, and would put up with any insults rather than jeopardize his plans by resenting such discourtesy. It was the last opportunity Crispin would have of showing his real feelings, so he took advantage of it, and though it was scarcely gentlemanly of him to do so, the Count was such an unmitigated scoundrel that honorable and courteous treatment was entirely lost on him. However, Eunice overheard his ironical remarks, and looked reproachfully at him, whereon Crispin restrained his temper, and strove to be delightfully amiable, no very easy task in his present frame of mind. With this good resolve he talked as pleasantly as he was able, and heard Califrones' 134 romance about his fictitious life without contradicting him, which he felt sorely inclined to do. It must not be forgotten that Crispin had hitherto led a semi-civilized life, and had not acquired that knack of concealing his likes or dislikes so necessary in our artificial society. Besides which he was a very honest-minded man, and knowing the true story of Califronas, the deliberate lies, flashy manner, and snake-like subtlety of the Greek annoyed him. Morris also distrusted the Count, especially after his conversation with Crispin regarding the real name, career, and character of the man, but being more versed in the science of deception, behaved admirably towards his guest in every way, thereby deceiving Califronas. To take all this in forced suavity for actual good fellowship. As to the rector, he was extremely punctilious in his behavior, and neither by word nor deed showed his dislike of this sleek-footed panther, who was about to bear away his favorite Morris into unknown dangers. "You must bring us all kinds of things from Greece, Morris," said Mrs. Dengelton in her usual gushing manner. "I adore foreign ornaments, those silver pins, you know, like Italian women wear, and Moorish veils, and Algerian lamps so delightful they fill up a room wonderfully." "Yes, and make it look like a curiosity shop," replied Morris, laughing. "Oh, my dear aunt, you may depend I will bring you all kinds of outlandish things. But as to Italian pins, Moorish veils, Algerian lamps, I don't suppose I will find any of those sort of things in Greece." "What will I bring you?" asked Crispin, as he held open the door for Eunice to pass through. They were beyond the hearing of the table. Mrs. Dengelton had sailed on ahead to the drawing-room, so they were virtually alone. "What will I bring you?" he asked in a whisper. "Yourself," she replied in the same tone. And Crispin returned to his seat with the delightful conviction that Eunice was the most charming girl in the world, and he was certainly the most fortunate of poets. The rector poured himself out a glass of his favorite port, and began to converse with Califronas, while Morris and Crispin, lighting their cigarettes, chatted about the yacht, her seagoing powers, the question of stores, the anticipated time she would take to run down to the Jean, and such like marine matters. 135. "Will you pay us another visit, Count?" asked the rector, more for the sake of starting a conversation than because he really cared about such a possibility. "No, I do not think so. I am going to be married and settle down in my own island." "Ithaca." Califronas laughed a little on hearing the name. "Yes, on Ithaca." "Are you a politician?" "I know, I care not two straws for the reconstruction of the Greek Empire, the recovery of Byzantium from the Turks, or any of those things which agitate my countrymen. No, I am a terribly selfish man, sir, as you will doubtless think. I only want to live in happiness, and for the good of my fellow creatures I care nothing." "Is that not rather an egotistical way of looking at life?" "Doubtless, sir, from your point of view, but not from mine. You are a priest of your church, what we call a papa in my country, and live the life of the soul, while I live the life of the body. You believe in self-abnegation, I in self-satisfaction. With this beautiful world I am content, but you rack your soul with longings for the life beyond the grave. In a word, I am real, you are ideal, but I am the happiest." "The happiness of the beasts which perish," said the rector emphatically. "Well, the beasts, as a rule, have a very good time of it during their lives. As to the rest, we all perish at last." "The body, but not the soul." "Ah, that I do not know. I may have a soul, but I am not certain. But I have a body, and as long as that is at ease, why should I trouble about things in the next life?" "Do you ever think of the hereafter?" "Never. If I die, I die. While I live, I live. I prefer present certainty to future doubt." Mr. Carriston was silent, as he did not care about arguing theology with this subtle Greek, whose religion, whose philosophy, assumed protean forms to meet every objection. He was full of sophistry and double-dealing, an unfair adversary in every sense of the word, and was so encased in his armor of self-complacency and egotism that he could never be brought to look at things, either spiritual or material, in any light than that which satisfied the selfishness of 136 his own soul. The rector, therefore, avoided the threatened argument and applied himself to his wine, which was a much more agreeable task than attempting to convince this egoist that the supreme aim of life was not the pampering of the passions of the individual man. Apart from the theological aspect of the case, said Carriston good-humoredly, it is rather a mistaken thing to live only for oneself. Where ignorance is bliss, I grant, but because you know no higher life than that of the body, you at once assume that there can be no happier existence. Oh, I do not say that, answered Calliphrones lightly. No doubt you people who mortify the flesh, who listen to the voice of conscience, who consider the soul more than the body, and who look upon this life as a preparation for a future existence, are happy in your self-torturings. All that sort of thing came in with Anno Domini, and made the medieval ages a hell of anguish. But I am a Greek pagan. If it pleases Yao who looks on this world not as a prison, but as a garden wherein to live happily. Your mourning man of sorrows is entirely opposed to our joyous Apollo, your gloomy views of life to our serenity of temperament. The difference is plain. For you, a Christian, cannot understand the joyous songs of paganism. I, a pagan, shudder at your penitential psalms of Christianity. We would neither of us ever convince the other, therefore an argument which has not a common basis from which to start is unprofitable. I am not going to argue, replied Carriston, smiling, and I agree with you that arguments are unprofitable. Unless the change takes place in your own breast, it would be worse than useless for me to attempt to reason with you. But you are evidently not of the opinion of an Elizabethan ancestor of mine, among whose papers I discovered the following lyric. Oh, shall we pass contented days, unheeding fortune's crown of bays, which decks the brows of those whose vows compel them to incessant strife and restless life. Ah no, though pleasing to the sense, this cloying life of indolence, but fills the soul with weary dole, and turns the sweet, which doth us bless, to bitterness. 137 Your Elizabethan ancestor was not health-minded, said Calliphrones coolly. If he had been, he would never have written such silly verses. It is your unhealthy life, your unhealthy bodies, which breed such restlessness in you. At all events, that restlessness has made England what she is, replied the rector, rather nettled at the rudeness of the Greek. A land of money worship, a land of noisy steam engines, a land of poverty and wealth extremes in both cases. Yes, I quite believe your restless spirit has brought you to this satisfactory state of things. Come, sir, added the count, with a charming smile, seeing the rector was rather annoyed, let us agree to differ. For me, Greece, for you, England, for me, nature, for you, art. Two parallel straight lines cannot meet. Carriston laughed at this way of settling the question, but made no further remarks, and after a desultory conversation between all four gentlemen had ensued, they went into the drawing-room to join the ladies. Mrs. Dengleton was engaged on her everlasting fancy work, and Eunice, with a rather disconsolate look on her face, was idly turning over the pages of a book. Crispin stole quietly behind her and glanced over her shoulder. It was a volume of his poems, and he felt flattered. And to think, said Mrs. Dengleton, without further prelude, that you will be so far away from home tomorrow. The world is my home, cried Calliphrones gaily. We Englishmen are narrower in our ideas, observed Morris dryly. We look on England as our home. Ah, there's no place like home, sighed the Honourable Mrs. Dengleton sentimentally. If by home you mean England, I am very glad of it, retorted the Count audaciously. I would rather live in exile in Greece. But come, I will say no more evil things about your beloved island of fogs. If you do, I will sing Rule Britannia, said Morris, laughing. What is that? Our national song. Do you know any national songs of your country? Calliphrones smiled with an expression of supreme indifference. No, I know nothing of patriotism. I have never given it a thought. All my songs are of love and wine. 138 said Mrs. Dengleton in a shocked tone. Really, Count, you say the most dreadful things. Other times, other manners, observed the rector humorously. Horace, for instance, said things which would shock you, my dear Mrs. Dengleton. I've no doubt about it, retorted the lady viciously. But thank heaven, I do not know Latin. But you know French, aunt, said Morris wickedly. And I am afraid Gyp, George Sand, and Bellot are quite as bad, if not worse, than the Latin poet. Morris, replied Mrs. Dengleton severely, unable to parry this attack, remember your cousin is in the room. I beg your pardon, aunt. And now, Count Califronas, said the good lady, thus appeased, suppose you sing us one of your songs. I am afraid it will shock you, replied the count slyly. Oh dear no, none of us know Greek. That is hardly complimentary to me, who have given up all my life to the study of the Greek poets. I don't mean you, rector, but the young people. Oh, I do not mind singing, said Califronas, going to the piano. If the words of my songs were translated, you would find them very harmless. They only contain the language of love known to all the world. Will I play for you? Asked Crispin, looking up from the poem he was reading to Eunice. If you would be so kind. What will you sing? Said the poet, sitting down at the piano. No love, no wine tonight. It is our last meeting in England, so sing some song of farewell. Will I sing the call to arms? Yes, that will be stirring enough. Whereupon Califronas sang that patriotic song, which was written by some modern Hellenic Theatis during the War of Independence. Crispin afterwards translated it into the meter of Byron's famous Isles of Greece for the benefit of Eunice, who was anxious to know the words which, clothed in their Greek garb, rang through the room like the inspiriting blare of a trumpet. Thermopylae, Thermopylae. Give back your Spartan sons of yore. To raise the flag of liberty. And dye its folds in Turkish gore. Then will the crimson banner wave. Above the freeman, not the slave. Arise, ye Greeks, and break your chains. By daring hearts is freedom won. Behold the Moslem crescent wanes. Before the rising Attic sun. Oh, let its golden beams be shed on chainless Greeks and tyrants dead. Your fathers' swords were laurel-wreathed and wielded well by freemen brave. Why are your swords so idly sheathed? While Greece is still a Turkish slave. Shall Hellas, mother of the West, in servitude ignoble rest? Oh shame, that it should come to this, when by your side hang idle swords. Arise, ye sons of Salamis, whose fathers quelled the Persian hordes, and drive the Moslem to the sea, till Hellas and her sons be free. When the song was finished, Califronas turned away silently, and Cariston, who was seated near, saw to his astonishment that the eyes of the emotional Greek were suffused with tears. That man has some noble traits, he said to himself as he noticed this. He is moved by the wrongs of his country. What a fine ringing melody, cried Eunice, whose eyes were flashing with excitement. It is like Chevy Chase, said Morris quickly, and stirs the heart like the sound of a trumpet. The poet was evidently inspired by Byron, remarked Crispin, idly fingering the piano keys. I expect he wrote it after the Isles of Greece song. Ah, a Greek should have written that. I am afraid the days of Alcas are past, replied the rector, who had understood a considerable portion of the song, owing to his acquaintance with the ancient Attic tongue. Greece prefers Anacreon. Still, she won her freedom bravely. And to what gain, said Califronas bitterly, to be ruled by a Danish prince? Better the republics of Athens, Sparta, and Thebes than such playing at monarchy. To revive the ancient government, you must have the ancient patriots, poets, and scholars. That I am afraid is impossible. No, the glory has departed 140 from Greece. Centuries of oppression have crushed the creative faculty out of her. Oh, let us hope, when the Greek Empire is reconstructed, we will have a new Pindar, a new Sophocles, a new Plato. That is a dream of the lyre, not of the sword, replied Calliphrones, carelessly glancing at his watch. By the way, it is very late, and as we have to be up early, I suppose we ought to retire early. I am quite with you, Count, said Mrs. Dengleton, rolling up her work. Come, Eunice, we must get our beauty sleep. Humph, the mother needs it more than the daughter, thought Crispin, but did not give vent to this very uncomplimentary remark, and hastened to give the ladies their candles. Are you going to bed, Calliphrones? Asked Morris when the ladies had gone. We intend to smoke. Going to shorten your lives, replied the Count, smiling. No, I am like Mrs. Dengleton, I require my beauty sleep, and at that he also departed. The rector, in company with his two young friends, went to the smoking room, and had a pleasant conversation, but it was noticeable that all three gentlemen carefully avoided mentioning the name of Calliphrones. Decidedly the Greek was not in favor, and in spite of the good impression he had created in the rector's mind by his patriotic emotion, that gentleman showed how deeply rooted was his distrust by his parting words to Crispin. Remember, I leave Morris in your hands, Mr. Crispin, he said in a faltering voice. He is very dear to me, and you must protect him from all danger. My dear rector, I am not a child, interposed Morris, rather nettled, nor are we going to the wilds of Africa. You may meet with worse enemies than the savage beasts of Africa, replied the rector obstinately. I do not trust your friend Calliphrones. Be content, said Crispin, shaking the rector warmly by the hand. I will watch over Morris, and as to Calliphrones you need not be afraid of him. I know the man. And know any good of him. Ah, that is a secret at present, but you may be sure he will not harm Morris while I am near. One would think we were going into danger, the way you talk, said Roylance impatiently, instead of a pleasant cruise in Greek waters. 141 The new Argonauts, observed the rector, laughing. Good night, Mr. Crispin. Good night, my dear lad, come over and say goodby tomorrow. The Argonauts promised, and the rector, quite at peace concerning his dear pupil, departed. You doubt Calliphrones. The rector doubts Calliphrones, said Morris when the old man had gone. I am getting rather wearied of such doubts. Well, I will set your doubts at rest in say a week's time. And are your revelations startling? Crispin shrugged his shoulders. Not very, it all depends upon what you call startling. Really, I have made by my talk this molehill of a Calliphrones into a mountain of dissimulation and deceit. He is not a good man, but I have no doubt he is as good as his neighbors. The mystery which environs him fascinates me. No doubt the unknown is always attractive, replied Crispin sententiously. But after all, when I tell you everything, you may be disappointed. The mountain may only bring forth a mouse, you know. But at all events, I look forward to some pretty lively times. Where? In the island of Melnos. My dear innocent Englishman, you are being drawn into a network of intrigue and duplicity, but as I hold all the threads in my hand, you will come out all right in the end. You puzzle me. I hope I will come all right out of this mystery. I heard a vulgar saying at a music hall which applies to this case and to you, said Crispin gaily. It was, keep your eye on your father, and your father will pull you through. Chapter 13, The Past of a Poet. We all have histories, the meanest hind, who turns the steaming furrow, can unfold some story in his uneventful life, which stirs the wonderment of him who hears. To thoughts bewildered, how so small a state can thus contain so great a tragedy. The Eunice left Southampton on an unpleasantly wet day, and standing on the deck, under a dull grey sky, the three adventurers felt quite dispirited as they watched the receding shores of England veil themselves in chilly mists. Going down the channel they had moderately fair weather, but no sunlight, and Calliphrones, who was a wretchedly bad sailor, in spite of his Levantan cruisings, retreated to his cabin in a very miserable frame of mind. Both Crispin and Morris, however, were in good health and spirits, mostly remaining on deck to watch the grey sea heaving dully under the grey sky. In the Bay of Biscay bad weather prevailed as a matter of course, and the yacht tossed about a good deal in the choppy waters. Not until they passed the straits did they have fine weather, for the first burst of sunlight showed them the giant rock of Gibraltar frowning on the left as they steamed rapidly into the blue waters of the Mediterranean. Had Morris so desired, Crispin was quite willing to put in for a day, but the young man was anxious to proceed to Melnose, and the yacht soon left the picturesque sentinel of the Mediterranean behind. The weather now became warm and bright, bringing Califronas out of his cabin again, like a brilliant butterfly to bask in the sunshine. The arid island of Malta came in sight, and they saw its precipitous shores rising sternly from the tideless waters. For a few hours they cast anchor in the grand harbor and went on shore to explore Valletta, with its steep streets, quaint houses, and mongrel population. An afternoon spent in leisurely strolling along the Strada Real, and looking at the bizarre mixture of Turks, Jews, Arabs, Italians, and red-coated English soldiers, proved an agreeable change after their 9 days' run from Southampton, and they re-embarked in much 143 better spirits than when they left England. Now they were in tropical heat, with a cloudless sky above, and the brave little yacht steamed merrily across the glittering waters, leaving a trail of white foam behind her. Nearer and nearer they drew to the enchanted shores of Greece, and to glowing days succeeded warm nights lighted by mellow constellations and delicately silver moons. It was when they were in Adria, the ancient name of the sea between Sicily and Greece, that Crispin told Morris the story of his life. Dinner was long since over, and the three gentlemen lounged on deck smoking the pipes of peace that is. Crispin and Morris smoked and lounged, for Califronas did neither the one thing nor the other, but paced restlessly about the deck, looking up into the darkly blue sky and singing snatches of Greek songs. "Do you see Tagetes, Mr. Morris?" he said, pointing to the lofty snow-crowned range of mountains in the distance. "This is your first glimpse of Greece, is it not?" "Yes, of course it is. I am sorry you do not find our shores bathed in sunlight to greet you. Still yonder snowy mountain, this calm sea, that serene sky is beautiful, is it not?" "Very beautiful." Whereat Califronas, leaning over the taffrail and looking dreamily at the shores of his native land, broke out into song. "I would I were hunting on rocky Tagetes, which kisses the starry sky with snows of chastity. Then might I meet the lost nymph, who beloved by a god was set as a star on high, but fell from thence, and was lost in the snowy wilderness." "Taygeta," said Crispin, who knew the song well. "Yes, she was one of the Pleiades, certainly, but I don't think she was the lost Pleiad, nor do I think she had anything to do with yonder mountain. If you hunted there, Califronas, you would meet Bacchus and his crew, but no nymph." "I sing the song as 'twas sung to me," said the Count blithely, balancing himself on one foot. "This is a land of fancy, not of fact, so why bring in your hard truths to destroy the glory of tradition? No, Taygeta haunts those hills, and if I wandered upward to the snows I would meet her." "If you saw a nymph you would go mad," remarked Morris, alluding to the old Greek superstition. "I am mad now, Mr. Morris, mad with the scent of wind, 144 and wave and shore. Can you not smell the perfumes blowing from the land?" "No, I am sure I cannot, nor you either." "You are no believer. See, from the moonlit waters arise the Nereids to welcome us to the seas of Poseidon. Arethusa, Asia, and Leucotho are all waving their white arms and singing songs of the wondrous caves beneath the waves." "Ridiculous," retorted Morris stolidly. "You are no idealist," said Califronas petulantly. "Dull Englishman as you are, the land of romance spreads her wonders in vain for you. Crispin, you are a poet, behold the daughters of the sea." Crispin smiled absently, and tossed his cigarette into the waters which rushed past, glittering in the moonlight with the grayish glint of steel. "You forget that this is no galley of Ulysses, my friend. A modern steamer, with a noisy screw beating the waters, is enough to scare away all the nymphs in the vicinity. And this is a poet. cried the Greek indignantly, addressing the stars, this dull-eyed being who can see no wonders in the seas. O shade of Homer, conjure up for him the island nymph, Calypso, and her lovely train. Conjure. I think Homer will have to conjure up himself first, said Crispin flippantly. Which he certainly will not do on the ocean, added Morris lazily. Your mighty poet was a landlubber. Calliphrones looked indignantly at them both, then went off in a rage. I will go and have a talk to the sailors. Don't addle their English brains with your classical rubbish, shouted Crispin satirically. If you do, they may wreck us. Wreck you, said the Greek to himself with a start. There is many a true word spoken in jest, my friend. Perhaps you will be wrecked before we reach Melnose. When Calliphrones had gone, Morris relighted his pipe, which had gone out, and freed from the chattering of the Count, enjoyed the quiet beauty of the night, while Crispin hummed softly a ballad which Eunice used to sing. O winds and waves, O stars and sea, I would I were as blithe and free. Above, the sky was almost of a purple color in the sultry night, and the stars, brilliant and large, burned like lamps in the still air. A serene moon, half veiled in fleecy clouds, arose above the chill snows of Tagetus, and a long glittering bridge of light extended from the land to the yacht. The steady beat of the screw, which impelled the vessel through the silent waters, sounded in their ears, blending with the rich voice of Calliphrones, who had climbed up the mast, and was clinging to the weather rigging like a spectral figure in the shadowy glimmer of moon and star. The earth breathes fragrant breaths tonight, and the perfume blows from the land. Oh, I can see the waters kissing her shores, even as I would kiss thee, my beloved. With thy breath more fragrant than these languid scents, floating from the distant aisles of rose-filled gardens. I wish I knew Greek, said Morris, as the Count paused for a moment. Those snatches of song sound so beautiful. They are beautiful, replied Crispin idly. I have often thought of translating some of them into English. Listen. I see Dione rising from the waters, a Venus of the moonlight night. Why wavest thou thy arms as ivory gleaming? Why do I see then eyes flash as the evening star? Thy voice is as the murmur of breathing waves in twilight on a sandy beach. Callest thou me to thy home below? Ah, I will come, and beneath the placid waters, coldly white will I lie on thy cold white breast. But through the door of death must I pass to gain such blisses. 'Tis like the lyrics of Callicles in Arnold's poem, said Crispin, taking off his cap, stray fragments of song scattered by the winds. Or like the songs in Pippa Passes, suggested Morris speculatively, but I am afraid the singing of Calliphrones will not do so much good as Pippa's. A long sigh floated past them on the still waters, like the melancholy cry of a bird, and died away sadly in the distance. Calypso sighing for Ulysses, observed Crispin, without altering his position, though I dare say it is only the wind moaning through the ropes. Let us think it is the voice calling, Pan is dead. We are classical tonight. Calliphrones has inoculated us 146 with his antique dreams. Well, when one is in fairyland, one must dream romances. Suppose you tell me your romance, said Morris abruptly. Of my past life, yes, I will do so, but you must promise to keep it secret. I promise. I am afraid you will think but little of it when you know all, but I promise to tell you, so I will now fulfill my promise. In the first place, you know my name is Crispin. Yes, and have often wondered at its terseness. Have you no surname? No legal surname. Why not? Because I am a natural son. Illegitimate, said Morris, startled. Yes, now you see the reason for my returning to Melnose. You wish to find out who you really are. I do, from Justinian. But who is this mysterious Justinian? and this equally mysterious Calliphrones and Alcibiades and Crispin. You are in a world of mystery here, and will see many things on Melnose which will excite your wonderment. But come, I will lift a portion of the veil, and place you in possession of facts which may be of use to you in the future. I am all attention. Crispin settled himself more comfortably, and, fixing his earnest eyes upon Morris, began his story without further remark. My first memories are of the island of Melnose, where I was not born. No, I was taken there with my mother when I was an infant, but the land of my birth I do not know. English I am, certainly, but for all I know, ocean may have witnessed my coming into the world. As I grew up, I thought Justinian was my father, for my mother always led me to believe such was the case, and certainly he was very kind to me. This Justinian, of whom you have often heard me speak, is not a Greek but an Englishman, but of his real name I am ignorant, nor do I know the reason that he lives in this island exile. Now you can see the reason I speak English so well, for from my earliest years I was brought up with the sound of it in my ears. So also was Calliphrones. 147. Is he related to Justinian? No, nor was he born in Ithaca, nor is he a count, nor is his name Calliphrones. Count Constantine Calliphrones, better known in these waters as Andros, comes from the island of the name, and Justinian, struck by his beauty as a child, adopted him as a son and brought him up with me. The English tongue we were both taught from our cradles, so you now know the reason we both speak it so well. In those early days, I always thought Justinian was my father, and Calliphrones was my brother. But as I grew up, I was undeceived on these points. My mother died when I was still a child, and I was therefore left to the sole guardianship of this pseudo-Englishman. As I told you, he rules over a kind of patriarchal community in this little-known island, and the life seems to suit him, for he is a kind of freebooter in his way, fierce and lawless, though years have now tamed his spirit to a considerable extent. Calliphrones, or rather Andros, and myself were brought up in a wild sort of fashion, always in the open air, on the waters, fishing, riding, sailing, fighting. Fighting, cried Morris in surprise. Yes, oh, there are strange things in these Greek waters, I assure you. On an adjacent island lived a kind of semi-pirate called Alcibiades, who was, and is, a thorough blackguard. He used to cruise about in a small craft in order to levy blackmail on the inhabitants of the other islands, and in these cruises Andros and myself very often joined. There was no killing, you understand, but sometimes the peasants objected to be robbed, so there was often a fight, ending in broken heads. But the laws. Oh, there is precious little law in these parts. Brigandism is not yet extinct, whatever you English may think. Besides, Alcibiades was a moderate sort of pirate, and was cunning enough not to go too far. He would rob a poor man of his last drachma, but he would not cut his throat. I don't think Justinian blamed him for this piratical existence. Indeed, I think he rather envied his wild life, and had he been young enough, would certainly have joined him in partnership. As it was, he allowed Andros and myself to form part of the band of Alcibiades, which we, wild, uncultured scamps as we were, regarded as a great privilege. And how long did this buccaneering go on? As far as I am concerned, for some years, but as regards Calliphrones, I dare say he is at it yet. 148. What, is he a thief? Oh no, a thief is a vulgar thing. Calliphrones is a picturesque freebooter, and simply plunders on a large scale. I've no doubt his visit to England was paid for out of his ill-gotten gains. And is this Alcibiades still living? Oh yes, you will see him, I have no doubt, for he is a great friend of Justinian's. But who is this Justinian? Crispin paused for a moment, and seemed to consider, then replied with great deliberation. I can hardly tell you. He is an Englishman, so you must be content with knowing only that. Later on I may tell you something about him, but not now. Well, and how did you escape from this piratical existence? Oh, Calliphrones was the main cause of my leaving Melnose. After my mother died, I made several discoveries that Andros was not my brother as I had hitherto supposed, and another that Justinian was not my father. Being a comparative child, I did not pay much attention to these facts, but when I was about 18 years of age, I began to ask Justinian questions as to who I really was, but he refused to tell me. Were you always called Crispin? Yes, always. Justinian, in spite of his fierce, wild nature, has a vein of romance in him, and as he arrived at Melnose with myself and my mother on St. Crispin's Day, called me after that saint. My mother fell in with his humor, and from the time I landed at Melnose I was called nothing else but Crispin. Or Crispin, as the Count calls you. Yes, Califrones is a good English speaker, but he makes mistakes in proper names. You observe he never risks saying Roylands, but always addresses you as Mr. Morris. Morris is of course a Greek name. And how was Califrones responsible for your leaving Melnose? Oh, it was a kind of Esau and Jacob business. I was Esau, and Andros Jacob, the favored one. Justinian thought me rather a milksop, because I did not care about our piratical excursions with Alcibiades, in which Califrones, born scamp as he was, delighted. At all events, Califrones, in order to curry favor with Justinian, and secure his own well-being, 149 did his best to estrange us still further, and very soon my adopted father broke out into open hatred of me. One day, when I refused to join in one of Alcibiades' little trips in search of plunder, he taunted me with being a man of peace, like my father, and when I demanded who my father was, refused to tell me anything more than that I was illegitimate. From words we came to blows, for both of us were very hot-tempered, and the end of it was that Justinian ordered me to leave the island, much to the delight of Califrones, who wanted to secure it to himself. And you left Melnose. Yes, I could not help myself, as Justinian had plenty of scoundrels to do his bidding, and had he given the word, I have no doubt Alcibiades would have put a stone round my neck and dropped me into the sea. But my dear Crispin, all this lawlessness nowadays. Crispin shrugged his shoulders with a smile. My dear fellow, you gentlemen of England, who live at home in ease, do not know what lawlessness still exists in the East. To be sure, I speak of over 10 years ago, and things are better now. Still, I think a good many things go on in the vicinity of Melnose, which justice would scarcely approve of. But as long as nothing very bad happens, why, she winks at small crimes. If I had been dropped into the sea, who would have been a bit the wiser? No one except the islanders, and they would not have troubled themselves over such a trifle, especially as I was not popular among them. Califrones, Justinian, and Alcibiades are all their divinities, not a poor poet like me, who shrinks from their scampish ways. So you left Melnose in the end? Yes, like the boy in the fairy tale, I went out into the wide, wide world to seek my fortune. I managed to work my passage to Athens, and arrived there without even the traditional penny. Fortunately, I knew modern Greek and English thoroughly well, so was fortunate enough to obtain a situation as a corresponding clerk in a firm of merchants who traded with England, but I did not remain there long. Where did you make all your money? Ah, that is what I am now going to tell you. Fortune evidently wished to make reparation for having brought me into the world with a stigma on my name, so threw me into the way of a rich Englishman, whom I met at the house of my employer. He heard my story, and was much impressed 150 with it, and then discovered that I had the talent to string verses together, and also a faculty for music. Being passionately fond of such things, he made up his mind that he had discovered a genius, and being without a relative in the world, he adopted me as his son and made me his heir. You seem to have passed your life in being adopted, said Morris, who was deeply interested in this romantic history. Only twice. First Justinian, then my English father. I need not tell you his name, as I did not take it, preferring to be called Crispin until such time as I discovered my real parent. Well, my benefactor, who was very learned, began to educate me, and also placed me at school. I suppose I made good use of my time, as I soon became sufficiently accomplished to win his approval. We traveled all over the continent a great deal in the East until I was about 27 years of age, when he died at Damascus, and left me heir to all his property, amounting to about 12,000 a year. Fortunate man. Yes, I thought I was too fortunate, and had some compunction in taking so large an income, fearing lest I might be robbing some relative of my benefactor more entitled to it. When I buried my adopted father at Damascus, I came to England and saw his lawyers, who were quite satisfied with my identity, owing to the papers which I produced. The will, of course, was in their possession, as my benefactor had returned to England when I was at school, and made his will in my favor. The lawyers told me that there were no relatives alive, and that I was justly entitled to spend the money, so that is how I became rich. The rest of my life you know. You published a volume of poems, became the mystery of London, saw Eunice, fell in love with her, and came down to the Grangais. I know all that. But have you made no effort to discover who you are? Yes, I went to Melnose 3 years ago and saw Justinian, but he refused to help me in any way, so I returned to England in despair. Now, however, I am going back with certain knowledge of Justinian's past life, which I will make use of to force him to tell me what I wish to know. You don't believe his story about your illegitimacy? No, if I can get the truth out of him, I believe I will find I have a right to a legal surname, and I am anxious to establish 151 this fact in order to marry Eunice. As it is, I cannot marry her without inflicting on her the disgrace I feel myself. Besides, her mother would not consent to the marriage, nor would you. My dear fellow, I am not so narrow-minded as all that. Still, I know your English prejudices. You say that out of kindness, but if your cousin marries, you would prefer her husband to have a spotless name. Certainly. Then I am going to make Justinian give me one. I know, if he tells the truth, I will discover I have been born in wedlock. Of his own free will he refuses to tell me. Now, however, owing to my knowledge of his past, I can force his confidence. And what about Helena? She is Justinian's daughter. There is no stain on her birth, so if you love her, as I am sure you will, you can marry her without fear. Her father seems rather a terrible old person. He is a scamp, I am afraid. Still, he is a man of good family. How do you know? I have made certain discoveries while in England, and now know more about Justinian than he thinks. Is Helena as charming as she looks? Asked Morris anxiously. Yes, replied Crispin emphatically. She is a pure good woman, and will make you an excellent wife, but you have a rival. Alcibiades. No, Calliphrones. I thought as much, said Morris with a start, remembering the Greek's jealousy concerning the portrait. But if he loves Helena, why did he show me her picture, which has been my sole reason for this journey? Wheels within wheels, replied Crispin significantly. More mystery. Yes, there are still some things for you to learn, but I cannot tell you of them now, as I have made a promise. To whom? Calliphrones. Calliphrones, cried that gentleman who had approached them quietly, and what are you saying about Calliphrones? 152, a good many things, said Crispin rapidly in Greek. I have been telling him who I am. The Greek flushed with rage, and then he laughed. That is your business, but I trust you did not break faith. About Justinian no, about Helena no, but I have told him all your early life. Calliphrones made a dart at Crispin with uplifted hand, but Morris sprang up and caught him in his arms, where he writhed like an eel. Traitor, he hissed in Greek, traitor. Chapter 14, The Devil's Philosophy. Why should I call mankind my brothers? Or live but for the good of others? 'Twould bring me neither pain nor pleasure, nor give me comfort, joy or treasure. Myself by nature's law I cherish. If I am saved, let others perish. For if ill luck Dame Fortune gave me, none would stretch out a hand to save me. While life to me means wealth or laughter, themselves all paupers can look after. Than me for hardships they are fitter. I taste the sweet and they the bitter. But if such selfish maxims hurt you, then live your life of silly virtue. Let men defraud you in life's barter, and you will be social martyr. The two men stood looking at one another in silence for quite a minute, Crispin cool and composed, the Greek fuming with anger. At length Calliphrones burst out laughing, and Morris, seeing he was now master of his actions, let him go, whereon he flung himself into a chair, with a cynical smile on his handsome face. "So this dear Crispin has told you who I am, and what I am," he said, looking insolently at Morris. "Well, and what do you think of me?" "You would hardly feel flattered if I told you," retorted Roylance, lighting his cigarette once more. "Ah bah, praise or blame is all the same to me. Oh, 153 I know your dull English respectability which shudders at the truth. Yet I dare say, with my little excursions with Alcibiades, my assuming of a false name, my philosophy of enjoying myself at the expense of others, I am no worse than many of your holy people, who go to church, and under the guise of self-denial, enjoy all that life can give. I may be what you call bad, but I am at least not a hypocrite. By which remark I presume you infer I am one. No, I do not. You have not enough character to make you either bad or good. You lead a dull, respectable life, because you like dull respectability. If you had leanings in the other direction, I will do you the justice to say that I have no doubt you would not have concealed them from the world." "Thank you," replied Morris dryly. "Your opinion of my character is most gratifying." "As to you, Crispin," said Calliphrones, turning to the poet with an evil smile, "I knew you were prudish in many ways, a milksop as Justinian called you, and a man afraid of going against the opinion of the world. But I did not know you were an oath-breaker nor a tale-bearer." "Nor am I," answered Crispin, keeping his temper wonderfully under the insults of the Greek. For, after all, it would have been worse than useless to quarrel with him. "I did not tell about Justinian, or of anything connected with your visit to England. All I revealed was my own life and your real character, which it is only right my friend should know." "As for that," retorted Calliphrones carelessly, "I do not mind. Mask on, mask off, it is all the same to me. But as regards what I told you in confidence, I am glad you were wise enough not to reveal it, as you would have to settle accounts with Justinian, not with me." "I am not afraid of Justinian," said Crispin, with supreme contempt. "What is this secret?" asked Morris quickly. "If it refers to me, I have a right to know it." "It does not refer to you," replied Calliphrones mendaciously. "It concerns Justinian, and what it is you will learn before you are many days on Melnose." "I do not generally boast about myself," said Morris quickly, "but if you and your precious Justinian are up to any tricks, you will find me an awkward customer to deal with." 154 No harm is intended, Mr. Morris. "Upon my word, sir, your insolence is unbounded," said Roylance, sitting upright in his indignation. "I am going to make a tour of the Greek islands, yet you talk as if I were coming on a visit to Yao being decoyed, as it were, into a robber's cave. I don't care two straws about your no harm is intended, and you may be certain if there is any trouble it will be for you, not for me. Really," continued Morris, laughing at the comicality of the situation, "one would think we lived in the days of filibusters and buccaneers the way you talk." Calliphrones was not put out in the least by this speech, and leaning back in his chair, looked at Morris with a lazy smile. "There is no pleasure without an element of danger," he said coolly, placing his hands behind his head, "and you may have adventures before you leave Melnose." Struck by the significance of his tone, Morris looked keenly at him, and then turned to Crispin with a puzzled air. "My dear fellow, will you explain this riddle?" "There is nothing to explain," said Crispin, with a yawn. "You know the way Calliphrones exaggerates. I suppose he wants to make out that Melnose is a barbaric place, and that this cruise partakes of the nature of a journey into darkest Africa." "I have heard more nonsense tonight than I ever heard before in my life," said Morris, still ruffled. "Pseudo-counts, patriarchal knights, islands of fantasy, hintings of dangers. It is like a novel of adventure." Calliphrones laughed, but said nothing, while Crispin knocked the ashes out of his pipe and refilled it finally for a last smoke before turning in. I suppose you are very shocked at Crispin's flattering description of me, remarked the Count calmly. Whom I hardly know. You are a picturesque scamp, but only a scamp for all that. This candor is delightful. Califrones, observed Crispin, settling himself into a more comfortable attitude, is a gentleman who believes that number one is the greatest number. Everyone in the world does that, my dear Crispin. Probably, but they don't show it so openly as you do. Hypocrites. 155, I dare say, but a certain amount of hypocrisy is necessary in this world of shams. Morris looked at Count Constantine with an amused smile. Califrones, you are a most unique person, and I would like to know your views of life. Make money honestly, if you can but make money. I thought you were a child of nature, who cared nothing for money. You are right in one way, Mr. Morris. For money as money I care nothing, but I like luxuries which only money can buy, and therefore desire money. Epigrammatic decidedly, but your free, open-air life, your love of mountains, waves, winds, skies. Certainly, I love all those things very much. Still, I go to Athens sometimes for amusement, and amusement requires money. You are certainly candid. I am, when I have nothing to gain, I am always candid. And you have nothing to gain now. No, I paid a visit to England out of curiosity, said Califrones, hesitating over the last words. I met there my dear old friend Crispin, and also yourself. Both of you are returning with me to the land I love so. What with your company and my homecoming, I have absolutely nothing to wish for. So you are that rara avis, a thoroughly satisfied man. I suppose so, replied Califrones coolly. Naste, I do desire one thing which I hope to obtain. I can guess what that one thing is. Indeed, pray tell me. Well, it is not your mythical Phanariot at Constantinople. Mythical. Yes, oh don't be angry, Count Califrones. I now know the reason you were so angry over that photograph. If you do, said the Greek, restraining himself with difficulty, you will know how to act wisely. Possibly, I have already arranged my plan of action. Really? Califrones had a fleeting smile on his lips as he said this, but looked so dangerous that Crispin touched Morris on the arm. 156, do not irritate him any more. Remember he is my guest, and I cannot be impolite. Morris took the hint, and addressed himself to the Count with an air of elaborate politeness. Don't let us talk any more about possibilities, Count, he said, laughing. After all, I have some right to be angry, considering how you masqueraded as a count in England. And now I am a wolf, eh? Said Califrones, showing his white teeth. Bah, a wolf may be a very pleasant animal. Maybe, but from all accounts he is not. That is as you take him, but then I know Crispin has prejudiced you against me. I have done nothing of the sort, protested the poet quietly. I only told him how you were accustomed to associate with Alcibiades. And why not? My friend Alcibiades is not a bad man, a good honest trader who sails about among the islands of the Gene. I will introduce you to him, Mr. Morris, and I am sure you will like him. After all, our little piratical excursions are very innocent, no bloodshed, no violence, no burning of houses. We only levy toll, so to speak. What a pleasant way of putting it. What does it matter if you take openly or take secretly? The thing is the same, but only the mode of doing it is different. What we do in Greece, you do in England, but simply because the latter is done under the rose and the former is not, your robbers of London are good, honest men, whereas we poor Greeks of the islands are scamps. Never mind, when we become as civilized as you, we also will mask our wickedness under the cloak of sanctity. Oh, cried Crispin, suddenly rising to his feet, I am tired of this discussion. It is all aimless about no one and no thing. I am going to turn in. And I am not, added Califrones, springing to his feet. Fancy going down to a close cabin with such glories as this outside. He waved his arms aloft, where the brilliant sky smiled down on the still waters. Indeed, so placid was the sea that the stars, moon, and clouds were all reflected therein as in a mirror, and the yacht seemed to hang passive in the center of a scintillating, hollow ball. "When do we reach Melnose?" asked Morris abruptly, as Califronas strolled away to the other end of the ship. 157 tomorrow evening, replied Crispin, pausing at the door of the cabin. "We will sleep on board and visit Justinian in the morning." "Crispin, is there anything in those veiled threats of Califronas?" "Perhaps," replied the poet vaguely. "Califronas is a dangerous man, and is, as I have told you, a favorite of Justinian's. However, I would not be surprised if Justinian dismissed Andros and put you in his place." "Thank you," said Morris in haughty surprise, "but I have no ambition to occupy such a position." "Morris," said Crispin suddenly, "I wish I could tell you all I know. But unfortunately, I gave my word to Califronas not to do so as long as you were not harmed in any way." "What do you mean?" "I cannot tell you, but only this, which may perhaps serve as a warning. Califronas came to Roylands on purpose to get you to journey to Melnose." "And his reason?" "I know it, but I cannot tell you. However, if you should be in any danger, and I will not conceal from you that there may be danger, I will consider my promise void and tell you all." "All what?" "All about Califronas, Justinian, and Helena." "Is she in this plot also?" "Plot, yes, it is a plot, the reason of which I know not. Helena is to a certain extent mixed up in it, but innocently, you may be sure." "I cannot understand all this." "Never mind, as long as I understand it you will not suffer. Califronas, as I have told you, is a scamp and will pause at nothing to gratify his own desire. He lured you to Melnose for a purpose, but he did not count on my presence. Listen, he thinks we have gone below and is telling his secrets to the stars." And at this moment, as if Califronas knew the subject matter of their conversation, in the far distance, he broke out into a rich burst of song, the gist of which Crispin rapidly translated to Morris. "The net is spread and the prey is near. Drive him into the entanglement. Ho, my noble stag of Olympus, you are helpless, and the spear of the hunter will drink your blood. Before the dawn sets rosy foot on blushing mountain top." 158 You see, said Crispin significantly. After translating this, he talks in parables, but you can guess his meaning. But do not be afraid. You trust me, do you not? "Yes, I trust you," replied Morris, grasping the hand held out to him. "That is right, my friend, good night." When Crispin disappeared, Morris went to the stern of the ship, and leaning over the taffrail, fell into deep meditation over the strange circumstances in which he was environed. Califronas, sitting by the bowsprit, was swaying up and down with the pitching of the yacht, singing songs, now soft, now loud, but this was the only sound of humanity heard. The sough of the wind through the rigging, the dreary wash of the sea, as the ship cut her way through the glittering plain, the rustle of the cordage, the beating of the screw, he could hear all these blending with the fitful voice of the Greek. The moon had retired behind a thick bank of black clouds, which foreboded storm, and the moonlit world was now shadowy, vast, vague, and strange, a world of shadows and ghosts, with the swift steamer gliding onward into the unknown Cicinto, the unknown future. Morris Roylands was not what one might call a strong-minded man, for, as a matter of fact, he had that subtle touch of indecision which is often found in artistic natures. He was very impressionable, and surrounding circumstances had a great effect on his temperament. Still, when he saw his way clearly before him, he was quite capable of making up his mind and carrying out his determination to the end. But he could never make up his mind promptly, as he wavered this way, that way, according as he was biased by circumstances. Had he been of a firm, decisive nature, he would never have yielded to that pitiable melancholia which seized him in London, and would thus have been spared much suffering. Still, in spite of this latent weakness of character, which always developed itself in time of trouble, He was a brave man with plenty of pluck. In England, notwithstanding his bohemian existence, his life had gone on too smoothly to call his moral characteristics into any special prominence, but now, surrounded as he was by vague mysteries, he felt doubtful. Hitherto his existence had been but prosaic, but now the element of romance had entered into it, and he felt that he was being passively drawn into a series of strange adventures, the subsequent termination of which, either for good 159 or evil, lay not in his own hands. Califronas had come to England with the deliberate intention of luring him to Melnose, but what was his reason for this strange conduct? Certainly Crispin knew, but Crispin, fettered by his promise of secrecy, was unable to solve the problem. The strangest thing of all was that Califronas had made use of the picture of a girl he loved to decoy Morris to the east, which line of conduct struck the young man as most unaccountable. If Califronas was in love with Helena, it was foolish of him to encourage, as he had undoubtedly done, the love of a rival, and the result of two men loving one woman must be unsatisfactory to one of them. Of course, Morris saw that Califronas, confident in his beauty of person and powers of fascination, never for a moment doubted the final result. Still, what was the reason of his taking a trip to England especially to bring a rival into the presence of the woman? The more Morris thought about this, the more extraordinary did it seem, and as the whole was a decided enigma, his doubts arose as to what was the best course to pursue under these very extraordinary circumstances. True, Crispin, being in possession of the true facts of the case, would help him, for the poet was an honest man and would not stand idly by in time of trouble. Still, there was something in the affair of which even Crispin was ignorant, as he had confessed, and this mysterious something was connected in some way with Justinian. Morris, after long pondering, came to the conclusion that with Justinian lay the whole solution of the matter, and, as he could decide on no course of action until he had seen Justinian himself, all he could do was to remain passive and trust to Providence. One thing is certain, he said to himself, as he watched the gray waters swirling past, I can depend on Crispin, and as he knows Califronas thoroughly, that consummate scamp will hesitate before he takes any action adverse to my interests. But Justinian seems so mixed up in the affair, and apparently without any reason whatsoever. He has lived in this Greek island all his life, Englishman though he is, so why he should desire to see a complete stranger like myself I do not know. Well, the only thing I can do is to trust blindly in Crispin, for I am sure he will not fail me. Apart from his friendship for me, it would be against his own interests to play false, as he would then never be able to marry Eunice. Time alone will unravel all this perplexity, so to 160 time will I trust. After all, I am young and strong, so can defend myself if necessary. And then there is Helena. Whatever happens, I shall see her, I will see Helena, and— Mr. Morris, said the voice of Califronas behind him, you have not gone to bed. No, I am thinking. I can guess your thoughts. Morris made no reply to this invitation to argue, but with a curt good night went below, while in his ears rang the cruel, mocking laugh of the Greek, as he repeated rapidly in a singing tone the name of his mistress. Helena, Helena, Helena. Chapter 15, The Storm. Dark storm clouds spread from pole to pole. The lightnings flash, the thunders roll. And lo, the sea in mountains high. With giant billows storms the sky. While all the vast disturbed main is veiled in whirling mist and rain. Betwixt the flying scud and spume, a ship drifts onward to her doom. She flies before the raging gale, with broken mast and tattered sail, while up through pitchy darkness rolls despairing cries of drowning souls. Having passed the island of Cythera during the night, by next morning the yacht was ploughing the placid waters of the Cretan Sea. Placid waters these generally are, especially during the months of the halcyon, but now a stiff breeze was blowing steadily from the north, which by noon increased to a fierce gale. As far as the eye could see, there appeared nothing but a vast expanse of tumbling waves. their whiteness above accentuated by the green blackness below, as they flung their shattered spray as in derision against the grim sky. Threatening masses of gloomy clouds lay along the northern horizon, fronted by the bleak island of Santorin, which scowled in savage grandeur in the cloudy distance. Gray sky, gray sea, driving rain, and sudden gusts of wind, 161 making the streaming sails crack like pistol shots with the violent lurching of the vessel. It was like a North Sea picture. Nor would anyone surveying the dreary scene have believed the boat was sailing over the enchanting waters of the Mediterranean. The three gentlemen, after an uncomfortable breakfast, owing to the rolling of the yacht, which upset everything on the table in spite of the fiddles, were now on deck, holding on to whatever they could support themselves by, for the Eunice tossing about like a cork in the yeasty surge made it no small difficulty for those on board to retain their equilibrium. Wrapped up in oilskins, they were sufficiently dry and warm, for, in spite of the mist and drenching rain, the weather was not in the least chilly a thing to be thankful for in such a predicament. The yacht schooner, rigged fore and aft, was a capital sea boat, so, apprehending no danger, they joked and laughed during the lulls of the gale at their hardships, and gazed with interest on the wild spectacle afforded by the seething waters. Morris and the poet were comforting themselves with tobacco, while Califronas, excited by the wildness of the scene, was clinging to the weather rigging, and facing the keen whips of wind, rain, and spray like some antique sea god. Occasionally he would shout out a few sentences to his companions, but owing to the tumult around, they could only catch his meaning every now and then. Often like Thisgian, sudden galeshave no fear. Confound that man, growled Morris, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Crispin. He thinks no one has any pluck but himself. On the contrary, he is trying to keep up his spirits, replied Crispin, steadying himself with difficulty as the yacht took a big dip into the trough of the sea. There is a good deal of brag about Califronas, but if we were in any real danger he would not crow so loudly. These Greeks are all afraid of the sea, and if the colonization of the world had been left to them, I am afraid America would never have been discovered. Why not? Because they are always afraid of venturing out of sight of the land. They slip about boldly enough among these Isles of Alicia, as Ezekiel calls them, but if they lose sight of Mother Earth, all their courage leaves them. Their Hellenic 162 ancestors were just the same, for all their poets call ocean names, such as a hungry beast, a ravenous monster, and similar pleasant titles. I think Homer, with his multitudinous laughter of the sea, is the only poet who pays ocean a compliment. Yet the Greek genius has produced a great sea drama in the Odyssey. A voyage of necessity, not pleasure-man the sport of the unjust gods, but I fancy Ulysses had a touch of the adventurous Phaeacian in his blood. Besides, Greek bravery produced a great sea drama at Salamis, yet withal, I decline to believe the Hellenes, ancient or modern, were sailors. Yet Arnold calls them the young, light-hearted masters of the wave. A charming line, which applies but to Jean Waters. Masters of the wave, forsooth. Why, they were never masters of anything liquid larger than a puddle. The Greeks never loved nature in her grandest moods, and saving Hylas both shaggy mountain and roaring waters were alien to their genius. Yet they loved nature. Nature the mother, not nature the enemy. Hill, meadow, wood, fountain, river they loved, but mountain and ocean they feared. Would a Greek Wordsworth have been possible? Ah, now you open up a large field of inquiry. No, I do not think the actual spirituality of Wordsworth would have appealed to a Greek. The Hellenic poet of that class would have been like Keats, would have sung exquisitely of vitalized nature, of her incarnate forces, Pan and Demeter, nymphs and satyrs. But none but a modern poet, conversant with the haggardness of modern life, with his soul steeped in the religion of the unseen, could have produced those thoughts too deep for tears such as we find in Wordsworth. Theocritus and Bion are your nature poets of external loveliness, but Arnold and Wordsworth sang deeper strains, and sought the naked soul of nature, which was but a veiled Isis to the Greek. "Hallo, what island is that?" cried Morris, who had been idly listening to such fragments of this discourse as he had caught. "Look to your left." In the misty distance, a great black mass loomed vague and indistinct on the lee side of the vessel, apparently about 163.7 miles off, though the magnifying vapor seemed to bring it nearer. "I am not sure," replied Crispin, straining his eyes. "We are in the middle of a number of islets." "The deuce, isn't that rather dangerous?" "It would be to anyone who did not know these waters, but Martin has been here with me often before and knows every rock in the vicinity. Besides, we are comparatively safe, as the engines are of large horsepower compared with the size of the boat." Martin was the captain of the yacht, and at present was personally attending to the wheel, with an anxious expression on his weather-beaten face, for it was no light task to steer the boat safely through these clusters of islands, especially when the magnifying properties of the mist caused them to appear in dangerous proximity to the ship, thus deceiving the eye into thinking she was entangled among hidden reefs. Luckily, Captain Martin had a clear head, and being a splendid seaman, knew the capabilities of the Eunice thoroughly, so Crispin felt quite content to leave affairs in his hands, so long as he was at the helm. "Camilla," shouted Califronas, alluding to the misty island. "No," shouted back Crispin, "Camilla too far off." "Camilla," cried the Greek for the second time, whereupon Crispin was much impressed with his insistence. "Califronas knows these seas thoroughly," he said to Morris quietly. "He has sailed all over them with his rascal friend, so if this is Camilla, we must be nearer Melnose than I thought." "Had you not better see Martin?" suggested Morris, shaking himself like a huge water dog as a shower of spray flew over him. Crispin nodded in assent and began to struggle towards the wheel, where Martin was standing. It was rather difficult, owing to the slipperiness of the wet deck and the tossing of the yacht, which one moment would be poised on the crest of a wave, and the next engulfed in a foam-streaked valley of green water, which threatened to swamp her. However, by holding on to anything he could seize, Crispin managed to get close to the captain, who, in his efforts to keep the ship's head right, was straining every muscle to hold the wheel, which was almost torn out of his grasp in a retrograde direction, every time a wave smashed against her helm. 164 Camilla, screamed Crispin in Martin's ear as he pointed to the dim mass. Martin shook his head doubtfully. "Too far south'ard, we're nigher Annapley, I reckon." "And Melnose?" "Straight ahead, who says tease Camilla?" "Count Califronas." He knows these parts too. I'll go and have another look at the chart." "If it's Camilla, Melnose is just round the shoulder." "Can't believe we've got so far out of the course. Why, if—" At this moment, a tremendous wave struck the yacht midships, making her reel and strain under the irresistible blows of the sea, and the jollyboat on the port side was smashed up like matchwood, the iron davits being twisted out of all shape in the giant grip of the water. The Eunice shuddered under the stroke, paused almost imperceptibly, then sprung forward like a spur-dutched horse, and in another second was out of danger, riding lightly on the frothing crest of a huge wave, from whence she slid down smoothly into the Smaragdine hollow beyond. "Boat gone," quoth the captain, regaining his breath. "Bad loss." Crispin thought so too, but had no time to reply, for at this moment the raucous voice of the captain was heard shouting to the second officer as he passed by. "Send Gert here, look sharp." Gert was a grizzled old salt with one eye, and an unlimited capacity for rum, who, having knocked about in these latitudes all his sinful life, knew the archipelago like a book. When he arrived, the captain put him in charge of the wheel and went off not to his cabin to look at the chart, but down to the engineer room, as he feared for the safety of the propeller. Crispin followed him, and they staggered like drunken men along the streaming decks towards the hatch. Down the iron ladder leading to the engineer room they scrambled, holding on like grim death, for the yacht was now rolling at an angle of 25 degrees, an uncomfortable motion which she occasionally varied by dipping her bows so deeply into the water that her stern was sticking nearly straight up in the air. In fact, to use a nautical expression, she stood on her head. The screw beat the waves regularly enough when in its 165 normal position, But the moment the yacht lifted, it was out of the water, whirling round and round with tremendous velocity, coming down again with a resonant smash, which threatened to snap off short the huge fans of the propeller. To obviate this danger, Martin spoke to the chief engineer, who, at once recognizing the perilous position, took his station beside the throttle valve, and immediately the yacht dipped her nose, shut off steam, so that, when she plunged her stern again into the waters, the downstroke was not so dangerous to the motionless blades. The enormous steel bars of the cranks, shining with oil in the dim lamplight, arose and fell irregularly, owing to the pitching of the vessel, one moment slowing down to half speed, the next beating the air as rapidly as the wings of a swallow. Round and round swept the giant wheels with noiseless speed, and nothing could be heard but the lash of the waves thrashing the sides of the yacht, the intermittent throbbing of the machinery, and the sharp hiss of escaping steam. But the moment the engineer put his hand to the throttle valve, in an instant the screw, already spinning like a top, hung motionless, until, with the recurring lurch, the great pistons again began to slide smoothly in and out of the cylinders. It was wonderful to see the absolute command this one man had over the colossal mass of machinery, which worked or rested as he let on or shut off steam at every plunge of the ship. As Martin and the poet returned to the deck, they heard the smashing of dishes in the pantry, the subsequent bad language of the stewards, and the Eunice groaned, creaked, strained, and shrieked like a living being as she strove to make headway against the furious blast. "All right," yelled Crispin when they were once more on the streaming decks. "Right enough, as long as we're in the open sea," retorted Martin gloomily, "but Lord help us if we touch any of them darned reefs." The islands of the Gene are very dangerous to ships, as their ragged reefs, running out to sea like roots, can scarcely be noticed save in calm weather, when the thin line of white breaking on the smooth surface of the water betrays the hidden teeth below. It was of these treacherous reefs the captain was afraid, as in such a furious gale there was every chance of the ship striking, in spite of the utmost care being taken to navigate her properly. Fortunately, with her helm 166 and screw, which were to her as a bridle is to a horse, the Eunice could skirt these perils with the greatest dexterity, and the real danger lay in the chance of her running on some sunken rock not set down in the chart. Martin, doubtful as to the island on the lee side, went off to his cabin for the chart, knowing he could safely leave the steering to Gert, who indeed was better than any chart, and knew more of these seas than all the Admiralty put together. Crispin returned to Morris, and reported all that had been done, much to Royland's satisfaction, for however brave a man may be, it is not pleasant to think that every moment he may be hurled into eternity. Califrones was still clinging to the weather rigging, but his face was graver than of yore, for he too knew the dangers of these waters, and good ship though the Eunice was, an unknown rock piercing her bottom would sink her rapidly, while the furious waves dashing against her, thus firmly held, would not leave enough of her stout timbers to make a cigar box. All that afternoon, they continued beating about in that weary sea near the island of Camilla. For Camilla, it proved to be on examination of the chart, much to the vexation of Captain Martin, who was considerably startled to find he was out of his course. However, such ignorance was not unpardonable, as the divergence from the course arose from the fact that, owing to the captain being constantly at the wheel, and only hastily glancing at the chart when he was able, he did not notice sufficiently the constant sagging of the vessel, and she had therefore, unknown to him, drifted more to the south than he fancied. Contrary to his expectation, the gale, instead of abating, increased in fury, and great masses of blinding rain came sweeping down in torrents on the ship, while the gusty wind, straining the wet sails to their utmost tension, tautened the weather rigging like bars of steel. The crew were all picked men, 40 in number. The captain was a first-class sailor, the engines powerful, the boat staunch, yet all these could avail but little against the colossal force of wind and wave, which seemed resolved to conquer this brave little craft struggling so gallantly against their titanic forces. Meals that day they had none, for it was impossible to sit at the table, but the steward cut some sandwiches, with which, in conjunction with brandy and water, they were able to sustain themselves. Even Califrones, quite contrary to his usual custom, was so overwhelmed by the peril 167 of their position that he took some spirits, which brought the color back to his pale cheeks. Morris was not at all afraid, having plenty of British pluck, and but for Helena, would have cared but little if his unhappy life was ended by the seething mass of waters raging on all sides. Owing to the cloudy sky, the incessant rain, and the absence of sunlight, the darkness fell sooner than usual, with sudden transition from day to night. No more the enchanted twilight of the previous evening, the calm sea, silver moon, and glittering stars. Nothing but pitchy gloom, with roaring waves rising in liquid masses to the black sky, and black sky raining down torrents on roaring waves, while between the welkin and the spume flew the Eunice like a stormy petrel, keeping afloat only through the dexterity with which she was managed. At times, a jagged flash of lightning gleaming blue as steel divided the solid blackness with saber-like stroke, but the succeeding thunder, loud as it was, hardly added to the deafening clamor of the storm, which stunned the ears of those human beings, fighting so determinedly for their lives against the appalling forces of nature. "Now would I give 1,000 furlongs of sea for an acre of barren ground," quoted Crispin grimly, as he clung to a stout rope. "My faith, I don't think we are born to be hanged, Morris." "Do you think there is danger?" Crispin cried Califronas, whose teeth were chattering in his head. "Rather, we might go to the bottom any moment," replied Morris, who, despite the peril of the position, could not help smiling at the cowardice of the Greek. "Be a man, Califronas, you aren't afraid of death, I suppose." "Oh, but I am," shivered the Count in abject fear. "To leave this world I love for I know not what. Oh, what comes after?" "God," said Crispin solemnly. "God," echoed the Greek in a tone of despairing conviction. "What is God? I know nothing beyond this world, what I see, what I feel, nothing else. But you say there is a God, there is a God. Oh, what will he say to me?" "Ask your own conscience." "Conscience?" cried Califronas with a sneer which but ill became his ghastly face. "What do I know of conscience? I have been wicked but no worse than my neighbors. After 168 all, it is death and then annihilation. It is that I feardo no longer see the sun, nor feel the wind, nor life in the veins. Life is so glad, death so terrible. But I will undo some of my work that you saints call wicked. Yes, I will tell you, Mr. Morris, the reason I brought you to Melnose." "Oh, tell me," cried Morris eagerly, "you brought me here too." He did not finish the sentence, for at this moment a gust of unexampled strength tore past them with a shriek, and snapped the mainmast by the board, crashing it downward with tremendous force. Falling over the side, it impeded the yacht's course and brought her gunwale dangerously near the water. The black smoke poured in volumes from her funnel, the screw beat the water with enormous power, but the heavy mass, the huge canvas, the entanglement of ropes, all held her back and down on one side to the great imperiling of her safety. "Axes," roared Martin in a voice of thunder, "cut away the ropes. Look smart, my lads, for your lives. If she pitches to windward and brings the mast against the bilge, it's all Davy Jones for sure." The sailors flew to do his bidding, and though, owing to the perpetual pitching of the vessel, they could not work continuously, yet in the space of half an hour they managed to clear away the wreckage, which fell over into the boiling waters, while the yacht righted herself like a trembling deer. The man at the wheel, of course, kept the set course indicated by the captain, but the engines being slowed down during the clearance episode, the ship sagged gradually to leeward, until she drifted dangerously near to the rocks of Camilla. All were so busily engaged clearing away the wreckage, that this new peril was unnoticed, until the moon, half obscured by the flying scud, shone out palely on the wild scene. Attracted by the glimmer of the planet, Martin looked up suddenly from his work, only to see the towering cliffs of the island near at hand, and the caps of the sea rising like fountains of spouting foam over the cruel-looking rocks. Roaring to pass the word to the engineer to give her every inch of steam she was worth, in order to shoot her far enough ahead to clear the rocks, Martin sprang with one bound to the wheel, wrenched it out of the sailor's hands, and put the helm hard down, so that the yacht's head flew up in the wind, just in time to avert a frightful catastrophe. Immediately on the increased speed of the vessel, she plunged forward into 169 every wave, and all on board feared that each new dive into the rough sea would be the last, for she shipped seas freely, and tons of water swept her deck fore and aft. At the last fearful dive, there was the sound of a sudden snap, as if the boat had touched a rock. She shuddered through her whole length, and after the engines had whirled for a minute with inconceivable velocity, they suddenly stopped. "My God," cried Martin, guessing the reason of the stoppage, "the propeller has gone. God help us now." Fortunately, the way the ship ran through the water shot her to the windward sufficiently to clear the Camilla reef, but as she could not be kept ahead to sea, owing to the fury of the gale, she had again to be kept off, so that the remaining sails would tend to steady her from the violent lurching. All this time the steam was blowing off, and then, the fires being drawn, all the sooty inhabitants of the engineer room, like so many cyclops, poured on deck, to do what they could in saving the vessel. During the time she was clearing the reef, the moon had withdrawn her light, but now she shone forth in her full splendor through a rent in a cloud, whereupon a sight was revealed which struck terror into the hearts of all on board. "Melnose!" cried Crispin and the Greek in one breath. "It's all over," said Martin gloomily. "No screw-only one mast will never clear that island." Morris, straining his eyes through the glimmer of moon and star half obscured by flying clouds, saw a high, canicle-shaped mountain, rising sheer out of the sea, at a distance of about 3 miles. The snows of the summit gleamed pale in the moonlight, below was darkness, but at the base of the peak spouted fountains of white surf on the jagged rocks running seaward. "It's kingdom come, gentlemen," said the captain, with a grim smile, as he looked at that sky-piercing peak looming hugely in the vague light. "The boats begin," Califronas, who was quite pale, whereupon Martin turned on him sharply. "The boats, sir? What boats could live in that sea? The jolly boat is gone, the steam pinnace is pretty well smashed up, so there are only the gig and the lifeboat to save 4 to 5 lives." "Y'all try to launch the boats, at all events," said Crispin quickly. "Oh yes, all that can be done will be done, you can depend, sir, but it's a poor lookout." With these dispiriting words, the captain went away to see after the lifebelts, and served out one to each man, which gave them at least some chance of floating to land. Martin neglected no chance of saving the ship and put the helm up, whereon the fierce wind filled the remaining canvas and drove the Eunice slowly ahead. For fully an hour she drifted to leeward, now being quite unmanageable, owing to the loss of screw and mast. Straight ahead lay Melnose, with the fierce surf thundering at its base, and the ship, unable to be guided, was drifting slowly but surely on to the rocks. Morris, with considerable forethought, took Crispin with him below, and they filled their traveling flasks with brandy. Meanwhile, the crew, utterly demoralized by the hopelessness of the situation, made for the spirit room, but the captain placed himself in front of it with a revolver and swore to shoot the first man who came forward. Still, as the men were weary from work, and wet and cold with long exposure, he ordered rum to be served out, which reconciled them somewhat to his prohibition of too much drinking. "Die like men, not beasts," said Martin, thrusting the revolver back again when the crew were more manageable. "There is still a chance of saving our lives by the boats, and that will be gone if drink is in you." By this time, the yacht was so near the island that they could hear the roar of the surf, and see the white tongues of the waves running up the black rocks. Overhead, heavy masses of clouds were moving like battalions across the sky, but the rain had ceased, and at intervals the moon shone out, which gave them but small comfort, as it enabled them to see only too clearly the perils which awaited them. The wind was still furious, and the sea rolling mountains high, its huge billows, topped with ragged fringes of foam glimmering in the fitful light, kept sweeping over the deck. Several men were swept overboard into the trough of the sea, but no assistance could be rendered by those on board, and with despairing cries they sank in the furious waters. Crispin, pitying the terror of Califronas, in spite of his dislike for the wily Greek, took him below and gave him some brandy. The Count was just raising the glass to his lips, when they were both leveled by a tremendous shock, which made the ship tremble from stem to stern. "God, she is struck!" cried Crispin, and tore up the stairs as hard as he was able, followed by Califronas, who was now nerved by despair. The Eunice had struck about 1/4 of a mile from the shore, but so fierce were the waves between her and the land that it seemed as though no boat could live in that hell of waters. However, as a last hope, the captain ordered the lifeboat to be lowered, which was accordingly done. But the moment it touched the water, all discipline was at an end. For the men, seeing the means of safety, rushed in a tumultuous crowd to take advantage of it. In a few minutes the lifeboat was filled with a black mass of human beings, in spite of the captain's efforts to maintain order, and cutting the ropes they made for the shore. Hardly had the boat left the ship, when, caught by a huge wave, she capsized, and the waves were black with shrieking masses of humanity. Oh God," groaned Crispin, hiding his face, "they will all be drowned." And so they were, for, in spite of their lifebelts, the waves griped the drowning men with irresistible force and dashed them mangled corpses against the rocks. Of the crowd of living, breathing creatures that had gone off a few minutes before, not one remained alive, and the survivors felt that their fate would be the same. "Lower away the gig," shouted Martin, going up to where the boat was hanging, "and if you cowards rush her, ill shoot freely." Cowed by his revolver, which was covering them with its 6 deadly cartridges, the men did as they were ordered, and placing the boat in charge of the mate, the captain made them all get in orderly fashion. "Now, gentlemen," said Martin to the 3 who stood near him, "get in quick, the yacht will soon be under water." "But yourself?" "It's my duty to stick to the ship," said the brave old man. "If she goes down, I go down. If she doesn't, there will be hope of safety. But I will be the last to leave her." "There's room in the boat," called the mate. "Quick, for your lives." Califronas needed no urging, but sprang into the boat, then, either from treachery or terror, cut the rope which held her to the yacht with a knife he had in his hand. There was a shout of execration from the crew, but the act was irremediable, and the gig plunged away into the darkness, the last seen by the 4 survivors on deck being Califronas, furiously fighting with 2 of the men who were trying to hurl him overboard. The yacht was now nearly under water, and on her deck stood Martin, Morris, Crispin, and Gert. "Only one hope," cried Martin, furiously shaking his fist at the retreating boat, "climb up the mast." They flew to the weather rigging, and Morris, Crispin, and Gert managed to climb up, but just as Martin was springing for the rope, a heavy sea swept the yacht fore and aft, and he was carried overboard. They heard his despairing cry as he went down into the trough of the sea, but there was no time to say anything, for with one final plunge the yacht went down, and the 3 human beings scrambled up the rigging as fast as they could, followed by the water, which seemed loath to surrender its prey. Fortunately the Eunice had sunk near the shore, so, when she finally settled down, about 30 feet of the remaining mast was sticking up out of the water, and to this clung the 3 survivors in desperate anxiety, expecting every moment to be shaken off into the depths below. At any moment the mast might break off, or a roll of the submerged yacht send it into the water. So, with this terrible dread in their hearts, these 3 human beings clung madly to their only refuge. Below raged the fierce waters, around was the darkness, above the clouded sky and the veiled moon, while amid all this horror hung those 3 unfortunates to their slender spar, waiting with dread and hope for the morning's light. Chapter 16, Melnose. Magic isles of beauty glowing. Far in tideless sapphire seas. Wanton winds, low-breathing blowing. Perfumes from balsamic trees. Here no wintry waters freeze, but the streamlets ever-flowing murmur drowsy lullabies, which the eyelids close unknowing, till the soul in slumber lies, peaceful under peaceful skies. Nature is fond of contrasts, and delights in the unexpected. Therefore, after the gloom and tumult of the previous night, the morning showed the 3 castaways a scene 173 of peaceful beauty so enchanting that they thought they were in fairyland. The sea had gone down after midnight, and only a heavy groundswell remained to tell of the fury of the storm which had wrecked the Eunice. All around lay an expanse of sapphire sea, touched here and there with white foam, which turned to crimson as the morn dawned redly in the gray eastern skies. Far into the cloudless blue arose the giant peak of Melnose, its lofty summit swathed in snows already bathed in the heavy yellow beams of the rising sun. Below its white cap appeared a green mantle of foliage, which quite hid the bare rock with a profusion of myrtles, plantains, arbutus, ilex, and branching heather. And lower still the red tint of rugged cliffs, the black chaotic boulders of the beach scattered in huge masses, and in and out of these the white threads of the surf like fairy lacework. Far away to the north arose the island of Camilla, faint and cloud-like in the midst of the blue seas, and on the murmuring waters played gentle breezes, breathing fragrant balms robbed from aromatic trees. It was a scene of unexampled beauty, and even the three unfortunates clinging to the mast could not withhold their admiration, in spite of the discomforts from which they were suffering. "Once we are on shore," said Crispin, with confidence, "I will take you into the interior of the island, where we will be well looked after by Justinian." "Has the island an interior?" asked Morris skeptically, for he saw nothing but a huge mountain resting on the azure sea. "Of course, did I not tell you it was the island of fantasy, and therefore full of wonders? But the first thing is to get to land. What do you say, Gert?" "Swim, sir." "I feel too stiff," said Crispin, shaking his head. "I could not swim a yard and you, Morris." "I am in the same plight," replied Roylans, whose joints were aching with the exposure to the night. "If it's a question of swimming, I will have to remain here till doomsday." "I kin swim, gentlemen," said Gert stoutly. "Bless ye, this ain't nothin', this ain't. Why, I've been wrecked in the Nor'ard and precious cold it were. I can get ashore all safe, but I dunno 'bout you, sirs." Gert's face assumed the rapt expression of one who was thinking out a deep problem, and Morris, knowing the inventiveness of sailors, did not interrupt him, having every 174 confidence that this mariner would hit upon some plan of extricating them from this dilemma. "There are plenty of ropes," suggested Crispin hopefully, "and if—" "Right yere, sir," said Gert energetically, his one eye flashing with satisfaction. "I'll tie 'em together and swim ashore. Fust I'll tie the rope tth mast and then tth beach, and you two kin skip along like monkeys. Dicey, sirs." No sooner was the plan thought of than the energetic Gert proceeded to put it into practice, and spliced all the ropes he could get hold of, being armed with that useful implement, a jackknife, which no sailor is ever without. "It's 'bout quarter-mile fro shore," said Gert, fastening one end of the rope to the mast and the other round his waist. "But if rope ain't long 'nough, you gents tie on more and pay out. Here's knife." Crispin took the knife, so as to be ready for such emergency, and then gave Gert his spirit flask, from which the mariner drew new life, although he was pleased to regret that the contents were not rum instead of brandy. Having thus revivified himself, Gert, with the rope round his waist, scrambled down into the calm water, and was soon striking out boldly for the shore. Morris and the poet watched his black head bobbing up and down in the blue, and kept paying out the rope carefully, lest any entanglement should hamper the swimmer. "Thank heaven, he's all right," cried Crispin in a tone of relief as they saw the white figure of the sailor clambering over the black rocks. "Now it's our turn." In order to swim freely, Gert had stripped naked, so the two left on the mast had to carry his clothes to shore, a thing easy enough, as all Gert wore was a shirt and a pair of blue serge trousers. Crispin took one article, Morris the other, and waited for Gert to signal from the shore that the rope was made fast. Soon they saw him waving his hand and shouting to intimate all was right, whereupon they examined the knot of the rope to see that it was fast to the mast, and then slid down into the sea. The rope was pretty well taut as it ran from the mast to the shore, so Crispin and Morris, holding onto it, struggled along towards the land. Their limbs ached with pain, owing to their long exposure to the night air, but a drink of spirits each put new vigor into their wearied frames, and after a 175 toilsome journey, aided by the rope, they managed to reach the beach, up which they scrambled with thankful hearts. "All right, sirs?" asked Gert, dressing himself rapidly. "Stiff," replied Crispin ruefully. "I feel as creaky as an old door." "Ain't used to it," grinned Gert, shifting his quid, for during all the trouble and danger he had retained that as his only solace. "Well, I guess, sirs, we'd best take more rum, and then explore this here island." "Oh, I know all about it," said Crispin cheerfully. "But see, the sun is up, so, as it is no use trudging about in wet clothes, We had better dry them." The two gentlemen stripped at once, and spread their clothing out to dry on the black rocks. But Gert, disdaining such luxury, perched himself in a sunny place, and watched them swimming in the shallow waters near shore to refresh their weary limbs. The sun was now considerably above the horizon, burning hotly in a cloudless blue sky, and the sultry rays soon dried the clothes spread out on the rocks, so in a short time they were soon dressed again, and ready to start out in search of Justinian. True, they were very hungry, but Crispin had some biscuits in his pocket, which appeased their appetites in some measure, and after a good drink of brandy each, they began to trudge along the stony beach, guided by the poet, to whom every inch of the island was as familiar as his own face. The reddish cliffs and white sand of the beach, catching the hot sunlight, threw out intense heat, and from being cold, the three adventurers soon became uncomfortably warm. "Do you think Califrona's is safe?" asked Morris hesitatingly as they walked along. "Califrona's has 9 lives, like a cat," retorted Crispin savagely, "but after his treachery of last night, I hope he will meet the doom he deserves. If it had not been for his cutting that rope, Martin would have been alive now. That is, if the gig reached shore safely. Of course, the sea was wild and she might have been swamped like the lifeboat. Still, we must hope for the best. I seed bulk a chuckin' of that air gent inter the water," said Gert, addressing the air with elaborate indifference. "I hope bulk succeeded," replied Crispin grimly, "but what's that?" A dark object was lying on the white beach, and as they raced up to it, Crispin gave a cry of anguish. 176 Why, it's poor Stockins," he said, recognizing the features of the mate. "He was in charge of the boat. I'm afraid she was smashed up like the other." "And airs Jimson and Bilge," cried Gert, from a distance, where he had discovered 2 corpses. "They've all gone kingdom come, gents." "Califrona's also, I suppose," said Morris sadly, for in spite of his dislike to the wily Greek, it seemed terrible that his joyous youth should be ended so suddenly by the cruel sea. "It looks as if we were the only survivors," remarked Crispin moodily, as they resumed their journey. "We must have those poor fellows buried. I will speak to Justinian." "Where is Justinian?" asked Morris a little irritably. "Does he live on this arid peak?" "Yes, but do not judge by external appearances. This rocky mountain, so sparsely clothed with trees, is only the uninviting shell of a very fine kernel." "You speak in riddles." "I seem to have been doing that ever since I knew you, judging from your frequent mention of the fact. However, we will soon come to the tunnel, and then you will see." "What tunnel?" "Oh, a wonderful piece of engineering skill carried out by Justinian 30 years ago. A tunnel which pierces the side of this mountain, and will admit us into its interior." "Where we will find what?" "The patriarchal community, of which Justinian is king." "What, does he rule over troglodytes, like a Norwegian gnome?" "Gnomes have nothing to do with the south," said Crispin provokingly. "I tell you this is the island of Fantasy, only fairyland, yet remaining on earth. You anticipate the realms of Pluto, but you will find Arcadia." "I'm hanged if I understand you." "Well, your curiosity will soon be satisfied. En avant, messieurs, for I am hungry, and wish to be seated at the hospitable board of Justinian." High above, over the terracotta-colored cliffs, hung the fresh green foliage which clothed the slopes of the mountain high up to the verge of the eternal snows. Tall, dark cypresses, funereal-looking even in the bright sunshine, the silver-gray glimmer of olive trees, chestnuts, beeches, plantains, and nearest to the summit, gloomy pines accentuating 177 the whiteness of the snows, which, clinging to the rocky peak, stood out in cold relief against the warm blue sky. Ahead of them was a reddish promontory running out into the calm waters, the trees fringing its crest like the mane of some wild animal. Turning round the shoulder of this, they saw in the distance a similar promontory, and between these 2 headlands, a range of reddish cliffs topped by vegetation, a white sandy beach scattered over with boulders, and a huge arch in the middle of the cliff, which apparently led into the bowels of the mountain. "Here we are at the palace gate," said Crispin gaily, as he led the way towards the subterranean entrance. We will soon be in safety. Standing in front of this mighty arch, they saw a broad flight of steps leading up into the darkness, so that it looked like the entrance into the Hall of Eblis. Outside, the brilliant sunshine, the many-colored land, the sparkling sea, but within, darkness, dank and unwholesome, which inspired the two strangers with anything but hope. Crispin, however, knowing the place well, sprang lightly up the steps, followed hesitatingly by his companions, but suddenly he stopped and held up his finger, the action being visible in the bright light pouring in through the arch into this artificial cave. Listen, Morris, do you recognize that voice? It was a man singing, and his clear high tones echoed in the dark vault overhead, coming nearer and nearer as the vocalist slowly descended the steps. Blow wind and swell the sail, so that my boat may fly. As a swallow to its nest across the foam. I am a swallow, and so am flying. To that dear nest of love, which is her heart. Blow wind, for I am filled with longing. Her heart is empty till me she kisses. Califronas, cried Morris and Crispin in one breath. It was indeed Califronas who came slowly down the steps and paused in alarm just where the light began to mingle with the darkness. A new and brilliant Califronas, arrayed in all the bravery of the Greek national garb, with gold-braided leggings, snowy fustanella, gaudy jacket, and red skullcap. In this picturesque dress he looked handsomer than ever, and had quite recovered his bombastic air, which terror had deprived him of during the storm. 178 Crispin, Mr. Morris, he cried in a startled voice, placing his hand on one of the pistols stuck in his belt, for he was quite aware that his treachery deserved a warm reception from those whom he had doomed to death. You needn't do that, said Crispin, curling his lip as he observed the action. We are not going to punish you. Punish me, jeered the Greek, recovering his insolent manner. Oh, never fear, I can defend myself. Punish me, and for why? Because I chose to save my own life. Yes, and nearly caused us to lose ours, said Morris grimly. You know my philosophy, Mr. Morris, so why expect me to be false to it? You are an infernal scoundrel, Califronas. The Greek smilingly showed his white teeth, as if a compliment had been paid to him. We are all scoundrels more or less, only some are cleverer at concealing it than other people, he said carelessly. So you are all safe, I made sure you were drowned. And wished too, I dare say, replied Crispin dryly. Well, you see we have survived your amiable intention of leaving us to die. What about the boat? The boat, oh, that was swamped, said Califronas in a satisfied tone. 2 of your infernal sailors threw me overboard. I seed 'em a chuckin' of yer, remarked Gert in a pleasant tone. Did you indeed? Well, they were very soon chucked themselves, and of the whole 20 in the boat, only half a dozen are alive now. Where are they? With Justinian. He sent me to look for your corpses, but I suppose he will be rather astonished when he finds you can still use your own legs. How did you escape? I was tossed into the sea near the shore, and buoyed up by my lifebelt, I managed to keep myself afloat till the waves landed me on the beach. Naught was never in danger, quoth Crispin coolly. I suppose all your repentance of yesterday has passed. Gone to the winds, my friend, replied Califronas airily. Poof, what would you? There is a time for all things. Yesterday I was nearly dead and talked nonsense. Today I am dry and well, so it is evident I am not born to be drowned. 179 born to be hanged, more like, said Morris viciously, hardly able to conceal his dislike of this heartless, cowardly, beautiful animal before him. Well, it is cold here, and we are hungry, so I think you had better conduct us to Justinian. Come then, answered Califronas, leading the way. But tell me, how did you escape? With the help of God, said Crispin, resolved not to gratify the Greek's curiosity. Ah, he helps the sinner as well as the saint, for you see I also am alive and well. You deserved death for your treachery. The mocking laughter of the Count rang through the darkness. Neither virtue nor vice is rewarded in every case. I see you are safe, and the poor good captain is dead. He is, and you are to blame. No doubt I will survive that accusation. Well, you have lost your beautiful ship, Crispin. It's my loss, not yours. Hark to this philosopher. Ha, how can you leave this island again? What, does Justinian intend to keep us prisoners? Justinian will do what he thinks fit, replied Calliphrones significantly. You are both rich and can pay large ransoms. You scoundrel, you have been putting these brigand ideas into the old man's head. Calliphrones laughed disagreeably. Perhaps I have. At all events, if you escape Justinian, you won't get away so easily from Alcibiades. You forget 6 sailors still survive, said Morris sternly, and we are 3, so I think 9 Englishmen can hold their own against 100 cowards like yourself. The Count made a clutch at his pistol and muttered in execration, but thinking better of it, recovered his temper and burst out laughing. Well, well, we will see. I regret, Mr. Morris, I did not bring a torch for this darkness, but you see I know this passage well and do not require it. Had I known you 3 were coming, I would have brought men, torches, food, wine, and all the rest of it, to make you comfortable. Thank you for your hospitality, retorted Morris angrily, for the mocking tone of this scamp was intolerable. But timeo danos. 180 I don't understand Latin, said Calliphrones coldly, but I've no doubt you've said something uncomplimentary. However, we need not wrangle any more, for here we are at the gate of Melnose. The gate was a huge structure of wood, formed by interlacing beams into a kind of barred defense, which completely closed up the tunnel, and in the center of this was a small heavy iron door. Through the interstices they could see the faint glimmer of daylight, a still ascending staircase, the red flare of burning torches, and in the doubtful lights 3 or 4 men moving about. This is to guard against people like my friend Alcibiades, said Calliphrones, seeing the amazement of Morris and Gert at this medieval entrance. Like the pass of Thermopylae, this tunnel could be defended by 4 against many, so Melnose is thus a city of refuge. Aye, if treachery does not gain an entrance, retorted Crispin significantly, and that is always possible when there is a traitor within the walls. Meaning myself, rejoined Calliphrones tranquilly. There you are wrong, and I think, my dear Crispin, you must have forgotten that, in or out, I can do nothing, as Justinian alone possesses the key of this door. We must send Alexandros for it. Hola there, Alexandros. One of the men, bearing a burning torch, came to the bars of the framework, and Calliphrones spoke to him in Greek, while Crispin, understanding the language thoroughly, listened attentively, as after the Count's conduct of last night, he was quite prepared for further treachery and desired to guard against it. As soon as Calliphrones finished, the man went off up the staircase, and the Count turned round to his companions with a reassuring smile. He has gone to get the key from Justinian, he explained courteously. This key, you must know, Mr. Morris, is the emblem of sovereignty in Melnost's scepter of the island. But it must be rather a trouble going to Justinian for the key, every time you want to go in or out. There is not much of that, said Crispin quickly. The people of Melnose stay at home in the heart of the mountain. Tease only wanderers like myself and the Count who are restless. The heart of the mountain, echoed Morris in a puzzled tone, is it a cavern? 181 No, fresh air and blue skies. I cannot understand your island of fantasy. It is most perplexing, and well deserves its name. So Justinian thought, and that is why he called it so. Who made this air, gents all? Asked Gert, who had been surveying his nether-world surroundings with much awe. Justinian. Well, sir, arskin your pardon, but I never thought a lazy Greek ud have had it in him to do sich a thing. Calliphrones laughed at the indolent character ascribed to his countrymen, which, however, he could not deny with any great show of reason. Justinian is not a Greek, but an Englishman. I thought so, sir, said Gert triumphantly, but even, sir, what's he a doin of in this air lay? Ah, that is a mystery, replied the Count, smiling. Blessed if tain't all queer, muttered Gert in bewilderment, and thereupon relapsed into silence. The house of Justinian was evidently some distance away, as they had to wait a considerable time before Alexandros returned, much to the discomfort of the three shipwrecked men, who were beginning to feel their privations keenly. Morris would have liked to ask after Helena, but the knowledge that Calliphrones was his rival forbade him to risk an inquiry. He now began to see that the anticipations of Crispin regarding possible dangers were not without some foundation, for, trapped in this mountain heart, which appeared to his fancy to be a most extraordinary place, he saw that Justinian could hold them prisoners as long as he pleased. Besides, this scamp of a Calliphrones, who hated both himself and Crispin thoroughly, was evidently the right hand of Justinian, and thoughts of the cruelties of Greek brigands began to pass unpleasantly through his mind. Here, towards the end of the civilized 19th century, was a genuine robber's cave, into which he was blindly walking, and despite the presence of Crispin, who stood beside him, Morris did not feel quite at his ease regarding their reception by this renegade Englishman who was called Justinian. At length rapid steps were heard descending the staircase, and Alexandros came in sight, holding his torch in one hand and the wished-for key in the other. Having unlocked the door, he held it open for them to enter, and when the four men were inside, locked it carefully again, and thrust the key 182 into his belt in order to take it back to his master. As he did so, he spoke to Calliphrones in Greek, upon which the Count translated the speech for the benefit of Morris and the seamen. Justinian will see you at the Acropolis. The Acropolis. Yes, it is a fancy he has for calling his house so. 'Tis too small for a palace, and too large for an ordinary house, so the intermediate term Acropolis fits it exactly. Come, Mr. Morris. Crispin, you know the way, don't you? Considering I have lived all my life in Melnose, I should think it highly probable, retorted the poet in an annoyed tone, for the patronage of Calliphrones was insufferable. Conducted by Calliphrones and Alexandros, they walked slowly up the giant staircase, and in a short time arrived at a huge archway similar to the one into which they had entered. Through this Morris, to his astonishment, saw a smiling landscape, and paused thunderstruck under the great arch. Why, Melnose is in the cup of the mountain. Exactly, replied Crispin, who was enjoying his astonishment. Melnose is an extinct volcano, and this is the crater. You see, we have plenty of room for buildings, fields, cultivation, and all such desirable things. We are 200 feet above the sea level here. Morris did not reply, being too much amazed for speech, and standing there feasted his eyes on the beautiful picture framed by the archway, of which he was only able to gain a general idea. It was a vision of snowy hills, miniature forests, yellow fields of corn, terraced vineyards, and a mass of white houses in the hollow, while clinging to the mountainside were other buildings showing white against the pale green of the foliage. High above, encircled by the top rim of the crater, which was broken into a dazzling circle of snow-white peaks, was the blue sky, with the burning sun blazing down into the hollow, wherein, like a mirror, flashed a small lake, encircled by trees. Below, palms waved their feathery fans. Above, the light green of the pine trees burned like emeralds in the hot sunshine, and over all this enchanted scene brooded an intense rest, an air of serene calm, which made it seem to Morris like that sleepy land of the Laodicators. And this was Melnose. Chapter 17, An Island King. Oh, I know not of the workaday world. This is the land of eternal quiet, where I can nestle in indolence curled, far from the clamor of modern riot. Here are my wings of ambition close furled, for I know not of the workaday world. I am the king of an indolent race, working with pleasure and not with regret. Never the phantom of money they chase. Never they feel in their bosoms a fret. Nothing to alter, for all is in place. I am the king of an indolent race. From the archway of the tunnel stretched two roads, one to the left, leading down to the valley below by easy gradations, the other to the right, running round the cup of the mountain on a level with the place where they were now standing. Along this latter road they walked, the three gentlemen abreast, and Gert, considerably bewildered, rolling behind in his nautical way. Morris's admiration was strongly excited by the perfection of this road, which was level and broad, being apparently hewn out of the living rock, while the side nearest the valley was bordered by cyclopean masses of dressed stone, and a long line of mulberry trees, now heavily foliaged. On the other side also, where the rocks arose steep and smooth, was a corresponding line of trees, so that they walked through a leafy arcade, formed by the meeting of the branches overhead, and their path was checkered with sunlight shadows moving restlessly under their feet, as the wind rustled the leaves above. Through the slim trunks of the trees, set some little distance apart, they caught glimpses of the town below on the verge of the blue lake, its white houses embosomed in trees, and straight streets intersecting each other at right angles, so that it looked like a miniature chessboard. Morris was in ecstasies over this Eden of the South, and could not express his delight in high enough terms to his companions. "It is a place to dream in," he said enthusiastically, "a land of the Lotos. I don't wonder Justinian desires to keep all outside influences away from this paradise. Upon my 184 word, Califronas, with such a beautiful spot as this to dwell in, I do not wonder you were discontented with our grey island of the West. My only astonishment is that you should ever wish to go beyond this enchanted circle of mountains." "Oh, it's pretty enough," said Califronas carelessly, casting a glance at the lovely valley below. "But one grows tired of lovely places, the same as one wearies of the most beautiful woman." "Everyone is not so fickle as you are," cried Crispin sharply. "Well, you did not stay in this paradise yourself, Crispin. I was banished from it, and you were the serpent who caused my banishment." "Bah, do not lay the blame on me. You ate of the tree of knowledge and wanted to know too much, so Justinian got rid of you." "I only wanted to know about myself." "Then you never will." "Wanai, you forget that I am equal with Justinian now." "Are you really?" said Califronas mockingly. "I think not. Justinian has the wisdom of 60 years against your 30. The half is not equal to the whole." "Well, you have something to gain as well as I," flashed out Crispin fiercely. "So if I am beaten, you will not be in a much better condition." You think so. I have Justinian's promise, remember." "You have, and if I know anything of Justinian, hell break it." "He dare not. Melnose is not impregnable." "Probably not, but you cannot storm it single-handed." "What about my dear Alcibiades?" sneered the Greek significantly. Crispin stopped, and looked Califronas up and down with scorn. "You had better not say any more, Andros, or I may be tempted to tell Justinian of your intention." "All I say is not meant," cried Califronas in evident alarm, "but Justinian cannot go back from his word about Helena." "Helena," said Morris, who had hitherto kept silence. "What about Helena?" 185 Nothing to do with you, sir," retorted Califronas rudely, and walked on quickly. "What does he mean?" asked Morris, turning to Crispin with a frown. "Nothing more than what I told you on the Eunice, when we were off Tagetus. You told me Califronas loved Helena, but this promise—" "That has to do with Justinian," said Crispin hastily. "You must ask him for information. After all, Morris, you had better wait and see how things turn out before you cross swords with Califronas." "Ah, you think then we will cross swords?" "I fancy it is extremely probable. This Helena will be an apple of discord, as was her predecessor of Troy. But however much you two men fight for her, remember it is the lady herself who decides whom she will take. If she is the woman I judge her to be from her pure face, she will never take that scamp of a Greek." "Oh ho, that is as much as to say she will take you, my Lord Conceit, but never mind Helena just now. We have to get into the good graces of Justinian, or else." "Well," asked Morris, seeing Crispin paused significantly, "what will happen?" "I can't tell yet, but after all, why anticipate evil? Crispin, you are as ambiguous as a Delphic oracle. And about as doubtful, retorted the poet, laughing. But here we are at the Acropolis. Well, I am darned, observed Gert in astonishment, and his exclamation of surprise was certainly pardonable, for no one would have expected to find so splendid a building in this lonely island of the Gean Sea. A broad flight of fine-grained red limestone stairs led up to a lofty platform of the same material, this splendid ascent being bordered on both sides by masses of dark green laurel trees, which accentuated the roseate tint of the staircase. On the platform, some distance back, arose a large edifice, somewhat after the model of the Parthenon at Athens, with graceful slender pillars of white marble supporting the weighty entablature, the frieze of which was delicately carved with godlike forms of nude youths, white-draped maidens, severe-faced old men, rearing horses, and seated deities. Above this, the pediment, in the center of which was sculptured a life-sized figure of Hephaestos, with his 186 anvil and raised hammer, while the bas-reliefs on either side represented long trains of unclothed men, with their faces turned to the god, coming towards him with supplicating hands as if for the gift of fire. The Pentelican marble of this temple was now toned down by the weather to a delicate gray hue, which contrasted charmingly with the red staircase, the dark laurels, and the faint green of the foliage which clothed the mountain at the back of the building. Justinian never built this, cried Morris, transfixed in amazement at the suave beauty of the whole building. No architects of today could have designed such perfection. No, replied Crispin as they ascended the steps. Only this staircase and the platform are modern, for the temple is an old Greek one, built in heaven knows what year of Hellenic art, and Justinian, finding it in a ruinous condition, restored it as you see. The front was fortunately intact, but he has arranged the interior as a dwelling house. It is a shrine to Vulcan, and I presume was built here because this island is volcanic in character, though indeed it is far away from the Hephaestions. I do not wonder Justinian calls it the Acropolis, for it is a magnificent building, and worthy of the name. Oh, Crispin, look at that nude youth struggling with the rearing horse. You can look at all that another time, replied the poet, laughing at the sculptor's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Justinian is waiting us. They entered the great door of the building, followed by the awestruck Gert, who was too much astonished to speak, and advanced along a lofty hall towards an archway draped with heavy blue curtains. Drawing these aside, they entered into an open court, bordered by ranges of white marble columns, for the temple was hypthral in character, and the sun shone brightly through the opening of the roof. Between these snow-white pillars hung heavy curtains of azure tint, embroidered with bizarre figures in yellow silk. The pavement was of smooth white marble, and there was a small fountain in the middle, splashing musically into a broad pool which brimmed nearly to the verge of its marble marge. A number of Turkish mats, comfortable-looking cane chairs, silk-covered cushions, and dainty bamboo tables were scattered about, and finally the whole court was one mass of flowers. Slender palms, bowing their feathery fronds, stood in huge 187 red jars, which added a bright touch of color to the general whiteness, while there were oblong boxes filled with heterogeneous masses of violets, pansies, golden crocus, anemones, gladioli, and cyclamen, all glowing in one dazzling blaze of color. There were also cytisus trees with their bright yellow blossoms, great bushes of roses red with flowers, delicate white lilies springing virgin-like from amid their green leaves, and the pink buds of the gum cistus with its aromatic odors, while between stood the myrtles, sacred to love. All this gorgeous mass of colors was blended skillfully with a prevailing tint of green foliage, and what with the blue curtains, the dazzling white of the pillars and pavement, even under the hot southern sun, it did not pain the artistic eye with a sense of incongruous hues, but rather pleased and satisfied it by its bright beauty and variety of hue. What flowers, what flowers!" cried Morris with genuine admiration. "Why, this is finer even than the rector's rose garden." "These are Helena's flowers," said Crispin, smiling. "She is so fond of them that she ought to be called Chloris. Hush, here is Justinian." There was a grating sound of rings being drawn along a rod, and Morris turned to the left, to see the blue draperies held to one side by an exceptionally tall man, with a long gray beard and keen black eyes, who was dressed in a graceful robe of soft white wool, falling in classic folds to his feet. Morris himself was over the ordinary height, but this ancient, holding himself erect as a dart, seemed to tower above him, and as he moved towards Morris with outstretched hand, the Englishman involuntarily thought of the Homeric description of Nestor. "Mr. Roylance," said Justinian, taking the young man's hand and looking keenly at him, "you are welcome to my island. I am the Demarch of Melnose." Behind Justinian came Califronas, who looked rather dismayed when he saw the courtesy with which the island king received his guest, and even Crispin made a gesture of surprise, which movement at once drew the old man's eyes towards him. "You also, truant," he said, taking the poet's hand but without releasing his hold of Morris. "You have come back to Melnose." "Yes, for a purpose," said Crispin boldly, evidently not to be duped by the suave greeting of Justinian. As a flash of lightning leaps from the heart of a dark cloud, so gleamed a glance from Justinian's dark eyes, and he was evidently about to make some fierce retort to the bold poet, when he restrained himself with wonderful self-command and released the hands of both the young men. "Before I ask you any questions, gentlemen," he said, striking a silver bell that stood on one of the small tables near, "I must attend to the rites of hospitality." A man made his appearance, and bowed submissively to Justinian. "The bath, the meal, for these guests," said the old man in tones of command, speaking in Greek. "You can attend to Mr. Crispin, tell Georgios to see to the other gentlemen. When you are quite refreshed," he added in English, turning to his guests, "I will speak to you here." "But Gert," said Morris, pausing a moment. "Oh, the sailor," observed Justinian, carelessly looking at him, "let him follow you, and Anastasius can look after him. Go now, I will await your return here." The young men, astonished at the courtesy of their reception, Crispin being not less so than Morris, went out with Gert after the man, and Justinian, flinging himself into a chair with a deep sigh, covered his face with his hands. Califronas, leaning gracefully against one of the pillars, looked at this exhibition of what he considered weakness with disdain, but did not dare to break upon the reverie of Justinian, of whom he had a wholesome dread. He picked a pink oleander blossom and placed it in his belt, then, after walking about for a few minutes with a frown on his face, sat down on a stone margin of the fountain and began to dabble in the water with his hands. After a time, Justinian looked up with a second sigh. "Well, what do you think of him?" asked the count in Greek, at the sound of which the old man made a gesture of annoyance. "Speak English, you fool. I love to hear my own language." "You will get plenty of it shortly then," said Califronas coolly. 9 Englishmen already on the island, bah, it is a British possession." "You are right, Andros, I am British, and as this island is mine, it is a British possession." Califronas frowned, as if this way of looking at things was distasteful to him, but not caring to argue about such a delicate matter, repeated his first remark. 189 Well, what do you think of him? Morris Roylance. Yes. Justinian pondered a moment, and was about to reply, when, catching sight of the eager gleam in the Greek's eyes, he altered his mind at once. "I will tell you when I know him better. I never make up my mind in a hurry. You ought to be aware of that by this time." The other, ill-contented with this reticence, would have persisted in his questioning, but the old man, seeing this, shut him up sharply. "Be silent, Andros. I will give you my opinion in my own good time. Meanwhile, mind you treat my guests with all courtesy." "Even Crispin," said Califronas with a sneer. "Yes, even Crispin," reiterated Justinian in a fiery tone. "I have my reasons for acting as I do now. If you dare to disobey my orders, I have a way to silence you." Califronas turned pale, for he knew that Justinian was absolute ruler of Melnose, while he was thoroughly well hated by the inhabitants, one and all. "I have no intention of acting contrary to your desires," he replied sulkily, rising to his feet, "but I cannot understand the meaning of your actions. However, I have done what you desired, and Mr. Morris is in Melnose. Now, I presume, you will fulfill your part of the bargain. Certainly, you have my permission to pay your addresses to my daughter. And you will make her marry me? Asked Califronas eagerly. The king sprang from his seat, with a gesture of anger. I will force my daughter in no way, he roared fiercely. I forbade you to think of Helena as a bride, but provided you brought Roylance here, I gave you permission to woo her. As to forcing her into a marriage with you, there was no question of such a thing. I thought there was, retorted the Greek, who was white with rage. You put your own base construction on my motives. How dare you question me, Andros? Am I master here, or are you? Helena is free to marry you if she wishes, but as far as I am concerned, I would rather you were drowned in the sea than become my son-in-law. The count went alternately red and white as Justinian spoke, and when the speech was ended tried to answer, but his rage was such that he could say nothing. So, with a choking cry of anger, he turned on his heel and darted out of the court, while the king, much agitated, walked up and down hurriedly, his white robe sweeping the pavement. What does the boy mean? He muttered angrily. I do not like these veiled threats. Melnose is well defended, but I mistrust Androsh is too much a friend of that rascal Alcibiades. Bah, I have no fear treachery for treachery, and if Andros dares. He paused abruptly, and raising his hands, shook them impotently at the sky, then resumed his seat with a frown, which boded ill for Califronas in the event of any double dealing on his part being discovered. A peacock came walking proudly along the court, with his splendid tail erect, shining like some rich product of the eastern loom, with its manifold colors, fantastic moons, and iridescent sheen, which flashed gloriously in the sunshine. Evidently irritated at not being noticed, the vain bird uttered a discordant shriek, which had the effect of making his master look up suddenly. Ha, Argus, he said with a sardonic smile, you are like Andros, my friend, fine to look at and nothing else. But it would be as easy to wring your neck, with all your bravery, as it would that of my handsome scamp yonder. The bird strutted proudly along, the feathers of its neck glistening with every movement of its head. You have many eyes, my Argus, resumed Justinian after a pause, but your human prototype has none at all. He sees no farther than his own straight nose, else he would be more cautious in his deeds, and less daring in his words. It looks as if he were going to dispute my will. Well, he can do so, and we will see who will come off best, Andros or Justinian. At this moment, Morris and the poet entered the court, whereupon Argus fled in dismay. An omen, thought Justinian, as he arose to receive them. With these I need not fear the machinations of Peacock Andros. The two gentlemen, refreshed by their bath and a hearty meal, were now arrayed in loose, flowing robes of white wool, similar to that of Justinian. Crispin wore this antique garb gracefully enough, very evidently used to managing 191 such draperies, but Morris found them awkward, and as he sat down seemed rather ashamed of the effeminacy of the dress. The king noticed this, and smiled broadly at the Englishman's want of dexterity. You do not like these, he said, touching his own robe lightly, but believe me, they are very comfortable within doors in this climate. When you go out to look at my island, I will supply you with a less embarrassing dress more adapted for walking and climbing. I like my legs to be free, sir, observed Morris, striving to look at his ease in these long white draperies, whereon Justinian laughed again at this naive confession. Yes, we English are an active race, he said, leaning back in his chair and like all clothing to be tight and trig, but indoors you will find these flowing robes more adaptable than a shooting suit would be. When one is in the East, one should adopt Eastern customs. For myself, I have become a sybarite in luxury since dwelling in Melnose. Where is Califronas? Asked Crispin, looking about him for the Greek. Califronas, oh yes, I forgot his traveling name. A count, is he not, of the Greek Empire? He took a fine name to match his fine feathers. Well, Andros has just left me in a fit of bad temper. You do not appear to like Andros so much as you did, Justinian. The Greco-Englishman smiled significantly. Andros is Andros, he replied dryly, and is anything but reliable. What do you think of my handsome Greek, Mr. Roylans? I think he is a scamp, retorted Morris briefly. How long did it take you to find that out? Asked Justinian, without showing any sign of surprise. I did not find it out at all. He confessed his scampishness himself with the most appalling cynicism. Oh, as far as cynicism goes, Andros might be a boulevardier soaked in absinthe. It is the soul makes the man, not the surroundings. But never mind this scamp, I wish to hear all about your cruise. Hasn't Califronas told you? Califronas has told me his version of the story, which is all to his own credit. But those 6 sailors who are at present in Melnose seem to disagree with his praises of himself, so I would like to hear what you 2 gentlemen have to say. Whereupon Crispin, being the more fluent of speech, told the whole story from the time of the Greeks' arrival at Roylans, narrated the beginning of the voyage, the arrival in Greek waters, the storm, the loss of the yacht, and the subsequent treachery of Califronas. During the recital, Justinian, with compressed lips, listened to it in silence, only uttering a smothered exclamation of rage when he heard how Califronas had cut the rope and left those on board the yacht to perish. Thank you, Crispin, he said, when the poet brought his narrative to a close. Your story is worthy of being told by Ulysses at the court of Alcinous. I am glad you escaped the fate intended you by Andros, but if he had succeeded, I don't think he would have dared to show his face here. Crispin glanced at Morris significantly, and Justinian caught the look with his accustomed keen-sightedness. I speak for you as well as Mr. Roylans, he said quickly. We did not get on well in the past, Crispin, but let us hope we will be more friendly in the future. The poet, considerably astonished at this unwanted emotion of Justinian, accepted the proffered hand of the old man, although he did so with a somewhat doubtful air. I cannot forget you were kind to me in my youth, Justinian, and brought me up, but I cannot understand these sentiments, now so different from those you expressed when we last met. You were yourself to blame in the matter, Crispin. Force is of no avail with me, and you came in a rage to demand what I refused to tell you. I have been a wild man in my day, but I am not so absolutely bad as you think me, and it depends upon yourself as to whether I tell you what you wish to learn. I have a right to know, cried the poet impetuously. That I question, retorted Justinian with a flash of his keen eyes. I will tell you or not entirely at my own pleasure, but the tone you adopt will not make me answer your questions. The storm cannot bend the oak, but the gentlest breeze will make its branches quiver. Lay that parable to heart in your demeanor towards me, Crispin, and all will yet be well. Otherwise, well, you know how you left last time. The young man made no reply, but relapsed into moody silence, whereupon Justinian turned to Morris with a winning smile. You must bring this obstinate boy to reason, Mr. Roylans. 193 Believe me, it is as well we should be all firm friends and allies, as I have reason to believe there will be trouble. From Califronas. Exactly, he has made a demand of me which I refuse to grant. About Helena, said Crispin, suddenly looking up. Yes, did he tell you? He said you had made him a promise to give him Helena for his wife, if he carried out your plans. That's a lie, cried Justinian impetuously. I said he could pay his addresses to Helena, but the question of marriage I left entirely in her own hands. Oh, said Crispin quickly, that puts quite a different face on the affair. At all events, Helena will never marry him, said Morris abruptly, whereon the king turned on him in surprise. What do you know of Helena? Only this, replied Morris, handing the portrait of the girl to her father. Califronas showed me that face, and I fell in love with it. Oh, you fell in love with it, remarked Justinian in a tone of satisfaction. Yes, in fact, it was that which brought me to Melnose. Justinian smiled in a satisfied way, but suddenly frowned. So Andros dared to use this as a lure. He muttered in Greek, well, he has succeeded to his own undoing. I thought you would think so, said Crispin, who overheard the speech. As soon as I heard the reason of Andros coming to Roylans, I guessed your intention. How could you do that? Asked the old man quickly. You knew nothing. I know Alandros told me. Traitor, said Justinian fiercely. Well, Crispin, if you do know, keep your own counsel until such time as I choose to tell my own story. I promise you. And in return, I will, at my own convenience, tell you what you desire to know about your parentage. Do this, cried Crispin, springing up and clasping Justinian by the hand, and I will be your friend for life. You had better be my friend for your own sake, retorted the king angrily. United we stand, divided we fall. Remember, Andros is your and my enemy. And Alcibiades. 194 Alcibiades would like nothing better than an excuse to plunder Melnos. However, we are 9 Englishmen, not counting my Greeks, and I think with all we will be a match for Andros, Alcibiades, and their brother blackguards. This conversation took place in Greek, so was therefore quite unintelligible to Morris, who looked from the one to the other in astonishment. On seeing this, Justinian turned towards him with a courteous apology and restored the portrait. As Andros gave you this, I will not deprive you of it, Mr. Roylans, he said politely, but shortly I hope to present you to the original. Now, asked Morris eagerly. No, you must go and sleep this afternoon, replied Justinian authoritatively, and you also, Crispin. After your dangers of last night, you must be quite worn out. Well, the bath and a meal have done wonders, said Crispin, yawning, but I must say a few hours' sleep would complete the cure. And when will we see Helena? Demanded Roylans persistently. This evening, answered Justinian, taking him by the hand. We must be good friends, Mr. Roylans, for I like your face. Tell me, do you resemble your father or your mother most? My mother, said Morris, rather astonished at this strange question. Justinian looked at him steadily, then, dropping his hand with a sigh, turned away, as if to conceal some sudden emotion. After a time he recovered himself, and spoke sharply, as if to atone for his faint-heartedness. Come, come, gentlemen, be off to your rooms, he said testily, sleep is what you need. And Helena, said Crispin, as he and Morris left the court. And Helena, repeated Justinian in a satisfied tone. Yes, this is her husband, not Andros. Chapter 18, Venus Urania. To Rosard sky, from Rosard sea. At Rosard dawn she came. A fiery rose of earth to be. And light the dark with flame. Then earth and sky triumphantly rang loud with men's acclaim. A rose art thou, O goddess fair, and bloom as men aspire. Red rose to those whom passions snare. White rose to chaste desire. Yet red rose wanes with pale despair. And white rose burns as fire. After all that he had come through, Morris found no difficulty in inducing sleep to come to his pillow. The room he occupied was one of those built by Justinian when he renovated this antique fane, and the walls, floor, and ceiling were of that fine-grained red sandstone of which the staircase was built. The pavement was bare, save for Turkish rugs scattered here and there, which lack of carpeting made the apartment wonderfully cool and pleasant, but the walls were draped with a heavy kind of woolen tapestry similar to those in the court, saving that the color was a pale gray, and the embroideries terracotta color to match the floor. A wide window, shaded by Indian beadworked blinds, looked out onto a pleasant prospect of forest which clothed the side of the mountain, and the cool wind, heavy with aromatic scents, stole into the room. It was also furnished in a somewhat antique fashion, though here and there an anachronism betrayed the 19th century, but the couch whereon Morris rested was purely Greek in design, and lying on this in his white robe, with a purple coverlet flung carelessly over his feet, he might have been taken for some dweller in ancient Athens. True, the mustache on his lip savored somewhat of the barbarian, but in all other respects the comparison was close enough, for if his features were not quite so classic in outline as those of Calliphrones, they were sufficiently so to pass muster in the carrying out of such fancy. Lying there with his eyes half closed, the young Englishman 196 in a drowsy fashion felt the balmy odors permeating the warm air, and saw as in a dream the antique room, the pleasant prospect beyond, which was but mistily seen through the veiling beadwork blind. He was puzzled over the kind reception accorded to him by this strange Justinian, who he had been led to believe was a kind of modern freebooter. No swarthy, fantastical addressed, savage marauder was this island king, but a gracious, courteous gentleman, arrayed in the white robe of Socrates, with a winning smile on his face and polite words on his lips. Crispin seemed to mistrust him indeed, but even Crispin seemed somewhat astonished at the suavity of his greeting, and now appeared inclined to recant his former dislike of the old man. Morris longed to have a confidential chat with Crispin and find out his feelings on the subject, as it was evident that, far from inclining to Califronas, their host seemed more disposed to side with them. Again, Morris found it difficult to account for the old man's sudden liking for himself, for the satisfaction with which he had received the information that his daughter's face had lured the young Englishman to his island retreat, and for many other things. Mystery, mystery, nothing but mystery, said Morris to himself as he closed his aching eyes. I cannot make these folks out, but at all events, King Justinian does not seem to disapprove of my passion and is inclined to give Crispin the information he desires, so I trust all will go well. Sooner or later I will solve all these problems which are now so tantalizing, but come what may, one good thing is in store for me. I shall see Helena tonight. A wave of sleep seemed to roll over his weary brain, now relaxed from the terrible tension of the previous night, and he gradually sank into a deep slumber, with the name of his unseen goddess still on his lips. Then he dreamed strange dreams of romance, filled with the serenity of Hellenic calm, which floated magically through his brain, and made his slumber delightful with forms of exquisite beauty. He was standing with Helena in the temple of Athena, and together they touched the knees of the undying goddess. But the face of Helena was veiled, and he could see but vaguely the perfect features which had hitherto been so clear in his dreams. Again, they were wandering like lovers beneath the serene Attic sky, beside the bright, gushing Ilissus, and he strove to kiss 197 her, the kiss of betrothal, but she faded away as did the cloud Juno in the arms of Ixion, and a voice blown by some faint winds cried, "Love, but win." Then he was on board a galley, putting off from the green shore towards the purple mists of sea, and Helena was lying in his arms, while the Greek Califronas strove fiercely to snatch her from him. Arrows rattled on the shields of his men, the watchfires blazed on the high mountain tops, and the air was hot with the flame of battle. In his dream he saw the phantom of himself lay down the cloudy Helena, and dash on the phantom Greek with a mighty sword. A strident cry, a flash as of flame dividing the night, then the phantom Califronas vanished, and the galley was sailing far into the purple night, while clasped in each other's arms, Helena and himself murmured the songs of love, until they melted ghost-like into the misty splendor of the sinking sun. When he awoke, it was quite dark, and springing from his couch, he hastily took his watch to the window and found it was nearly 8 o'clock, so his sleep had lasted over 6 hours. Feeling greatly refreshed by this rest, he bathed his face and hands in cold water, with the intention of going outside into the delicious night air. That the moon was up he could see by the doubtful glimmer of her pale light, but the shadow of the house being in front of her, she could not be seen in her full splendor. Wondering where he would find Crispin, and whether that gentleman was yet awake, Morris stole quietly from his room, and drawing aside the curtains, looked out into the middle court, where he saw a sight which chained him to the earth. Not Paris sitting in judgment on Mount Ida saw such a vision of loveliness as now appeared to the enraptured eyes of Roylands. The picture, that was but a pale reflection of this rich, ripe, glowing beauty. Venus, the goddess of love herself, yet with a touch of the chaste purity of Artemis, not Venus Pandemos, with flushed face and wanton glance, but Venus Urania, chaste, cold, pure, and serene as the moon huntress herself. The moon, hanging like a great silver sphere in the darkly blue sky, shone serenely through the hip-thrill opening of the court, and in her pale light the ranges of white columns glimmered like faint ghosts in the doubtful gloom. Like a silver rod the fountain's jet shot up to meet her kiss, and the splashed waters of the pool trembled restlessly, with faint flashes within the marble marge. The cold, sweet 198 odors of the flowers made the night air drowsy with their perfumes, and a distant nightingale began to trill deliciously in the still beauty of the evening. But the onlooker saw not the moon, the fountain, or the solemn range of pillars. He had no ears for the liquid notes of the unseen bird, for his eyes were fixed in an enamored gaze on a tall, beautiful woman who stood with upturned face gazing at the sky. In that tremulous light, she looked more than mortal in her spiritual loveliness, some goddess of ancient Hellas, once more visiting the dear-loved islands of the Gene, perchance Aphrodite herself, haunting the fane of her husband Hephaestos. To add to the plausibility of this fantastic idea, this girl was draped in the long white chiton of antique times, and her golden hair, dressed after the fashion of the Venus of Cnidos, was bound with triple bands of silver, while her slender arms, bare to the shoulder, were devoid of any ornament. So fair, so pure, so ethereal she appeared, that Morris might well be pardoned for deeming her some pale, sweet spirit of classic times, haunting the scenes of her former life, and listening, as she had done in the past, to the golden notes of the divine nightingale, thrilling to ecstasy the heart of the dusk. For a few minutes, Morris stood spellbound in the contemplation of this lovely incarnation of Venus Urania, then inadvertently made a movement, which made the girl start from her rapt attitude and look in his direction. Being thus discovered, he came forward to meet the awakened divinity, looking himself in his sweeping robe like some young disciple of Plato or Parmenides. To his surprise and delight, this beautiful woman, with a smile on her exquisite face, came forward to meet him halfway with outstretched hands. "You are Mr. Roylance," she said in English, with a delicate sweetness in her voice that seemed to shame the notes of the nightingale. At least, Morris thought so. But then, in his amazement, he was scarcely capable of cool reflection. "Yes, I am Morris Roylance," he replied, taking both her outstretched hands within his own. "And you are Helena." "I am Helena," she repeated gravely, drawing him a little to the left, so that the moonlight fell on his face. "You can have no idea how anxious I was to see you, Mr. Roylance. I do so love to see one of my countrymen." "Are you English?" 199 Yes, said Helena proudly, dropping his hands, much to his regret. "My father is English, so I am also, although my mother was a Greek. Still, I have spoken your language all my life, and have been brought up like an English girl, so I must be English." She spoke in a tone of such conviction that Morris began to laugh, in which merriment she joined freely. "My father would not tell me anything about you," she resumed gaily. "And as you are the first Englishman that has come to Melnose, I was anxious to see what you were like." "I hope your anxiety has been repaid," observed Morris with a smile. "Oh, indeed it has. You are very good-looking, especially when you smile." Roylance was rather taken aback by this naivete, and, being unaccustomed to such direct compliments, blushed like a girl, much to the amusement of Helena, who stood looking at him with clear, truthful eyes. "Do you not like me saying that?" she observed innocently. "Andros always likes to be told he's good-looking." "Well, I am not so conceited as Andros, at least. I trust I am not," answered Morris, quite touched by her rustic innocence. "But you know, ladies in England do not speak so very plainly." "Do they not? Why do they tell their friends they are ugly?" Morris roared in spite of her presence, upon which she looked at him rather reproachfully. "It is too bad of you to laugh at me, Mr. Roylance," she said pettishly. "You can't expect me to be like an English lady after living all my life at Melnose. You are much more charming than any English lady I know." A charming smile dimpled the corners of her mouth. "Really? Ah, I see it is the custom for the gentlemen to pay compliments to the ladies, not the other way about. I must not tell you you are good-looking, but it is quite proper for you to say I am charming." "Well, that is really, you know, I hardly know what to say," said Morris, finding himself somewhat in a dilemma. "The fact is, neither Englishmen nor women pay each other compliments at least. It's not supposed to be good form." 200 What is good form?" asked Helena innocently. I must undertake your education, Miss Justinian. I am not Miss Justinian. You must call me Helena. Oh, is that so? Then you must know, Helena, I am not Mr. Roylance. You must call me Morris. Morris, Morris. Ah, that is much nicer to say than Mr. Roylance. Yes, I will call you Morris. I like Morris, she continued reflectively. Yes, I like Morris. I am very glad you like me, he said artfully. Oh, I mean the name, replied Helena, laughing at what she thought was his mistake. But tell me, Morris, do you now feel quite well? Yes, thank you. The sleep of this afternoon has quite cured my fatigues of last night. Oh, it must have been terrible, said Helena with a shudder. Papa told me all about it. I was so glad when Andros told us of your safety. My safety, or that of Crispin. I was glad for both your sakes, and indeed I am very fond of Crispin. You know, we are just like brother and sister. Are you? Well, will we be brother and sister? Oh yes, she answered, frankly putting her hand into his. I will be very glad to have another brother. Morris felt a trifle disappointed at this calm acquiescence in his audacious proposal, but finding her little hand within his own, clasped it warmly, whereupon she suddenly seemed to feel a touch of maiden modesty, and withdrew her hand, blushing shyly. Certainly she was the most ingenuous, delightful woman in the world, and Morris was quite fascinated by this timid audacity, which was so different from the artificial modesty of many girls he had met. She was Undine without a soul. She did not know the meaning of life in any way whatsoever. Yet, like some gentle wild thing, she started back with an instinct of caution when his touch thrilled her virgin soul with a deeper feeling than friendship. Both of them felt tongue-tied and awkward. Helena at the strange, unexpected feeling which made her heart beat and her cheek burn. Morris with regret for having even unconsciously permitted his touch to convey anything further than the brotherly friendship of a man for a pure young woman. Fortunately for them both, Crispin, alert and cheery, entered the court with Justinian, and they came towards the couple with careless unconsciousness. Justinian, indeed, did 201 cast a rapid glance at the flushed faces of the pair, which betrayed their late emotion, but far from being angry, an imperceptible smile passed over his lips, as if he were quite satisfied that this should be so. Helena, said Crispin, coming forward and kissing her hand, I am so delighted to see you again. You are more lovely than ever. Morris says English gentlemen do not pay ladies compliments. Don't they? Answered Crispin humorously. My dear Morris, that storm last night must have destroyed your memory, so you two have met. Quite unexpectedly, declared Morris hastily. I came to look for you, Crispin, and glancing into this court, I saw Helena, so we have been talking ever since. And Morris has been telling me about England, said Helena, clapping her hands together with a burst of girlish laughter, delicious as the carol of a thrush. Morris, Helena, repeated Justinian, smiling. Really, you young people are getting on very well together. Your daughter had some difficulty in saying Roylance, said Morris apologetically. And you do not know Helena's other name, eh? What is her other name, sir? If you don't like me to call her Helena, shall I say Miss? You can say Helena, answered Justinian shortly. She has no other name. No, we are simple people here, observed Crispin mischievously, and dispense with such cumbersomeness as two names. Justinian, Helena, Crispin, Andros. So you, Roylance, will drop your harsh English surname and be henceforth known as Morris. I am quite content to be, so as long as Helena speaks the name. Another compliment, laughed Crispin gaily. I thought, according to you, gentlemen never paid ladies compliments. This is the exception to prove the rule. Helena, said her father suddenly, where is Andros? I do not know. He was here an hour ago and said he would be back to supper. It is supper time now, said Justinian, moving towards the side entrance. You must be hungry, gentlemen. I trust you feel quite recovered. 202 Speaking for myself, I do, answered Morris brightly. That sleep has quite set me up. And Crispin subscribes to all you have said, and feels as hungry as a hunter. Hark, there is Andros, observed Helena, placing one white finger on her lips, in which attitude she looked like some exquisite statue of silence. Do you hear him singing? The rose is shedding its crimson leaves. Sadly they fall at the caress of Zephyrus. And I, O beloved, shed tears in plenty, feeling thy kiss on my mouth. For I must lose Thea, I must lose thee. Another richer than I desires to wed thee. Therefore do I shed tears, as the rose sheds her crimson petals. An omen breathed Justinian under his breath, as the Greek drew aside the curtain of the main entrance. He will not marry Helena. Against the dark draperies veiling the archway, the slender figure of the handsome Greek stood out in bold relief. He also had assumed a robe of white, and with his clear-cut features and graceful pose, looked the incarnation of that delicate Greek adolescence whereof Pindar sings in his Olympian odes. As he caught sight of Morris standing near Helena, he frowned perceptibly and advanced hastily as if to come between them, but meeting the keen, significant look of Justinian, he faltered in his hasty step and broke into a charming smile. "Are you waiting for me?" he said cheerfully as they all went to have supper. "I have been down in the valley speaking to your sailors." "Are they all right?" asked Crispin anxiously, for carelessly gay though he seemed to be, he was terribly disturbed at the loss of so many lives in the storm. "Oh, they are quite happy. All your subjects, Justinian, are making heroes of them, especially the women, much to the dismay of the men of Melnose." "I hope they won't be getting into trouble," said Justinian with a frown. "I want no quarrels here." "Then you had better go and see about them tomorrow, for if this hero worship goes on, trouble there certainly will be." "And doubtless you would be very glad to see such trouble," thought Justinian to himself, as he eyed Calliphrona's 203 with a doubtful face. "I must lose no time in putting things to rights. Trouble at this juncture would play into your hands, my friend." There was a very merry party that night, as even Calliphronas seemed to forget all his jealous feelings with regard to Morris, and lay himself out to be entertaining. The stern face of Justinian relaxed, and Helena, full of girlish glee, was evidently quite charmed with this handsome Englishman who had arrived so unexpectedly in Melnose. As for Crispin, he was very happy, for he now began to hope that Justinian would tell him all he wanted to know, and thus sweep away all obstacles to his union with Eunice. In fact, one and all laid aside their secret cares and plans to indulge in light-hearted merriment at the simple meal. Simple it was in every way, and yet infinitely charming, consisting as it did of goat's flesh, white bread, golden honey, fresh cheese, and for drink, that strong resinous Greek wine, which Morris found so rich for his palate, that he was fain to follow the temperate example of Calliphronas and mingle it with water. After supper they all went out into the court, and with the exception of Calliphronas, began to smoke Turkish tobacco provided by Justinian, who was rather proud of his Laodicea, while Helena, seating herself on the marge of the fountain, joined gaily in the trifling conversation in which all indulged out of sheer lightheartedness. At the end of the court, a charcoal fire burned in a kind of tripod, and perfumes being cast thereon, a thick white smoke ascended like incense to the clear sky. Near this stood Calliphronas, and the red light streaming on his statuesque face, his white garb, made him a very striking figure. The other gentlemen were seated decorously in chairs, and the moon streaming down on their snowy robes, on the exquisite upturned face of Helena, produced an effect quite antithetical to their excessively modern conversation. Pale moon, glittering stars, solemn court, soaring incense, they should have been a company of philosophers talking of the destiny of the soul, of the sacred festivals and unseen deities. But by the law of contrast, they talked nothing but frivolity and laughed at their own light badinage, Helena's girlish laugh ringing clear above the deep tones of the men. "I was wrong," said Morris to himself, as he watched this perfect girlish picture. "She is not Venus but Nausicaa, and I am a modern Ulysses at the court of Alcinous." "Are you worshipping at the altar of Vulcan, Calliphronas?" 204 called out Crispin to the Greek, who stood almost veiled in the clouds of incense. "No," said Calliphronas, walking forward in his stately fashion, I have no love for the swarthy god of the Cyclops. For me, Venus. Pandemos. Or Urania, I care not which, provided the goddess is herself, replied the Greek coolly. Ah, we all worship those old pagan gods, who were but the incarnation of our own desires. You, Crispin, bow to Apollo, Mr. Morris, you adore the muse of sculpture, of whose name I am ignorant, and Justinian loves the supreme Zeus, who gives power and dominion. And I, asked Helena gaily, whom do I worship, Andros? The inviolate Artemis. There's a good deal of truth in what you say, observed Justinian serenely, but I should have thought your deity was Hermes. The remark was so pointed that Calliphrones winced, but at once smiled gaily and replied in the same vein. Venus and Hermes' love and trickery, well, doubtless the one helps the other. Such aid is not always effectual, said Justinian significantly, whereat the Greek shrugged his shoulders, but made no reply. Well, for my part, observed Helena reflectively, I do not worship Artemis so much as I do Demeter. There is something grand about the earth goddess who causes the earth to break into the glory of flowers. I think she must have been here, said Morris, looking round at the profusion of flowers. Ah, these are all my treasures, Morris. I adore flowers, and there is not a nook in Melnose where I have not hunted for blossoms. Yes, even up to the verge of the snows, where grow tiny saxifragas. Wait till you see our harvester Vintegethen, you will see Mother Demeter in her glory. Do you celebrate those festivals? Yes, said Justinian quickly. I keep up all the old Greek customs, though of course I adapt them to the needs of my people. The bacchanalia of Melnose do not include the debauchery of Athens, nor are the Anthesphoria anything more than innocent flower festivals. 205 in honor of Proserpina, exclaimed Helena gaily. Crispin, do you remember the flower hymn to Demeter you wrote long ago? Yes, very well, but I'm afraid my poems were very bad in those days. Can you remember it? Of course, but not in Greek, in English, I translated it myself. Sing it, Helena, said her father, and his request was eagerly seconded by the whole company, especially by Morris, who was anxious to hear a voice which he was sure would outvie the nightingale. Helena clasped her hands round her knees, and lifting up her face to the stars, began to sing in a clear, sweet voice, which, though entirely untrained, had a trill in it like the liquid notes of a bird. One wild rose is red as dawn. When nymphs awaken. Frail lilies white and wan. As love forsaken. With primrose pale and daffodil. Forget-me-nots from hidden rill. And blossoms shaken. By wintry breezes thin and chill. From orchards on the distant hill. With flowerets richer, rarer still. From thy breast taken. Two brave marigolds who in the fields outstay the swallow. Sunflowers whose burning shields do I Apollo. With pansies dark as honeyed wine. And reeds beloved by Pan divine. For pipings hollow. Wild olive, laurel, scented pine. All these I offer at thy shrine. If thou wilt smile on me and mine. And blessings follow. When her sweet voice died away, an emulous nightingale began to sing as if in rivalry, and Helena burst out into girlish laughter. Do you like my translation, Crispin? It is charming, much better than the words. 206 No, indeed, said Morris, who was enchanted with the song and the singer. As Wordsworth would say, it is a very pretty piece of paganism. Oh, that faint praise is worse than blame. Well, gentlemen, said Justinian, rising from his seat, I am going to retire to rest, as I cannot do without my sleep. Old age is not like youth, you know, Helena. I am going, father, she cried, springing to her feet. Good night, Andros Crispin. Good night, Morris. Good night, and sweet dreams be thine, murmured Morris from some poet. Their departure was a sign of breaking up, for Califronas, not feeling inclined for a conversation with two men he disliked so much, went off immediately, and after they had finished a last pipe, Morris and Crispin sought their repose. "Well," said Crispin, as they parted, "what do you think of Helena?" "Think of her?" echoed Morris in an indescribable tone. "That she is simply perfection, far above what you told me. If your poetry is not better than your description, Crispin, it must be poor stuff." "You are bewitched, Morris. Beware the spells of Circe." "Circe? No. She is no malignant enchantress, but a beautiful girlish angel." "Nausicaa," said Crispin gaily and went off to bed. Chapter 19. A Modern Arcadia. Courage, my poet. The age of iron is not yet supreme. For youth still throbs in the old veins of Mother Earth, wan and weary with sorrowful centuries. Though girdled our world by wires multitudinous, transmitting the swift message of electricity. Though the straight and curved lines of the railway run parallel along the immensity of continents for the advancement of culture. Though ships, steam-driven even against storms, plow the waters of perilous oceans. Yet somewhere beyond the confines of our selfish civilization, there lies an Arcadia among the lone mountains, or perchance encircled by tideless seas, wherein dwell delicate beings who know not ambition or avarice, and work but for bread alone, tempering such toil with singing melodious and merry pipings at sundown. Therefore courage, my poet. They were early risers in Melnose, for in that invigorating climate it was impossible, even for the most indolent, to lie sluggishly in bed, and the sun was hardly above the eastern horizon before Justinian, his household and guests, were seated at breakfast. Helena was not present, having already gone out in the deliciously fresh morning air on some expedition connected with flowers, so the meal was a strictly masculine one, and the four men made their plans for the day. Crispin and Califronas decided to remain at the Acropolis, as they were already well acquainted with the lions of the island, the one to write letters, the other to await the return of Helena, over whose movements he kept watch with all the jealous solicitude of a doubtful lover. And Morris, in company of Justinian, went down to the valley, in order that the Englishmen might be shown all the wonders of this unique place. The white indoor robes of the previous evening were now discarded in favor of a serviceable costume similar to that worn by the rough Cretan mountaineers: long boots of brown leather, loose blue trousers thrust therein at the knees, a red sash, white shirt of wool, and blue jackets, together with a flowing capote and hood to cover the head when the sun grew unpleasantly strong. Justinian wore a red fisherman's cap with a gold tassel on his white locks, but Morris was supplied with a large gray felt sombrero, the 208 shade of which was very grateful. The island king looked truly regal in this picturesque dress, with his long gray beard, his sun-tanned skin, fierce black eyes, and reverent locks. Lithe and active as a young man, he carried his burden of 6 to 5 years with the greatest of ease, and as he walked beside Morris, with a light springy step, the sculptor began to think that his companion must have discovered the secret of perpetual youth. They walked leisurely along the Mulberry Avenue, in the direction of the entrance to the tunnel, and enjoyed the exquisite coolness of the morning, for the sun was not yet over the shoulder of the mountain, and the cup was still in comparative shadow. Notwithstanding this, however, the air was warm, and balmy with the scent of aromatic herbs, which delightful temperature rather puzzled Morris, as it did not agree with the marked absence of sunlight for a greater part of the morning, and he mentioned this to Justinian. "Certainly we do not get much of the sun in the morning owing to the mountain," answered the old man, stroking his silver beard. "But in the middle of the day, and most of the afternoon, his beams are very powerful, for at noon he is right above our heads, and the western side of the Melnose Peak is so low that until near sunset his rays stream on the valley." He pointed to the west, and Morris saw that the high peaks fell away into a kind of low semicircle, which enabled them, from their position, to catch a glimpse of blue sea and distant island. On each side of this gap, however, the jagged summit stood up stern, rigid, and snow-clad against the delicately blue sky, girding the valley at the same height all round, save at the western side before mentioned. Still, said Morris pertinently, the sun is still below the eastern side of the mountain, yet the air is quite warm. Cannot the temple to Hephaestos solve the riddle? Oh, you mean that the island is volcanic? Yes, this is the crater of an extinct volcano, extinct for thousands of years, for even when the temple was built, the fires must have died out, or its builders could hardly have placed it on the inner side of the crater. It is the volcanic character of Melnos that makes it so warm and fertile. You see, the slopes are covered with corn, vine, olive in profusion, while dates, lemons, orange trees, citrons, and all such delicate plants grow wild without cultivation. This valley is the veritable horn of plenty so lauded by the Hellenes. 209, if we are to believe the ancient historians, said Morris gravely, as he looked at the fertile sides of the mountain so admirably cultivated. This was also the case with the crater of Vesuvius, yet it proved to be still active. What, do you think Melnos will break out again? Observed Justinian, with a shade of thought on his fine face. Indeed, we have earthquakes occasionally, but not much to speak of. I fancy the islands of the north are more of a volcanic center than these. Still, the volcano may break out again. In that case, I am afraid all my work will go for nothing. Is this island entirely your work? Every bit of it, answered the old man emphatically. 40 years ago, I came into these waters to look for this extinct volcanic island, of which I had received full information from a wandering Greek, who knew Melnos well. I duly sighted it, and having landed, I climbed up to the summit, when I discovered this enchanting valley, also the temple of Hephaestos still in a tolerably good state of preservation. I had left England smarting under a sense of injury, from it was about a woman, and I swore never to return to it. Always of an uncivilized disposition, I determined to fix my home here, and being possessed of plenty of money, I bought this island of the Turkish government at a pretty heavy price. They were anxious for money, especially as it was after the Greek War of Independence, which had emptied the coffers of the Sublime Porte. Besides which, the Ottomans did not care about this barren rock, which was of no use to them in any way. So I bought it, and settled in the old temple, where I have now dwelt for 40 long years. But this communitized tunnel. All my works, I have, so to speak, carried out the projects of Goethe's Faust. Ah, you are astonished at my referring to that, but I am a university man, Mr. Roylans, and have not yet forgotten my learning. Et ego in Arcadia fui, and know the ancient colleges of Cambridge, the Uzicam, and the delights of a town and gown row. You have had a strange career. A very happy one at all events. It was fortunate my superabundant energy found vent in the direction of making this island blossom like a rose. Otherwise, I would have remained a restless adventurer to the end of my days. I could not settle down to the placid life of an English gentleman. 210 I wanted room to breathe, opportunities for daring, gigantic work to do, and I found them all in Melnos. You have carried out your self-imposed task nobly. I am glad you think so. Yes, I trust I have been of some use in my generation. And at all events, I have erected one thoroughly happy, peaceful spot, a modern Eden, and that is no easy thing to do in this riotous century. It is a modern miracle. And it was little else, seeing that all these gigantic works had been planned and carried out by a solitary human being. For by this time they were at the entrance to the tunnel, and as Morris looked down the enormous flights of red limestone steps, which led to the valley below, he was truly amazed at the engineering science displayed by the man beside him. Flight after flight, now to right, now to left, stretched down the gentle slope of the mountain, and these mighty stairs were all carefully finished with heavy balustrades of the same material, neatly joined together. At certain platforms, statues of white marble, pedestaled on red blocks, stood up in proud beauty, and seeing his guest's eyes fixed on these heroic forms, Justinian laughed. I am a bit of an antiquarian, Mr. Roylans, he explained as they descended, and all over these islands I pay men to dig among ancient ruins for statues, which I do my best to restore and then place here. This Apollo, for instance, he said, as they paused before a life-sized nude figure holding a lyre, was found at Delos and brought to me. True, the Greek government claim all these things, but I do not see why I should not secure them if possible, and I am sure they look better in this enchanted valley than in some stuffy museum. Morris, with sculptor-like enthusiasm, would fain have lingered before this masterpiece of Greek art, but Justinian hurried him impatiently away. You will have plenty of time to look at them again, he said as they resumed their descent, but at present I have plenty to show you. I am glad you like my staircase. It is wonderful, but I think the tunnel is still more so. Yes, it is a fine piece of engineering, said Justinian complacently. You see, it was impossible to constantly climb up over the peaks, which involved waste of time and a weary ascent, so I got an engineer from England, supplied 211 him with plenty of Greeks, and they finished that tunnel in 5 years. I am very proud of it, I assure you. What about the gate in the middle of it? That is absolutely necessary, not so much now as formerly, but 40 years ago the Gene was very lawless, and the government could not put down the pirates. Of course, hearing a rich Englishman had bought Melnose, those rascals thought it contained all kinds of treasures, and have made frequent assaults on it. Fortunately, I have always managed to beat them off. I think the rascals have a wholesome dread of me now, finished the old man grimly. Now I suppose there is no danger of any attack being made. I am not so sure about that. King George's government is more feared by these scamps than was King Otho's, but though the majority of them have disappeared, there are still some left who would like to storm Melnose. Alcibiades. What do you know of Alcibiades? Asked Justinian sharply. Nothing more than that he is an equivocal character. Calliphrones told me so much. Andros, yes, he is far too friendly with that scamp of an Alcibiades, who is an excessively dangerous man. I do not trust Andros, and he knows it. So, out of sheer anger, he may urge Alcibiades to assault the island. An enemy without, a traitor within it is very dangerous. If you distrust Calliphrones, why don't you turn him out? I have no proof against him yet, but I fancy he has some scheme in his mind. Believe me, Mr. Roylans, if you have a stomach for fighting, I fancy there will be plenty of opportunity for you to indulge in it shortly. Oh, as for that, I should like nothing better. I like that, said Justinian decisively. You are a true Roylans. I trust so, but how do you know the Roylans are a fighting family? All Englishmen fight, more or less, answered Justinian carelessly. Besides, your name is a Norman one, and descendants of William, the Conqueror's vassals, are always soldiers. Hitherto you have led a quiet and peaceful life, but if we do have an island war, I don't think you will be the last to help me defend my kingdom. 212. You can rely on Thatner Crispin either. Oh, Crispin, replied Justinian, a trifle disdainfully, he is too much a man of peace to suit my fancy. But here we are at the village. By the way, how did you populate this new Rome of yours? Oh, in the old days I was rather a celebrity in the islands, a kind of insular Lord Byron, and of course had my followers. When I settled here, I made all my followers come also, and admitted none but young men. They brought their sweethearts and wives, so gradually the community grew up here. Recruits come from time to time, but I admit none but those who are physically perfect and passably moral. We now number, with women and children, 200 souls, and you will not find a deformed or lame person among the lot. Then you have no old people. Oh yes, I am old myself, and many of my followers are of the same age. We were all young men in those days of colonization, but now age has come upon us, as you see. Some of my old comrades have died, but many are well and hearty, thanks to the salubrity of this climate. They are the sages of the village. Local rulers, I suppose. No, retorted Justinian, with fiery earnestness. There is only one ruler in Melnose, myself. They were now walking down the principal street of the village, a broad thoroughfare, running between 2 rows of red limestone houses, from the foot of the grand staircase to the blue lake, the distance in all being about 1/4 of a mile. On each side, between the pathways and the road itself, ran two lines of elm trees, the foliage of which formed a pleasant shade, while the houses, built in a tropical fashion, with wide verandas, were gay with flowers. Helena had evidently inoculated her father's subjects with a love for flowers, as on every side the eye was dazzled with a profusion of bright tints. At the lower end of the street was a wide semicircle, facing the lake, and planted with lines of beech, elm, and plane trees, while in the middle of this pleasantness stood a tall pedestal of white marble, bearing a huge bronze Zeus, seated half-draped, with thunderbolt and eagle beside him. Indeed, the statues of gods and goddesses were so frequent that Morris began to think his eccentric host, in order to complete his revival of ancient Athens, had re-established 213 the hierarchy of Olympus, with himself as Pontifex Maximus. Evidently his face betrayed his thoughts, for, seeing his eyes fixed on the garlands decorating the base of the statue, the king laughed in an amused manner. "No, no, Mr. Roylands, we are not pagans, in spite of the presence of the gods," he said with a smile. "All my people belong to the Orthodox Church, and we have a priest, a sacred building, and everything necessary for such religion." "Are you also of the Greek Church?" "No, I am no renegade," replied Justinian haughtily, "but, at the same time, I am not what you would call a Christian. But I trust your religious principles are not those of Califrones." "No, I believe in working for the good of others, as you can see. Morally speaking, I am what you call an agnostic, though truly I believe in a supreme power. I erect my altar to Mr. Roylands, and strive to propitiate him by helping my fellow creatures." The conversation now becoming rather delicate in its trenching on religious beliefs, Morris turned it dexterously by remarking on the number of mulberry trees. "Those are for the silkworms," explained Justinian, striking the trunk of one of these trees with his staff. "We export a great number of cocoons and do a large trade with the mainland. We also weave silks for ourselves. The factory is to the right." There were a great number of people in the streets, all in a similar dress to their own, that is, the men, for the women were mostly arrayed in the graceful Greek dress of the Cretans, which consisted of full white trousers reaching to the ankle, brightly colored tunics, embroidered jackets, gaudy handkerchiefs twisted round the head, and long white veils, though the latter were but assumed for festive occasions. Both men and women were very fine-looking, with oval faces, olive skins, somewhat pointed chins, and aquiline noses, and their gait was remarkably graceful, with the stately bearing of a free race. The adults all saluted Justinian respectfully, and he acknowledged their greetings with haughty condescension, although he unbent somewhat towards the children, who crowded round him with cries of Kali Amura Kyrian. "You are as populous as a hive of bees," said Morris, as they walked down to the lake. "Soon the island will be too small." 214 "Not for many years, I hope and trust," answered Justinian, casting a look round at the now sunny sides of the mountain, which encircled them like a cup. "There is plenty of room yet, for my colony, in spite of its 40 years, is only yet in its infancy. Lots of room yonder for dwellings. The soil is fertile and affords plenty of food, and as to necessaries from the outside world, we export olives, cocoons, silks, wine, and dittany, receiving in return what we require from more advanced civilization." "Dittany, what is that?" "I am afraid you don't know your Virgil, Mr. Roylands. Dittany is an herb of rare medicinal power, which is found in Crete and also in Melnos. It is excellent for illness of all kinds, especially fevers, and is as valued now as it was in the days of Pliny. Plenty of it up in the mountain yonder, as the goats are very fond of it." "Have you goats?" "Of course, and also sheep, though I am afraid the goats are the more numerous. Indeed, I have imported here some of the rare Cretan breed, kind of ibex, which grows to a great size. These, of course, I will not allow to be killed, but for food we have plenty of the smaller wild goats, such as exist in many places in Greece, particularly on the summits of Olympus. You probably forget we had goat's flesh for supper last night." "And the lake, sir?" "Artificial purely." "Seawater?" "Oh dear no. The level of this valley is considerably above that of the sea. I should be sorry were it otherwise, as, were it lower, we might run a chance of being swamped by the influx of waters. I am sure Alcibiades and his friends would be delighted to drown us like rats if they could. This lake comes from the snows yonder. The snows. Precisely. I have had a reservoir constructed far below the snowline and a chute into it from the summit of the mountain. At certain intervals I send men up, who detach great masses of snow and send them down the chute into the reservoir. There the heat of the sun soon melts them to water, and from thence the water is taken down to the lake. But water always rises to its own level. Hence you think my valley should be an entire lake. But 215, there is no danger of such a catastrophe happening, as my reservoir is filled in a purely artificial manner, and I take care to keep it within bounds. The pipes also down to this lake are contrived so as to regulate the influx of water, therefore there is no fear of a flood. Now you must come and see the theater. The theater, have you playwrights and actors here? Our playwrights date from old Hellenic days, and are called Hylas, Sophocles, and Euripides. The actors are my Greeks. Sometimes Crispin writes us a play bearing on local events, which he satirizes after the style of Aristophanic comedy. At least he did so when he lived here, but since his departure we have fallen back on Hellas for our plays. How often do you give performances? Only once a year, at the vintage feast. Oh, we follow old customs closely here, and I hope to show you a veritable Dionysiad before you leave us. We have a 3 days festival of simple mirth, without any of the coarse elements which were introduced by the later Hellenes. The first day we have the vintage festival, the second our plays, and on the third there are Olympian games. With what prizes? As of yore, the laurel wreath. I am particularly anxious to keep up these games, as it makes my Greeks athletes, and hardens them by muscular exercises, else in this laudiciating valley they would be apt to become indolent. And then, where would Melnose be without brave men to defend her? You are a perfect Spartan. I believe in the Spartan training to a great extent, but I do not think the body should be trained exclusively, and the mind neglected. Therefore, I have the tragedies performed which were unknown to Sparta. The Spartans were a fine nation of materialists. You are right, said Morris earnestly. One should never let the material nature overpower the spiritual. You speak warmly. As I was taught, my mother was a religious woman and trained me carefully. One cannot rid one's self of youthful teachings. We may forget them for a time, but they always force themselves before the mind sooner or later. Not always. I also was taught as you, but 40 years 216 of solitude comparative solitudine pondering have turned me into what I am, an agnostic. So your mother was a good woman, is she alive? No, she died many years ago. And your father? Is also dead. I am an orphan. No relations in the world, at least, none I care about. Justinian gazed at the young man as if he would read his very soul, then, turning away with a half-suppressed sigh, entered the theater. It was modeled on that of Athens, a large semicircle hewn out of the volcanic rock, with seats of the red limestone so frequent in Melnose. The stage faced the mountain, and had an altar beautifully sculptured in front of it, and life-sized statues of Dionysius and Phoebus on either side. This is our temple of Thespis, said Justinian, as they stood in the center of the semicircle, which was at a moderate distance from the stage. You see, it is not very large, and suitable to the size of the island and the number of population. So, as the actors can easily be seen, we need neither cothurnus nor mask. Our plays, I am afraid, are not so gigantic as those of ancient Hellas, but there is one advantage: the face is seen, and the Greeks are wonderfully expressive in revealing their feelings by the countenance. All Melnose seems to be built of this red stone. Yes, I get it from the cliffs of the island. The tint is pleasing and warms up the landscape. I am sorry we cannot see the ocean from the theater, as I am very fond of the sea, but shut in by this circle of mountains, of course that is impossible. Now we must go and see the silk factory. After they had gone through this thoroughly, for Justinian insisted upon Morris taking notice of every detail, The king showed him some hot springs just outside the village, which bubbled up from the earth, amid rugged blocks of black lava, streaked fantastically with sulfur. These springs are full of medicinal properties, which are useful for the cure of many diseases, he said, as they watched the light clouds of steam rising. But we of Melnose are so healthy that we rarely use them. Plenty of work, plenty of physical exercise, careful attention to births, and fresh air and water in abundance keep the whole population in splendid health. It is a case of quality, not quantity. Have you any poets, painters, sculptors? Not yet. True, sometimes rude songs are made, and 217 rude pictures painted, but I am afraid centuries of slavery have crushed all the creative power out of the Hellenic race. However, they are free here, and have a city of refuge in this island. So, in the future, who knows but what Melnose may become a second Attica, and have her Plato, her Sophocles, her Phidias. It will take years to develop all that genius, said Morris, as they once more began to climb up the staircase. I am afraid so, and I dread who may come after me. I am old and cannot live long, so when I die, unless my successor is actuated by the same desire to found a miniature Attica, as I have been, he may turn this place into a nest of robbers, in which case, I am afraid, King George's government would interfere, and the aspirations of Melnose to revive Hellenic culture would be at an end. Who is to be your successor? That I do not know. True, I have a daughter, but it needs a man to manage my Greeks. I took Crispin and Andros in order to train them up as my heirs, but Crispin has become wealthy and prefers to live in England, while Andros, or as he now calls himself, Califronas, is nothing but a scamp. If he succeeded me, all my work would go for nothing. He would be a tyrant, a robber, a selfish seeker after pleasure, who would destroy the simplicity of Melnose, break all my laws, and transform it into a nest of criminals. Surely you have some clever men among your people. Clever to serve, but bad to rule. None of them have the administrative power required for even so small a community as this. No, to succeed me, I must have an Englishman. We are a dominating race, fit to rule, and a glance round the world will show you our colonizing capabilities. By a cool head and a firm hand, I have transformed a barren island into a center of prosperity, and if my successors only follow my policy, in a few hundred years, this little unknown island may become the center of a great intellectual power. The Athenians, you know, were small in number, yet see the intellectual effect they produced in the world's history. These Greeks of mine are descendants of the ancient Hellenes, and the spark of genius, nearly trampled out by centuries of Turkish misrule, is still within them. Place a plant in the dark and it grows not. Give it plenty of air and sunlight, and first the green leaves appear, then the bud, lastly the flower. These are my green leaves, which I have placed in 218 the light, and let them be tended and looked after, who knows but what a glorious flower may be produced. It is a splendid dream. A dream which may yet turn out truth, answered Justinian with energy. See how well I have prepared the ground. My people here are physically perfect. Their morality is much above what is to be found in the islands of the Gene. I have taught them to love work and loathe idleness. The island they dwell in contains all the beauties of nature in a small space, infinite riches in a little room, to quote Marlowe. They are starting fairly under my guidance, and they will develop, as their prototypes of Athens, into a keen, cultured, intellectual race, who may give this modern world as splendid gifts of genius as did their fathers of old. But the plant needs fostering, and I, the gardener, alas, am growing old. So when I die, who will attend to this delicate flower of artificiality? What I want is to find a successor who will do as I have done. He will be difficult to find. I fear so, unless. Here Justinian paused abruptly, and walked rapidly along the mulberry avenue in which they were now. Morris waited to hear him speak, but he said nothing until he stood under the graceful Corinthian capitals of the temple pillars, when he suddenly came to a full stop, and looked at Morris keenly. Mr. Roylance, do you know what I think? No, sir. That it would be an excellent thing for you to give up your country-gentleman life in England, and come here. But for what reason? To be my successor. Morris stared at him in open-mouthed astonishment, but in another moment Justinian vanished. Chapter 20. A difficult question. If you this question strain decide. This way, that way at your pleasure. It surely cannot be denied. If you this question strain decide. That fate's prerogatives defied. And thus may grudge yourself one treasure. If you this question strain decide. This way, that way at your pleasure. Certainly Morris felt in a somewhat embarrassing position on hearing of Justinian's offer to install him as future king of Melnose, and he hardly knew what decision to make in the matter. At present the affair was so unexpected and bewildering that he hardly grasped the fact of its reality, and remained where he was, leaning against a pillar, wondering if he was asleep or awake. He had come to an unknown island of the Gean Sea, and therein had beheld a miniature civilization of a most unique character, which in itself by its very fancifulness was enough to unsettle his calm reasoning powers, when lo! The man who had created this vision of dead classicism proposed to bestow it on him as a gift. There was something singularly tempting in this offer, especially to a man of Royland's artistic temperament. For here, in this seagirt island, he could lead a life of dreamy seclusion, and work at his art amid these rejuvenated Hellenic times, which breathed all the serenity and calm necessary to foster the craving soul of genius. In the riotous modern world of England, he had often felt like an alien, and his work, imbued with modernisms, seemed feeble and meretricious after those masterpieces of Greek art, which still remain to remind us of the supremacy of Attic sculptors in delineating the human figure. Devoted to his art, had Morris been asked by some fairy to name his desire, he would certainly have demanded to be placed in kindred circumstances, calm, untroubled, serene, to those masterly Athenian creators who adorned the Parthenon with godlike forms. Lo! Without the intervention of an unseen power, his wish had been unexpectedly gratified, yet now that the boon long dreamed of was gratified, he hesitated as to the advisability of accepting it. It was difficult for him to make up his mind, from the very contrast of the two existences which lay before him, either of which he could begin from that moment, by a mere acceptance of the one or the other. On the one hand was the turbulent 19th century, full of invention, discovery, feverishness, anguish, ambition, like a terrible yet fascinating dream, which involved the straining of every nerve to attain a thankless end, and on the other hand were years of quietness, of dwelling in a modern paradise under a serene sky, with all the incentives to awaken and foster his artistic soul, a reconstruction of that calm Attic existence, which seemed so far off and mist-like, beyond the stormy waters of medievalism and modern restlessness. Morris, always impressionable to his surroundings, felt as did the Ulyssean sailors in the Lotusland, when they were loath to leave the drowsy island for fruitless toilings on the main. He thought this serene existence of Melnose, unvexed by the tumults of nations, was perfect. Yet the ambitious spirit of the 19th century interest in his being called out to him to come forward and take his place in the fierce fight for fame, for gold, for bread, which vexed the world of today. Peace or war, for social war it was in this modern struggle for existence did not know which to choose, and leaning against that relic of the old classic times, when earth was young, fresh, and joyous, he dreamily pondered over the choice offered to him. Had Keats, that born Greek, been offered the chance of dwelling in this Hellenic Elysium, how eagerly would he have accepted, and reveled in the serenity of the life, like one of his own young deities, who lives so joyously in his delicate verse. Perhaps Heine, longing for the infinite charm of the antique on his mattress grave in the Rue d'Amsterdam, might have accepted with joy this opportunity to dwell in the placid Greek world he loved so well, and of which he sang so mournfully, so exquisitely. But no, Heine, bitter, dual soul as he was, had too much of Judaism in his soul to accept gladly a serene existence, unflavored by that bitter irony, those pen and ink wars, those modern sophistries in which his spirit delighted. Keats's, for he was a born Hellene. Heinino, for the genius of the Jew fought ever with the genius of the Greek to master his soul, and his irony, his Orientalism, his Shiraz roses and blue Ganges, would have rendered him restless even under the changeless blue of the Attic skies, amid the divine beauty of serene Hellenic art. Morris was neither Keats nor Heine, yet partook of the nature of both. He was not a genius, having just escaped the fatal gift of artistic supremacy. Still, he had a strong craving for the beautiful, a wish to create, a desire to know. But in his soul the blind craving of Keats for beauty and truth was marred by that fatal skepticism which blighted the genius of Heine. He had the faith of the one, the doubt of the other, and drawn strongly either way by these opposing forces, paused irresolutely between the two. First he would accept and live the old Hellenic life, then he would refuse, lest such life should lack the sharp, salt flavor of modern existence. An ass between two bundles of hay was Morris, but unlike that animal, he knew that each bundle contained what the other lacked, and greedy of both, doubtful of both, afraid of both, he was quite unable to make up his extremely unstable mind. A man in such an embarrassing position always makes up his otherwise wavering mind to one thing, and that is to ask advice, though in 9 cases out of 10, he never means to take it when given. Morris was not sure if he would accept advice, yet nevertheless went to seek Crispin in order to lay the matter before him and ask what he thought was the best course for him to pursue. Crispin was wise, Crispin was friendly, and moreover had tried both the ancient and the modern modes of existence, as his youth had been spent in Melnose, his early manhood in civilized Europe. So surely Crispin, with a knowledge of both sides of the question, was the best to decide for the one or the other. All the morning Crispin had been hard at work on a formidable-looking epistle to Eunice, in which he told all his perils and adventures, the departure from Southampton, the voyage down the Mediterranean, the wreck of the Eunice, and their safe arrival at Melnose. In addition to this narrative, worthy of Marco Polo at his best, he related the comforts in which he and Morris were now dwelling, in order to set the mind of that gentleman's friends at rest. But, with considerable craft, the wily poet did not put in any words of loverly affection, as he knew well the Hun. Mrs. Dengelton would read the letter before giving it to her submissive daughter. In order to circumvent his future mother-in-law, Crispin intended to write a separate letter to Eunice, full of his passion, and then slip it into an epistle by Morris, whom he intended to get to write to the rector. Mr. Carriston was a 222 friend to the lovers, and would doubtless be able to deliver the letter unseen by the dragon. Thus Mrs. Dengelton would be thwarted should she try to destroy Eunice's affection for the poet by keeping back his letters. Near Crispin sat Gert, at the open window, chewing the quid of reflection, and looking excessively dismal as he found this semi-classical existence somewhat dull, and moreover, true seaman as he was, viewed a prolonged sojourn on land with much disgust. He brightened up, however, when Morris came in, and twisted his forelock in approved forecastle fashion with a scrape of his foot. "Which I says tea this air gent," growled Gert in his raucous voice, "where is he?" "Meanin' you, sir, and Mr. Crispin says he, oh, he's gone down T Valley, so says I, hell see the crew, and says he, it's very likely." "I am very sorry, Gert," said Morris in some dismay, "but the fact is, I've been exploring the village with Justinian, and quite forgot to see after our mariners." "I wish you had done so, Morris," said Crispin in a vexed tone, looking up from his writing. "The poor fellows will think we have forgotten all about them." "Oh, we will go down this afternoon," replied Morris hastily. "I've no doubt they are all right down there. Lots of food and liquor and pretty girls. Eh, Gert?" Crispin laughed and stroked his chin thoughtfully, while a gleam of humor shone in the solitary eye of the mariner. "I seed," said Gert, addressing no one in particular, "as light a little craft as I ever clapped eyes on, gents. Her deck lights raked me fore and aft, they 999. Justinian will rake you fore and aft," observed Crispin dryly, "especially if you make eyes at his womankind. This is a virtuous island, Gert." "Well, sir, I ain't agon agin it, sir," growled Gert reproachfully. "I care nothin' for the petticoats. I don't." Now if it was Dick, nowhere the old sinner cast up his eyes as if unable to guess at Dick's enormities. "Oh, that is the smart young boatswain," said Morris quickly. "I am glad he is all right. Why don't you go down and see him, Gert?" "Beggin' your pardon, gents both, but I dunno the barons of this air island." "Go along the Mulberry Avenue," said Crispin, as Gert waited for an explanation, and when you come to a flight of steps near the tunnel, go down them. When you're A223 in the village, you'll soon find out your comrades, and tell them Mr. Roylands and myself will come down to see them this afternoon. Right why are, sir, answered the seaman, going to the door with another nautical salutation. I don't want Dick Ackerman up here to cast anchor aside my little craft. You've begun early, Gert, observed Morris, taking a seat. What is the name of your little craft? Zoe, sir, she's maid to Miss Helena. Well, you can go away with a contented heart, Gert, said Crispin, laughing. Dick won't see her if he comes here in your absence. She's gone up the mountain with her mistress. Right why are, sir, said Gert again, all of him except his head behind the curtains of the doorway. I don't trust Dick. He's a flyaway chap, gents both, and a deal sight too handsome for my idea, sirs. The head vanished, and Crispin laughed uproariously. That mahogany image is jealous, Morris, he said, throwing himself back in his chair. Behold the power of love. Why, Zoe wouldn't look at him, and if that good-looking young bosswain comes on the scene, I'm afraid old Cyclops' chance will be but a poor one. Zoe's gone up the mountain with Helena. Yes, on some flower-gathering expedition. They have been absent some hours, so Califronas has gone to look for them. Confound his impudence. Why, you are as jealous of the mistress as Cyclops is of the maid. However, you need not be afraid, for Helena hates our Greek friend, and I shrewdly suspect she has taken an uncommon liking to you. Nonsense. It's a fact, I assure you. Love in her eyes sits playing, so if you love her, and she loves you, no power can cut your love in two. Except Califronas. Yes, he is rather in the way, but I've no doubt Justinian will settle him. By the way, where is Justinian? He left me at the steps, after making me a most extraordinary proposal. Indeed, and this proposal? I'll tell you all about it shortly. What are you doing? Writing to Eunice. This, laying his hand on the letter, 224 is a proper epistle which might be published to all the world, and is prepared especially for the pacification of my dear mother-in-law that is to be. I, however, want you to write to our mutual friend, Mr. Carriston, and enclose a note of mine meant for the eyes of Eunice alone. The rector is our friend, and will manage to give it to her unknown to Mrs. Dengelton. Oh, I will write with the greatest of pleasure, and enclose your letter. Besides, I wish to ask the rector's advice on a very important matter. I can guess what that important matter is, said Crispin gaily, but why not ask my advice? I am going to, in a few minutes. By the way, to revert to the letters, how are you going to get them posted? Oh, Justinian has a felucca laden with currants, silks, and what not, going to Syra tomorrow. Syra, you know, is the great mercantile station of the Cyclades, and these letters will go in charge of the skipper. From Syra they will easily go to England by the French packet via Marseille. Have you any other letters to write, I mean, about the shipwreck? Of course, I have written to my solicitors, telling them all about the wreck, and instructing them to see the insurance people. But I suppose nothing can be done till I go back to town myself, and take all the survivors with me. They, I suppose, will have to give all kinds of evidence about the smash-up of the Eunice before the insurance money will be paid. What about Martin's relations and the dead sailors? I am writing about that also. By the way, Morris, we must get Justinian this afternoon to take his men and go down to the seashore to look after the bodies of those poor fellows. It seems horribly heartless of us talking and laughing like we did last night, when so many human beings have lost their lives. It does rather, Crispin, but if we had mourned it would not have made much difference. Hang it, that sounds rather cruel. Crispin, I am afraid a semi-barbaric life is making me heartless. The poet said nothing, but with a sad expression on his face, stared at the table. It did seem heartless for them both to be light-hearted and merry when Martin and the majority of his brave crew had gone to the bottom. But there was some excuse, for they themselves had narrowly escaped 225 a similar fate, and that in itself was enough to make them buoyant. After all, the dead are dead, and crying will not bring them back. But both the Englishmen determined to search for the bodies that very afternoon and give them Christian burial, which was the only thing they could really do for their lost comrades. "What about those sailors?" asked Morris, suddenly looking up. "Oh, they must remain here until we can find some chance of sending them to Syra. In fact, I am not sure if I want tell my agents to send me out another yacht to replace the Eunice, and then they can all ship on board of her." "You extravagant fellow, another yacht. Even 12,000 a year will not stand such reckless use of money." "Oh, I won't lose anything," replied Crispin cheerfully. "I am not too much of a poet to neglect business, and the Eunice was heavily insured. When the money is paid by the underwriters, as it must be on my return to England, it will go a long way towards the purchase of another boat." "So much for the buying. But can you trust your agents to get you a yacht as good as the one you have lost?" "Perhaps not in an ordinary case, but fortunately the twin ship to the Eunice is in the market and resembles her in all respects. That was a few months ago, so if she is still to be had, I will instruct Danton's slave to purchase her on my behalf and send her to the Purse. Then, when we are tired of Melnose, we can cross over to the mainland and have a cruise up the Black Sea before returning to England." "That does not sound as if you were anxious to see Eunice," said Morris dryly. "I will be very glad to see Eunice again," answered Crispin, reddening slightly. "But the fact is, I have a small scheme in my head to get Eunice and her mother, in company with Mr. Carriston, to come out to Athens in my new yacht." "But with what idea?" "Well," said Crispin, looking down, "the fact is, Morris, I do not trust your aunt." "As to that, I don't blame you," answered that lady's affectionate nephew quietly. "If she sees a better match for Eunice than I am," resumed Crispin calmly, "she will force the poor child into a marriage, and give me the goby. Mind you, Morris, I love Eunice dearly, and in my eyes she is nearly perfect, but I 226 cannot conceal from myself that she has a somewhat weak nature, and is dominated by her terrible mother. Once she is my wife, and away from that influence, she will learn to be more self-reliant, and less biased by other people. Now, I see perfectly well that there is going to be trouble here about Califronas." "I agree with you there. Califronas evidently wants to marry Helena, who does not like him, and moreover, Justinian refuses to favor the marriage in any marked degree, so Califronas is just the kind of sneaking scamp to go over to Alcibiades, and, if possible, make trouble. If that is the case, we are here for some time, and as I see you take the same view of it as I do, you must perceive that we are here for some months. If then, I am away from England all that time, Mrs. Dengleton will certainly try to persuade Eunice that I will not come back and marry her to someone else. However, if I can get Eunice out here, I think I can trump Mrs. Dengleton's best trick. Do you think, if I instruct my agents about the yacht, and write to Mrs. Dengleton and the rector, that they will come out to Athens?" "As to that, I am not sure," replied Morris slowly, "but I trust so with all my heart, as I wish to ask the rector's advice." "So you mentioned before, and promised to ask mine. I will be delighted to give it to you, so tell me what is the matter." "Helena." "Partly." Califronas." "Partly." "Ho ho, and Justinian." "Yes." "A very pretty trinity," said Crispin, lighting a cigarette. "Well, what's to do?" Morris tilted his chair back against the wall, and followed Crispin's example with regard to tobacco, and prepared for a long talk onto Hema's serious subject, viz. the settlement of his future life in one way or the other. "First of all," said Morris slowly, "I have been all over the village with Justinian, and I cannot tell you how amazed I am. That such a community, that such great works, should owe their origin to one man, is, I think, a miracle. This dream of Justinian's regarding a new Hellas may or may not come to pass, but he has certainly laid the foundations of a 227 small independent state in a wonderfully judicious manner. What his real name is, I, of course, do not know, but the one he has taken certainly suits him admirably. He is a Justiniana-born lawgiver, and his system meets all the requirements of this simple community. As he says himself, so long as he is at the helm, things will go on all right, but should he dewich at his age is not unlikely the success or failure of this infant intellectual state depends on his successor. A wise, clear-headed man will carry out the scheme to a successful issue, but a hot-tempered, selfish ruler would doom the whole thing to destruction. Justinian told me that he had brought up both you and Calliphrones as his successors, but as to yourself, you went in search of fame and love in England, and severed yourself entirely from his island community. I did not know Justinian desired me to succeed him, said Crispin in a tone of wonderment, but even had I known, I hardly think things would have gone differently. I am a poet, not a ruler, and Napoleons are made of stronger stuff than mere bards piping their idle song and letting the world go by. No, Justinian never hinted at such a thing, and I always thought that he favored Calliphrones as the heir to his island throne. Calliphrones, echoed Morris in a tone of deep disdain. No, Justinian is too keen a judge of character to mistake our Greek goose for a swan. He told me himself that he does not trust Calliphrones, and more than suspects him of having an understanding with that rascal Alcibiades regarding the capture of Melnos. The deuce! Yes, you may well be astonished, but from what I have seen of Calliphrones, I believe it is quite likely to happen, the more so as this handsome Greek's vanity will receive a severe blow when he is refusated. He certainly will be Helena. Well, you can see that Justinian will not have Calliphrones to succeed him on his island throne. So, you two candidates for the purple being thus disposed of. Yes, asked Crispin curiously, as Roylans hesitated. He wants me to ascend the throne when vacant. You! Myself, are you not astonished? Crispin twirled his cigarette in his fingers, looked thoughtfully at the red tip as if consulting it as an oracle, and then made slow reply. 228 yes and no. Justinian evidently sees in you a clear-headed man who would carry out his scheme if you honorably promised to do so. He is English, you are English, and he trusts none but his own countrymen, so I cannot say that his offer to make you his successor startles me very much. But my dear Crispin, granted I have these capabilities you so kindly gift me with, of which I am doubtful, Justinian has only known me 2 days, and a clever man as he is could scarcely come to a conclusion so quickly. Justinian is a good judge of character, and can tell the nature of a man in 5 minutes, where you or I would take 5 years in the search. Besides, added the poet, with an imperceptible smile, he may have another and stronger reason. You mean Helena, I suppose. Now Crispin did not mean Helena at all, but as what he did allude to was not his own secret, he let Morris believe that his supposition regarding Helena was the right one. Well, yes, I suppose Helena is a reason. Do you think he would let me marry her? Asked Morris breathlessly. I am certain he would, answered Crispin, looking straight at his companion, quite positive. But what about yourself? I love her dearly. 2 days acquaintance I love her dearly. Is that not rather sharp work? 2 days, echoed Morris contemptuously. I have known her longer than that. I fell in love with her portrait, as you know, and resolved, if she had the qualities I thought she had from her face, I would marry her. From what I have seen of her, I am certain she has those qualities, and would make me a good wife, provided always she consents to marry me. Beautiful, pure, charming, simplicity itself. Oh, my friend, she is indeed a prize I may think myself lucky in winning. When a man is in love, said Crispin intensively, it is no use reasoning with him, and, as regards Helena, I quite approve of all you say. She will make you an admirable wife. But think to yourself, how will this uncultured, simple girl look beside the cultured ladies of England? That is the very point about which I desire to ask your and the rector's advice, said Morris eagerly. Will I marry Helena, and accept the post of governing this island, or will I marry Helena and go back to Roylans? 229 In any case, I see it as marry Helena, rejoined his companion dryly. But really I hardly know what to say. Life here is charming and indolent. You like charm and indolence, so why not stay here? On the other hand, you have your ancestral acres, your position in the world to think of, and if you value these more than a life in this delightful castle of indolence, well, go back. I don't know what to do. Well, I have given you my advice, and, as is usual in such cases, you will not take it. It is such a difficult question. Granted, but you will have to decide one way or the other shortly. One thing is certain, that it would be beneficial to your art. That is true enough. After all, said Crispin seductively, what better life can you desire? A ready-made kingdom, small and compacted delightful climate-obedient subjects a laudiciating existence and Helena. It is delightful but duty. Oh, cried Crispin, shrugging his shoulders, of course, if you are going to invoke that bogey, I have nothing further to say. Ask the rector. What do you think he will say? Crispin burst out laughing, and sauntering to the window, threw his burnt-out cigarette into the green grass beyond. Did ever anyone hear such a man? My dear fellow, I cannot tell you what the rector will say. He is an ardent Hellenist with his Aristophanic studies and may say stay by all means. On the other hand, he is an English church clergyman with strong opinions as to the absenteeism of landlords and the duties they owe their tenants, in which case he will certainly make you come back. But in either event you will have your dear Helena. I am not so sure of that, Crispin. If I refuse Justinian's request, he may refuse me Helena. Certainly, that is not impossible, replied Crispin, returning to his writing. However, I will write to my agents about the yacht, to Mrs. Dengleton and the rector about their joining us at Athens. At my invitation the rector may not come, at yours he will. Why? Because you, my dear, simple old Morris, are the apple of his eye, and if you write him on the question of your 230 staying here, he will certainly hurry out at once, so as to see for himself how matters stand, and advise you for the best. Will you write as you intend, and I will also send a letter to Carriston. Don't forget to enclose mine, said Crispin warningly. Remember you are to that extent responsible for my wooing with Eunice. Will you write your letter now? A delicious burst of girlish laughter sounded from the court. Helena, cried Morris, rising up so quickly as to upset his chair. Go away, said Crispin resignedly. No chance of your writing now with that sound in your ears. But, as the boat does not go till tomorrow, you can have a holiday with Helena this afternoon. Therefore, go away. Califrona's is with her, said Morris, hesitating. And has been all the morning. Faint heart never won fair lady, so if you don't oust your rival, I am afraid she will be married by him under your nose. I'm hanged if she will, cried Morris angrily. There was a second burst of laughter, upon which Crispin, with raised eyebrows, shrugged his shoulders, pointed to the door, and resumed his writing. Morris paused irresolutely, looked at the poet, and then darted out of the door like a swallow, to find Helena standing alone in the court, with her arms full of flowers. I have been flower hunting on the mountains, said Helena graciously, and this wild rose is for you. Chapter 21. Captain Alcibiades. Sir, there are 3 degrees of robbery. With different names, but meanings similar. For he who does his thievish work himself is but a common footpad, quite unfit to mix in gentlemen's society. A bandit, brigand, robber chief is he who has a dozen men or so to rule, and steals your daughter, burns your tenement, or holds you prisoner till a ransom's paid. But he who, having armies at command, robs brother monarchs of their territories, is called a conqueror because he thieves upon a large and comprehensive scale. Thief, brigand, conqueror, believe me, sir. The size o' the theft is all the difference. For call them what you please, they're criminals. Justinian, having ascertained all particulars about the wreck of the Eunice the previous day, had sent a number of men to look after the bodies of those unfortunates who had been cast up on the beach of Melnose, and now, in company with the three young men, and the surviving sailors, went to the seashore in order to give the corpses decent burial. Conducted by a body of his Greeks bearing torches, he went down through the tunnel and speedily arrived at the outer entrance, from which a sandy beach sloped down to the harbor. Not that it was exactly a harbor, but Justinian had aided nature to form one, by erecting a breakwater from the end of a jutting promontory, which breakwater, built of huge undressed stones, ran out in a curve into the tideless sea, and thus embraced a calm pool of water, which sufficiently protected ships at anchorage. Beyond, the ocean at times was rough enough, and at stormy seasons dashed its white waves over the rocky mole, but within that charmed circle there was no danger, and the smallest boat was as safe there as it would have been on the serene waters of a mountain lake. This was the work of the English engineer who had planned and carried out the piercing of the tunnel, and Morris could not withhold his admiration at the perfection of the whole scheme, for without this breakwater, it would have been impossible for any sized craft to cast anchor off the craggy coast of the island. 232 I have two harbors of this kind, said Justinian, as they looked at the small boats, feluccas and caiques which filled the pool. One you see, the other is on the opposite side of the island. As it faces to the west, of course it suffers more from storms than this one, but I built it in order to facilitate escape in time of trouble, should the tunnel be taken by assault. I hardly understand. There are only two ways of getting into the interior of Melnose. The one is by this tunnel, the other is a pass which cuts through the western side of the mountain where it falls away in a semicircle, as I showed you. Owing to the height of the peaks around, their ruggedness, their being covered all the year round with snow, it is impossible for any outside enemy to climb over them. This tunnel and the western pass are the only modes of ingress and egress, as I have explained. Should this tunnel therefore be forced, and we find ourselves unable to defend the island, all we have to do is to retreat through the pass I told you of, down to the harbor on the other side, where there are plenty of boats ready to take us to a place of safety. Of course I trust in the courage of my Greeks, and the difficulties an enemy would encounter in capturing the tunnel, so I hardly expect such a contingency as flight by the western pass would occur. Still, it is always as well to be prepared for emergencies. You have thought of everything, said Morris admiringly. Danger sharpens a man's wits, replied Justinian coolly, and when I first came to Melnose, I was surrounded on all sides by rascals of the Alcibiades type. Alcibiades is only a smuggler, observed Calliphrones, who was listening to this discourse. Alcibiades is whatever pays him best, retorted the king in great ire. It is only fear of King George's government that keeps him from hoisting the black flag and making these islands of the Gene a nest of iniquity. I believe you are a filibuster at heart yourself, Andros. The Greek laughed consciously, but did not contradict the old man. I am like Alcibiades, sir, he said at length, and go in for what pays me best, Mr. Morris there knows my sentiments regarding life. I do, and very bad sentiments they are. I wonder what you would say to the views of Alcibiades. 233 He may carry his views more into practice than you do, retorted Morris warmly, but I defy them to be worse. Justinian laughed at the blunt way in which Morris spoke, so Calliphrones, having his own reasons for keeping a fair face to the old man, discreetly held his peace, and they all trudged along the beach, towards the place where the bodies of the ill-fated sailors lay. The mast of the Eunice was still above water, but the yacht herself lay far below the blue sea, where she would probably remain until there remained nothing of her save the engines, which would of course defy time and the ocean, until between them these mighty destroyers rusted them to nothing. From the position in which she lay, and the general calmness of the water, it is probable the yacht could have been set afloat again. But the Greeks of the Cyclades have not sufficient energy for such a task, and the underwriters would no doubt rather pay the insurance money than waste more in an attempt to raise the wreck from the depths below. 12 bodies had been thrown up by the sea, but the rest of the crew, with the exception of the 10 sailors, including Gert, were buried deep in the ocean. Far up in a sheltered nook, under the red cliffs, 12 graves had been dug in the soft sand, and in these were the ill-fated seamen laid. Martin's body was not among them, and it doubtless lay in a sailor's grave nigh the island, encircled by sand, seaweed, and many-colored shells. The funeral ceremony did not take long, but, as Justinian refused the office, Maurice undertook the task of chaplain, and with a voice full of emotion, read the beautiful burial service of the Church of England over the remains of the dead sailors, which were then covered up, and roughly-made wooden crosses placed at the head of each humble grave, with the name of each and date of death carved thereon. All those present stood bareheaded during the ceremony, even the Melnosians, who were gentlemen enough not to offend the prejudices of the strangers wrecked on their rugged shores. Everything having thus been done, in order to show respect to the dead, Justinian and his party returned to the entrance of the tunnel, and Dick, the smart young boatswain before mentioned, attached himself to Maurice, for whom he had a great admiration. Dick had received an education much above that of the average British tar, and Maurice found him a very companionable fellow, but one who bore a 234 great hatred for Calliphrones, as he seemed to think the lively Greek was the cause of all the misfortunes which had overtaken the Eunice. "A kind of Jonah, sir," said Dick in a whisper, for Calliphrones was walking just ahead of them with Justinian. "If we'd a chucked him overboard, I don't believe the boat would have gone ashore." "Come, Dick, you cannot say the Count had anything to do with the storm." "Well, I don't know, sir," replied Dick doubtfully, "but I don't believe in him one bit. Why, sir, he cut that rope on purpose." "I know he did." "D.N. him," muttered the boatswain in a tone of suppressed rage. "Why don't you have it out with him, sir?" "I can't very well, Dick. Doubtless he cut that rope, as you say, on purpose, but he was so overcome by terror that he might not have known what he was doing. He's a coward, sir, a miserable coward, and he wasn't overcome so much by terror as not to save his own life. How long do we stop here, sir?" "I can hardly tell you. Mr. Crispin has sent to England for a new yacht, which will proceed to Athens. I expect we will be here at least a month." "Lord bless you, sir, I don't mind. It's a jolly sort of place, though I can't say I like their sour wine, but the girls are pretty." Dick, you are too inflammable. Take care you don't get into trouble over these women. Greeks are jealous, you know." Dick grinned, as much as to say he considered jealousy of little moment where a pretty woman was concerned, and then asked Maurice a question which made that gentleman laugh heartily. "You don't happen to know a girl here called Zoe, sir?" "Oh, Gert has been speaking about her," said Roylance with a smile. "She is Miss Helena's maid, and Gert has laid his heart at her feet." "She won't have anything to say to a battered old hulk like that, sir." "Perhaps you think a tight young craft like you would succeed better. Now, Dick, you behave yourself. I've no doubt all the girls in the island are in love with you, so leave Gert's ewe lamb alone." 235. "Oh, I am not going to poach on Gert's preserves, sir," said Dick apologetically, "but the way he brags about Zoe is sickening, and I want to have a look at her. She must be the beauty of the island." Maurice had his own opinion as to who was the beauty of the island, but of course did not impart such information to Dick, who, after respectfully saluting, fell back among his brother sailors, and began to tease the one-eyed Gert about Zoe, a proceeding which had but little effect on that hardened mariner. The boat which was going to Syra that day was now lying in the harbor ready to start, and Justinian went on board to give some final orders to her captain, while Crispin also accompanied him, in order to place his bundle of letters in charge of the skipper. He had told Justinian about his proposed purchase of another yacht, a proceeding of which the astute ancient much approved, as, if any of the anticipated troubles came to pass, the yacht would be useful to bring soldiers from Syra to aid him in defending the island. "Your sailors can stay here until the new boat comes out," said Justinian thoughtfully, "for if Calliphrones, as you call him, plays the traitor, we will require as many men as we can to defend ourselves." "But Alcibiades has not an army." "Alcibiades knows all the scum of the Levant, and I have no doubt can get a few hundred scamps together. They have no fear of the government, for if they stormed and took Melnose, after plundering the island, they would only have to dissolve again among the population in order to escape. No one could accuse them of their teacup war. But have we weapons for our men? Asked Crispin with considerable trepidation. Justinian smiled grimly. When we go back to the Acropolis, I will show you my armory. I have plenty of guns and pistols of the most modern construction, and many of my Greeks are good shots too. Oh, I haven't neglected the useful for the ornamental, I assure you. What are you looking at? Alcibiades. Alcibiades, cried Justinian with a roar like a lion, looking towards the shore, where a number of men were standing, among them a heavy-looking fellow talking eagerly to Calliphrones. So it is. I wonder what brings the rascal here. I must get him away from Melnose at once. Crispin, Roylans, get into the boat, there is no time to lose. The active old man rapidly delivered his final orders to Captain Georgios, and then hastily scrambled down to the boat, followed by the two young men. They were speedily pulled ashore, and Justinian, springing onto the rocks, strode up with a frowning face to the group surrounding Alcibiades and Calliphrones, pushing the men on either side with haughty roughness. Now then, Captain Alcibiades, what do you want at Melnose? Morris looked curiously at this celebrated individual, of whom he had heard so much, and beheld a squat, heavily built man, with fiery eyes, an evil countenance, and a long black beard. He was clad in the usual dress of Greek sailors, consisting of rough blue trousers and jacket, boots of untanned leather, a red shirt, and a tasseled cap of the same color. To mark his rank, however, he wore a handsome gold-embroidered belt round his waist, in which were placed a rusty-looking knife and a brace of pistols. This, then, was the renowned Captain Kidd of these waters, who, had he lived 50 years earlier, would have been a declared pirate, but who now, owing to the establishment of New Hellas, had to carry on his rascally calling under the pious guise of smuggling and peaceful trading. With his rough dress, his squat figure, his tangled black beard, he formed a great contrast to the slender form of Calliphrones, with his clean-shaven face and dandy costume of an Albanian palikar. Yet, in spite of the difference in good looks, the two men had the same cunning expression in their shifty eyes, and there was but little doubt that the rough blackguardism of the one was only refined into the astute scoundrelism of the other. Well, Alcibiades, demanded Justinian, imperiously stamping his foot, what do you want with me? Kyrian Justinian, said the smuggler in a cringing manner, I but landed here to see you and the Kyrian Andros about a cargo of wine I wish to obtain for Crete. I will pay you a good price for it, as the grapes of Melnose are much thought of at Khania. Justinian, on receiving this diplomatic answer, ran his fingers thoughtfully through his silver beard, and pondered as to what answer to give. He was never averse to turning an honest penny by trading, and he knew Alcibiades would pay a good price, as the wine of Melnose was much liked by the Cretans on account of its resinous taste, for the insular Greeks do not as a rule preserve their vintage in this way, which is peculiar to the mainland. 237 How much do you want? He said abruptly. 200 skins, replied Alcibiades glibly, and named what he considered a fair price. Do you think I desire to make you a present of the wine? Retorted Justinian scornfully. Double your offer. Kyrian, impossible, cried Alcibiades, throwing up his hands with a look of dismay on his crafty-looking face. You won't get it for less. Alcibiades cast a stealthy look at Calliphrones, and considered a few moments. Effendi, I will do it, he replied, with the air of one who has made a great sacrifice, but I will be ruined. Justinian nodded curtly, and turning on his heel went towards the tunnel, followed by all. Morris, of course, had not understood a word of the preceding conversation, conducted as it was in Greek, and even Crispin found the speech of Alcibiades a little difficult at times, as that piratical individual was in the habit of mixing up his own tongue with Turkish, French, Italian, and sometimes a scrap of English. Crispin, walk with me, I wish to speak to you, said Justinian, and the poet having obeyed this command, Morris was left in the congenial company of Alcibiades and the Count. Captain Alcibiades kept casting curious glances at Morris, for Califronas had told him about this rich Englishman, and the agreeable old pirate was wondering, in his guileless way, if it would not be possible to kidnap this wealthy foreigner and hold him in his own little rocky island until such time as his relatives paid a good ransom. Alcibiades was a genuine brigand of the type described by 1000. But that he had fallen on evil times of peace and quietness, would doubtless have risen to high rank in his adored profession. With a view to satisfying himself personally as to the wealth of this traveler, Alcibiades, guessing Morris did not know Greek, spoke to him in French, with which Morris was sufficiently well acquainted to enable him to hold an interesting conversation with this accomplished cutthroat. "Monsieur is staying here?" asked Alcibiades, blinking his little eyes. "For a time, eyes." "Aha, Monsieur is the friend of my dear Andros, so to 238 myself he is also a dear friend. I lay myself at your feet, Monsieur." "Very kind of you," retorted Morris, who was not at all pleased by the implied friendship. "Monsieur is rich." "What's that to do with you?" My faith, do not be angry, Monsieur. All Englishmen are rich." "That is a common delusion with you foreigners. All Englishmen are not rich." Alcibiades shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands in the French fashion. "Monsieur is disposed to be witty." By this time, they had arrived at the entrance to the tunnel, and Justinian, who had been in earnest conversation with Crispin, turned round sharply to Alcibiades. "You will wait here," he said imperiously. "Will not my men come up in order to carry down the wine?" said Alcibiades, looking as black as thunder at this peremptory order. "No, I will send my men down with it, and you can pay the money to Andros here." "But Effendi—" "Enough, I have spoken." "Holy Saint Elmo, you will not let me visit your island." "No farther than this," retorted Justinian significantly. "You know the proverb, Captain Alcibiades, ill to him who shows his treasure freely." He turned his back on the baffled cutthroat and ascended the stairs, followed by his own men, while Alcibiades and his ruffians remained below, evidently mad with anger at having admittance refused them. Rumor said Melnose was full of treasure, and the crafty smuggler wanted to convince himself of the truth of this with his own eyes, so the prohibition against passing the palisade made him very wrathful. The king, however, paid no attention to his black looks, but resumed his journey, with Crispin and Morris on either side of him. Califronas, on the weak pretext of asking Alcibiades some question about the wine, remained behind, a fact which was at once noted by the lynx-eyed Justinian. "Traitor," he growled in his deep voice, stroking his beard, as was his habit when angered, the fox to the fox. "Ah, well, I know those two rascals are hatching plots against me." 239. If you think so, why do you want Califronas to go with Alcibiades? "Cannot you see, Crispin, you will never make a diplomatist? I will tell Roylans here, and I am sure he will discover my reason. Roylans, I am going to deliver this wine to Alcibiades, although I know he does not want it." "Why does he buy it then?" "Because he thought it would be a good pretext to get into Melnose and spy out the weak points of our defense. Oh, I know this is so, else he would not have given me my price so freely. I knew his plan the moment he agreed to give me what I asked, which was a very large price, and one which no honest trader could afford to give. Andros also knows of this scheme. Can you guess how I found that out?" "Yes, because Alcibiades looked at Califronas before agreeing to your price." "Exactly," said Justinian with great satisfaction. "Roylans is quicker than you, my dear Crispin. When I refused to sell him the wine unless at my own price, that look to Andros was one of inquiry, and the answer was, give him what he asks, or you will not see the interior of Melnose. The rascals! I know their scheme and will baffle them." "Yet with all this, you propose to send Califronas on a trip with Alcibiades, when they will be able to bring their plot to a head," said Crispin impatiently. "Blind, blind, my poet. You forget Andros has not yet made up his mind on which side to be. If I give him Helena, and make him my successor, he will betray Alcibiades as readily as he would betray me if I refused. Well, the only way to meet treachery is by treachery, so I intend to lead Andros to believe that I will do what he wishes, and will then send him to cruise about with Alcibiades, quite devoted to my interest. Alcibiades, thinking Andros is on his side, will tell him all about his plans, the number of his army, and when he proposes to assault the island, all of which my good Andros will repeat to me. Once I have that information, Andros will find out that I neither trust nor like him, and that he will have neither my child nor my island. On hearing this treacherous scheme, Justinian fell in the estimation of Maurice, who, true Englishman as he was, liked everything to be done openly, whereas this Greco-Briton partook more of Ulyssean craft than honest, fair fighting. 240 Punic faith, he said at length, not knowing quite what remark to make. Punic faith with Punic neighbors, retorted Justinian as they paused at the gate. If I don't baffle Andros by turning his own weapons against him, the chances are that he will side with Alcibiades, and one fine day Melnos will be attacked unawares, and we will all have our throats cut. Still, your mode of defeating Calliphrones is hardly English. My good sir, said the old man, with quiet irony, Englishmen in their time have had to do just such underhand work. You forget Lord Clive and his false treaty with the Hindu Omichund, which bound that slippery rascal to the British interest at the time of the Battle of Plassey. It promised him everything before the battle, and gave him nothing after it. That is Punic faith, and is necessary in such cases. Straightforward honesty doesn't pay in these waters. Well, do what you think best, sir, replied Maurice, who saw Justinian was right. It's a case of when Greek meets Greek, I suppose. Then comes the tug of war, finished Crispin gaily. My dear Maurice, you will be happier in the actual battle than in all the statecraft which leads to it. I hope my statecraft will avert the struggle, said Justinian somberly, but with an enemy like Andros to deal with, I fear for the worst. What are you waiting for here? Asked Maurice, seeing they still lingered at the gate. For Andros, replied Justinian quietly. I alone possess the key, and the gate is never left unlocked. Ah, here is my Carthaginian. Now, you two gentlemen, go on, and leave me to Andros and my Punic faith. Maurice and the poet, followed by all the English sailors, entered the gate and resumed their ascent, while the wily Justinian waited with an inscrutable face to entrap the equally wily Calliphrones, who this time, however, had found his master in treachery. What do you think of Justinian, Maurice? Asked Crispin, when they were once more in the open air, standing at the head of the staircase, and watching the sailors descending to the village below. To speak frankly, I like Justinian. In spite of his Punic faith. 241 As for that, replied Maurice, coloring a little, necessity knows no law. And Calliphrones is such a consummate scoundrel that I can hardly blame Justinian for trying to beat him with his own weapons. Justinian is a serpent of wisdom, said the poet reflectively, taking off his sombrero. You can have no idea how dexterously he manages these slippery Greeks. They have a wholesome respect for him, as they well may have, seeing that not one of them has ever yet had the better of the king of Melnos. You used to speak bitterly of Justinian yourself, Crispin. Are your opinions changed? Yes, I must admit they have changed, and for the better. What you told me the other day about Justinian desiring me for his successor has opened my eyes. It was a fear of losing me that made him refuse to tell me my real name, for he thought I would forsake him and go back to my kinsfolk. Well, you have certainly forsaken him. Yes, but I don't think he regrets it, as he sees I am not made of the stuff necessary to rule this colony of serpents. So now he has no further reason to keep me in the dark, and will, I feel sure, tell me what I wish to know before we leave Melnos. But you said Justinian thought you were not brave enough. So he did, so he does. But I fancy I am indebted to my dear friend the Count for that. In all our expeditions with Alcibiades, Justinian was absent, so he could not have personally seen me fighting, and I can only think that Calliphrones, to oust me out of the possible throne, told this about me. I am sure you are not a coward, said Maurice warmly. No, I don't think I am, replied Crispin equably. I fancy if Justinian had seen the storm he would have changed his opinion about Califronas. But as to myself, I hope yet to right myself in the eyes of the old man. I am glad you have such a good opinion of me, Morris. My dear fellow, cried Roylance, grasping him by the hand, I have the best possible opinion of you in every way and always had. Even when I was a mystery. Yes, though I own you were puzzling at times. But you are a coward in one way, Crispin. The poet flushed redly, and Morris hastened to finish his sentence. In the presence of Mrs. Dengelton. He would be a bold man who felt no fear in the presence of that lady, answered Crispin, his face clearing again. But here comes Califronas with a smiling face. A sign that Justinian has succeeded. The Greek advanced towards them with a merry laugh, and looked triumphantly at Morris, who bore his insolent self-complacency with wonderful composure. I will not see you two gentlemen for a few days, he said gaily. I am going on a cruise with Alcibiades. More piracy. Perhaps, answered Califronas mysteriously. Good be for the present. I must go down to look after the wine, and if you go back to the Acropolis, tell Helena I will see her before I go. With a jeering look at Morris, the duped scoundrel sprang down the steps, his snowy fustanella fluttering in the breeze, and he glittered down the descent like a brilliant falling star. You fool, said a voice behind them, and they turned to behold Justinian with a complacent smile on his face. Well, you have succeeded, sir, observed Morris doubtfully. I have. Califronas thinks he has it all his own way. I see you don't yet like my tactics. Well, sir. Tush, replied Justinian coolly, Punic foes Punic faith. Chapter 22, The Apple of Discord. A woman caused the fall of man. A woman caused the fall of Troy. An apple both these woes began, which brought beneath pale sorrow's ban all earthly joy. For Eve was fair and Helen fair. Each wrought destruction by her face. They captured hearts in beauty's snare, and made mankind the burden bear of their disgrace. Today the story we repeat. A woman wins or loses all. She plucks the fruit for us to eat. We taste and find the apples sweet. And then we fall. The ill-fated Eunice had been wrecked about the middle of August, and it was now nearly the end of September, close on the celebration of the vintage feast, which Justinian determined to celebrate with great splendor, so as to gratify Morris with an accurate representation of the ancient Dionysia of Athens. Crispin, for the moment, had resumed his old occupation of playwright, and had furbished up one of his old dramas, not having the time to write an absolutely new one. In this play both Califronas and Helena were to take part, and the author himself, like a modern Hylas, acted as stage manager, drilling the chorus, arranging the scenery, attending to the music, and coaching the principal actors in their parts. The people of Melnos were also busily preparing for the vintage feast of the first day, and for the Olympian games of the third. But amid all these peaceful occupations Justinian kept a watchful eye on Califronas, and neglected nothing that might guard the island against a sudden assault by Captain Alcibiades and his gang. Completely deceived by the manner of the Demarch, which was Justinian's local title among his people, Califronas, now assured both of Helena and Melnos, eagerly entered into the plans of the cunning old man, and, on returning from a week's cruise with Alcibiades, revealed a wide-stretching 244 conspiracy among the Levantan Greeks for the capture of Melnos. Far and wide Alcibiades with great art had instilled a belief into the minds of all the idlers, vagabonds, and scamps of the Gene, that Melnos contained immense treasures, and weekly, leaders of bands of men repaired to Alcibiades' rocky little island to receive instructions as to how their plans were to be carried out. Of course, the wily old pirate was the leader, and arranged all his schemes in the most dexterous manner, for he gave his commands to those chief men who came to see him, and they, returning to their own islands, communicated such orders to their own followers. By this means Alcibiades had collected quite an army, all eager for plunder, and they had arranged among themselves to attack Melnos, either by the tunnel or the western pass, at the first convenient opportunity. It may seem strange in the eyes of civilized people that such a conspiracy should be planned and carried out under the very nose of the Greek government, but all the operations were conducted with great caution. The different portions of the proposed army were scattered piecemeal over the islands of the Aegean, so there was really nothing to arouse the suspicion of the authorities that any revolutionary movement was in course of formation. Besides, Melnos being in the extreme south of the archipelago and close to Crete, that home of Turkish misrule, any local disturbance would be taken comparatively little notice of, as such disturbances were quite common. So it seemed as though Alcibiades and his brother scamps were going to have things all their own way. Once they captured and plundered Melnos, they had no fear of the future, as once they dissolved into small companies and returned to their own islands, it would be quite impossible for the Greek government, even if they did interfere, to punish a body of men which to all appearances had no existence. The plans of Alcibiades were very simple, for, having arranged with the leaders of the several bodies of men that they would join in his schemes, he commanded that they should all meet on his own island on a certain day as yet unfixed, when in the aggregate they would number quite 300 men, and could thus storm Melnos, which could only be defended, as they knew, by 200, inclusive of women. In fact, the population of Justinian's island capable of bearing arms, even including the English sailors and his guests, scarcely numbered more than 520 men. So when the fiery old Englishman heard from Calliphrones of the strength of the enemy, he saw that the danger was indeed serious. Melnos, however, was strongly fortified against the inroads of these alarmed pirates, for the tunnel, defended by its palisade, could hardly be forced if held by a small body of resolute men, and the western pass was commanded by 2 pieces of ordnance, one on either side, which would sweep down the stormers by the score should they attempt to carry this natural entrance by assault. As to the rest of the island, it was quite impossible for the marauders to climb over the rugged, snow-clad peaks, so what with his cannon, defenses, arms of the most modern construction, and his resolute men, Justinian felt that he could defy Captain Alcibiades and his alarmed crew. The old Demarch still permitted Calliphrones to remain in his fool's paradise, as matters were in a delicate position, and he resolved to wait until after the 3 days' festival before coming to a perfect understanding with the treacherous Greek. Calliphrones, therefore, regarding himself as entirely favored by fortune, became almost unbearable in his insolence, and had not Morris known the real facts of the case, a serious quarrel would certainly have taken place between them. As it was, however, the young Englishman saw that the Greek was completely duped by his false prosperity, and would almost have pitied his blind confidence in his good fortunes, had not the arrogance, insolence, and spite of the Count inspired him with the utmost contempt. Calliphrones, indeed, was hated by everyone in the island, by the common people, owing to the haughtiness and scorn he invariably displayed towards them, by the English sailors, who thought him a coward, and had never forgiven his treachery on the night of the wreck, which had cost their captain his life, and by all the inmates of the Acropolis, who despised this brilliant butterfly heartily. Quite unaware of the delicate ground on which he was treading, Calliphrones, in his gorgeous Albanian costume, swaggered about the place in a most offensive manner, and quite assumed the demeanor of a despot, much to the amusement of Justinian, who chuckled grimly as he saw the blind confidence of the Greek. However, it was the calm before the storm, and everything went along smoothly enough, save for an occasional outbreak between Morris and the Count about Helena, who was a veritable apple of discord between these fiery young men. Helena herself disliked Calliphrones intensely, as she was only too well aware of the mean, petty soul contained in that splendid body, and his outward beauty had no effect upon her, knowing as she did what a truly despicable wretch the man was. His admiration for her was purely a sensual one, for he knew nothing about true, pure love, and all he wanted was to have this lovely woman to himself, to be his mistress and slave. Doubtless this was the same animal passion as was cherished by Paris, son of Priam, for that other Helen, whose beauty could scarcely have been greater than that of her namesake of Melnos. And Calliphrones, as his Trojan prototype, was inspired by no purer deity than Venus Pandemos. When the Count paid her compliments, Helena shuddered, so instinctively did her virginal soul feel the impurity of this persistent suitor, and treated him with marked coldness, much to the anger of Calliphrones, who complained bitterly to Justinian of the scorn with which his advances were met. "My good Andros," said Justinian one day, when he had been inveighing against the caprices of women, "why do you come to me for assistance? If that handsome face, that fine figure, that smooth tongue, cannot win the affections of a woman, nothing else will." "I believe she likes that Englishman," muttered the Greek, in no wise pleased at the ironical tone of the Demarch. "I am not responsible for her likes and dislikes," retorted Justinian coldly, although he heard this remark with much inward satisfaction. "However, you have my promise. And you will keep it. Only on condition that you keep me informed of the schemes of Alcibiades." "Oh, I will do that. I will do anything to win Helena, but if you deceive me, it will be the worst day's work you ever 999. "There is no necessity to threaten without cause," replied Justinian, bridling his anger at the insolence of the Count. "You will have both Helena and Melnos, but before announcing this publicly, I wish to wait until after the Dionysia." "Very well," answered Calliphrones, turning on his heel. "A week or so will make no difference to me. But when I am publicly acknowledged as your son-in-law and successor, the first thing I will do will be to turn Crispin and this insolent Englishman out of the island." 247 Well, see about that," said Justinian with great indifference. "Wait till after the Dionysia." After this conversation, Calliphrones went away perfectly satisfied that everything was going in his favor, which was extremely foolish, as he might have guessed something was wrong from the unnatural calmness of Justinian. Formerly, the old Demarch had been given to outbursts of fiery wrath when his will was crossed, however slightly. But now he bore the insolence of the Greeks so quietly that a less astute man than Calliphrones would have been placed on his guard by this unusual suavity. The Count, however, blinded by his good fortune, rushed madly forward, unseeing the abyss yawning before him, and deemed that the self-restraint of his proposed father-in-law arose from the feebleness of age. If he could have seen the passion of Justinian when he was once more alone, he would have changed his mind. But this he was unaware of, and his self-conceit and egotistical blindness kept him in perfect ignorance of the approaching storm. It was with great satisfaction that Justinian saw the great admiration Maurice Roylans had for Helena, and with still greater, when he noticed that his daughter was disposed to look favorably on the suit of the handsome young Englishman. Helena, indeed, in spite of her real simplicity, was a born reader of character, which happy trait she inherited from her father, as she inherited the fair beauty of her Greek mother. And the more she saw of Maurice, the more she loved him for his kindly heart, his honorable nature, and the delicacy with which he treated her. Calliphrones, confident in his manly beauty, paid his addresses with the air of a conqueror, a mode of wooing which no woman likes, and Helena least of all, as it fired her proud soul with indignation. And when she saw how deferential was Maurice in his courting, she naturally enough preferred the diffident Englishman to the overconfident Greek. True daughter of Eve, however, she was, for, in spite of her dislike to Calliphrones, she could not resist at times the temptation of speaking kindly to him, in order to arouse the jealousy of Maurice. In this she was quite successful, and though Roylans could not but deem her wise to lull Calliphrones into a false security at the present crisis, still he was madly jealous of every look she bestowed on the Greek, and the two suitors were always on terms of ill-concealed enmity with one another. Of course, Helena was quite ignorant of all her father's 248 plans, and merely treated Calliphrones with unexpected kindness out of pure coquetry, being quite delighted when she saw how such caprice annoyed the man she truly loved. A woman may worship a man and look upon him as the sole object of her adoration, yet even the wisest, the purest, the kindest woman cannot help teasing her god a little, out of sheer capriciousness. It is playing with fire, certainly, and many women burn their fingers at this perilous game of I love you tomorrow. Yet they will indulge in such coquettish triflings, either to make the man they love value them the more, or out of pure malicious desire to see his anger. Women instinctively know that what is won with difficulty is more valued than that which is gained with ease. And besides, it flatters a man into thinking he is superior to his fellow creatures in fascinations, when he secures an affection which has fluttered doubtfully here and there, before centering finally in his precious self. Think you Cleopatra would have kept Antony so long her slave, had she not stimulated his love occasionally by giving him cause for jealousy? By no means. Octavia was humble, faithful, true, and loving, so Marcus Antonius grew weary of such domestic virtues, and turned to Cleopatra, who kept him in a constant state of alarm lest her fickle nature should choose another lover. Helena knew nothing of Cleopatra's wiles, but she instinctively knew that the way to win a man is to place a prize almost, but not quite within his reach. So she flirted with Calliphrones, and would have flirted with Crispin had he given her a chance, yet cared more for Morris, whom she thus tortured, than for all the rest put together. Today she was on her best behavior, however, and was seated with Morris in the court, weaving a coronal of flowers for her adornment at dinner. Helena was fond of wreaths, and rarely made her appearance at any meal without a chaplet of roses, or ivy and violets, or delicate white lilies adorning her golden tresses. Crispin was in his room, engaged in writing his drama. Calliphrones was holding the above-mentioned conversation with Justinian, and the two young people sat lazily in the sunshine, Morris smoking cigarettes, and Helena weaving her wreath with myrtle and roses and sweet-smelling violets. The sun shone brightly on the white marble court, with its treasures of many-colored blossoms. The fountain flashed like fire in the lustrous light, and the white pigeons whirling 249 aloft in the cloudless brilliance of the sky, at times settled down on the roof in milky lines with gentle cooings. Helena, with her hands buried in flowers and many-colored ribbons, was humming a quaint little song of the madrigal type, set to a simple, sweet melody, which rendered it very charming. Chloe, take you rose and myrtle. Weave them in a dainty fashion. Deck with such your rustic kirtle. They are type of Colin's passion. For with roses do I woo thee. Sue thee, woo thee, woo thee, sue thee. Hey, pretty maiden, I come a-courting. Join me, I pray, in such merry, merry sporting. With a fallalala, pretty maiden. Colin, take you pansies only. From your dream of love awaken. Deck with such your cottage lonely. They are type of love forsaken. For with pansies do I flout thee. Doubt thee, flout thee, doubt thee. Hey, jolly shepherd, come not a-courting. Join will I not in such silly, silly sporting. With a fallalala, jolly shepherd. Where did you learn that pretty song? Asked Morris, whom the air struck as familiar. My father taught it to me, replied Helena, putting her head on one side to observe the effect of a newly added rose. Is it not dainty? Ribbons and silks and flowers and pipings, quite unlike the real shepherds and shepherdesses of Melnose, but deliciously delicate for all that. I wonder where your father picked it up. Oh, father knows plenty of old tunes, and I am so fond of them. Why do you ask? Because, curiously enough, that song was written by a Carolean ancestor of mine, and I cannot think how Justinian came to know it. It is strange, certainly, said Helena thoughtfully. Helena, who is your father? Asked Morris impulsively. Demarque of Melnose. Yes, I know that, but what is his English name? That I cannot tell you, replied Helena, shaking her pretty head. I know nothing beyond that he is Justinian, that I am his daughter, and that this is our island. 250, it's like the Tempest, is it not? You are Miranda, Justinian Prospero, and I. And you? Queried Helena with a slight blush. Cannot you guess? Asked Morris significantly. The girl laughed and looked down at her flowers. I suppose Ferdinand. Oh, you know the Tempest, said the young man with some surprise. I know all Shakespeare's plays. Do you think I am so very ignorant? I think you are very delightful. Morris, I thought English gentlemen did not pay compliments. I am the exception that proves the rule, he replied audaciously. However, I might have guessed Justinian would have an odd volume of Shakespeare about with him. The Englishman believes in the Bible and Shakespeare, the Englishwoman in the Bible and Burke. Who is Burke? The man that wrote the English peerage. What is a peerage? You have read Shakespeare and do not know what a peerage is. Helena, I am ashamed of you. If you talk like that, Morris, I will certainly not give you this rose. Then I won't talk like that, so give me the rose. Not yet, you must win it first. Helena, you are as hard-hearted as the Chloe of your song. Am I, but if I don't give pansies? Helena. He made a sudden movement towards her of ill-suppressed eagerness, whereupon she, having betrayed herself more than she wished to do, feigned anger to escape from the declaration which she saw was trembling on his lips. Why she did this, it was hard to say, as she loved Morris very much, and longed to hear him tell of his passion, yet she nipped his declaration in the bud. Why, ask a woman to solve the mystery, for it is beyond the power of any man to unravel. See, she said playfully, you have upset all my flowers, pick them up at once. The obedient Morris went down on his knees before this pretty tyrant, and began to collect the flowers. The position 251 was worse than the words, so Helena, seeing the danger, hastily began to talk of the first thing that came into her head. Talking about the tempest who is Andros. Ariel for looks, Caliban for wickedness. And Crispin. Crispin is Gonzalo, the honest old counselor. Helena made a pretty grimace, and ordered Morris back to his chair, which was at a safe distance, and did not admit of any embarrassing endearments. Miranda was very fond of Ariel, wasn't she? Yes, I suppose so, but she hated Caliban. Do you like Caliban? Well, I like Ariel. Then what about Ariel Caliban Califronas? Asked Morris, vexed at her fencing. I can't bear him, and yet, continued Helena reflectively, with a certain spice of malice, there is something nice about him. You can't bear him, and yet there is something nice about him, echoed Morris bitterly. I don't understand you. I don't understand myself. Can I explain you? Asked Roylance eagerly, drawing his chair a little nearer. Helena hesitated, blushed, then made a very irrelevant remark. Tell me about Roylance. Morris very nearly uttered a bad word. He was so angered at her coquetry, but, thinking the best way to pique her was to meet her with the same weapons as she used, at once acceded to her request, much to her secret dismay. Stupid, thought the lady. Flirt, thought the gentleman. Decidedly, these two young people were at cross-purposes. Roylance, said Morris, pushing back his chair into its former place, is a large park formerly owned by one of the Plantagenet kings. What is a Plantagenet king? I shall have to give you a book of Mangnall's questions to learn, said Roylance in despair. Plantagenesta is the Latin name for broom. Do you know what broom is? Yes, the mountains are sometimes quite yellow with it. Father told me it was called broom. 252 Well, some of the English kings used to wear it in their helmets as a badge, so that is how they got the name of Plantagenet. You are quite a dictionary. I am glad to be so when my pages are turned by so fair a hand. This answer nonplussed Helena, and for once she was fain to hold her peace. The park, resumed Morris, observing this with inward satisfaction, was given to one of my ancestors by the then sovereign of England, and has been in our family ever since. Is it a pretty place? Well, it has not the exquisite beauty of Melnose, but it is very lovely in my eyes. Is the house like this? No, quite different. Such magnificence would not do for a poor country gentleman like myself. It is an old Tudor house, built in the reign of Henry VIII. I know Henry VIII, said Helena vivaciously. Shakespeare, I suppose. What a charming way of learning history. Yes, Royland's Grange is a Henry VIII house of red brick and is covered with ivy. Green lawns with flower beds are before the terrace, and the whole is encircled by the park. How lovely it must be, Morris. And is it all your own? Yes, at least, it is unless my Uncle Rudolph turns up. Your Uncle Rudolph's? Oh, that is our one family romance. Rudolph Roylands was my father's elder brother, and they were both in love with my mother. She favored my father, Austin, and the brothers had a quarrel which ended in blows. Austin got the worst of it, and Rudolph, thinking he had killed him, fled. Since then, nothing has been heard of him, and that is quite 40 years ago. But how does this affect your owning the Grange? Because I am only the second branch. Uncle Rudolph was the heir to the Grange, not my father, so if he turns up alive or if he has left heirs, I will have to give up all my property to them. Would you mind very much? Asked Helena in a pitying manner. Not at all. I would have once, but now I have a chance of staying in this delightful island. I don't think it would be such a great loss after all. Morris had hardly said these words when he heard a grunt of satisfaction behind him, and on turning his head saw Justinian standing beside him, in company with Califronas. So you don't mind if you lose your English property, said the Demarch in a peculiar tone. No, not when I can stay here. Did you hear the story I was telling to Helena? Some of it. Do you think your Uncle Rudolph is alive? Hardly, after 40 years. What is 40 years to a long-living race like the Roylands? How do you know we are long-living? Why, you told me so yourself, said Justinian hastily. But after all, your uncle may be alive and claim the property, in which case you will be penniless. Oh then, I shall stay here as sculptor to your public works. The old man laughed approvingly and nodded his head. I will be glad of that. None of my Greeks can sculpture. It is a lost art with the Hellenes since the days of Praxiteles. I will make a statue of Helena here, as Venus Urania. Better as Chloris, remarked Califronas with a forced smile, coming forward. Chloris, the goddess of flowers. For that charming suggestion, cried Helena, rising to her feet, I will give you a rose, Andros. I will treasure it as my life, he replied in a low, passionate voice, as she fastened the flower in his embroidered jacket. What about my rose? Helena asked Morris, who viewed this proceeding with silent rage. Here is one for you, answered Helena quickly. Both roses are red, so you can't complain I don't treat you fairly. Perhaps you had better make the roses white, in order to mean silence, said Califronas, pale with anger as he saw Morris receive a flower. The red rose means love, you know. Sisterly love, retorted Helena, looking at him with an undeniable frown. Califronas, with a sudden outburst of rage, tore the flower from his breast, flung it on the pavement, and walked out of the court without a word. Helena in astonishment turned 254 to Morris, only to find that he also had vanished, but with more self-restraint than the Greek, had taken his rose with him. Only Justinian was left, and he, looking sadly at his daughter, placed his hand reproachfully on her shoulder. My child, he said reprovingly, do not make ill blood between these two men by your woman's wiles. 8 flung the apple of discord on the table of the gods, but it would have done no harm but for woman's jealousy. Your name is Helena. You are, I doubt not, as fair as she of Troy, so beware lest your beauty be as fatal to Melnos as it was to Ilium. Chapter 23, Bacchanalia. Clash of cymbals, beat of drum. O'er the mountain peaks we come. Far from parched Hindustan. To these laughing realms of Pan. Nymphs and satyrs reel about. Frenzied in the frenzied rout. Crowned with ivy, fir and vine. Leading on the god of wine. Far and near and far. Flock ye to his conquering car. Lo, he comes in merry mood. O'er the hills and thro' the wood, while the startled dryads see from their trees our revelry, as we shout so loud and free. Iobax evoth. We celebrate the fate of St. Dionysius today, said Justinian, as they stood in the early morning on the platform of the Acropolis, awaiting the arrival of the Bacchanalian band from below. St. Dionysius, repeated Morris with emphasis. I thought the gentleman of that name was an Olympian. He was, interposed Crispin before Justinian could speak. But have you forgotten Heine's account of how the heathen divinities were transformed into medieval saints? St. Dionysius is our old friend Bacchus in a new guise. Athena has given place to the Virgin Marythe Panagia, as they call her in Attica. Zeus is still the supreme being, with awful locks and thunderbolt, while Apollo the 255 far darter masquerades in classical adolescence as St. Sebastian. And Venus, Mr. Professor? Asked Helena with a gay smile. Venus, answered Crispin, with a profound bow, still lives in the gene seas as Helena of Melnose. What a charming compliment, cried the girl, who, in her plain white chiton, purple-edged peplum and silver-banded hair, looked indeed like Aphrodite incarnate. What about Andros here? Hermes! Calliphrones, poising himself lightly on the verge of the staircase, certainly was the herald of Olympus, the divinized athlete, the more so, as, instead of his voluminous fustanella, he wore a simple tunic of fine white wool, which displayed his fine figure to the greatest advantage. His curls, yellow as those of Achilles, a true Achaean color, were bare, as he never wore a head covering unless forced to do so, and thus, stripped of all artificial aids to beauty, he looked the incarnation of Hellenism, the genius of Greece, ever fair and blooming in eternal adolescence. Even Justinian was struck with the manly grace and perfect vitality of the young man, yet after an admiring glance at this physical perfection, turned to Morris and quoted a line of Homer. Faultlessly fair bodies are not always the temples of a godlike soul. It is curious you should say that, sir, observed Morris, for my old tutor, Mr. Carriston, said the same thing about the same man. Carriston, echoed Justinian hoarsely. The Rev. Stephen Carriston, rector of Roylands, replied Morris, amazed at this emotion. Did you know him? Know him, said the Demarque with a forced smile. No, I have been absent from England these many years. Rector of Roylands. He muttered in an undertone, strange, strange. What is strange? Asked Roylands curiously. Nothing, nothing, answered Justinian, turning away with a frown. I was thinking of something which you would not understand. But here come our Bacchanalians, Morris. Now you will see a glimpse of ancient Hellas. Morris pondered over the strange emotion of Justinian, which he found himself quite unable to explain, and, coming 256, to the conclusion that the Demarque must have met someone of the same name under unpleasant circumstances, he dismissed the subject from his mind as trivial, and concentrated his attention on the rapidly approaching procession. Justinian had closely followed the old lines of the Dionysian ceremonies, saving that he expurgated all the coarser elements of drinking and debauchery, and during the whole 3 days' festival, modeled on the ancient feasts of Hellas, Morris did not espy one offensive thing, which could bring a blush to the cheek of modesty. Indeed, Helena and all the women of the island were present, so their mingling in the ceremonies would alone have prevented any coarseness, even without the stern interdiction of the Demarque, for the Greeks have a great sense of delicacy, being especially careful not to offend the delicacy of women in any way whatsoever. This modern bacchanalia, then, represented the antique solemnity, as it was in the earlier Attic days, before later worshippers defiled the rites of the god with their vile orgies. It was a perfect day, but as there had been a slight rainfall in the morning, in the east loomed a somber cloud, which, however, foreboded nothing, as across its darkness, like a many-hued scarf, was flung a splendid rainbow. Helena caught sight of this first and clapped her hands merrily. "Oh, father, see how red is the rainbow. That is a good sign for the vintage." "How so?" asked Roylands, somewhat puzzled at this iris prophecy. "It is an old Greek superstition," answered Justinian, smiling at his daughter's glee. "If red prevails in the rainbow, there will be plenty of grapes. If yellow, a fine harvest. And when green, it will be a year for olives. This one is reddish, as you see, so our bacchanalia will turn out successfully." In front of the procession marched the musicians, men playing on pipes, flutes, drums, and goatskin sabonas, a kind of bagpipe, while beside them danced young ivy-crowned girls, clashing cymbals together. All the men were dressed in their dancing costumes, similar to that of Califrona's, save that all the colors of the rainbow were represented, though the women, still in their loose white chitons, neutralized to some extent the vivid tints of the male dresses. Behind the musicians came lads garlanded with wreaths of 257 intermingled violets and ivy bearing theacy. Afterwards a number of maidens, with vine-leaf decorated amphoras of wine, baskets of figs, and bunches of grapes. A goat, with a child on its back, was led by two elderly women waving pine branches. Then came the elders of the village, in white robes with tall linen mitres, followed by a joyous band of young men, profusely bedecked with flowers, who capered round a sedate ass, on which rode the wit of the village, representing Silenus. An empty chariot, drawn by goats as a substitute for panthers, then appeared, and in this was to be installed the count, who undertook the role of Bacchus. The procession finally closed with the 10 sailors walking two abreast, their stiff march contrasting strangely with the acrobatic dancing and careless grace of their fellow revelers. Arriving at the foot of the steps, the chief elder made a speech in sonorous Greek, in which he invited Justinian and his friends to come down to the village festival and bring good fortune to the vintage. Justinian graciously accepted the invitation, and in company with his guests, placed himself in the rear of the procession, while Califronas, who had been crowned with vine leaves, arrayed in a leopard's skin, and bearing a pinecone-tipped scepter, sprang into his chariot with a laughing glance, as the revelers saluted him evoha back. Back to the head of the grand staircase returned the procession, with its wild music and merry dancers, while the god, lightly brandishing his scepter, looked benignly on his motley crew. Some had fawn skins, all were crowned, and before the procession ran children strewing the road with flowers, while the company sang songs in praise of St. Dionysius, whom Califronas was supposed to represent, rather than the genuine son of Semele. Silenus, by his drunken gestures and difficulty in keeping his seat, evoked roars of laughter and was quite the hero of the hour. "I never did see sich tomfoolery," growled Gert, who was enjoying himself hugely. "This Bacchus is all tommy rot. Like a Lord Mayor's show it is." "Oh, it's a great spree," said Dick cheerfully, who was Gert's companion in the march. "Ain't these girls like the ballet at the Alhambra?" "Never was there," growled Gert, who, when not absent from England, generally remained in the neighborhood of the docks. "But I am blessed if I ever did hear sich music, with their hi-ho Bacchus." "Who's Bacchus?" 258. The god of wine. "I wish he was the god of rum," said the old toper, "for this air sour stuff as give us is enough to give us all cold in our insides. Lor, what music, let's give him a shanty." "The skippers might not like it," objected Dick anxiously. "Oh, they don't mind. I ain't going to let these coves have it all their own way." Whereupon Gert, in a raucous voice, struck up Rule Britannia, much to the amusement of Justinian. His messmates joined in the chorus, and though the wild orgiastic music still continued, it was almost drowned in the lusty chorus of Britons never shall be slaves, roared out by 10 pairs of lusty lungs. The chariot of the god had perforce to be left at the head of the staircase, and Califronas, descending, led the way down to the valley, followed by all his barbaric crew. Shrill sounded the pipes, loud clashed the cymbals, and the bright sunshine shone on as merry a company of wine-worshippers as ever it did in the Athens of Shylus. The vineyards of Melnos were planted on the sides of the mountain, where they rose terrace by terrace nearly up to the dark pine woods, which divided the vegetation from the snow with a broad green band. A winepress was placed in nearly every one of these vineyards, but the place where the ceremonies were to take place lay near to the theater, and was a particularly large enclosure, filled with long straggling vines, in the center of which a huge whitewashed tank, piled with purple grapes, stood ready to be tramped out to the lower tank into which the juice flowed. Justinian and his guests were conducted to a kind of raised dais, on which were placed seats tastefully wreathed with flowers, the most elaborate of all being reserved for Califronas, who, as the presiding deity of the feast, ranked for the day higher than the lord of the island. The scene was singularly picturesque. Far above, piercing the blue sky, arose the snowy peaks, lower down the pine forests, then fields of yellow corn divided by belts of gray olive trees and grape-laden vineyards, while the near slopes near the scene of the festival were covered with red-berried mastic bushes, delicate white cyclamens, rose-blossomed oleanders, pomegranate trees, and beds of strong-glissented thyme, filling the still warm air with aromatic odors. Amid all this beauty were the bacchanalians with their many-colored garbs, the whiteness of the women's dresses predominating, and the whole laughing throng swaying, leaping, whirling, bounding, 259 gyrating to the wild music, shrill and plaintive as the wind, of their rude instruments. In such a vineyard might Dionysius appear to some modern Hylas, and command him to kindle anew, with the breath of genius, the fire of the ancient goat song, with its solemn splendors, gigantic scenes, and majestic figures of god, goddess, and hero. As a rule, the vintage of the insular Greeks begins early in August. But this year, for some unexplained reason, the grapes had ripened slowly. Hence the Melnosians feared a bad year of the vine, and were much delighted to find that it was one of the most prolific ever known, a fact which was further confirmed in their eyes by the prophetic red of the rainbow. Papa Athanasius, the priest of the island, arrayed in the gorgeous sacerdotal vestments of his church, now came forward, surrounded by a number of acolytes, bearing censers and sacred icons, in order to pronounce a blessing on the firstfruits of the vine year. The ceremony did not last long, and at its conclusion the Papa retired, while, amid cries of rejoicing and noisy music, a dozen men with bare feet sprang into the vat and began to tread the grapes. Their white tunics and naked feet were soon stained red with the juice of the vine, which shortly afterwards began to gush freely into the lower vat, amid the songs of the onlookers. Soon afterwards cups of last year's wine were passed round to all present, and though the Greeks as a rule are a very temperate people, yet the thin, sour liquor speedily rendered them slightly intoxicated, and the singing became more vociferous than ever. "I hope they will give us some national dances," said Morris to Helena, who sat beside him, who looked lovely as the Queen of Love herself. "Indeed they will," she answered vivaciously. "You will see the Ciotos, which has a good deal of the Pyrrhic dance in its steps, the Malaritis, in which Zoe, Andros, Crispin, and myself will take part. Then there is the dancing on the slippery wineskin, which is very amusing. See, this is the Ciotos." A party of young men in their tight-fitting white dancing costumes now came forward, saluted Califronas as the master of the revels, and, placing their arms round one another's necks, began to sway slowly backward and forward, with a kind of mazurka step, to the inspiriting music of tabor and pipe. These evolutions increased in rapidity, and 260 were interspersed with wild acrobatic boundings by single dancers, until Morris became quite giddy watching their whirlings. Afterwards the women, linked together with handkerchiefs, in order to make the line more flexible, danced gracefully to a slow melody, with frequent genuflections of the body and bendings of the head. "Greek dances are rather monotonous, I am afraid," said Roylans, who found this incessant swaying a trifle wearisome. "Why don't the men and women dance with one another?" "They do sometimes, as in the Malaritis," replied Helena, rising from her seat. "We will dance it now, and I think you will like it better than the Ciotos." It was a graceful dance, and the music was more melodious. First, the four people danced together, then separately, and finally Crispin and Califronas indulged in wild saltatory leapings, while Helena and Zoe stood still, swaying from side to side like notch dancers. "I think a waltz would be jollier than that," said Morris, when she returned to her seat. "A waltz, what is that?" asked Helena innocently. "I will show you some time during the day, that is, if we can get anyone to play us the music." "Oh, Andronico, that old man with the violin, can pick up anything by ear. But see, we are now going to have some singing." A handsome young fellow stepped forward, escorted by a number of women, who joined in the chorus of the song, which was in praise of Dionysius and the vineyards. Morris, owing to the skillful tuition of Helena, now knew enough Greek to understand the words, which, irregularly translated, were as follows. Solo. Oh my love, we went to the vineyards. And there beheld bunches of purple wine fruit, full of the milk of earth our mother. Women's. Wine like thee is my heart glutener. Solo. Throw the vine leaves peeped St. Dionysius, who laughed when he heard the sound of our kisses. 261. These are not mad with wine. So cried St. Dionysius. Not with wine are they mad, but with love and kisses. Women's. Wine like thee is my heart glutener. There were about 20 verses of this delectable song, interlarded at times with the rude music of the sabona. Morris grew tired of this dreariness, and went off, in company with Helena, to where the feasting was going on. Tables were spread out in the open air with cheeses, bread, honey, goat's flesh, piles of grapes, and other rustic dainties, to which the hungry revelers were doing full justice. Some of them were dancing the smyriote, others singing interminable songs. But Roylands by this time had quite enough of Greek dance and song, so asked Helena to show him the hot springs, which were near at hand. They were at the base of a little cliff, volcanic in character, with curiously twisted streaks of red, green, and black lava, which presented a bizarre appearance. The water, owing to the presence of oxide of iron, was of a yellow tint and boiling hot, while occasional puffs of steam rising skyward veiled the variegated tints of the rock behind, so that it looked strangely weird and horrible. I wonder you are not afraid to live here, Helena, said the Englishman, going down on his knees to examine these gene geysers. I don't believe this crater is an extinct one. It has been quiet enough for over 1,000 years, replied the girl carelessly, so I don't see why it should break out now. If it did, the loss of life would be terrible. Oh, don't, Morris. The idea is too frightful. Why, not one of us would escape alive, and then good be to father's idea of a new Athens. Your new Athens has other things to fear besides volcanoes. What do you mean? That if Calliphrones is appointed your father's heir, it were better for this crater to become full of seething lava once more, than the hotbed of scoundrels such as that scamp will surely make it. I don't think you need be afraid of that, replied Helena, with great scorn. Andros is not likely to rule Melnose. 262. You don't like him. I hate him. And why? He is very handsome. Do you think I am a woman likely to be taken with mere good looks in a man? She answered, with an angry light in her eyes. I thought you knew me better than that, Morris. Forgive me, Helena, but indeed I am glad you do not like Calliphrones. Helena knew the reason of this pointed remark, and looking down with a blush, was about to reply, when the man they were talking about came quickly along the narrow path, with a savage scowl on his handsome face. Helena, your father is asking for you, he said abruptly. Oh, I will go at once, replied the girl lightly, in order to conceal her confusion, and rapidly left the spot, where Calliphrones still remained looking angrily at Morris. The Englishman saw that the Count was in a terrible rage, and ready to overwhelm him with invective, but nevertheless was not sorry to come to a complete understanding with this treacherous scamp, who had no regard for truth, honor, or daring. Calliphrones was a thorough bully by nature, and having succeeded in browbeating his own countrymen by arrogance, thought he would try the same plan with Morris, quite unaware that the seemingly easygoing young man was made of sterner stuff than yielding Hellenes, and would hold his own against all odds with true British doggedness. Well, Bacchus, said Morris, trying to pass the matter off lightly at first, why have you deserted your revelers? To punish a scoundrel, burst out the furious Greek, stamping his foot. Morris looked around serenely, and then, sitting down on a block of black lava, streaked with sulfur, began to roll a cigarette, which innocent proceeding irritated Califronas beyond all powers of self-control. "Do you hear me?" he cried, mad with rage. "I came here to punish a scoundrel." In a quarrel, the victory is generally to him who keeps his temper, as Morris knew very well. So, in this case, the more enraged grew the Greek, the calmer became the Englishman. "So I see," he replied phlegmatically, "but as I see no scoundrel here but yourself, I hardly understand you." 263 Understand this. Mr. Morris, you are the scoundrel. "Really," said Roylans, lighting his cigarette with provoking coolness, "and your reason for applying such a name to me?" "You make love to the lady who is to be my wife." "I was not aware your offer of marriage had been accepted." "I have her father's consent." "True, but you have not the lady's consent." "Bah, what of that? Women and dogs are born to obey." "My dear Count Constantine Califronas," said Morris deliberately, "you have called me a scoundrel, for which epithet, coming from a despicable wretch like yourself, I care nothing. But if you dare to speak disrespectfully of Miss Helena, I will certainly throw you into that boiling spring over there." The Greek was young, strong, and athletic, and could doubtless have held his own against the Englishman to a considerable extent, although he would have been beaten in the end, owing to his ignorance of boxing, an art in which Morris excelled. But so craven was his soul that he did not dare to resent this calmly insulting speech, but merely stood his ground, quivering with fury. "Va," he hissed through his clenched teeth, and shaking 5 fingers at Morris, which is about the strongest imprecation a Greek can use. "I will be even with you, pig, English as you are." "I see you want pitching into that stream," replied Morris, rising. "You dare to apply such another epithet to me, and as sure as I stand here, in you go." Califronas trembled with mingled fear and rage, for he had seen the man before him box with Bosun Dick, and knew he had but small chance against such pugilistic science. He was as careful of his beauty as a lady, and dreaded lest some sledgehammer blow should mar his perfect features, therefore he deemed it wise to restrain his temper, and laughed derisively. "Bah, today for you, tomorrow for me," he said jeeringly. "You cannot hold yourself against the future ruler of Melnos. I will have the island and Helena, you will have nothing." "Don't be too sure of that, Califronas. I don't want Melnos, but I certainly do want Helena, and shall certainly refuse to give her up without a struggle." 264 Try, sneered the Greek, snapping his fingers under Royland's nose. "Try." Hitherto Morris had kept his temper well under control, but this last insult was too much, so, lifting up the light frame of the Greek in his athletic grasp, in spite of his struggles, he calmly sent him splash into the nearest pool, which was fortunately but tepid in character, otherwise the Count might have run a chance of being parboiled. "Next time you dare to use your vile tongue on me, I will sling you down the grand staircase," said Morris quietly. Then, without waiting to hear the bad language of his enemy, calmly strolled away towards the scene of the festival, smoking with great enjoyment. Califronas, considerably cowed, crawled out of the pool, looking like a drowned rat, and few would have recognized in this despicable object the daring, handsome Hermes of the morning. Had he possessed a knife, he would certainly have pursued Morris and done his best to kill him, but being without a weapon, he had a wholesome dread of the Englishman's fists, so, swallowing his rage for the time being, went off in search of dry garments. As Morris approached the vineyard, he heard shouts of laughter, and found it was owing to the latest amusement, that of dancing on the slippery surface of a skin of wine, a pastime as old as the days of the Dionysia itself. Many skillful dancers fell off, and it was long before anyone succeeded in carrying off the prize, which was the skin of wine itself. But ultimately it fell to the lot of the handsome young Palikar who had sung the song about St. Dionysius. Helena looked apprehensively at him when he appeared, as she was afraid there had been a quarrel between her 2 suitors. But Morris calmed her fears by a smile, and together they watched a sailor's hornpipe danced by Dick to the music supplied by old Andronico, who had picked up the air from Gert's whistling. Justinian was in ecstasies over the dance, and made Dick sing some seasongs, which, with the rude but tuneful chorus of his messmates, made the old man's eyes flash with patriotic fire. I am only Greek on the surface, you see, he said to Crispin with a somewhat sad smile, but my heart is English still. Hearts of oak, replied Crispin gaily. After all, there is no place like England, for you see Melnose, with all 265 its tropical loveliness, is still unsatisfying when memories of Whitecliffed Albion awaken in your heart. Bravo, Crispin, cried Morris, who had heard the speech. You are a true patriot and must confirm your views by singing Home, Sweet Home. Crispin, nothing loath, did so, and the Greeks, attracted by the beautiful air, crowded round to listen. The darkness was falling fast, for the long day was nearly at an end, and through the still night sounded the liquid notes of a cock-nightingale calling to his mate, but higher than the voice of the bird arose that tender old melody, which brings tears to the eyes of those absent from their own fireside. Justinian, leaning his white head on his hand, listened intently, and when the song was ended, Morris could have sworn in the dim light that a sudden tear flashed like a jewel down his withered cheek. It was extraordinary to see this man of iron, astute, keen ruler as he was, so touched by the simple little song, which he had heard perchance at his mother's knee. And from that moment Morris always believed in Justinian, whom he was certain must have a good heart, when so affected by that pleading air. Torches were now brought, the wild music burst out anew, and the revellers prepared to escort their demarque back to the Acropolis. Calliphrones, apparently as merry as ever, made his appearance in new clothes, and resumed his scepter and vine-leaf crown. Along the street danced the procession, with clash of cymbal and throb of drum, torches flaring in the windless air on the excited faces of their bearers, and it was like a confused dream, with the flash of white robes, the tossing red lights, the barbaric pomp, and the swaying, restless, dancing crowd. At the foot of the grand staircase, Morris burst out laughing. "What is the matter?" asked Crispin, who walked near him. "I am thinking of Calliphrones, whom I flung into one of the hot springs." "The deuce you did. It's a pity he was not drowned." "He is not born to be drowned," retorted Roylance sardonically. "He is born to be hanged." At the Acropolis the Bacchanalians left them, and they saw the long procession stream like a serpent of light along the road, down the staircase, with glimmer of white robes and distant sounds of mirth. A last flash of innumerable torches, a last burst of frenzied mirth, then darkness and quiete Dionysia was ended. Chapter 24, Thespian. The silvery smoothness of sweet Sophocles. The rolling thunder of Shelleyan verse. The subtle twistings of Euripides. To prove the better, reason by the worse. Such poets gain the light Athenians' praise. By daring dealings with the universe. And yearly won the envied crown of bays. But not on Attic shores alone, for we yet know their greatness in these modern days. In alien lands across the stormy sea, where with much painful learning do we dare, in pristine splendor to revive the three, till foiled by antique genius high and rare, we quit the task with unalloyed despair. The theatre of Melnose was crowded the next day to witness the one performance of the year, and the whole semicircle of seats was occupied by a chattering throng, resembling, doubtless, the gossip-loving Athenians of old. All were in gala dresses, the men brilliant in Albanian costumes of fustanelli, embroidered jackets, gaudy gaiters, and vivid red silk sashes, while the women, in accordance with the edict of the demarque, still wore their graceful, antique robes of white. Indeed, the male bird here had the more splendid plumage of the two, but what the female lacked in color, she made up for in grace. The population of Melnose were, indeed, fine specimens of humanity, as, owing to the selective genius of Justinian, none but the physically perfect were admitted to the privileges of the island, and in the case of births, he exercised an almost Spartan rigor. Certainly he departed so far from the laws of Lycurgus as to permit any child born with a blemish to live, but it was sent away from Melnose at the moment of its birth, and provided for elsewhere. In consequence, therefore, of this untiring care in such matters, the Melnosians were all strong, healthy, and beautiful, while their constant outdoor life and congenial occupations kept them in a wonderfully vitalized condition, which was eminently calculated to form a race as physically perfect in form and health as is possible on this earth. 267. I am a great believer in the mens sana in corpore sano theory, said the Demarch to Morris, who sat beside him. The first law of this new Athens is that all the citizens shall be healthy in every way, and the body being thus perfected by degrees, who knows but what the intellect may not ripen the sooner to the first fruits of genius? Is that not rather against the Homeric line you quoted the other day, sir? Observed Morris thoughtfully. I mean as regarding Calliphrones, he is physically perfect, thoroughly healthful, and yet you can hardly call him intellectual. Andros, said Justinian emphatically, is not a true Greek, but a mongrel from the island of that name, where I found him a shepherd lad. I have no faith in mixed races, as their genius, if they have any, is apt to be confusing. We English are essentially a mixed race, therefore our literature, although marked by great versatility, lacks that dominant note which denotes the special characteristic of a pure-blooded race. Look at the Jew and the Hellene, which are perhaps the sole examples of unmixed blood we have, at least in the West, and you will see that their works of genius, however different in outward form, are still instinct with the individuality of their particular race nature. The Psalms of David, the tragedies of the Greek dramatists, could only have been written by men of unmixed blood, steeped in the color of their peculiar branch of the human family. What about Shakespeare? None but a mixed race could have produced an all-comprehensive mind like his, and though you may perhaps think me narrow in desiring the formation of pure-blooded nations, which may be barren of such versatile genius, yet, believe me, Morris, every plant should bear its own natural flowers. Now, my Melnosians have been carefully selected from the most untainted blood of the insular Greeks, who are the real survivors of the old Attic stock. I allow no mixed marriages. I protect them from all outward influence. I encourage them to develop their inherent characteristics of race. So, in all human probability, they, in years to come, will produce a blossom of genius entirely their own. Is that not rather a hothouse-forcing style? Well, yes, but such artificiality is needed in these days of easy communication and cosmopolitan races. The tribes of mankind are not now isolated each from each as in former 268 times, when that very isolation forced them, uninfluenced by contact with alien tribes, to develop their own special race nature in literature, music, and art. Mixed races produce mixed results. Splendid, I own in many cases, but not so severely unique and classic as would be the case with untamed tribes. Did not Disraeli discuss this question in Coningsby? Touching the Semitic race, yes, I think so, but it is so long since I have read the book that I almost forget his line of argument. But we have strayed from our subject, which was physical and not intellectual perfection, and I verily believe that if as much attention were given to the breeding of humanity as is given to the rearing of racehorses, the race of mankind would be much benefited thereby. Justinian had quite a mania regarding this question of race, and Morris would gladly have continued the interesting argument, but the play was shortly about to begin, so he deferred the discussion until a more fitting occasion, and meanwhile examined the theater with careful attention. The stage facing the semicircle was long and narrow, with slender columns on either side supporting the pediment, which, unfortunately, was quite plain, as Justinian's theories had not yet developed aphadias to sculpture the red limestone into godlike forms of hero and deity. A broad flight of steps led downward to the orchestra, which had entrances to the right and left for the convenience of the chorus, while a veritable altar of Dionysius, wreathed with sculptured grapes and nude figures of dancing faun and nymph, taken, doubtless, from some ruined temple, stood on a raised platform fronting the stage, and on it burned a small fire, whereon incense was occasionally flung. Is that not rather pagan? Asked Morris, referring to the altar. Everything herein is ideal, not real, replied the Demarch wisely. When you see the chorus throw incense on the altar, think not that they are sacrificing to the wine god of their ancestors. No, they are all of the Orthodox Church, and obey devoutly the precepts of Papa Athanasius, but I like to carry out the old ceremonies, even to this altar, which means nothing, and is highly characteristic of the antique festival. As Crispin, Helena, and Calliphrones were all actors for the day, the Demarque and Morris sat alone in the center of the semicircle, surrounded by the sailors, who were much puzzled 269 at the strangeness of this stately, open-air theater, so different from the airtight boxes to which they had been accustomed in London. "If it was only an Adelphi melodrama," said Dick, whose inclinations leaned to the bloodthirsty play, "but I suppose it will be something like that squalling they called singing yesterday." "Or a music all," observed Gert, chewing his quid reflectively. "I seed a gal in one of 'em down Wappin Way as guv a song called Tap Me on the Shoulder, Bill. My eyes, but it were a good un, that air." Decidedly, this unique dramatic representation, which many English scholars would have beheld with delight, was quite thrown away on these conservative tars, who preferred melodrama and comic songs to the solemn splendors of ancient tragedy, which was, naturally enough, Greek to them in more senses than one. In accordance with the instructions of Justinian, the poet had composed a play embodying an allegory of the aims of this island colony of Melnos, and, forsaking to a great extent the severe classicism of Shelleyan tragedy, had modeled his drama on the lucifying splendors of Shelley's Hellas. This piece, entitled The Piachenyx, was intended to represent the degradation of Greece under the Turkish yoke, her escape from such bondage, her material civilization, and her subsequent rise to intellectual supremacy, which end the formation of the colony of Melnos was supposed to foster. Crispin had no fear of his allegorical drama not being understood by his audience, for the Greeks are a singularly keen-witted people, and besides, Justinian had so imbued the whole population with his hopes of reviving the ancient glories of the Athenian genius that all present were quite able to comprehend the hidden meaning of the play. The Piachenyx was to occupy the whole morning, and after an interval of 2 hours for rest and refreshment, the satiric pendant to the more solemn piece was to be represented in the afternoon, consisting, in this instance, of a local incident, developed and expanded by Crispin into a wild Aristophanic farce, blending wit with irony, laughter with tears, and stately chorus with clownish play of rustic actors. Crispin, moreover, was not only author, actor, and stage manager, but also an accomplished musician, therefore had made use of his Western training in this respect, to get together an orchestra, and, with the aid of Andronico, had 270 adapted the plaintive music of the Hellenic folk songs to his choruses. The quick-eared Greeks speedily picked up the airs, many of which they already knew, and thus the drama followed closely in the footsteps of its Athenian prototype, and the wild, rude music, sounding at intervals between the long speeches of the principal characters, prevented the monotony which otherwise would have certainly prevailed. With violin, flute, pipe, drum, cymbals, and sabona, the musicians therefore took their places unseen by the audience, for Crispin, adopting Wagner's theory, did not want the attention of his audience distracted in any way by the presence of the orchestra between stage and auditorium. The back of the stage represented a smooth, white marble wall, fronted by a range of Corinthian pillars wreathed with milky blossoms, and in the center, great folding doors ready to be flung open when required by the exigencies of the play. Against this absolutely colorless background moved the brilliant figures of the performers in measured fashion, with stately gestures, as moved those serene, side-faced figures on the marble urn dreamed of by Keats. The clear light of the sun burned on the great half-circle of eager faces with steady effulgence, and left in delicate shadow that wide white stage, whereon was to be enacted a drama such as we in England, lacking all things necessary to such colossal majesty, can never hope to see. All being read, the curtain arose, or rather fell, for Crispin, with strict fidelity to Athenian usages, had adopted this curious mode of withdrawing the veil between audience and performers. The stage is empty, but a wild chant sounds in the distance, and a long train of Moslems, headed by their sultan, sweeps in, bearing with them Hellas, a captive in her own land to the barbaric power. Helena, draped in black and manacled with chains, represented Hellas, who stands with melancholy mien amid the gaudily dressed chorus of Moslems, listening to their songs of triumph over her downfall. "We have chained you to our chariot," they sing tauntingly, "yet thou needst not look so downcast, for a slave hast thou been before, and a slave thou wilt be hereafter. Thy shrines, thy palaces, thy city walls have fallen, and fallen too art thou. The chorus having ended their exalting strains, the Sultan addresses Hellas, and offers to make her his wife, thus incorporating the ancient land of loveliness with the newly constructed 271 power of the Turk. But Hellas, who is Athena incarnate, scorns his offer to make her an odalisque of the harem. Virgin I was, virgin I am, virgin I remain, says the fallen queen with haughty grace. My body you may chain with iron, but the soul is under the protection of Zeus, the supreme. Therefore will I sit here in desolation rather than partake of the splendors you offer me. Furious with rage, the barbarian smites her, but she, still smiling, repeats constantly, the body is thine, but the soul is mine. So in wrath he leaves her, with a promise that her woes shall never end, and the Moslem chorus follow him from the stage, with triumphant shouts of joy at the success of their arms. Left alone, chained and desolate, amid the ruins of her temples, Hellas bewails her downfall, which contrasts so darkly with her former brilliance in classic times. Crispin afterwards translated the play into blank verse for the benefit of Morris, but the English verse gives but a poor idea of the fire and majesty of the sonorous Greek original. Woe is me, cries the fallen queen. For I am but the sport of jealous gods, who, envious of Athenian gloriousness, have crushed the city of the violet crown beneath the force of overwhelming hordes, thus blotting out my heaven-aspiring sons, who, burning with a new Promethean fire, would fain have scaled God-crowned Olympus high, to match themselves gainst gods in equal strife. Then with the sudden energy of despair, she calls upon the heroes of Salamis, of Thermopylae, of Marathon to aid their mother in the time of need. Alas, no voice answers to her cry of anguish, and overcome with a sense of hopelessness, Hellas, discrowned and chained, sinks weeping on the broken column of her fallen shrine. Now enters the chorus proper of young Greek maidens, dressed in black stoles, to denote the sorrowful condition of their country. They sweep into the orchestra, and having sprinkled the altar with incense, begin to question their fallen queen, as though they were ignorant of the cause of her grief. Chorus. What madness drives thee, queen, to rend thine hair? Hellas. Cursed 8 bides upon the threshold stone. Chorus. Now see I plainly thou art bound with chains. Hellas. In this no fatal blindness dims thine eyes. Chorus. Say whence these chains which check free-moving limbs? Hellas. The eastern hordes have bound me helpless thus. Question and answer thus goes on for some time, and then the chorus break out into a wailing song, in which they remind Hellas that, having forsaken the old gods who helped her in her need, she is now reaping the reward of such folly. The curse of 8 is on thee, they cry pitifully, nor will the goddess be satisfied until she has exacted her due penalty for neglect of the Olympians. They relate the former woes of Hellas, how she first was slave to the Macedonians, then to the Roman power, how the Latins set their mailed feet on her neck, and now the Moslems have again reduced her to the position of bondswoman. Ever a slave, ever desired, she is thrown from the one to the other, as it pleases them, unable to free herself from such degradation. When this chorus of reproach is ended, Hellas calls upon the tutelar genius of Greece to help her ere she perish. In answer to her cry, Apollo, represented by Calliphrones, appears, and blames her for foolishly forsaking the old gods for the new, and thus falling into the hands of Nemesis. His power, which was engendered and kept alive solely by belief, has departed, and he cannot help her, much as he desires to do so. I myself, he says, e'en I whose fanes were ever reverenced, am now bereft of shrine and oracle. No longer do I hear the Delian hymn, nor taste the savors of the sacrifice, but lyre in hand, go wandering through the night, lamenting for my skiey chariot, wherein I bore the fierceness of the sun, up eastern hills and down to western seas. Finally, Apollo tells his renegade worshipper that she must sing the battle songs of Thetis, which may perhaps awaken thoughts of freedom in the breasts of her degenerated sons, and then departs, promising to return again when 273 she is once more the stainless Hellas of old. Fired by the speech of the god, Hellas rises, and assisted by the chorus, begins to sing fierce battle songs and call upon her sons to remember the heroes of the past. A clamor is heard without as of men fighting, then the chains of Hellas fall off, and with them her dark robe. Now she is free once more and clad in purest white, so, while rejoicing in her liberty, a herald Crispin appears and tells how well the Greeks have fought for their independence. This gave the poet an opportunity for a stirring speech, descriptive of the modern Greek heroes, Canaris, Bitsaris, and Konduriades, which names were received with shouts by the audience, fired with patriotic fervor. Once more Apollo, the genius of Greece, appears and declares that no longer can Hellas dwell in desecrated Athens, but that even as his mother Latona, she must seek shelter in Aegean Isle, and there, after long years, give birth to a supreme race, who will revive the ancient glories of violet-crowned Athens. Leading her by the hand, the god then conducts the newly liberated Hellas up the steps of the temple. The great doors are flung open to the sound of trumpets, and lo, appears the Acropolis of Melnos in all its beauty. Here is Hellas to dwell in seclusion, until her antique glory is revived by a new race of her sons, instinct with genius, and down the steps come strings of white-robed youths and girls, bearing fruits, to welcome this PHNix of Greece, new risen from the ashes of the past. Then the chorus, wreathing in a mystic dance round the altar of Bacchus, sing the coming glories of new Hellas, which are soon to be realized in the island of Melnos. Long, long hast thou lain as in prison, our mother, our goddess, our queen. But lo, to the eastward hath risen a splendor serene. And glorious day follows darkness, the darkness of hundreds of years. Reviving thy corpse from its starkness, with laughter and tears. Aye, tears for the past and its anguish, and laughter for glories to come. For never again wilt thou languish, a bondswoman dumb. The trumpets of triumph are blowing, their clangor swells north from thy south. And jubilant music is flowing anew from thy mouth. Man, dazzled, obedient shall render his homage to thee as of yore. And thou wilt stand forth in thy splendor, a goddess once more. After this introductory chant in unison, the chorus divided in twain, and semichorus replied to semichorus, in fiery speech and jubilant music, that rang like a pan through 274 the wide theater. Ever-moving figures, kneeling youths and maidens, soft radiance of sunlight, and triumphant bursts of choral song, while Hellas, serene in her freedom, stands beside tutelary genius, with the light of the glorious future on her face, listening to the eagle flight of liquid words, greeting her as queen of the world. The play being ended, all the lively Greeks streamed out of the theater, loudly praising the entertainment, and, having had an intellectual feast, now proceeded to the tables set in the open air, which were covered with all kinds of food to satisfy their physical wants. Morris and the Demarque waited in the theater alone for the actors, and very shortly Crispin came to see how they liked his play. He received warm congratulations of his success from the two men, while Helena and Calliphrones also received their due meed of praise. The Greek was radiant with self-complacent delight, for his vanity had been much gratified by the approval of the audience, and for the rest of the day he regarded himself as the hero of the hour, quite forgetting both Crispin and Helena in his serene egotism. "I hope I have succeeded in showing your aims clearly, Justinian," said the poet, as they sat down to a comfortable meal. "You have succeeded admirably, especially in that last chorus. I only hope that all will see the piece is meant for more than the amusement of an hour." "If you heard how the villagers are talking," remarked Calliphrones with a laugh, "I do not think you would have any doubt on that score, for they already regard themselves as the saviors of Hellas, intellectually, physically, and politically." "Did you intend your genius of Greece for Lord Byron, Crispin?" asked Morris, who had understood and admired the allegory. "Well, the character was supposed to blend both the god and the poet," replied Crispin, after a pause. "Let us say it was the Olympian incarnate in the body of the Englishman." And both the Olympian and Englishman incarnate in a Greek, said the Demarch graciously. Calliphrones smiled at receiving this compliment, which was intended to further blind him to the reality of Justinian's feelings towards him. There is nothing I should like better than to become a leader in reality, he said gaily, to inspire my countrymen 275 with the desire of once more making Hellas supreme queen of the world. Of the intellectual world. Or the material, it matters not which. Pardon me, but it matters a great deal, replied Justinian quickly. Politically, Greece has a place among the powers, has a constitution and a king. So as far as material prosperity goes, I wish not to meddle with her, but my aim is to revive her intellectuality, and Crispin's play was entirely written to illustrate that point. Hellas will never be a modern Roman empire, never was an all-conquering power, and her strength lay in the brains, not in the hands of her sons. After all, is it not greater to control the minds than the bodies of men? You want to turn Hellas into a school. The pen is mightier than the sword, rejoined Justinian sententiously. Let other nations be merchants and warriors, while Greece reasserts her ancient vocation of teacher. An aptitude for a special line is as true of the many as of the one. You would not give the lyre to the soldier, nor the sword to the poet, so every race should exercise the talents with which it is especially gifted, not, of course, to the exclusion of others, but make its peculiar gift its greatest aim. At present, the great human family of Europe is in a state of transition, and, unaware of each other's aims, are watchfully in arms the one against the other. Let us hope that before the end of the 20th century, they will recognize that one special faculty predominates in every nation, and permit each other to cultivate that special faculty. What, exclaimed Morris, somewhat astonished, would you have the English nothing but shopkeepers and colonizers, the French, a nation of warriors, Germans, philosophers only, and the Italians, musicians? That indeed would narrow down the talents of the world to one special field each. You do not understand me, Morris, said Justinian impatiently. I quite agree that every nation should have its own literature, art, music, philosophy, and drama, but the one special gift of the race should be cultivated more than the others. It should be made a state law, a political necessity. However, this question admits of much argument, and we have no time to argue now. But, in illustration that I am not so narrow-minded as you think, I will merely point out that I educate my Greeks in military and civil 276 occupations quite as much as I attend to their intellectuality. After all, said Calliphrones pointedly, only civil occupations, such as touch agriculture, are necessary, for intellectuality is yet in the future with us, and it is not likely Melnos will ever require to resort to arms. I trust not, replied Justinian, looking steadily at the Count. But if she does, I am quite sure you will find her sons able to defend their island, even against enmity and treachery. Calliphrones smiled uneasily, and held his peace, upon which there ensued a rather embarrassing pause, which was only ended by the departure of Crispin to look after the afternoon's entertainment. Morris strolled off in the pleasant company of Helen, much to the disgust of Calliphrones, who now pointedly avoided the company of the Englishman, owing to the fracas which had occurred during the previous day. Truth to tell, Roylands was pleased with such avoidance, as now that open war was declared between himself and the Greek, he had no need to cloak his distaste for the society of this precious scamp. The satiric comedy of the Honey Bees was a fantastic piece based upon an incident which had lately occurred in Melnos. Justinian had lately imported a potter to teach his people the ceramic art, but this new acquisition turned out to be but an idle scoundrel, who spent his time in drinking and making love to his neighbors' wives. On this basis the poet had worked out an amusing plot, not devoid of point, in which Aristides, an idle scamp, forces himself into an industrious hive of honey bees, whose queen he desires to marry, in order to be independent for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, he falls a victim to a counterplot of the bees themselves, who, in order to disillusionize the queen, get a pretty young girl called Meades to pay court to the adventurer. He makes love to Meades, and is discovered by the enraged queen, who orders her bees to drive him forth from the hive.